Impactful. It was clear that David West's suggestion was not simply about acquiring this $600 million. Chapter 826, 827, Explosive News. As a world-class financial center, Wall Street functioned like a giant capital distribution hub, where retirement funds, insurance companies, and investment funds from across the U.S. and abroad used investment banks and various exchanges as intermediaries. This influence even extended to controlling the U.S. economy and, by extension, the global economy. The notion that Wall Street controlled the U.S. economy wasn't merely an exaggeration. Most of the top 500 companies in America had their fate tied to Wall Street capital through public listings. The ability to penetrate the U.S. economy and even overseas economies to achieve control had almost become instinctive for Wall Street's capital forces. Thus, in recent years, the rapid rise of Firefly Group, which had seemingly broken free from capital control, became all the more conspicuous against Hollywood, which was largely under Wall Street's influence. For a company's shareholders, unless they harbored a speculative mentality, it was almost unheard of for any business to choose to go public and gradually relinquish control to Wall Street. Eric admitted that he initially had a strong speculative mindset, but as Firefly's structure expanded and his personal perspective broadened, those initially restless thoughts faded away. Although he wouldn't easily let go of opportunities for quick profits, like the Asian financial crisis and the internet bubble, he never seriously considered taking Firefly Group public. As Firefly grew stronger, that idea became even less likely. However, Wall Street clearly wouldn't back off easily in their attempts to penetrate Firefly Group. Pushing for Digital Domain to go public seemed to be an initial test by Wall Street. Since they couldn't force Firefly Group to go public as a whole, they might try to gradually break it apart, slowly connecting it to capital markets. This, perhaps, was the strategy of some capital forces on Wall Street. Katzenberg, who had been completely focused on the operations at Firefly Group over the past few years, likely hadn't noticed David West's ulterior motives in pushing for Digital Domain's public listing. Eric, however, paid much more attention to the capital markets than Katzenberg. After a moment of contemplation, Eric said, "Jeffrey, have you considered that if we agree to let Digital Domain go public this time, then maybe next, it'll be Pixar, followed by New Line Cinema, Firefly Films, and then Disney. Ultimately, one day you might wake up to find Firefly Group has become just another pawn on Wall Street's chessboard. At that point, it would be difficult for us to run this company at our discretion. Why did the 7 major studios in Hollywood only see Firefly creating Digital Domain? It's because we could invest hundreds of millions into CG effects technology, without worrying about immediate results on the balance sheet for years. But other companies? They aim to please Wall Street and secure prettier financial reports year by year, quarter by quarter. They simply couldn't afford to do the same. Even if they were laying plans for the long term, they would struggle to gain capital's approval. All right, I see your point, Katzenberg smiled. Eric hadn't outright rejected the idea of taking Digital Domain public. Instead, he had thoroughly analyzed the pros and cons with him. Katzenberg naturally understood that Eric was being considerate of his personal feelings. In truth, Katzenberg thought Eric didn't need to go to such lengths. After all, when he found some of his subordinates' suggestions lacking, he often demonstrated his disapproval with a blunt, "That's nonsense," rarely explaining anything. Glancing at Eric's ever-present copy of Financial Alchemy, Katzenberg half-jokingly said, "Maybe I should take some time to read books like this." "If you're interested," Eric smiled and handed him the book. "This one's for you." I bought several copies. Katzenberg gratefully accepted it, but still asked, "I've seen you reading this book lately. What's it about?" "Soros Investment Diary," Eric briefly explained. "If you don't have 3 to 5 years of Forex investment experience, you probably won't understand much of it. So I suggest skipping the initial theories and going straight to the case studies. You don't need to grasp every obscure Forex technique. Just try to understand Soros' way of thinking. He's a guy with grand vision and ambition." Katzenberg silently noted Eric's words. His educational background wasn't high. He had dropped out of high school to enter the workforce. However, this didn't mean he lacked ambition. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached his current position. Throughout the 80s, Soros had based his work on the theory of reflexivity, using the global financial market as his laboratory. Through substantial financial maneuvers that significantly influenced many countries, he tested his theories, which was why the book was titled Financial Alchemy. If you disregard the moral implications of Soros's destructive impact on many nations' economies, this financial mogul, who could flip the economy like a cloud, rightly deserved praise. Skipping the digression, Eric stated, so let's not revisit the public listing for digital domain again. However, since we broached the subject, we should discuss our next developmental plans for digital domain. On January 19th, the 54th Golden Globe Awards ceremony took place. Miramax's Shakespeare in Love and Firefly films The Thin Red Line led the awards, each winning Best Motion Picture in the musical/comedy and drama categories. The Weinstein brothers initially aimed for an Oscar, but with the formidable rise of Titanic, Harvey Weinstein quickly realized that Shakespeare in Love would struggle at the Academy Awards. Thus, he decisively shifted focus to the Golden Globes, securing wins for Best Motion Picture, Best Director, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, and Best Screenplay. In comparison, The Thin Red Line was slightly less remarkable, winning Best Motion Picture and Drama, but losing Best Director and Best Screenplay to Shakespeare in Love. However, despite Firefly not aggressively marketing the film, both media and fans couldn't ignore that this was Cameron versus Bigelow again. Consequently, The Thin Red Line garnered more attention than the heavily promoted Shakespeare in Love. Following the Golden Globes, both Shakespeare in Love and The Thin Red Line significantly increased their screens, and box office revenue began to rise. 3 days after the Golden Globes ceremony, on January 22nd, the nominations for the 69th Academy Awards were announced. Titanic, with its 14 nominations, was undoubtedly the most anticipated film of the year. All of Titanic's nominations were well-deserved, and as the announcement emerged, media channels playfully mocked the recently concluded Golden Globes. Stimulated by the back-to-back topics of the Golden Globes and the Oscar nominations, Titanic's box office achieved a miraculous reversal in its 5th week, reaching $42.62 million for that week alone and accumulating $252 million. A week prior, faced with Titanic's second-week box office rebound and the subsequent slight drops, North American media had only speculated that the film might reach the heights of Star Wars and Jurassic Park. Yet, with the 5th week's figures emerging, the latest surprise made all the media tread cautiously. After patiently waiting a week, Titanic brought in $32.83 million in its 6th week, again achieving a slight 22% decline in box office revenue. Thus, the once cautious media began to voice predictions that Titanic might become the all-time highest-grossing film in North American history. However, nobody dared to predict how much Titanic's final box office might total. Who could possibly make that leap? Over the past 6 weeks, Titanic amassed $285 million in North America and $147 million overseas. This brought the global total to $432 million, allowing Firefly to net $200 million, making it only a matter of time before recovering the total budget of $265 million. At the same time, many media outlets discovered that out of the 5 major European box office countries, England, France, Germany, Italy, and Spain, Titanic had only released in the UK and Spain. The box office potential from Germany, France, and Italy, which had yet to release, was still untapped. Additionally, the largest box office market in Asia, Japan, had also yet to screen the film. Combined with Latin America and Southeast Asia still in the distribution phase, Titanic's overseas box office might just hit a terrifying number exceeding that of North America. Before the impact of Titanic's box office could even settle, Firefly Group dropped another bombshell. On February 1st, Firefly Group abruptly announced that after fulfilling existing special effects orders, Digital Domain, including its branches in Los Angeles, Florida, and Sydney, would cease accepting special effects orders from outside parties beyond the companies they partnered with, MGM and 20th Century Fox. Instead, their primary focus would shift to project production within Firefly Group and its alliance. However, the Firefly Software Company, which mainly developed foundational software tools for Digital Domain and Pixar animation, would continue to sell software such as Maya and 3D Max, along with other effects solutions. Studios using Firefly Software's tools would be given priority for any surplus special effects outsourcing orders from Firefly Group. As a private company, Firefly merely shared a brief announcement on the Yahoo portal page. Yet the uproar this decision incited within the industry far surpassed even Titanic's box office miracles. Before Titanic's release, due to its unprecedented $215 million production budget centered on CG effects, the media and industry began to reflect on the surge of high-budget productions in recent years. Many speculated that as CG technology emerged, it might hit a glacial period following Titanic's potential box office flop. But after Titanic's box office surge, the original rhetoric dissipated. In fact, from the moment Titanic's box office rebounded its second week, production companies started seeking out projects for special effects blockbusters, eager to negotiate partnerships with Digital Domain. Prior to Titanic, Digital Domain maintained a generally welcoming attitude toward external orders. Other studios recognized that Digital Domain was executing this open cooperation strategy due to the need for technological accumulation. Therefore, nobody anticipated that after Titanic, Firefly Group would suddenly shift to a complete 180-degree stance. Just how strong were Digital Domain's technological advantages? There was no need for comparison. In recent years, every prominent Hollywood film involving CG effects had collaborated closely with Digital Domain, often tackling the highest difficulty special effects tasks. Therefore, when Digital Domain abruptly closed its doors to external collaboration, it became apparent that, absent the Digital Domain's technical support, Hollywood's major studios would struggle to bridge the technological gap over the next few years, even if they were willing to invest heavily financially. Without top-tier special effects technology backing them, Hollywood's leading studios would inevitably enter several years of a special effects film drought. While Hollywood didn't lack other special effects companies, such as Industrial Light and Magic, films produced by those studios would increasingly show a glaring difference in special effects quality compared to those produced by Firefly Group. And audiences wouldn't be naive enough to overlook that disparity. Just a day after the announcement, the phones of almost all core executives at Firefly Group rang off the hook. Media outlets, like sharks smelling blood, ferociously dug into the depths of what this decision meant for Firefly Group. Chapter 827, 828, Music Copyright. So far, Titanic's North American box office has successfully surpassed $300 million, but the phenomenon continues to demonstrate exceptional box office strength. Analysts widely predicted that just from North American earnings, Titanic might recover its massive investment of $265 million, while its overseas box office could potentially reach jaw-dropping figures. The recent reflections on big-budget productions that began in the film industry were quickly called into question, as major Hollywood studios began scouting their own blockbuster projects. In this situation, Firefly Group's sudden announcement to halt external collaborations with its effects company, Digital Domain, felt like a bucket of cold water thrown on all Hollywood companies outside the Firefly system. According to Jeffrey Katzenberg, chairman of Firefly Group, over the next few years, the company would increase its annual number of heavy-hitting films from 3 to 6, with at least half being effects-heavy CGI blockbusters. If Digital Domain continued its open operational model, it would struggle to meet the needs of Firefly Group. It was reported that Digital Domain currently held the top-tier CG effects technology in Hollywood. Since 1991, it had won the Academy Award for Best Visual Effects for 4 consecutive years thanks to its outstanding work in films like Terminator 2, Twister, and Jurassic Park. Furthermore, Digital Domain managed the industry's largest rendering farm, handling over 50% of Hollywood's visual effects rendering in recent years. Related analysts speculated that due to Digital Domain's possession of unique CG techniques, such as the large-scale battle scenes in The Mummy 2, the company's sudden halt on external collaborations could create a multi-year gap for Hollywood studios lacking access to Digital Domain's technology for effects-heavy films. This undoubtedly would have a significant impact on the film businesses of Warner Brothers, Paramount, and Sony, leading to a surge in market share for Firefly Group, MGM, and 20th Century Fox. Following this news, in the past week, stock prices for Warner Brothers and Viacom saw slight declines, while MGM, having the closest ties to Firefly Group, saw its shares jump over 9% within the week. Michael Eisner tossed aside the latest issue of Premiere magazine, frustrated, and stood up to walk toward the window, contemplating what to do next. Aside from this analysis article, the latest issue of Premiere also revealed the annual Hollywood Power List. In addition to Eric Williams reigning unquestioned at the top, Jeffrey Katzenberg, CEO of Firefly Group, failed to follow the previous year's precedent of being listed alongside Eric as co-controller of Firefly Group. Instead, he was individually recognized in the second spot, reflecting Eric's increasingly prominent position in Hollywood. The third spot was not occupied by Universal, but rather by last year's hottest studio, MGM, with Drew Barrymore and Amy Pascal tied in third place. Michael Eisner only came in fourth. Whether intentionally or not, this year's Hollywood Power List featured an unexpected appearance of Stan Winston, CEO of Digital Domain, among the top 10. This meant that Firefly Group alone occupied 3 slots on the list. Considering MGM and Fox's entries, Firefly effectively controlled half of Hollywood, a reality that matched the Firefly Group's genuine influence. If strictly measuring market share, thanks to the unforeseen success of Titanic, the combined shares of Firefly, MGM, and Fox this year in the Hollywood box office market surpassed 50%. Meanwhile, the 4 major studios, Warner Brothers, Paramount, Universal, and Sony, could only share the remaining 50% with countless other second- and third-tier companies. Plans never keep up with change, Michael Eisner sighed to himself, recalling his thoughts before Titanic's release, unable to suppress a self-deprecating smile. Still, there was the pressing issue at hand. Since the announcement of Firefly's cessation of digital domain collaborations, Industrial Light and Magic, which had nearly finalized a deal with Universal, suddenly shifted direction. Microsoft swiftly announced it would invest another $100 million into Industrial Light and Magic for CG effects technology research and development. Though Industrial Light and Magic had fallen behind Digital Domain in recent years, its 2 decades of accumulated effects expertise remained unmatched by the smaller effects companies newly established in Hollywood. Microsoft, seeing Titanic's box office success, recognized the colossal potential of special effects technology in Hollywood, prompting a change of heart about Universal's potential involvement. In response to Firefly's announcement, over the past week, besides Microsoft pouring funds into Industrial Light and Magic, Sony, Paramount, and Warner Brothers also announced the establishment of their own film effects departments. Universal's board began discussing related issues, with parent company Seagram Group's chairman, Edgar Bronfman, calling to inquire about the situation. But Michael Eisner knew that establishing a dedicated effects department wouldn't work. He clearly recalled Eric's words during the competition for the Transformers movie rights last year. The rendering farm Digital Domain had built in Florida for $100 million was not something other second- or third-tier companies could easily catch up with. Furthermore, how much had Digital Domain invested over the years to develop various CG effects technologies? Although he didn't have specific figures, it was clear that the number was also staggering. More importantly, accumulating enough technology in an effects company required gaining experience from producing numerous CG shots. According to Firefly's disclosures, the company planned 3 main CG effects releases each year moving forward. This meant that even if MGM and 20th Century Fox combined forces, they couldn't match Firefly's output. The 3 studios could collectively place 6 special effects film orders with Digital Domain each year, while countless other films would require just a small amount of effects. This created an ample platform for Digital Domain to accumulate techniques. Warner Brothers, Paramount, Sony, and even Universal itself could not rival this. Michael Eisner's first thought, of course, was to form alliances. However, the reaction of Industrial Light and Magic, buoyed by Microsoft's support after Firefly's announcement, clearly indicated that everyone had their own motives. It wouldn't be easy to unite. While contemplating this, there was a knock at the office door. Michael Eisner acknowledged it, and his assistant stepped in, saying, "Mr. Eisner, I found out that Eric Williams has been in San Francisco for the past couple of days, seemingly for a secret project related to a music player developing at Firefly." "A music player?" Michael Eisner asked, puzzled. Although the MP3 player had matured by the end of last year, Firefly Electronics had been preparing in secret for months. The assistant nodded. It's a brand new digital audio player. Interestingly, last week, when you had me participate in negotiations with Nicole Kidman for the sequel to The Mummy, I happened to see Ms. Kidman using this player. It's just slightly bigger than an old cigarette lighter and uses a micro hard drive for storage, allowing it to hold hundreds of MP3 tracks without the need for tapes or discs. By the way, I just called the record company. They received a partnership offer from Yahoo Network about selling songs in the Yahoo Music Store last year, and the two parties are still negotiating. Michael Eisner's eyes lit up immediately. He had just realized something important. If everything his assistant said was true, for this music player to be successfully launched, it would need substantial legitimate music resources to support it. Sony had originally bought Columbia Records for this very reason. Music copyright resources were exactly Firefly Group's weak point. Although Firefly Records had introduced some great artists in recent years, it still lagged far behind legendary giants like Universal, Warner, and Sony. You did a great job, Michael Eisner complimented sincerely. Also, prepare a report on the negotiations between the record company and Yahoo for me, and schedule a meeting with Doug Morris. Doug Morris was the CEO of Universal Records. Seagram's acquisition of MCA Group from Panasonic mainly involved Universal Pictures and Universal Records, although Michael Eisner was not responsible for the record division's operations. Fireflyer is the name we've finally settled on. It's inspired by Firefly, which is a somewhat cocky but genuine little sprite from the fairy tale Peter Pan. It is born from the laughter of a baby named Linton and eventually marries Tinkerbell. We can say it's a lovable character with a few flaws, but one that shines. Our MP3 player aims for a user experience that feels like having a close friend, perfectly aligning with Fireflyer's character. Moreover, Fireflyer can be seen as an extension of Firefly. In a conference room located in an office building in Oakland, San Francisco, Eric, Chris, and a group of Firefly Electronics management were quietly listening to Bill Olson, the president of Firefly Electronics, as he elaborated. Bill Olson was a high-ranking executive who Chris had recruited from Apple. He had previously been a vice president responsible for product marketing at Apple. Despite the backing of Firefly Group, it would have seemed unlikely that he would have considered Firefly Electronics, a company just starting out. However, as Apple continued to decline over the past 2 years, many of its management began jumping to other opportunities. With promises of sufficient compensation and stock options from Eric and Chris, Bill Olson ultimately agreed to lead Firefly Electronics in the role of president, primarily focusing on MP3 player marketing. After Bill finished explaining, Eric said, "Fireflyer is indeed a great name. But since you mentioned Tinkerbell, Bill, don't you think we can also apply for that trademark as another brand for the MP3 player, perhaps specifically for a female market?" Bill Olson laughed, saying, "Eric, your suggestion is something Victor also brought up in our initial naming meetings. However, after discussion, we decided to temporarily shelve that idea." Eric turned towards Victor McNally, CEO of Firefly Electronics. Victor, a graduate of Stanford University with a PhD in electrical engineering, was brought in by Chris to oversee MP3 and ebook projects. Before this, he had been at IBM, contributing to product research and development. Although his position wasn't very high, his professional capability was impressive. It had taken 3 months for Chris to secure Victor's recruitment through a headhunting firm. Victor McNally was a middle-aged man with a plump build, unkempt hair, and a full beard. When he noticed Eric looking towards him, he smiled, gesturing to Bill Olson, saying, "Eric, best let Bill handle this. He's the expert here." Eric turned back to Bill Olson. Bill Olson didn't delay, explaining, "Here's the deal, Eric. Currently, we only have the Fireflyer product. Perhaps we could name a pink model Tinkerbell, but that would definitely dilute the brand image of the player and hinder promotion. Additionally, this player should target all consumers, not just females. Even with the pink version, many male consumers would likely appreciate it. So if we create a gender distinction for this product, it might confuse some consumers. After all, once people feel that certain products are only for girls, male consumers might decide not to buy them." Eric nodded. "All right, you can continue." Bill Olson switched to another slide in the presentation but added, "However, Eric, The Tinkerbell trademark is indeed a good idea. I'll have our legal department apply for the Tinkerbell trademark when we file for Fireflyer. Chapter 828, 829. Always remind yourself. After discussing the naming issue of the MP3 player, Bill Olson continued. Next up is the Yahoo Music Store, or more aptly, Yahoo Music Box. We've secured online sales licenses for about 200,000 songs, but negotiations with the 5 major record companies, which hold the richest music copyright resources, haven't progressed much. So, the primary music source for Fireflyer should be CDs. Thanks to the promotion of MP3 audio formats, more than 50% of CDs now utilize MP3 encoding. Even if the format isn't MP3, we can transcode it into MP3 audio. Yahoo's contract with Microsoft would expire in 2 years. Although Microsoft had been facing frequent antitrust investigations over those years, it was foreseeable that once the contract expired in July 1999 and Microsoft abandoned the original plan to acquire 30% of the company, Yahoo's browser would lose its status as the default browser on the Windows platform. Eric's original suggestion had been to develop a Yahoo Music Store website, but to prevent Yahoo's browser from being sidelined by Microsoft in the future, Yahoo had recently been pushing for individual software solutions for various online products to reduce dependency on Yahoo's browser. The same applied here. Both Yahoo and Firefly Electronics collaborated to refine Eric's rough idea, developing a standalone Yahoo Music Box software as a sales platform for the online music store. Moreover, Yahoo Music Box could conveniently create software modules specifically designed to identify pirated CDs and prevent them from being used for audio copying. To be honest, due to his past experiences, Eric had never considered this point initially. He was relieved that Yahoo and Firefly Electronics teams recognized it. Otherwise, when Fireflyer was released, Firefly Electronics would certainly face legal bombardment from major record labels. Standing in front of the projector, Bill Olson looked at Eric and said, "Eric, while Yahoo is trying to consolidate a large amount of music resources into its online store to activate more paid users under Yahoo's network, I believe this approach doesn't pay off. It's akin to Sony. They have the Walkman, but they do not assume that all record companies will hand over their copyrights to produce music tapes. That's simply impossible. In my opinion, Fireflyer definitely has the potential to replace the Walkman. If we can take a more open approach, allowing each record company to operate its own online music store, Fireflyer's influence would quickly expand. The current annual sales of the Walkman stand at 15 million units. If Fireflyer could reach that level at a price of $299, our annual revenue could hit $4.5 billion. But Bill, Fireflyer currently lacks the influence to prompt major record companies to create dedicated music stores for it. If we persist, the labels are sure to demand exorbitant fees. On the other hand, if Fireflyer gains sufficient clout in the future, we won't need to compromise with the record companies. They'll be the ones seeking collaboration, Eric countered. But there should be an opportune moment, Eric, Bill Olson replied. Although we've integrated a piracy recognition module into Yahoo Music Box, we still cannot prevent all piracy. The risk of lawsuits remains. If we could completely cut off the channel for copying CDs and achieve complete digital music sales, we could avoid such situations as much as possible. Eric understood Bill Olson's reasoning. He had initially hoped that Yahoo Music Box could be separated from Yahoo and operated solely by Firefly Electronics, but Eric had refused. Since Firefly Electronics could not control this platform, Bill Olson wished for a more open music sales platform, considering the company's interests. Shrugging his shoulders, Eric smiled. Bill, we both know that fully achieving digital sales doesn't eliminate piracy issues. However, since Sony won its case. Regarding videotapes, copyright holders can no longer employ lawsuits to halt technological advancements. Currently, all audio and video playback platforms, from Walkmans to DVD players, cannot fully eradicate piracy issues. Thus, we just need to do what we can and not overly worry about that. Bill Olson realized Eric had seen through his thoughts. He didn't feel awkward about it and moved on to discuss the Fireflyer's component procurement system, the construction of the sales network, and product marketing issues. Over the past 2 years, Eric had invested around $60 million in the R&D for the MP3 player and e-reader, which included the costs of commissioning Seagate to develop mini hard drives and acquiring Wi-Fi patents. Not much of that was primarily directed at developing the MP3 player itself. After all, Firefly Electronics' R&D team for both products had only about 190 members. Though salaries for engineers in Silicon Valley were generally high, the total payroll expenditure over these 2 years was only $30 million. By contrast, Bill Olson's budget proposals from component procurement to product marketing for Firefly reached an astounding $200 million, making Eric feel like it was akin to spending $60 million to produce a film, but then requiring $200 million for promotion and distribution. Of course, the development outlook for Firefly was noteworthy enough to justify this budget. As Bill Olson mentioned in the meeting, if Firefly could replace the Walkman, it would bring in billions of dollars in revenue for Firefly Electronics each year. Eric knew more than anyone that Firefly indeed held the potential to take over from the Walkman and all other portable music players of that era. The meeting extended until 4 p.m., finalizing the detailed release and promotional plans for Firefly. Afterward, Eric and Chris toured the R&D department with 2 other heads from Firefly Electronics. By 6 p.m., after dinner, Eric took advantage of the night to fly back to Los Angeles. Chris stayed behind to lead the integration work with British Arm Holdings. The relevant proposal had already been finalized during a phone call with Arm's management the previous day. Prior to that, Firefly Electronics had produced a sample of the e-reader, but given the production cost was nearly $400, to ensure sufficient profit, the sale price should be set at least at $700, which was a price ordinary consumers found hard to accept. After discussing, Eric decided to temporarily abandon this product and instead utilize the accumulated technology to jointly develop the more advanced tablet, Yahoo Pad, in collaboration with Firefly Electronics, Arm, and Yahoo. This was part of Eric's original second-phase plan, aimed for a mature product launch around 2000. By then, along with the advancement of the electronics industry, production costs for Yahoo Pad would inevitably drop to a more reasonable price. The Gulfstream business jet landed at Santa Monica Airport under the hazy night sky. Just after Eric got off the plane, he received a personal call from Michael Eisner, asking him if he was free for dinner that evening. Eric understood Michael Eisner's intentions. With external cooperation and digital domain halting, it would be challenging for Warner, Paramount, Universal, and Sony to make outstanding CGI movies for a considerable time. Over those days, executives from several major film companies had been secretly calling, probing if Eric would reconsider the decision. Michael Eisner's call seemed relatively late in the game. Considering there were no prior commitments that night, Eric agreed and headed to Morton's in Beverly Hills, a well-known restaurant frequently frequented by Hollywood figures. When Eric arrived at the restaurant, it was nearly 9 p.m. He quickly found Michael Eisner's table, guided by the waiter. Upon seeing Eric approach, Michael Eisner stood up, shook hands, greeted him, and Eric couldn't help but tease, "I didn't expect you to choose this restaurant." This wasn't an offhand remark. It referenced a well-known story about Michael Eisner. In the mid-1980s, while serving as president at Paramount, Michael Eisner was at odds with his parent company's chairman, Martin Davis, and was brewing plans to jump ship to Disney as CEO. After he struck a deal with Disney's decision-makers and resigned from Paramount, the Disney board then had disputes over appointing him, leaving Eisner suddenly in an uncertain state of unemployment. Shortly thereafter, having just left the Hollywood Power Center, he found himself in an awkward position. One night, planning a dinner with his friend Michael Ovitz, Eisner called Morton's to make a reservation, but was unexpectedly told there was no availability. Ovitz called right after and easily secured a table. This incident was nothing short of humiliating for a Hollywood mogul. Michael Eisner responded to Eric's tease with a bland expression, casually saying, "Some things are worth reminding oneself of regularly." "Huh." Eric chuckled as they sat down. Though he had already dined in San Francisco, he still ordered something to eat. Once the waiter left, Michael Eisner took the initiative and said, "Eric, I heard you were in San Francisco recently?" "Yeah, a company established there just rolled out a small product that's about to launch. I went to check it out," Eric replied. Michael Eisner smiled, saying, "Anything you value must not be just a small thing, right?" Eric suddenly realized something but kept his demeanor unchanged, explaining in detail. It's a new portable music player. Too bad the sample is in my luggage. Otherwise, I could have brought you one. It's quite an interesting little gadget. Since Michael Eisner already knew about it, Eric didn't hide it any longer. He even suspected that Eisner might already be aware of Yahoo's negotiations with Universal Music for online music sales. Clearly, Michael Eisner intended to leverage Universal's rights as a bargaining chip to gain some tangible benefits, like continuing digital support for Universal Pictures. However, he was clearly mistaken in his calculations. Actually, I had lunch today with Doug Morris from Universal, and I happened to hear about this, Michael Eisner said straightforwardly. I also learned that the cooperation talks between Yahoo and Universal seem to have reached an impasse. That's to be expected, Eric remarked. Large companies often exhibit arrogance. They frequently fail to grasp the situation, feeling complacent when they hold the initiative, and when they eventually lose that power, they portray themselves as victims. In the original timeline, several major record companies initially had a significant advantage over Apple in deploying MP3 players. However, either to maintain market positions for their soon-to-be obsolete portable players or due to rigid corporate structures, many attempts by record labels to enter the MP3 player market ultimately failed, allowing Apple to capture over 70% of the music player market. Eventually, record companies had no choice but to comply with Apple's rules for online music sales, often complaining about how Apple's players facilitated piracy against their rights. Little did they realize that even without Apple, the drastic reduction of costs for pirated music in the internet era would render it impossible for the record industry to maintain its former glory. Michael Eisner, of course, could not envision that future scenario. He found Eric's statement a bit perplexing but refrained from arguing. After a casual conversation, dinner was quickly served. Michael Eisner took a sip of red wine, set down his glass, and continued. Eric, I think you can guess my thoughts. Here's the thing. I can help persuade Mr. Bronfman to support Yahoo's collaboration with Universal. But in exchange, I hope we can keep Digital Domain open for cooperation with Universal Pictures. What do you think? Eric shook his head and replied, Sorry, Michael. I can't agree to your terms. Michael Eisner was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Eric would refuse so outrightly. Earlier that day, he had thoroughly investigated the situation with Yahoo's online music store. Although they had secured agreements with several second- and third-tier record companies, the total number of song copyrights in Yahoo Music Store was only a mere 200,000, with popular songs and albums limited to those youth pop artists recently nurtured by Firefly Records. On the other hand, Universal boasted over a quarter of American music copyright resources. If they could reach an agreement with Universal, other record companies would no longer be so resolute. Chapter 829, 830. You really did it on purpose. Eric, why would you do something that cuts off your own revenue stream? If Digital Domain continued with an open collaboration strategy, given the impact of Titanic, doubling our revenue in the coming years wouldn't be an issue. And with the current pace of technological development, it won't take long for other effects companies to catch up. Michael Eisner pondered for a moment before speaking again. Eric lifted his head with a peculiar smile. Michael, that's exactly what I want over these next few years. Besides, while others may want to catch up, Digital Domain won't be sitting idle waiting for them. But I really don't think you need to do this, Michael Eisner replied. You see, with Titanic's box office included, Firefly Productions' total box office will reach $2 billion this year, capturing over 30% market share. This should definitely be the pinnacle of a Hollywood studio. No, Michael, you're just accustomed to the coexistence of the 7 major Hollywood studios, so you think this is the peak state for a Hollywood major. But if we break free from that thought, why can't it be 50%, 60%, 70%, or even more? In other industries, that's not uncommon. So why not in Hollywood? When Michael heard Eric's words, a look of slight shock appeared on his face. He hadn't expected Eric to have such ambitions. If anyone else had said something like that, Michael would have laughed immediately. But it was Eric, the young man who had been making waves in Hollywood for the last few years. He had achieved what many deemed impossible countless times. However, after a short moment of astonishment, Michael Eisner shook his head. Eric, Hollywood is different from other industries. Being a creative industry, the human factor is crucial here. Though many say Hollywood is the world's movie factory, you can never gather all the great filmmakers under one roof to work in your factory. Even if Firefly manages to push out the other 6 major Hollywood studios, as long as you can't meet all filmmakers' needs, they will inevitably create new production companies to compete against Firefly, just as Chaplin's United Artists, Howard Hughes's RKO, and now Spielberg's Amblin. Eric chuckled. Michael, I don't know what the future holds for Amblin, but the first 2 companies you mentioned no longer exist. To me, as long as I maintain a sufficient advantage for Firefly, it's a matter of methodically taking down the old studios one by one. Michael Eisner raised an eyebrow, hesitantly asking, You mean, take them down? Exactly, take them down, Eric said as he took a bite of the crab cake in front of him. The food here is quite good. Maybe I'll come here more often. Oh, then you'll certainly never have to worry about running out of seats. Michael Eisner forced a smile, still mulling over Eric's recent comments. If Firefly wanted to eliminate all the other Hollywood studios, that would be unrealistic. But if it gradually merged with them, as Eric suggested, that possibility couldn't be entirely dismissed. However, Michael Eisner wasn't overly pessimistic either. At 55, he figured, maybe Firefly could pull it off in another 10 or even 20 years, but by then, he'd surely be retired and everything would no longer concern him. For now, he simply wanted to run Universal Pictures well. This somewhat disheartening thought made Michael Eisner feel a little discouraged. They both dropped the movie discussion and casually commented on the restaurant food and other trivial topics. Eric and Michael Eisner ultimately held no personal grudges against each other. Moreover, it was Firefly that had used the opportunity of acquiring Disney to push Michael Eisner out of Disney. If there was any vendetta, it was definitely Michael's grudge against Eric, and since the other party didn't show it, Eric wouldn't either. After skipping the topic of digital domain, their dinner was rather relaxed and enjoyable, continuing until 10 o'clock when they each parted ways. As Eric watched Michael Eisner's car drive away, he got into his own vehicle. It was late, and Eric decided not to rush back to Liberty City Manor, instructing his driver to head to the top of Beverly Hills. Arriving at the mansion of Elizabeth and Julia, Eric dismissed the driver, rang the doorbell, and a voice inquired through the intercom. Eric responded, and the door opened shortly thereafter. Julia appeared with her flowing brown hair, wearing a long, light yellow, form-fitting sweater, exposing her long legs, and stepped lazily in front of Eric, her eyes sparkling as she softly called out, "Eric, you're here." "Yeah," Eric replied with a smile, reaching out. "Aren't you cold dressed like that?" Los Angeles in February could still be a bit chilly at night. Julia wrapped her arms around Eric's waist and affectionately kissed his cheek. "It's not cold at all. I'm not outside." Eric embraced Julia, planning to let go, but she had already rested her chin on his shoulder, her long legs entwined around him, hanging from him. "Come on, you're acting just like Drew." Eric laughed, shutting the door behind him, playfully lifting Julia's light body and joking, "Seemed like you've put on some weight." Julia playfully mouthed Eric's neck, whispering tenderly, "A little extra padding makes for a better experience. Eric, you could try now." I'm a bit cold. Let's head inside," Eric said, nearly losing his composure. He patted Julia, seeing she had no intention of letting go, so he carried her towards the villa. Even though it was already past 10, the lights in the villa were still bright. Eric knew Elizabeth was also a night owl. Most successful people tended to be. The living room had the TV on with the volume low. Elizabeth was curled up on the couch, holding a thick folder, wearing a form-fitting sweater similar to Julia's. Upon seeing Eric enter carrying Julia, she rolled her eyes. "Do you really need to be in such a hurry?" Eric offered no explanation, playfully setting Julia down on the sofa and sat beside Elizabeth, asking, "What are you watching?" "Some project proposals," Elizabeth said, not holding back, handing him a stack of papers. "Here, help me check them out and pick one or two." Eric took the papers, flipped through them, grinning. "If I pick something, can I take it?" Elizabeth replied curtly, "Nope." Julia, who had been unceremoniously dropped on the single couch, sidled up to Eric, sitting close to him. Noticing Elizabeth was buried in the material, Eric refrained from making jokes. Instead, He casually placed Julia's long legs over his lap while glancing through the documents. Just glancing at the first document title made Eric raise an eyebrow. After patiently reading through the project summary and script synopsis, he commented, "The English Patient. This project is good and suitable for Miramax to do as an Oscar contender." Elizabeth turned her head to glance. Noting Eric's hand gently caressing Julia's thigh, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. This is a project that Harvey had his eyes on last year. To avoid competing with Shakespeare in Love for the Oscars, it got pushed to this year. Of course, it's suitable for Miramax. Eric nodded. Lucky it wasn't released this year. Otherwise, that would be a shame. In Eric's view, The English Patient was indeed better and had a deeper artistic connotation than Shakespeare in Love. If it had been pitted against Titanic this year, it would have indeed been unfortunate. Elizabeth certainly understood what Eric was getting at. Thinking about the global sensation that Titanic had become, she suddenly recalled some details from the previous year and turned to Eric, saying, "You definitely did that on purpose." That comment threw Eric off completely, and he looked puzzled. "You know, when you mentioned having Fox invest $50 million into Titanic," Elizabeth clarified. Eric instantly remembered. He had indeed done it deliberately, just to poke fun at Elizabeth's own family patriarch, as that investment collaboration had been personally vetoed by Murdoch. Now, even though Titanic's box office numbers showed no signs of slowing down, after this week, Firefly would likely be able to recoup the initial production cost of $215 million. By the end of February, all production and distribution costs would be back, and after that, Titanic would simply contribute pure profit to Firefly. Currently, no box office prediction agency could estimate where Titanic's global box office could go, but they realized one thing. The profit Titanic brought to Firefly would far exceed the original total investment of $265 million. There were even some media predictions that if Titanic became the highest-grossing film in North America and globally, it could generate no less than $1 billion in profit just from box offices, videos, DVDs, and various merchandise. That amount could almost surpass the total profits of most studios in a year. However, looking at Elizabeth's feline gaze fixed on him, Eric had no intention of admitting anything. But Elizabeth, noticing Eric's brief hesitation, suddenly sprang at him like an annoyed kitten, shoving Julia aside and leaping onto Eric, grabbing his shirt collar. "You jerk. You really did do it on purpose." With a smile he couldn't suppress, Eric raised both hands in surrender, determined not to admit it. "Liz, calm down. I'm not a psychic. How could I possibly know how Titanic's box office would do? Didn't you see how anxious I was about it a while back?" Hearing Eric's protest, Julia, awkwardly shoved to the side, watched as Elizabeth seemed ready to tear Eric in half, and couldn't help but feel a bit thrilled and chimed in. Yeah. "Shut up," Elizabeth shot Julia a glare, then turned her attention back to Eric. "You did this on purpose. Now look, are you feeling pretty smug about it?" "I swear to God." "PSH, you don't even believe in God," Elizabeth shot back, her small hands unfastening a few buttons of Eric's shirt collar. Just as Eric was about to continue his protest, noticing Elizabeth leaning down, he quickly added, "Don't bite." "Ah." Before he could stop her, an excruciating pain shot through his shoulder. Julia lounged beside them, watching Elizabeth's small white teeth clamping down on Eric's shoulder, feeling a mix of envy and excitement. Her heart raced, and she couldn't help but reach out to touch, only to retract her hand quickly, seeing a trace of blood appear on her fingertip, instantly feeling a pang of sympathy. "Liz, stop. He's bleeding." Initially riled up, Elizabeth looked at Eric in alarm. Upon seeing the two distinct bite marks on his shoulder oozing blood, she panicked and pressed her hand against it. "Eric, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Eric inhaled sharply, glancing at the obvious bite marks on his shoulder. It had only broken the skin a little and wasn't severe. Seeing Elizabeth's apologetic expression, which almost brought her to tears, he couldn't feel angry. He nodded earnestly. "It's okay. I know you didn't mean it." Thinking back to their earlier argument, upon hearing Eric's words, Elizabeth forced a smile, but didn't say anything further. She took the tissue Julia offered and dabbed at Eric's bleeding shoulder. "Do you need me to get some antiseptic?" Eric chuckled. "I hear saliva works as a disinfectant." Elizabeth rolled her eyes and moved aside, addressing Julia. You go ahead. Julia immediately snuggled closer to Eric, and he quickly obstructed her. All right. I was just joking. Sit still. No fooling around. Keep your tongue in. It looks terrible. Julia giggled, seeing herself take the position Elizabeth had just vacated, refusing to leave Eric's lap. She affectionately leaned in to kiss Eric's face several times, then sat up, playfully pulling off her long, form-fitting sweater. Underneath, she wore nothing but a pure white thong, leaving nothing to the imagination. Elizabeth watched Julia's actions, clearly displeased. Hey, I just changed the couch. Covers yesterday. Can't you go to the bedroom? In response, Eric forcefully wrapped an arm around Elizabeth and said, Take off your sweater, too. I want to see. The living room lights seemed to dim as soft noises filled the air, accompanied by a half-serious, half-playful female murmur. You are such a troublemaker, bastard. Ah. Chapter 830, 831, A Decent Financial Report. Speaking of which, George has already settled on an actress for Queen Amidala, and it turns out you know her, Elizabeth said with a teasing smile. The next morning, Eric drove to Firefly Studios, passing through Century City on his way from Beverly Hills to Playa Vista. Elizabeth hitched a ride with him to work. The production of the Star Wars prequel had been delayed due to the founding of Amblin Pictures and other factors, but it was finally confirmed to start filming in April. As the distributor, Elizabeth was fully responsible for the project, which had kept her busy lately. Although Fox didn't have a hand in the production side, most of the interior shooting was set to take place at Fox Studios. On the way to Century City, they couldn't help but discuss the topic. Eric had little interest in the Star Wars franchise, even less so regarding the casting of Natalie Portman as the lead. However, hearing Elizabeth's enthusiasm, he curiously asked, Who is it? Elizabeth leaned in closer to Eric, her smile playful as she said, Take a guess. Here's a hint. She's a girl around 16 or 17, and you personally discovered her for Hollywood. It wasn't a surprise, since her breakout role in Leon, the Professional, Natalie Portman had been one of the standout child stars in recent years. Besides her exceptional performance in Leon, she also starred in critically acclaimed films like Heat and Everyone Says I Love You. Not to mention, being Jewish certainly gave her an edge. As a significant icon in American film culture, the role of Queen Amidala in the Star Wars series seemed to be a natural fit for a Jewish girl in Hollywood, whether intended or not. Despite this realization, Eric feigned ignorance. Let me think. Kirsten Dunst. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow, a hint of mock annoyance in her voice. Who's Kirsten Dunst? I don't know her. Eric instinctively rubbed his nose. The little girl from Interview with the Vampire. Don't look at me like that. I've only seen her a couple of times. I have no idea what she looks like now. Elizabeth quickly recalled. Oh right, the girl from Interview with the Vampire. All right, I won't make you guess anymore. It's Natalie Portman, the girl you met on Long Island a few years ago. Everyone seems to be on board with it. Yeah, she's a smart little kid. Eric nodded in agreement. As they chatted casually, the car pulled into Century City and soon entered Fox Studios. Elizabeth adjusted her Hermes silk scarf. Turning to Eric, she raised her chin slightly. Hey, can you see any marks? Eric reached out and adjusted the scarf, covering a faint red mark, chuckling. Even if you don't hide it, who would dare say anything? Elizabeth shot him a playful glare. Fine. If I take off the scarf, you're coming with me to the meeting. Eric, realizing he didn't have that kind of confidence, quickly changed his mind. Forget it. It's better if you cover it. You bastard, Elizabeth teased, feigning annoyance. As the car came to a stop, the driver got out and opened the door. Elizabeth leaned in to give Eric a quick kiss, grabbing her handbag. You don't need to get out. I can handle it from here. Eric nodded, watching Elizabeth walk into the office building before instructing the driver to proceed. Aside from the airplane dive shot, which was entirely CGI, there weren't many effects needed for Casino Royale. Therefore, post-production was progressing quickly. Returning from San Francisco, Eric spent February finalizing the special effects for Casino Royale. The movie was entering its final editing phase, a crucial step in determining the quality of a film. For the rest of February, Eric focused solely on editing Casino Royale. Meanwhile, Firefly Electronics officially launched its marketing campaign for the MP3 player Fireflyer after finalizing the last plan. Although it was clear that Fireflyer had broad global market prospects, Bill Olson and the management team still decided to take a cautious approach, initially focusing on the North American market. With significant media resources from Firefly's network, the sleek and compact Fireflyer quickly appeared in ads across major television, online, and print platforms in North America. Firefly Electronics greatly collaborated with Yahoo, offering 10,000 demo units through a promotional event on the Yahoo portal. By activating their Yahoo Music Box account, users entered a daily lottery for a chance to win free trials of Fireflyer and could potentially receive Yahoo Music Store gift vouchers to purchase songs. Even though giving away 10,000 Fireflyers and a multitude of gift vouchers directly cost Firefly Electronics and Yahoo about $3 million in marketing expenses, the results were evident. It only required linking personal credit card information through Yahoo Pay and activating accounts without any substantial purchases, leading to an increase of over 700,000 new users for Yahoo Pay within a week. The total user count neared 5 million. Previously, Yahoo Pay's user growth was limited to just over 4 million due to safety concerns regarding online payment tools. As promotion continued, Fireflyer garnered significant attention. By the end of February, a Yahoo portal survey indicated that first-month shipments of Fireflyer in North America might reach 100,000 units, and this was still a conservative estimate. On the other hand, at the end of February, Yahoo revealed its first decent annual financial report after 5 years of existence. In 1996, global Internet users surpassed 80 million. North America accounted for more than half of this figure, reaching 50 million users, doubling from 1995. With the explosive growth of North America's Internet sector, Yahoo, which held over 70% of the online services market share, generated $194 million in revenue that year, with 90% of it coming from their internet advertising business, thanks to the success of their advertising network. To quickly expand within North America and overseas markets like the UK, France, Germany, Australia, Japan, and even Brazil and Latin America, Yahoo operated at a staggering cost of $335 million, reporting a loss of over $140 million for the year. However, relative to a mere $25 million in revenue the previous year, a remarkable increase of 776% was astonishing to many. While the anticipated growth rate for Yahoo in the coming year was projected to slow down significantly, the company still confidently set a conservative growth estimate of 200%. If this target was met, Yahoo could potentially achieve a break-even point and even a small profit the following year, highly beneficial for their upcoming IPO. In preparation for an IPO within 2 years, Yahoo wasted no time publishing key data on their portal's homepage after the financial report was released. This decision garnered immense attention in the industry. Anyone could understand what an over 700% annual growth rate meant. The Nasdaq market reacted strongly, with already listed internet tech stocks surging after Yahoo's annual report, and Wall Street was equally excited, raising Yahoo's valuation to $9 billion. In Los Angeles, Eric was equally surprised by the report. He had thought Yahoo would not see explosive revenue growth for at least another year or longer. It seemed that Yahoo's timely emergence had changed everything. Following Yahoo's annual report, 2 major IT companies under Firefly Investments, Cisco and America Online, also released their financial statements. Compared to Yahoo's nascent growth, their performances were impressively solid. Even the somewhat weaker America Online reported an annual revenue of $1.8 billion. Returning the focus back to Hollywood, on February 27th, Titanic entered its 10th week in theaters, achieving a weekly box office of $25.3 million, with a total gross exceeding $400 million, $417 million, to be exact. With Titanic's steady performance maintaining a weekly box office above $20 million, predictions indicated that Titanic would break Star Wars' long-held North American box office record of $460 million in its 12th week. Further predictions suggested that by the end of March, during the Oscars, Titanic's total earnings could surpass $500 million, making it the first film to reach $500 million at the North American box office. In overseas markets, Titanic was gradually released in less prominent countries, expanding its international box office to 27 regions, while countries like France, Germany, and Japan waited until closer to the Academy Awards for their debuts. The growing number of overseas releases led to enhanced ticket sales growth. Among the biggest surprises was the Brazilian market, which had historically underperformed. Despite being the largest market in Latin America, achieving $10 million in Brazil with a Hollywood film had been considered a great success. Jurassic Park, which had previously set box office records, only garnered around $14.9 million there. Therefore, Firefly did not initially classify Brazil as a critical market. Titanic premiered in Brazil on February 7th. Unexpectedly, Titanic's ticket sales in Brazil exceeded all expectations. Within just 2 weeks, it surpassed $10 million, a figure far beyond the Brazilian division's forecasts, which had anticipated around $15 million, similar to Jurassic Park. After surpassing $10 million in just 2 weeks, even the corporate headquarters no longer overlooked Titanic's box office potential in Brazil. Under Katzenberg's direct intervention, the film's screenings increased by about 50% and promotional efforts intensified. By its third week of release, Titanic saw its box office in Brazil rise, with a weekly take of $6.9 million, totaling $17 million, easily breaking the previous year's ticket sales figure of under $15 million. In Playa Vista, Firefly Studios, after more than half a month of intensive work, the initial rough cut of Casino Royale had been completed. MGM executives and the film's creators gathered at the Firefly Studios screening room to watch the movie's preview. The preview lacked credits and had a runtime of 150 minutes. Eric intended to trim further, aiming for a final cut around 140 minutes, just right for a popcorn movie. After all, there had only been one film in Hollywood's history, Titanic, that exceeded 3 hours and still achieved box office miracles. Chapter 831, 832. The more developed, the harder it is to change. The story of Casino Royale was quite simple. James Bond faced off against the Spectre organization over a massive $150 million in gambling stakes. The entire film could be broken down into 3 segments: the airport crisis, the casino showdown, and the final battle, creating a complete and smooth narrative. Even the appearance of the Angel Trio didn't require much backstory, thanks to the groundwork laid by the first 2 Charlie's Angels movies, allowing for an explosive action sequence right from the start. Over the years, after personally directing numerous big-budget films, Eric increasingly grasped the key factors for achieving success in commercial filmmaking. One of the most crucial elements was that a film's story needed to be straightforward and clear. This notion aligned perfectly with the high-concept film theory that emerged in the 1980s. The simpler the core storyline, the more room the director had to exercise creativity during filming. A classic example of this was Cameron's Terminator, where the plot centered solely around the T-800 being sent by Skynet to kill Sarah Connor, without any convoluted subplots. This approach allowed Cameron to showcase his filmmaking talent lavishly, and as a result, the film was made for $6 million but grossed $80 million worldwide, catapulting Cameron into the ranks of Hollywood's top directors. In contrast, if a film attempted to present too much content for the audience, directors often struggled to tell a complete story in just 2 hours. Hollywood had plenty of examples of films failing for this very reason. In the screening room, MGM executives and the film's creative team were evidently pleased with the film's outcome. Traditional 007 films frequently suffered from fragmented storylines, with producers stuffing in irrelevant plot points merely to highlight Bond's charm or invincibility. This often led to glaring holes in the plots. Casino Royale managed to retain the classic 007 style, while effectively flipping this drawback on its head. Bond no longer appeared randomly at a nameless villain's military base to wreak havoc, nor was he abruptly called away from some hot woman's bed by MI6 for a mission. When the movie ended, the lights came on, and a round of applause filled the theater. Knowing that Eric was not an obstinate director, everyone began openly sharing their opinions on the film. Eric was also satisfied with the outcome of Casino Royale, but he understood the concept of being too close to the project. Differences in personal vision could make certain scenes seem fine to him, but utterly out of place to others. After over an hour of discussion, Eric had a preliminary list of modifications in mind, planning to make a second round of edits within the next week. According to the production and release schedule for Casino Royale, the film would be completely finished by March. During this time, the movie would undergo further internal test screenings. This process resembled closed beta testing in online gaming. Ordinary viewers would be selected and seated in screening rooms equipped with real-time monitoring systems. Audience members had special buttons on their armrests. If they found certain scenes boring or off-putting, they could press the button at any time. The production company would then adjust the film based on real-time feedback from viewers before moving on to rating and promotional phases. Of course, these processes were not inflexible and depended heavily on the balance of power among investors, producers, and the director. If a director had complete control over the film's production, the investors and producers could not interfere, allowing the director to edit the film exactly as he envisioned. Conversely, if the final cut authority lay firmly with the producers, the director might find himself completely sidelined during the final editing stage. Eric indeed had absolute control over Casino Royale. As long as he wanted, he could edit the film exactly as he wished. However, that would clearly be unwise. Even Titanic had gone through a closed test phase where Cameron adjusted certain plot points based on audience feedback. After discussing suggested changes and having lunch at Firefly Studios, everyone parted ways. MGM's headquarters had moved close to Firefly Studios in Venice Beach, right near where Flower Films was located. Initially, Kerkorian sold all of MGM's soundstages as land, so most films needing to shoot on soundstages rented space at Firefly Studios. With MGM's resurgence, the management had discussed plans to reconstruct soundstages. Drew sought Eric's opinion, but he vetoed the idea. In recent years, more and more films began to pursue practical effects, especially big-budget ones. Unless it was a special effects scene, filming often took place outside of soundstages. With tax incentive programs blossoming across various states and even overseas, fewer Hollywood films would choose to shoot in Los Angeles. Building soundstages now would only lead to wasted resources. Eric and Drew saw off the Broccoli siblings, and as a girl exited the parking lot alongside him, Eric asked with a smile, "Don't you have to work this afternoon?" Drew moved a couple of steps closer, playfully linking her arm with Eric's, and cheerfully replied, "I do, but it's just a casting for a film. I decided not to go at the last minute since Amy and the others are taking care of things." "Ah," Eric chuckled, "what film is it?" "Species, a sci-fi horror film." Eric nodded, not showing any surprise. He remembered it was a 1995 film, but with many projects being produced earlier these days, it wasn't unusual for some films to be delayed by a year or two. It wasn't uncommon for Hollywood movies to be in the works for 10 or more years. Talking about the audition piqued her interest. Today's audition is for the female lead. I made Natasha try out too, but unfortunately, they were both so wooden on camera, they couldn't even get a word out. Eric glanced back at the quiet twins following along, and upon hearing Drew, the Natasha sisters blushed and instinctively bowed their heads when Eric looked over. Since Eric enjoyed casting Ivanka as a Lucky Charm in his films, Drew had once suggested making the Natasha sisters his mascots at Flower Films. Unfortunately, Eric had never seen the twins appear on camera. It appeared they might not have that talent. Drew had frequently popped up in various films since her cameo in Scream. Recalling that the original lead actress for Species was Natasha Henstridge, who happened to be part of the Victoria's Secret roster, Eric asked, "Since it's an audition at MGM headquarters, this must be the final round. Do you have any standouts in mind?" Amy initially wanted Polina Porizkova to play the lead, but the director disagreed, so everyone had to start over. Eric remembered Porizkova's likeness to Audrey Hepburn. If he had to decide, he wouldn't agree either. The female lead in Species needed to embody the cool and sultry charm that Natasha Henstridge had, while Polina Porizkova's elegance suited roles like a Monaco princess. Aside from previously directing the Victoria's Secret fashion show, Eric had not interacted much with Natasha Henstridge. He decided not to dwell on that and casually remarked, "If the budget allows, you could get Claudia to try out." Claudia Schiffer would be more than adequate to replace Natasha Henstridge, as their vibes were quite similar. Drew shook her head. We invited her, but Claudia didn't want to take the role because there are a lot of nude scenes, and the budget isn't huge, so they plan on opting for a cheaper newcomer. Walking together, they didn't return to Eric's office in the executive center, but headed towards the digital domain office loft. Cameron had already come by that morning, but Eric had been too wrapped up in Casino Royale matters to catch much of a conversation with him during lunch, unsure if Cameron was still around. Entering the primary digital domain loft, Eric asked the staff and quickly spotted Cameron in the lounge, animatedly talking with Stan Winston. The global success of Titanic had completely relieved the pressure Cameron previously faced, making him quite buoyant lately. Seeing Eric approach, Cameron and Stan stood up to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, the group sat down at a long table. Eric instructed the twins to grab some coffee, but Cameron couldn't contain his excitement. Eric, I can't believe you kept such great things hidden. How come you never told me? Eric laughed. You know this place better than your own home. What could you possibly not know? As a tech-savvy filmmaker, whenever Cameron showed up at Firefly Studios, it was typically to explore the digital domain. Even without a specific job, he often checked in to explore the latest visual effects technology they had developed. The collaboration between them had been very smooth, with Digital Domain supporting Cameron's projects tirelessly. This had prevented Cameron from needing to create his own Lightstorm entertainment studio. He mostly utilized Digital Domain's resources to bring his various ideas to life, while Digital Domain benefited immensely in return. Seeing Eric looking puzzled, Stan explained, Eric, it's the new IMAX and 3D screen we just installed. Eric immediately understood. Last year in New York, after noticing IMAX, he had requested Digital Domain to establish a technology team specifically for collaborating with the Canadian IMAX company on the development of IMAX and polarized 3D technology. These two technologies had actually been around for decades, but hadn't widely penetrated filmmaking for various reasons. Now, with Digital Domain's financial backing and technological support, applications were rapidly being developed. The IMAX company was also refining the last of its protocols for transferring standard film to IMAX, which they predicted would allow standard 2-hour lengths in IMAX movies the following year. Before this, IMAX films had only been 40 minutes long, and the transfer technology wasn't quite mature. The polarized 3D technology was even simpler. Recently, Digital Domain had installed a 3D IMAX compatible big screen within the studio for various tests. This must have been what Cameron was referring to as the good stuff. In the past 6 months, Cameron had been busy with the production of Titanic. Alongside the pressure from its budget and box office, he understandably hadn't kept track of Digital Domain's new technologies. This is some of my thinking from last year, he elaborated. From silent films to talkies, and from black and white to color. All of that took less than 30 years. Now, 30 years have passed again. The way we present films needs to change significantly as well. That's why I'm optimistic about these two technologies. Cameron was visibly excited. Eric, are you saying you plan to widely promote 3D and IMAX? Eric shook his head slightly with a smile. That's the plan, but it needs to be done step by step. You've likely experienced the challenges of promoting these technologies firsthand. 3D is probably more feasible. Switching to 3D projectors and the necessary equipment is manageable. But for IMAX, replacing the screens in most North American theaters isn't realistic. The number of movie screens in North America had exploded over the past several years, growing from over 22,000 in the early 1990s to more than 28,000 today. However, as the film industry became more advanced, making changes grew increasingly difficult. Among the 28,000 screens across the U.S., most were built according to conventional 2D specifications, making it impossible to fit IMAX screens, which were dozens of meters wide and tall, into existing theaters. Promoting IMAX necessitated building new cinemas altogether. Thus, Eric's first step was simply to focus on the more manageable introduction of 3D. Cameron, a passionate filmmaker, exhibited a clearer idealism than Eric. Undeterred by Eric's points, he responded, Eric, I believe as long as you want to do it, you will succeed. So, don't you think we could try using this technology in Spider-Man? Just imagine Peter Parker soaring through skyscrapers on that huge IMAX screen. And don't forget about the 3D. Those visuals would be breathtaking. Chapter 832, 833, An Idea. Cameron painted a picture of imagination, his tone filled with longing, but the girl sitting next to Eric laughed, pouring cold water on him. But that's definitely going to be very expensive. Oh, Drew. Cameron shook his head, pointing at Eric. Your concerns are definitely not a problem for this guy. The money issue isn't a problem, but the distribution channels are. Eric smiled at Cameron. If you plan to make Spider-Man in 3D, IMAX format, you'll find that. You won't be able to find any theaters playing it. Eric's words hit like a bucket of ice water, and Cameron quickly awoke to the reality. He recalled what Stan Winston had said. The 3D, IMAX screen meant for testing at Firefly Studios was, if not the first of its kind in the world, certainly one of the very few globally. However, thinking about that 3D, IMAX screen, Cameron suddenly understood, looking at Eric. You tricked me for a moment. Since the 3D, IMAX screen is here, you must have a plan ready, right? Of course, Eric didn't keep it secret and said. In fact, Firefly Software has already started secretly developing professional software tools for converting 2D to 3D. As soon as the timing is right, a dedicated 3D conversion subsidiary will be established in digital domain to bring Hollywood's classic films suitable for conversion back onto the big screen. Strictly speaking, 2D to 3D technology had already emerged. If it weren't for having all his resources tied up with Titanic, according to the original timeline, Cameron should have already produced a 3D version of Terminator 2 by this time. However, the current 2D to 3D technology could only be described as crude and was nowhere near scalable commercialization. Eric had witnessed firsthand how the proliferation of pseudo-3D technologies had ruined the bright prospects of this emerging cinematic technology in the original timeline. Now that he had enough influence and power in Hollywood, he obviously hoped that the related technology could develop more maturely to facilitate the healthy growth of the industry. Cameron pressed, Hey, Eric, don't be so vague. How long do you think it will take? Is 3 years enough? The production cycle for Spider-Man is exactly 3 years. Jim, you need to understand that to widely promote 3D films, and even further, 3D, IMAX, we face a massive upgrade across the entire industry chain. From the basic research and development of 3D cameras to the upgrade of final theater equipment, any one of these stages cannot be achieved overnight. I think at least 5 years will be needed before we see any real results. So, it's best to wait for your next film to consider this. In fact, forcibly accelerating this process wasn't impossible, but it didn't align with Eric's expansion plans for Firefly. Eric had once received a theory from Buffett to build strength during good economic times and seek expansion in adverse environments. In recent years, North America's economic conditions had been the best time. Not to mention the rapidly developing IT industry. Even Hollywood was experiencing robust growth due to the thriving global film market, with home video/DVD and cable television expanding further. Hollywood's average annual growth rate exceeded 10%. Eric knew that the current favorable environment in Hollywood would enter a period of stagnation around the year 2000 as the internet bubble burst. That would be the best time for Firefly to further expand. Eric's investment plan in NASDAQ IT stocks through Clover Holdings was also a way to accumulate funds for Firefly Group's expansion post-2000. With Firefly Group's current scale, hundreds of millions of dollars in small mergers could hardly be called an expansion. If he could use the timing of the internet bubble to accumulate $2 to $3 billion in cash reserves, Firefly Group could then pay less in equity shares or even not use the stock exchange model at all when entering new industries or seeking merger targets. Cameron obviously couldn't envision such grand industrial development plans. He just felt it was a bit of a pity. Under other circumstances, Cameron might have postponed the production plan for Spider-Man for a few years, and he could wait. However, this project was something he had promised Eric long ago. Although he faced enormous pressure from Titanic, Cameron also knew that Eric was under just as much, if not more, pressure. Eric had been so supportive, sometimes blindly so. If Titanic failed at the box office, the management at Firefly might lose faith in Eric. Since Eric had given him such great support, as someone true to his nature, he wouldn't let Eric down. They chatted some more about 3D IMAX. Eric felt a bit dry-mouthed and took a few sips of his coffee before casually asking, "Jim, what have you been busy with lately?" The Spider-Man project wasn't set to kick off until the second half of the year, and Cameron didn't need to worry about the Oscar campaigning for Titanic. Whether or not to go to Europe or Japan for the next phase of promotion was entirely up to him. He should be having a pretty carefree time. Cameron said, "Not much. I'm not as much of a workaholic as you. Oh, by the way, I just thought of another good idea. Once it matures, I might present it. Maybe Firefly would want to make a movie out of it." Eric perked up. "Share it. Maybe we can brainstorm together." Cameron didn't hold back and replied, "It's a sci-fi screenplay about a girl escaping from a cyborg base after the world suffers a global disaster. Right now, I have just some basic background setups. I'm still figuring out what this global disaster should be." "Of course, it's nuclear war," Drew joked from the side. Eric immediately recalled what Cameron's idea was, chuckling, then added to the girl's words, "If it's nuclear war, there wouldn't be many survivors left on Earth. A large-scale nuclear war would leave strong radiation that could prevent life from continuing on the planet for decades." "That's correct," Stan Winston added from across the table. "Moreover, following a nuclear war, there would likely be a nuclear winter where radiation clouds block out the sun and the Earth's surface temperature could drop below freezing. Even if humanity survives the war and has some means to shield from radiation, the ensuing nuclear winter would lead to the death of vast amounts of flora and fauna, ultimately causing humanity to starve." "I think the same," Cameron said. "So, nuclear war is simply unsuitable. That'd be a full-on post-apocalyptic era. What I want is just a chaotic period after a large-scale global disaster. Humanity might face mass fatalities, cities could be desolate, but the living environment on Earth wouldn't become too harsh." "You're a fan of anime, right?" Eric interjected, pretending to be casual as he listened to Cameron. "If that's the case, you should know there are various special global attacks in many Japanese sci-fi comics that can cause massive malfunctions in electronic devices worldwide." Cameron immediately got it. "You mean electromagnetic wave attacks?" Eric nodded. "Electromagnetic weaponry is still in the experimental stage, but by your conception, I can guess you're choosing a point in the future where these weapons would be fully developed and humanity's dependence on electronic devices would be even stronger. So when these devices are attacked, it would undoubtedly lead to worldwide social chaos. Just think about it. If there were a global blackout today, the consequences would be catastrophic." "Exactly." Cameron clapped his hands, suddenly seeing things clearly. "We could even establish a more comprehensive worldview for this story. In a turbulent era, under martial law, where ordinary citizens struggle to survive. And also a much larger conspiracy brewing after this disaster. So, the female protagonist in the story should be the link connecting all of this," Eric continued. "However, with this setup, I feel this idea should be more suitable for a TV series rather than a movie." "That's fine, too," Cameron agreed, not insisting. "The girl in the story should be very kind but also strong, and her character should have multiple complex facets, like an angel fallen to the bottom. Let's call her Dark Angel. What do you think?" "Sounds good." Eric nodded with a smile. "I'll flesh out the concept during this time. Eric, if Firefly's interested, get a writing team ready for me." Eric nodded. Although in the history of television, this classic sci-fi series had only run 2 seasons before being canceled, it wasn't any flaw of the show itself. Years later, sci-fi fans continued to reminisce about the series' unresolved stories. "Jim, I can help you get a writing team, but I do have one condition." "What is it?" Cameron asked, sounding curious. Eric grinned. "The lead actress. I'll pick her. I really don't trust your taste." Everyone burst into laughter. Cameron shrugged. "Fine by me, but I was very satisfied with the lead actress in Titanic, so that means our tastes should be pretty close." "Oh, and one more thing," Eric suddenly remembered. "This TV series fits the tastes of younger audiences and isn't suited for ABC. Coincidentally, this year Fox's The X-Files has concluded. If you're willing, it might be good to have this series take over the X-Files time slot." "That's your job," Cameron said. "I won't fuss over distribution. I wouldn't mind if you directly had Fox produce it." Eric nodded and laughed. "Then I'll have the writing team from the X-Files contact you. They have extensive experience in crafting sci-fi scripts. Dark Angel was purely serendipitous. Cameron's focus would still remain on Spider-Man, not taking on the producer's role as he would have in the original timeline, and Eric swiftly let Fox take the lead on this project. With the X-Files wrapping up, Fox needed a new sci-fi series to fill the slot. Thanks to the powerful impact of Titanic, Fox placed great importance on Dark Angel, and the project quickly entered the preparation phase. In the meantime, Eric continued working on the post-production of Casino Royale. Meanwhile, beyond Hollywood, after months of preparation, international capital led by Soros' Quantum Fund began its first wave of probing attacks on Southeast Asian countries. This first wave wasn't particularly large. Additionally, because Soros had been openly predicting the downfall of the Southeast Asian economy since last year, there was a degree of wariness amongst those nations. In just 2 weeks of this initial attack, international capital not only failed to gain an upper hand, but also lost hundreds of millions in the Thai baht trading war. While this loss didn't cause any tangible impact on the massive international capital, it solidified the confidence of Southeast Asian countries, which believed they had enough power to resist external currency speculators attacking their currency. As Southeast Asian nations celebrated stories of international capital returning empty-handed, they remained blissfully unaware that their vulnerabilities had already been inadvertently grasped by their opponents. What came next would be the real storm. From the very start, Eric had no intention of passing up this opportunity. Since the beginning of the year, Chris had secretly begun assembling a trading team in New York. After the first probe from international capital, Chris flew to Los Angeles to personally discuss future plans with Eric. By mid-March, in Malibu at the Liberty City estate, after having just finished lunch, Chris and Eric sat together by the villa's glass wall, discussing the matter. Eric put down his coffee cup and said, "We just finished compiling the annual financial data. Our net profits for the year were approximately $1.76 billion. After dividends, we can take home around $1.3 billion, but Yahoo needs to set aside $500 million. That's the biggest expenditure. Firefly Electronics will also need $200 million. As for Amazon, I've reviewed Bezos's investment report, another $100 million. Other companies, just to be safe, need to set aside $200 million, so you'll only have about $300 million to work with." Chapter 833, 834, Wedding Invitation. Based on the trajectory of the Nasdaq over the coming years, Eric's stock investments from the past 2 years were likely to yield at least 5 times his initial investment when cashed out at the right moment. After buying $2 billion worth of Nasdaq IT stocks last year, Eric planned to invest another $4 billion this year and next while the Nasdaq index remained below 2,000, and begin cashing out in phases once the index hit 3,000. Compared to this plan, the currency speculation during the Asian financial crisis appeared less enticing. After months of operations, the returns might barely reach twofold, making it seem unworthy if too many funds were tied up in it, ultimately delaying the opportunity to purchase IT stocks at the right price. At the same time, Eric wanted to avoid attracting too much attention from Southeast Asian countries. Whether it was Firefly Group or Firefly Investments, both would eventually aim to develop business in the region. Thus, he was only willing to contribute $300 million this time to simply join in the fun and make a little pocket money. After all, the girl had long wanted to buy a Boeing 777. Chris was aware of Eric's situation and didn't think that the $300 million was too little. However, after some observation, Chris perceived the Asian economic crisis as an opportunity. He remarked, "I leveraged a portion of my equity in the company and secured a $300 million loan from JP Morgan. Emily's family is also willing to pitch in $100 million, so combined, we have $700 million. $700 million. That's a pretty lucky number." Eric laughed. Chris's 3% stake in Firefly Investments was valued over $1 billion based on their current asset size. Eric didn't find anything wrong with it, knowing that even if Chris lost the entire $300 million, a 1% stake loss wouldn't have a substantial impact on Firefly Group. Moreover, this was purely a game of how much could be earned. The coincidence of the number arose from Eric's earlier bet on Kuwait's oil futures, which was also in the vicinity of $700 million. Chris immediately recalled how they had both thought Eric was crazy back then, only to see the results turn out to be wildly successful. With a chuckle, Chris added, "This time around, we surely won't see returns as crazy as before. Based on what I have, international hedge funds will need about 3 months to establish short positions following this exploratory strike. The next wave should be around July. In that 3-month period, everyone's rushing to position themselves, and the competition will only reduce leverage, so being able to achieve even a 100% return would be quite good." Although Chris had been focused on industrial investments for the past few years, Eric could tell that Chris hadn't lost his touch as a finance major. He remembered that the Asian financial crisis officially erupted on a grand scale in July. "The potential returns from this money aren't what matters to me. I'm more concerned about the impact on the federal economy," Eric continued. "If the emerging Asian economies are destroyed like those in Latin America during the 70s and 80s, and Europe's economy hasn't recovered yet, a flood of hot money will flow into the North American market. It's easy to imagine North America will experience another Super Bowl market." Chris nodded, considering his words. He said, "Eric, I know you have a detailed plan in mind, but I just want to remind you not to hesitate when it's time to cash out. From my perspective, the Nasdaq market already shows signs of a bubble. Look at Microsoft. They had an annual net profit of only $2.1 billion last year, and their current market cap has skyrocketed to $120 billion. That's way overvalued. The North American stock market doesn't have any trading halts, and if we wait too long, your $6 billion investment could turn from massive profits into significant losses in a single day. From where I sit, Microsoft's stock price hasn't even approached its peak," Eric replied seriously. "But don't worry, Chris. You know I'm not the type who lets greed cloud my judgment." "Right," Chris nodded, then suddenly smiled. "Speaking of which, I attended a family party hosted by Steve Forbes last week. I got some figures from the upcoming Forbes billionaire list. Want to know how much you're worth?" Forbes usually published its annual billionaire list around March, and Eric subscribed to the magazine. He remembered that this issue was slated for release the following Monday, but before that, there had been a flurry of discussions across various financial media regarding the Forbes rankings. Even if Eric hadn't been closely following, he would have heard some snippets of information. Watching Chris build suspense, Eric grinned. "I'm curious to know what Forbes has estimated your wealth at." $1.1 billion, which pales in comparison to yours." Chris shrugged, but he felt extremely satisfied. From a regular analyst at Morgan Stanley to amassing over $1 billion in 6 years, he surely ranked among the highest-paid fund managers in North America. While there were many family investment funds similar to Firefly Investments, those fund managers, despite their high salaries, rarely had access to equity. Chris also understood that although Eric did little to manage the specifics of Firefly Investments, he was fundamentally the key figure behind its current scale. Chris was merely the executor. Without Eric's keen eye in identifying companies like Cisco, America Online, and Nokia, or his crucial role in establishing Yahoo, Firefly Investments would never have grown so rapidly. Thinking about it, Chris picked up his coffee, took a sip, and said, "Forget it. You can check the Forbes magazine yourself next week. I'll leave you a surprise. I should probably head out now." It was Thursday, a workday. Chris had flown in from San Francisco, and neither of them was idle. Eric didn't try to prolong his stay, intending to walk Chris outside when Chris didn't budge. Instead, he pulled an envelope from his briefcase and handed it over. "What's this?" Eric asked curiously. Seeing that the envelope wasn't sealed, he opened it and found a wedding invitation. Glancing at it, he looked up with a smile. "You and Emily are finally planning to tie the knot." "Yeah," Chris replied, a bit embarrassed, gesturing vaguely. "My dad and Emily's parents have been pushing us for a while. More importantly, Emily is over a month pregnant now." "Wow, congratulations. You're going to be a dad," Eric remarked, glancing at the invitation again. "May 20th. What a nice date. Where are you planning to hold the wedding?" "Maryland, at my dad's farm," Chris said, adding a hint of complaint. "You know Emily's personality. Ever since she found out she was pregnant, she's been angry at me for delaying her career. But there's really no reason to postpone any longer. My dad and her parents won't allow it. That's just pre-wedding jitters. It'll be fine after a while," Eric assured him, putting the invitation away. So how are the wedding preparations going? Have you both invited anyone? Dad and her parents are in charge of that. You know, they're retired, so they have plenty of time. You're the first one to get an invitation. We haven't finalized the guest list yet. Eric pondered for a moment and suggested, if you don't mind, why not take this opportunity to bring everyone together for a gathering? Everyone? Chris asked, puzzled. John Chambers from Cisco, Steve Case from America Online, Yorma Alala from Nokia, and Ian Gurney from Yahoo. Plus, from Firefly Group, there's Katzenberg, Frank, and Robert. Eric listed off. Usually, we don't have a chance to get together. Your wedding would be the perfect occasion, just like last year's Yahoo Alliance conference. I've always thought we should gather at least once or twice a year. But wouldn't that be too much of a spectacle? Chris hesitated, realizing that Eric's idea would translate to a major gathering of the Firefly Network's top management. It would undoubtedly attract more media attention than last year's laid-back encounter at the Yahoo annual meeting. Eric joked, "Come on, it's a wedding. I really think you'll only have this chance once in your lifetime. It should be as lively as possible." Well, of course, you can talk to Emily about it first. If you want to invite any Hollywood stars to show up, just let me know, and I'll help you with the invites. All right, I'll discuss it with Emily tonight. As for the stars, we'll pass. Chris accepted, packing his briefcase and standing up. Oh, and about Joan and her side. Emily and I won't be sending them separate invitations. Just bring them along to Maryland. You can take a few extras if you like. Don't worry, I won't let you miss out on the fun. Eric laughed, playfully punching Chris on the shoulder. The two continued their light banter as they walked out of the villa together. After dropping Chris off at Santa Monica Airport, Eric went to Firefly Studios to review adjustments that needed to be made after a closed screening of Casino Royale. He had been busy with this project recently. Working until 7 p.m., Eric finally clocked out, and there was an added guest in his car, Christina Aguilera. There were a few scenes involving Christina that needed adjustments, so she had been assisting with voiceovers at the studio's post-production center that afternoon. After Venice, the two hadn't found much time together, but after hinting subtly a few times, Christina patiently waited for Eric to finish work before he took her home. After having dinner at a restaurant in Malibu, they arrived home after 8 p.m. The petite girl didn't spare any effort in flirting with Eric. Just as they were tangled together on the bed, Eric's phone unexpectedly rang. Letting go of Christina, Eric checked the incoming call. It was Chris calling. He answered the phone and casually threw on a bathrobe as he stepped outside. Eric didn't feel the need to overly guard himself against the women in his life. All he aimed to do was prevent them from making mistakes, which worked out best for everyone. It was already late night in New York when Chris called, suggesting that it must be something important, and so Eric preferred to keep Christina from overhearing. Leaving the bedroom, Eric pushed open a small lounge upstairs, walking to the balcony to speak with Chris. However, Chris didn't have anything too pressing to discuss. He brought up the topic of inviting Firefly management to his wedding, saying Emily had agreed, and called to inform Eric. They chatted for a few moments, and eventually, the phone was handed over to Emily. They talked about a few details, and once Eric hung up, he couldn't help but feel amused and a little sympathetic towards Chris. After flying around both coasts, having just returned to New York, he hadn't rested yet so late at night. Apparently, Emily had been quite demanding lately. A woman who discovered she's unexpectedly pregnant and dealing with pre-wedding jitters? Strong-willed. Yikes, that scene sounded terrifying. Hanging up the phone, Eric returned to the bedroom and put the phone back on the nightstand, directing his gaze to the bed. Christina lay nestled on the bed softly, her face flushed and eyes dreamy, looking like a well-loved doll. Although Eric knew she was just acting, he still felt a surge of desire and reached over to give her a gentle squeeze. With a soft gasp, Christina curled into a tiny ball but tightened her embrace around Eric's hand, the sparkle in her eyes even brighter. Lifting her up, Eric settled back onto the bed. "Hey, come sit on me and move around." Perhaps they had played too hard the night before, as Eric was jolted awake by Christina's voice. With the curtains automatically drawn open, bright sunlight flooded the room, forcing Eric to shield his eyes. Holding a newspaper, Christina leaned beside him with a glint of excitement in her voice. "Eric, the latest weekly box office for Titanic is out. It grossed $22 million this week, totaling $469 million. It broke the Star Wars record. You have to take a look. Chapter 834, 835, A Little Regret. Titanic's box office had already hit $447 million last week, and it seemed almost inevitable that it would surpass the $460 million North American box office record of Star Wars this week. Eric wasn't overly surprised by this. Listening to Christina's excited tone, it was obvious she was a fan of Titanic. As his drowsiness faded, Eric turned over in bed, smiling as he looked at Christina, who lay next to him. "We'll talk about it later. Right now." As he spoke, Eric suddenly reached out, wrapping his arm around Christina's slender waist and pulling her close, rolling over in the process. Don't." Christina playfully protested, laughing as she pretended to struggle against him. With Eric towering over 6 feet, Christina, at only 5 feet 1 inch, was dwarfed by him, and as he moved, her petite form completely disappeared beneath him. "Little kitty, remember this next time. Waking a man suddenly can make him pretty grumpy." Christina squinted at him, her cheeks flushed, stretching her arms as Eric removed her little t-shirt, begging softly. "Eric, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. We'll deal with the next time later. You still need to be punished this time. But I made breakfast. If you wait too long, it's going to get cold." Upon hearing this, Eric felt hunger gnawing at him. He glanced out at the sunshine. Time was getting late. With the filming for Casino Royale wrapping up soon, he knew he had to oversee the final details himself. Resisting his temptation, he finally released Christina and rolled out of bed. "All right, since you're being so good, I'll let you off this time." Star Wars had grossed over $460 million after numerous re-releases in 20 years. Thus, if they were talking about first-release box office records, before Titanic, Eric's Jurassic Park, which had earned $450 million in North America, held that title. Regardless, after 12 weeks in theaters, Titanic racked up a North American box office of $469 million, breaking all previous records and earning an unprecedented 12 consecutive weeks at #1 in the North American box office. Though everyone knew Titanic would break the North American box office record this week without question, the number of those as calm as Eric after the reality set in was few. After getting up, in the half hour he spent having breakfast with Christina, Eric received 5 or 6 calls on his mobile phone. The media in North America had focused on this achievement today. Many of the newspapers Eric subscribed to displayed the headline news about Titanic breaking North America's box office record. Online, the excitement surged, with Titanic's large fan base flooding Yahoo community and various movie forums to celebrate its box office success. At the company's behest, ABC's morning show Good Morning America dedicated a full 20 minutes to recounting the film's journey from production to release. The host even connected live with several creative team members who were promoting the film in Japan, leading to a 30% increase in viewership for Good Morning America. Just a few months earlier, no one had predicted whether Titanic would manage to break the North American box office record in that week. However, today was March 14th, with only 10 days left until the 69th Academy Awards. After the nominations were announced, the release dates for the film in the remaining key overseas markets were scheduled in the subsequent 2 weeks to maximize Titanic's Oscar influence. This meant the number of countries where Titanic would be released internationally would soar from fewer than 30 to 68. On this day, the number of overseas release countries for Titanic would increase by 17, including Germany, France, and Japan, its most significant overseas markets. In the original timeline, Titanic's first international run had grossed $1.2 billion. Eric recalled that the Japan box office was about $200 million. Given the current $91 million box office figure from the UK market, both Germany and France, which had similar market scales, might also surpass $100 million. This meant these 3 markets would collectively account for around $400 million, representing about 1/3 of Titanic's previous international box office total. With this in mind, Firefly was particularly focused on the releases in these 3 countries. In fact, the main creators of Titanic had already been rushing to attend premiere events across Europe and Japan, with Cameron and others still in Japan. Eric was confident that after this new round of wide releases, Titanic's overseas box office would explode. Until then, due to Firefly's established distribution strategy, the overseas box office had barely reached $400 million. After a busy morning at Firefly Studios, Eric headed to Burbank in the afternoon for a meeting about the next stage of Titanic's release. The cumulative box office for Titanic in week 12 reached $469 million, which posed a minor dilemma, or a regret, for Firefly's distribution department. Even though Titanic's box office revenue has maintained a weekly scale of $20 million, based on our survey data, the majority of this consists of repeat viewings by core fans. These people keep returning to theaters, not only because of the film's inherent charm, but also because of their passion for it and their hopes for it to create more box office miracles. Robert Thompson, the president of Firefly's distribution department, outlined the current situation during the meeting. So, Titanic has 3 promotional points to stimulate continued growth in its North American box office, breaking the North American box office record, reaching a total North American takings of $500 million, and the Oscars. If we can stagger these 3 events across 3 weeks, that would undoubtedly be optimal. But the current situation is that Titanic has already broken the record, and the remaining 2 points are likely to occur in the same week, or even the same day. As the Oscars are just 1 complete week plus 1 weekend away, the awards ceremony is set for the Monday of the week after next. That's when the box office for the weekend's 14th week will be reported. Though Robert Thompson stated this, his tone didn't carry much regret, nor did anyone else in the meeting room. Everyone could tell that with Titanic breaking the North American box office record this week, and then perhaps breaking the $500 million mark next week, followed by an Oscar battle the week after, it looked like a perfect sequence of promotional events. However, maintaining a weekly revenue of over $20 million was already a huge show of support from fans. While Firefly could easily inject $10 million to boost Titanic's box office past $500 million next week, doing so would be akin to scratching a perfect gem like Titanic, which would likely send their competitors into a frenzy of envy. As everyone murmured amongst themselves, someone commented, "Robert, did you forget to consider the global box office breaking $1 billion as a promotional point?" "Of course I considered it," Robert Thompson replied. "But that's not a new record. Jurassic Park broke that 4 years ago. Besides, this figure will likely be available after the Oscars, and by then, there's a good chance the North American box office will start to decline significantly. We shouldn't expect much from the North American market." Someone else chimed in, "What about a global figure of $2 billion? The meeting fell silent for a moment before everyone broke into quiet laughter. Robert Thompson shook his head, looking at the speaker, Kenneth Horn, the president of New Line Cinema. Before Titanic's release, Kenneth Horn had experienced a significant boost in his position within the group as New Line had nearly matched the box office performance of Firefly's major production departments. However, with Titanic's explosive success, New Line's numbers were left far behind once again. Kenneth, who had been seeking more resources for New Line, naturally felt very frustrated, though he wouldn't show it in this setting. Within the Firefly group, Kenneth Horn and Robert Thompson held similar status. Kenneth Horn oversaw New Line Cinema, which included a complete production and distribution system. Although they primarily produced mid to low-budget films, New Line had consistently delivered impressive results over the years. Supported by former New Line personnel, Kenneth still received significant attention from higher-ups. Robert Thompson, as president of Firefly's distribution department, managed the global distribution of films for Firefly, Disney, and Pixar. Even though he didn't handle production, his control over major film releases made him a formidable player. Though their businesses didn't overlap, both were competitive within the same framework. "Kenneth, since you said that, how about a bet? If Titanic's global box office surpasses $2 billion, I'll treat everyone present to dinner. If not, you do." "Sure thing. A dinner is something I can manage," Kenneth Horn replied without hesitation, glancing around. In this celebratory atmosphere, no one minded this small wager. Although almost everyone felt that while Titanic could undoubtedly break $1 billion, even possibly reaching $1.5 billion, $2 billion seemed too far-fetched. Eric closed the document he had been reviewing, raised his head, and smiled at the two of them. All right, I'll take note of your bet. I'll pick the place, so you both better save your year-end bonuses. As key executives at Firefly, both Kenneth Horne and Robert Thompson earned bonuses in the multi-million-dollar range. When Eric mentioned this, Robert Thompson exclaimed in mock horror, "Eric, you'd be better off robbing a bank. No hotel in the world could cost millions for a single meal. Robbery is illegal, and I'm a law-abiding citizen." Eric chuckled, making a joke. After sharing a good laugh, Katzenberg announced the next agenda item. After analyzing for some time, we discovered that many Titanic fans are incredibly interested in the filming process. We've perfectly preserved all the props used during Titanic's production, and the massive model of the ship still stands at the filming location in Rosarito, Mexico, while some key props have been taken back to Los Angeles and are currently stored in the studio's warehouse. So, let's discuss the feasibility of a Titanic-themed exhibition. As Katzenberg finished speaking, there was a moment of silence in the room. Everyone was flipping through the distributed survey reports. Eric also began reviewing the survey in his hand. Many people have a keen interest in collections. Props from classic films can often sell for astronomical prices, providing a rich cultural context for hosting an exhibition on the Titanic's props. While unsure of the specific figures from the original timeline, Eric remembered that after Titanic's massive success, Fox had held grand prop tours around the globe. There's no way Fox would have undertaken such an endeavor had there not been substantial financial incentive. Moreover, one thing Eric regretted most in the original timeline was that Cameron's 1:1 scale Titanic model, replicated perfectly at the Rosarito set, was dismantled and sold for scrap metal during the film's post-production phase to raise funds. This would surely be a sore point for many fans. This time around, Eric had instructed the film's creators from the start to preserve all props carefully. His initial rationale was to support future productions of retro-related Titanic films, as those props had cost tens of millions to create. However, now that Titanic had achieved similar success as before, the real reason behind this decision could be presented without hesitation. While the Titanic-themed exhibition could not exist as long as a Disney theme park, Firefly, armed with vast experience in operating theme parks, could easily surpass Fox's attempts from the past. Chapter 835, 836, The Rise of the Media Oligarchs. When it came to hosting a Titanic-themed exhibition, the best venue was undoubtedly the Rosarito film set in Mexico. However, after much discussion, everyone unanimously agreed that this idea was completely impractical. Not to mention the visa issues. Most fans simply wouldn't travel across borders just to visit the filming location of a movie. Moreover, safety at the Mexico-US border was also a significant concern. Eric's trip to Mexico last year had left him with a strong impression of this reality. If a visitor encountered theft or even kidnapping while touring the Titanic set, or worse, lost their life, Firefly would find itself in a very precarious position. Such incidents were an unfortunate norm in Mexico, which was plagued with drug traffickers and gang violence. Cameron's friend, the Mexican director Guillermo del Toro, who had initially convinced him to set up the Titanic production in Rosarito, had seen his elderly father kidnapped shortly after he gained some recognition in Hollywood. Los Angeles, on the other hand, was a different story. According to statistics, over 30 million tourists visited the city each year. As a holy place for movie fans worldwide, most visitors to Los Angeles typically toured attractions like Universal Studios and Disneyland, thus ensuring a steady stream of guests for the Titanic-themed exhibition. After an afternoon of deliberation, Eric ultimately decided to place the Titanic exhibition within Los Angeles' Firefly Studios. The massive model of the Titanic that had been constructed in Rosarito would be disassembled and transported back to Los Angeles for reassembly, undergoing a complete renovation to create exhibition halls, restaurants, and other spaces for enhanced visitor experience. While this would incur hefty expenses, they paled in comparison to the enormous profits the Titanic would bring to Firefly. Initially, Eric had purchased 100 hectares of land in Playa Vista. Although Firefly Studios had expanded over the years, much of this land had been utilized. There remained ample space to dedicate to the Titanic project. For a film destined to make its mark in cinematic history, Titanic deserved such treatment. The company had a specialized team known as the Dream Engineers that was responsible for building and maintaining several major Disneyland parks across the globe. With the plan confirmed, the next stages of the project would be handled by this well-experienced crew. During the meeting, some higher-ups also proposed expanding Firefly Studios into a full-fledged tourist attraction, mimicking the model of Universal Studios. This idea intrigued Eric. However, excluding Disney's brand resources, Firefly didn't possess enough projects accumulated over the years to support a theme park just yet. Therefore, this plan would have to be shelved. Nonetheless, the Titanic represented a promising start, and if successful, Firefly could later develop attractions based on their other movie projects more suitable for theme parks, leading to a natural transition into a tourist destination. To wrap up the production of Casino Royale as quickly as possible, Eric didn't take a break that weekend. He finished the film's post-production work in the last 2 days, ensuring that the rating and promotional tasks wouldn't require his further concern. As a new week began, while Eric hoped for a few days of rest, the influx of various matters kept him occupied. On Sunday night, March 16th, FFM Television's highly anticipated The Sopranos officially premiered. Eric had high hopes for this series. Aside from personally intervening in the casting of the lead role, ensuring that James Gandolfini from the original timeline was chosen, he hadn't meddled with any other aspects. Eric instructed Harvey Weinstein to allow the show's primary creator, David Chase, to have as much creative freedom as possible. The Sopranos was recognized by multiple media outlets as the #1 television series in the original timeline, mainly because it broke from traditional TV formats to create an entirely new and intricate narrative style. If those stuck in traditional production thinking nonsensically interfered, The Sopranos risked becoming a generic show, losing the unique qualities that made it appealing. Although there were slight differences from the original, the core production concepts remained unchanged. Thus, after the first episode aired, The Sopranos immediately garnered significant attention from critics. Entertainment Weekly nearly gave it a perfect score, describing it as a series filled with surprises. A well-known critic from the Boston Globe provided an enthusiastic review, saying, "The Sopranos is a surprisingly unique new series." The main character, Tony Soprano, is the head of a gang in New Jersey, but his crew is a far cry from the grandeur of the Corleone family in The Godfather, consisting merely of a handful of guys involved in shakedowns and protection rackets. His largest enterprise might just be a strip club. Beyond this murky identity, he is also a regular middle-aged man facing a midlife crisis, troubled by his restless children, a neurotic mother, and a wife who constantly brings him new challenges, forcing him to seek therapy. From a character perspective, we might struggle to see any standout features. However, this innovative series presents a new layered narrative style underneath its mundane facade, with the storytelling flowing seamlessly without disorder and the writer's control over. The plot structure is nearly flawless, leaving audiences eagerly anticipating the next episode. Eric wasn't too familiar with the process that led The Sopranos from its premiere to widespread popularity. He originally thought the series would develop gradually, akin to Breaking Bad later on. However, the response following the pilot episode far exceeded his expectations. In a call with Harvey Weinstein, Eric even asked if such an impressive media reaction was the result of Harvey's efforts, to which he chuckled and denied. With strong initial promotion, The Sopranos premiere drew 1.76 million viewers, nearly 40% of FFM's total subscriptions. As a pay cable channel, every viewer was a valid subscriber without the need to account for the 18 to 49 demographic, and no advertisements interrupted the show. The Sopranos' successful launch immediately caught the attention of major competitor HBO, which once again announced its plans to produce original series in the upcoming week. They had previously announced plans for original programming last year, but due to slow execution within the Time Warner system, HBO hadn't released any formal projects until the premiere of The Sopranos. Eric remembered HBO's first original series well. It wasn't Sex and the City or The Sopranos, but rather the less heralded yet equally excellent Oz. Given HBO's slow reaction, the Oz project was unlikely to fall into their hands. FFM had already acquired the script at the start of the year, and as long as The Sopranos garnered positive reactions, production on Oz would soon follow. During the weekend, while Eric was at work, Christina stayed behind at the manor. The girl who had initially planned to spend the weekend at the estate only complained lightly to Eric over the phone. Monday morning arrived. After finishing a call with Harvey Weinstein, Eric entered the dining room to read the day's newspaper. Christina, wearing a cropped t-shirt and jeans, with an apron nearly engulfing her petite frame, buzzed around serving breakfast in the dining room before finally sitting down across from Eric. Yet today, there was an unusual expression on her face, one that resembled admiration or perhaps awe, leaving Eric a bit confused. Taking a sip of hot milk beside him, Eric jokingly asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did you just now realize I'm actually this handsome?" "Not really," Christina said, smiling. She glanced at the stack of newspapers in front of Eric, raised her hand as if to point at something, paused, stood up, and inexplicably said, "I just remembered. I flipped through them this morning, and it's probably on the sofa by the wall." Curious, Eric watched Christina dash out of the kitchen, quickly returning with a copy of Forbes. It turned out to be the latest issue of Forbes magazine, which he remembered was set to release today. Oh, this issue featured the list of the 400 wealthiest people in America. No wonder she had reacted that way. Eric's net worth had already reached $67.7 billion last year, and most financial media predicted he would surpass $80 billion when this issue came out. $80 billion was quite a staggering figure for most. This year, aside from the stable growth of Firefly Group, its investments in companies like Cisco, Yahoo, and America Online had nearly doubled. For instance, Cisco's market value had increased from just over $10 billion last year to $33.2 billion based on recent stock prices. America Online's market value, previously under $10 billion, had similarly risen to $15.3 billion. "Let me see how much money I have now," Eric said with a smile as he took the magazine from Christina. Predictably, his photo graced the cover, and only glancing at the headline, he exclaimed in shocked amusement, "They really want to put me on the hot seat." On the magazine cover, what surprised Eric wasn't just the eye-catching figure of $98.7 billion, which was over $10 billion more than what most media had projected. It was the sensitive headline beneath that read, "The Rise of the Media Oligarchs." The term oligarch was by no means a flattering one. While nearly all capital entities aspired to become industry oligarchs, few would openly brag about it. The term implied monopoly and exorbitant profits, as well as exploitation and oppression. Just like in the early 20th century, although the Rockefeller family created an unprecedented wealth legend, their notorious practices, such as employing mercenaries to suppress minors, led to their lasting bad reputation. Even a century later, the Rockefeller descendants faced reporters spouting, "Do you still want to control America?" Of course, even if one didn't care about external reputations, the connection to the term oligarch often led to unwanted antitrust investigations, which was quite the headache. However, Eric soon noticed a crucial distinction. The title used by Forbes was "The Rise of the Media Oligarchs" rather than simply "The Rise of the Oligarchs." That added word made a significant difference. Realizing this, Eric quickly flipped through the magazine to find related articles. As is well known, Hollywood movie companies have always exhibited a competitive atmosphere throughout a century of development. Due to the strong uncertainties inherent in creative industries, it is challenging for any one company to dominate entirely. However, in recent years, the gradual relaxation of federal regulations on the media industry has allowed Hollywood's major movie companies to transcend their original confines in content production. Thus, the previously balanced state has been rapidly disrupted. The most vigorous force in this new reshuffling of the media industry is undoubtedly the Firefly Group, which was founded less than a decade ago. Although the Firefly Group has yet to release its financial report for 1996, based on a wealth of publicly available information, we can predict that the Firefly Group's overall revenue for 1996 will likely exceed the unprecedented figure of $30 billion. Even just 5 years ago, only a handful of media companies crossed the $10 billion annual revenue threshold. The Firefly Group's explosive revenue growth is attributable to a series of mergers and acquisitions since the 1990s. While media giants like Time Warner and Viacom have also pursued similar mergers, only the Firefly Group, after successfully merging with New Line Cinema, Disney, and ABC, through the remarkable foresight of Eric Williams and a robust and efficient internal management team, has managed to achieve rapid integration between the various companies post-acquisition, alongside persistent high-speed development. By contrast, Time Warner, under the leadership of the late Steve Ross, could almost be indistinguishable from a disbanded group. Viacom's Sumner Redstone, while an experienced veteran, notably lacked the acumen for the rapidly evolving media industry. Following the mergers with Blockbuster and Paramount Pictures, the fundamentally conservative Redstone did not effectively restructure or integrate the two companies. Blockbuster's business showed clear signs of decline, while Paramount's film operations remained uninspired. Theoretical analysis hardly showcases the differences among these three domestic media giants. However, their annual performance reports make it abundantly clear. Based on available information, in 1996, Time Warner reported annual revenues of $10.1 billion, enduring an annual loss of $191 million. With fixed assets of $35 billion, Time Warner's stock market valuation stood at only $24.3 billion. In contrast, Viacom achieved revenues of $12.1 billion with a net profit of $1.2 billion, transforming into North America's second-largest media group, although the gap between it and the Firefly Group was starkly evident. Thanks to its media networks, film and entertainment, theme parks, merchandise, and special effects companies, the Firefly Group's annual revenue has reached approximately $30 billion. Considering the group's average net profit margin of 11% from previous years, the Firefly Group's annual net profit should be around $3.3 billion. Given the ongoing strong growth across its various business sectors, the primary valuation for a public company suggests Firefly Group's market value should soar to around $85 billion. Hence, whether in terms of annual profit, revenue figures, or market valuation, the Firefly Group has indeed created a significant gap from its industry competitors, demonstrating the characteristics of a dominant oligarchy. Chapter 836, 837, Going Against the Grain. In addition to providing a detailed comparison of the financial data of Firefly Group, Time Warner, and Viacom, Forbes also drew parallels using examples from the three telecom giants to prove their point. In 1996, AT&T, the leading powerhouse in the American telecommunications industry, reported annual revenues exceeding $74 billion. In contrast, its closest competitors, Verizon and Sprint, racked up a combined total of only $30 billion, which was less than half of AT&T's revenue. While Firefly's revenue figures didn't show as stark a difference from Time Warner and Viacom as AT&T's figures did from Verizon and Sprint, the trend was clear. Moreover, in terms of industry layout, Firefly shared many similarities with AT&T. AT&T was itself a diversified telecommunications giant, encompassing industries such as landline phones, mobile communications, cable television, communication software, and electronic products. If one were to compare a single business segment, AT&T might lead, but not by a wide margin over its competitors. However, when viewed as a whole, AT&T's strength far surpassed that of Verizon and Sprint among their industry peers. Currently, Firefly Group reflected a similar situation. While it maintained a slim lead over its rivals in sectors like television and entertainment, the combined force of its various ventures showcased an oligopolistic presence in the media landscape. Eric sat in the restaurant, patiently reading through all the articles about himself and Firefly in this issue of Forbes. When he finally looked up, over half an hour had slipped by. Christina remained quietly seated across from him. She had finished her breakfast and was observing him with curiosity. Taking a glance at his watch, Eric smiled at Christina and said, "You've got that training today, right? I'll have the driver take you to Burbank." Though Eric appeared relaxed, Christina couldn't forget the look on his face when he had been reading Forbes. She had a knack for picking up on people's emotions, and even if she didn't quite understand his reaction, she knew he was preoccupied. She nodded obediently, cleared her dishes, and left the restaurant with him. Once outside the villa, they found the car waiting at the entrance. After giving the driver a few instructions, Eric kissed Christina on the cheek and sent her off. He hurried back inside the restaurant, finished his breakfast, and took another car to Firefly's headquarters in Burbank. On the way, he called his assistant Kelly to take note of this issue of Forbes. The articles published in Forbes would undoubtedly spark lively discussions among the media in the coming weeks. Having been in the industry for years, Eric understood just how significantly media perception could influence businesses, so he knew he had to prepare for potential fallout. Since it was Monday, Eric decided to personally attend the weekly executive meeting at headquarters. Most of the time, Kelly represented him and would later prepare the minutes for him to review. Recently, the company had primarily focused on the global distribution of Titanic. However, the spring television lineup had all premiered on the major channels under Firefly. Robert Iger, the head of television operations based in New York, discussed viewership ratings for shows launched on platforms like ABC, A&E, and the Disney Channel via video call. ABC and the Disney Channel had stable and rising ratings, with the fall breakout hit Everybody Loves Raymond returning after a winter break and surpassing 22 million viewers at its peak. A&E's Lifetime channel, driven by flagship series like Sex and the City, Project Runway, and America's Next Top Model, continued to roll out new quality content and captured the female audience. Compared to the earlier ratings of under 1 million in prime time, under Annie Sweeney's excellent management, Lifetime's offerings were now averaging 3.5 million weekly during prime time, with core series ratings smashing through the cable network record to reach 8 million, making Lifetime one of the fastest rising stars among cable channels in the U.S. in recent years. As the final agenda point touched on Firefly's summer film releases and promotional activities, the meeting extended until 11 o'clock. The executives present were well-connected and could not avoid mentioning the fresh issue of Forbes as they exited. They offered Eric congratulations earnestly or in jest. Naturally, some were quick to caution him about potential impacts the magazine's articles could have on Firefly Group. As people filtered out, Jeffrey Katzenberg and Frank Wells remained, intuitively, and joined Eric in a nearby conference room. Once the secretary served coffee, Katzenberg dismissed her and said, "Eric, I called Steve Forbes this morning. They shouldn't have used the term oligarchs, but we couldn't anticipate this situation." It was clear Katzenberg understood the potential repercussions of Forbes' article on Firefly Group's portrayal as the rise of media oligarchs. From the angry look on his face, Eric speculated that Katzenberg's conversation with the Forbes head honcho had not been pleasant, and a confrontation was quite possible. In this country, even the president gets dragged through the mud by the media from time to time. Though Firefly Group wielded significant influence in the media sector, it clearly couldn't control every narrative spun about it. Taking a sip of his coffee, Katzenberg, without waiting for Eric or Frank Wells to speak, added, "This afternoon, I'll mention to Robert to cut the ad budget across all media platforms owned by Forbes for this summer. They can't just create a spectacle for attention like this." It was apparent Katzenberg really had had an intense argument with Steve Forbes that morning. Eric smiled and shook his head, about to speak when Frank Wells interjected, "Jeffrey, if you go through with this, we really become the media oligarchs Forbes described. I don't think the situation is that dire. It's better not to escalate things." Frank had always played the role of the good cop within the group, earning Katzenberg's respect. Upon hearing Frank's words, Katzenberg calmed down, realizing his thoughts were too aggressive and personal. He nodded slightly and turned back to Eric. "Although we don't need to sever ties completely, we should still show our stance. Let Robert handle that." Eric concluded before asking Frank, "Frank, do you think we might face any substantial legal risks?" Frank, originally a lawyer, pondered before answering. The group's continued expansion doesn't pose immediate risks. After all, we're still far from the real industry oligarchs like ExxonMobil, General Electric, or AT&T. However, if in the coming years we expand into other fields, like you've mentioned, cable operations, we would face very stringent antitrust scrutiny, and the chance of setbacks would be high. Eric had discussed this issue with the management team a couple of years prior. The decline of public television networks in North America and the rise of cable channels was a natural trend in the television industry. To maintain a competitive edge in this landscape, they needed not only to continue producing high-quality content, but also to ensure they had distribution resources. Without a dedicated cable platform, Firefly's television operations could easily be undermined. While federal law did not prohibit media groups from owning cable channels, Firefly's dominant position would certainly attract antitrust concerns. Regardless, that's an issue for a few years down the line. Eric summarized his thoughts. For now, let's focus on the challenges at hand. Frank Wells nodded. Our film and television ventures shouldn't encounter any legal hurdles, but there might be issues in digital domain. A few months ago, when we announced halting external partnerships, there were calls for the Justice Department to investigate. If Forbes stirs things up too much, several people could bring those discussions back to light. So, what we need to do is prevent the term oligarch from being exploited, ideally shifting media attention away from the company, Katzenberg suggested, glancing at Eric. Eric, I have a proposal worth considering. Eric nodded, signaling him to continue. My suggestion is to shift more media focus onto you. Eric spread his hands. If that's effective, I'm all for it. But do you really believe any topic involving me could overshadow corporate matters? That's why we'll need to create a focal point artificially, Katzenberg suggested, tapping on a copy of Forbes lying on the table. The reported $98.7 billion is $60 billion more than the second richest, Bill Gates. That's a hard pill for many to swallow. Before Forbes released their issue, I saw plenty of media questioning the legitimacy of your fortune. Now might be the perfect opportunity to stir that controversy and redirect media and public attention. Frank Wells chimed in, lightly tapping the table in agreement. Eric, that's an excellent strategy. After some deliberation, Eric agreed that this strategy was indeed viable. The $98.7 billion statistic from Forbes would draw significant attention, but could also elicit skepticism, given people's reluctance to believe in miracles. The trio discussed the details of the plan, and afterward, Eric called Kelly back to go over it. After lunch, Katzenberg and Frank returned to their tasks while Eric personally oversaw the implementation of their agreed strategy. During that era, it was nearly impossible to find large-scale astroturfing to manipulate public perception. However, Katzenberg's observation during their discussion served as a wake-up call for Eric. With Forbes releasing a figure far exceeding the estimates of other financial media outlets, it was clear that those who had expressed skepticism before would be even more vocal now. Eric's goal was to amplify their voices in the media as much as possible. The efficiency in the assistant's office was impressive. Just after 2 o'clock, Kelly handed Eric a list of 45 names. All of these were well-known financial journalists or commentators who had published skeptical articles about Eric's wealth recently. Looking through the folder, Kelly quietly explained, "We reviewed around 300 different newspapers and magazines. This group holds the most significant influence. If they manage to unify their voices in the media over the next period, it'll create considerable impact and encourage other media platforms to follow suit. Additionally, we've identified suitable outlets under News Corp, Hearst, and Condé Nast for potential articles, but you may need to reach out to them personally for their cooperation. I've already spoken with Tina at Yahoo, and she'll request related coverage from our list this afternoon." After previewing the profiles, Eric pulled up a contact list on his computer. As he dialed, he joked with Kelly, "I wonder how those skeptics will react if they realize they've been played as pawns in this game." Kelly chuckled softly, remaining quiet as Eric connected the call. On the other side of the desk, Eric casually leaned back in his chair with a pencil in hand and propped his legs up on the table. A cheerful voice came through the receiver. "Hey, William, it's me, Eric. How've you been?" "Haha, really? Oh, you're at San Simeon? I've been wanting to check that place out forever, but you've never invited me." "Not this time. Too busy, but you can come to LA." After casual chit-chat with William Hearst III, Eric jumped into the topic once William inquired. "It's just a small request. I'm hoping you could line up a few feature pieces over the next week in your daily newspapers." With A&E and ESPN jointly held by Hearst, the connection between Hearst Group and Firefly had always been robust. Eric briefly explained his intentions, and Hearst quickly agreed. As the head of the world's largest newspaper group, William was no stranger to Eric's motives. He even threw in a playful jibe during the call. After noting a higher executive's number that William provided, Eric hung up and dialed Rupert Murdoch's private number. While greeting Elizabeth worked just as well, direct contact with Murdoch often yielded faster results. After making several calls, Eric finally sat up straighter and handed Kelly the list filled with contacts. "Here, Reach out to these people. You can discuss specifics directly with them. They'll be cooperative. Chapter 837, 838. Overseas Box Office Explosion. Strictly speaking, Forbes magazine's valuation of Eric's net worth at $98.7 billion this year was quite accurate. Eric's assets mainly included Firefly Group and Firefly Investment Company. The Firefly Group, which controlled over 20 subsidiaries in fields like film, television, amusement parks, comics, music, and special effects, boasted fixed assets worth $50 billion. In 1996, the Firefly Group reported a revenue of $31.3 billion, which was almost 1.5 times the combined revenue of Time Warner and Viacom, which had market capitalizations of $24.3 billion and $28.8 billion respectively. Thus, Forbes' $85 billion valuation of Firefly Group was not exaggerated from any perspective. Eric held a 73.7% stake in Firefly Group, which valued that portion at $62.7 billion. On the other hand, Firefly Investment Company held strong stakes in companies like Cisco, Nokia, and America Online, most of which were publicly listed. Based on various public data, this portion of Eric's assets was valued at around $36 billion. Combined, this brought Eric's total worth right to the $98.7 billion alleged by Forbes. Most generally revered miracles and celebrated individual heroism. However, when certain miracles far exceeded their understanding, skepticism inevitably arose. Eric's personal worth of $98.7 billion surpassed that of second-place Bill Gates by a staggering $62.3 billion. This discrepancy left many with a strong sense of unreality, making doubt almost unavoidable. In order to diffuse the potential antitrust investigation risk posed by Forbes depicting the Firefly Group as a media mogul, Eric cleverly shifted the subsequent media conversations onto himself. After the latest Forbes article was published, financial journalists and commentators, who initially could only criticize Eric's inflated net worth in lower-circulated trade journals or second-tier papers, found themselves approached by major North American newspapers and magazines. They were asked to express their thoughts on the latest Forbes wealth rankings. These journalists could not have known that the very motivation driving this piece was Eric himself. Articles published in influential outlets like The Washington Post, New York Post, Wall Street Journal, and Yahoo Finance were the perfect avenue for enhancing his personal influence. They quickly got to work, producing a stream of well-argued articles. Some among them even sensed that the platforms engaging them had close ties to the Firefly Group or to Eric himself, but as journalists who were at least superficially committed to the pursuit of freedom of expression, they wouldn't easily change their opinions for the sake of an opportunity. When many submitted what they believed to be left-leaning opinion pieces, they were even prepared to argue their points vehemently. To their surprise, these articles were published without obstruction. In an instant, much of the North American media began to question Forbes' data accuracy, with articles criticizing Eric Williams' net worth being grossly overestimated pouring in. $98.7 billion, just a sensationalist number game. Yahoo Incorporated seriously overvalued. The IT industry's general profit margins are low. The $36 billion valuation of Firefly Investment Company is highly inflated. Net profit at $1.76 billion. Firefly Group's net profit margin is plummeting. Under the sudden and overwhelming media assault, Forbes naturally fought back to maintain its credibility. Consequently, there was a fierce exchange between the two sides across print, television, and even online platforms, focusing most news topics on how much money Eric really had. Because the opposition to Forbes' data seemed overwhelmingly powerful, by the end, most of the general public unconsciously accepted the opposing view. They began to see Forbes' figures as a sensational joke. With repetitive bombardments of information, the public's common perception of Eric's actual net worth settled around the $60 to $70 billion range. Although this was still considerably above the second-ranked individual, it was far more palatable than the nearly $100 billion figure. This was precisely the outcome Eric had hoped for. After a week of noise, the topic naturally began to cool down, and very few media outlets continued to pay attention to Forbes' claim of a media mogul. Even though some media professionals sensed the signs of manipulation behind this, they would likely struggle to find direct evidence. After all, Eric's method of steering the narrative was quite clever. He simply amplified voices that already held certain views among the media, stirring the pot for an entire media frenzy. Many in this world don't realize the purpose their opinions could serve. In the blink of an eye, the next weekend arrived, bringing with it an explosive news story that pushed the last vestiges of media interest in Forbes' rankings into the corner and quickly refocused attention. It was the new weekly box office figures for Titanic. Since its release, Titanic had been breaking record after record, miraculous numbers that reshaped many people's views on traditional movie box office figures. News about the film had transcended entertainment discussions, becoming a social topic in itself. Following a week of reflection and anticipation surrounding the upcoming Oscars the following Monday, North American Titanic fans were eagerly awaiting the film's domestic box office to cross the $500 million mark. Compared to the previous week, Titanic's 13th week in North American theaters saw box office numbers fall to $23 million, bringing the cumulative total to $492 million, just one step away from the $500 million milestone. However, what captured all the media's attention was not the already jaw-dropping North American box office numbers, but the international figures. After months of strong promotion, Titanic had launched in an additional 17 overseas markets, bringing the total to 46, including 3 major countries: France, Germany, and Japan. Clearly, with Titanic creating a string of miracles in North America both in box office and award nominations, audience expectations in these new markets had peaked. Thus, after the new week, Titanic's box office figures soared to a staggering $179 million across the 46 territories. It was noteworthy that, before this, Titanic had only reached $400 million in foreign markets over 12 weeks, despite uncertain release dates. In just 1 week, with the help of 17 new box office territories, Titanic's overseas weekly box office approached half of the total figure from the previous 12 weeks. This was undoubtedly a miracle. Among these new markets, France, Germany, and Japan's performances stood out. France's first week box office was equivalent to $28 million. Germany's first week reached $26 million, and Japan hit an incredible $49 million. In just 1 week, these 3 countries contributed a total of $103 million to Titanic's overall box office figures. Even though the remaining 43 countries averaged about $1.7 million each, the overall $76 million still far exceeded the average figures from the previous 12 weeks. Considering that France, Germany, and Japan might follow a similar box office trajectory as North America, and with 22 more countries set to open in the following weeks, many box office analysts boldly predicted that Titanic's overseas weekly box office could likely break the astonishing $200 million mark in the upcoming week with the Oscars and new openings in play. In this era, 99% of Hollywood films would struggle to achieve a total overseas box office of $200 million, but Titanic could possibly accomplish this feat in just 1 week. At this moment, fueled by overseas box office receipts of $179 million, Titanic's global gross had surpassed $1.071 billion. If in the following weeks Titanic could maintain an overseas haul close to $200 million weekly, the possibility of achieving a $2 billion worldwide total was no longer a distant dream. A global gross of $2 billion would yield $500 million of net profit for Firefly Group. In Hollywood's Big Seven, not only would a single film rarely achieve that kind of profit, but often the combined profits from all films released in a year would not come close to that figure. Moreover, box office revenue was just the beginning. Because the box office figures were so extraordinary, though later revenues from video, rentals, original soundtracks, and other ancillary income would certainly not follow the traditional revenue ratios, it could be envisioned that this secondary revenue would still represent a staggering astronomical sum. Across the entire profit cycle of Titanic, with the operations along the entire industry chain, it wasn't impossible for Firefly Group to recoup profits equivalent to $2 billion along with the box office figures. Originally, most people expected Titanic to gross a bit over $1 billion worldwide. This sudden leap to the $2 billion range sparked intense excitement among Hollywood studios regarding large-scale projects. This weekend, Eric finally had a chance to relax, albeit only slightly. However, he couldn't completely let his hair down, especially with the Oscars just around the corner on Monday. He had to attend to Support My Heart Will Go On, which was nominated for Best Original Song. Interestingly enough, from 1988 to now, Eric had produced numerous films but had never received a Best Director nomination. He had, however, been nominated as Best Screenwriter and for Best Original Song, already having taken home the latter's little golden trophy. Without a doubt, he was set to add another one to his collection. In the living room of his mansion, Eric stretched out his arms as his identical twin sisters helped him into his tuxedo. He playfully asked the girl standing next to him, who was standing beside a customer manager from the Givenchy boutique, "Drew, I've already got the Best Original Screenplay award. It shouldn't be too hard for me to snag a Best Original Song too. So next, will I go on to take home all these other awards, like Best Visual Effects, Best Editing, Best Original Score, and the like? Oh, what's that saying again, a Grand Slam?" The girl chuckled. "You're definitely not going to get a Grand Slam because you're a man." Fine. Eric remembered that he would never win Best Actor or Best Supporting Actor in his life. He continued, "Those awards are off the table for me. You can't get Best Actress or Best Supporting Actress either." The girl smirked, fully aware of Eric's train of thought. She continued her playful attacks. Everyone laughed lightly. The Natasha sisters buttoned up the tuxedo on Eric and quietly stepped aside. Eric had never been particularly interested in trying on clothes. He preferred to buy multiple identical outfits in bulk and wear them consistently. However, this time, his date insisted he find a suit to match hers for walking the red carpet. Eric couldn't understand what was so necessary about repeatedly trying on variations of the same black tuxedos. Drew clearly sensed Eric's impatience. She walked over and appraised him, whispering a few words to the stylish female customer manager from Givenchy before saying, "All right, let's go with this one. Natasha, take that off. The sleeves need a little more adjustment." After adjusting the tuxedo, Drew personally escorted the Givenchy staff member out. Eric exited the living room feeling at ease as he walked to the glass wall where a chaise lounge lay, stretching comfortably and casually flipping through a nearby magazine. Drew soon returned and, seeing Eric lounging on the sofa, she cheerfully approached. She leaned over him and said, "Okay, Eric, it's been tried on." Hum. Eric tossed aside the magazine and casually wrapped his arm around the girl's soft waist, lazily squinting his eyes. The girl blew warm air in Eric's ear before saying, "But there are still shoes. They're on their way." Smack! A sharp pop rang through the air. Ouch, that hurt. Drew twisted her petite frame slightly and then chuckled. "This time they're custom-made. You just need to see if they fit okay." At last satisfied, Eric murmured an in agreement. Chapter 838, 839. I'm afraid they will hit me. Everyone initially expected that Titanic's North American box office wouldn't cross the $500 million mark until the weekend of its 14th week in theaters. However, early on March 23rd, major North American newspapers were flooded with news that Titanic had indeed surpassed the $500 million milestone. During the Friday and Saturday of the 14th week, Titanic grossed $5.5 million and $6.8 million on its respective days, pushing its total box office to an impressive $504 million, making it the first film in North American history to exceed $500 million in domestic earnings. With this surge of news, many media outlets predicted that the viewership for the 69th Academy Awards would also reach a miraculous number. In a tongue-in-cheek tone, various outlets remarked that just like Titanic's box office, this viewership number was equally unpredictable. With everyone's eyes on the event, the 69th Academy Awards officially took place on the afternoon of March 24th at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles. Eric spent a relaxing weekend without any sense of urgency about attending the awards. He received a call from Cameron that morning and brought Drew along to Firefly Studios. Upon hearing that Eric intended to relocate all the props from Titanic, including the large ship model, to Firefly Studios for a themed exhibition, Cameron was thrilled and eagerly took on the project, even acquiring the title of chief engineer. With assistance from the Dream Engineer team under Firefly's umbrella, Cameron quickly marked out a piece of land in the southwest corner of the studio and began the preliminary planning. To implement more detailed modifications to the Titanic model's interior, Cameron even requested a $10 million budget. In the past, the company would have likely rejected such a hefty sum for this kind of project, but this time, even Katzenberg, who had often clashed with Cameron, approved it without hesitation. Despite doubts among many within the group about the viability of the Titanic-themed exhibition, they could not overlook the film's box office miracle. They hardly minded the extra $10 million expenditure. Even if the themed exhibition didn't perform well in the future, it would still stand as a culturally significant marker within Firefly Studios. The 270-foot-long ship model was nearly 4 times the size of the studio's largest soundstage. To anyone, such an iconic structure was undoubtedly impressive. Eric spent the morning with the girl, listening to Cameron outline his plans on that vacant lot in the studio. After the materials for the Titanic model arrived from Mexico, Cameron wanted to create spaces like a restaurant and exhibition hall. He even hoped to recreate many of the film's iconic scenes. Clearly, while the production had burned through over $200 million, many of Cameron's ideas hadn't made it into the film. This themed exhibition project had become a channel for him to address some of those missed opportunities. Besides Titanic, Catherine's The Thin Red Line also received multiple Oscar nominations. The company had dedicated personnel handling arrangements for the winners' attendance at the awards, so Eric and Cameron stayed at Firefly Studios until 5 p.m. It was then that Cameron's wife, Linda Hamilton, arrived from their home in Beverly Hills. Eric then took the girl and joined Cameron and his wife, heading toward the Shrine Auditorium in downtown Los Angeles. Sitting in the luxurious RV, Eric flipped through a magazine, feeling somewhat bored. The girl, dressed in a light blue gown, leaned toward the window, peering out, and then turned to Eric, saying, "Eric, have you noticed that Jim and Linda hardly talk anymore?" Eric couldn't possibly miss that. In reality, Cameron's marriage with Linda Hamilton had been strained for quite some time. They were just waiting for the right moment to divorce. However, during the filming of Titanic, Cameron's fifth wife, Susie Amos, hadn't been involved, and Eric didn't harbor any malicious intentions of setting him up with someone else. So, it seemed Cameron and Linda would likely tolerate each other for a few more years before officially splitting. "When did you start caring about this kind of thing?" Eric asked casually without looking up. "Just curious," the girl replied with a slight sigh, sounding somewhat melancholic. Why can't a man just stay in love with one woman forever? Though she often exhibited a carefree disregard for Eric's flirtations, one had to wonder if any woman could truly feel indifferent about such matters. Feeling a pang of guilt, Eric instinctively began to ramble. It's just part of male genetics, I guess. If you want to trace it back, we might have to go all the way back to the origin of life, around 3.8 billion years ago." Noticing Eric's awkwardness, the girl burst into laughter. She grabbed Eric's hand and rubbed it against her soft cheek, then playfully bit it. "Eric, I know you care about me." Eric, maintaining a shameless demeanor, replied, "Well, that's true. You have no idea how happy I am that you can see that." "Hee hee," she continued to giggle, explaining, "Because you never go near Natasha and the others." Eric playfully squeezed the girl's little hand and said with a smile, "Well, I'm afraid they'll hit me." "You know very well they wouldn't." After a brief moment of tender closeness, the vehicle soon turned into the street where the Shrine Auditorium was located. Thanks to the arrangements made by the Oscars organizing staff, the vehicle paused briefly before slowly making its way to the Oscars red carpet entrance. Outside, enthusiastic cheers erupted, likely signaling the arrival of the Camerons on the red carpet. Eric was the first to exit the vehicle. He walked around to the other side, taking the girl's hand as they stepped onto the red carpet together. Over the past 2 years, Eric had appeared less frequently in public. However, due to his multiple influential roles and the recent controversy stirred up by Forbes magazine, his familiarity had not waned. As soon as they stepped on the red carpet, fans on either side began to cheer. As they passed through the media area, the journalists' excitement intensified. Desperate for better photographs, they dropped the usual decorum to call out Eric and the girls' names, urging them to linger a bit longer. Eric didn't completely ignore the enthusiasm around him. He wrapped an arm around the girl's waist and paused for a moment to smile at the cameras. After a frenzy of flashing lights, he and the girl moved on. The ABC broadcast cameras quickly swept over them. As Eric spotted Cameron being interviewed nearby, he turned to Drew and asked with a grin, "Do you want to go say a few words?" The girl laughed and replied, "They'd definitely prefer if you went up. I'm just here to enjoy the show. Let's skip it and head ahead," Eric suggested. He noticed an ABC producer signaling him, so he slightly shook his head. Though the producer had hoped Eric would share a few words, understanding how much buzz Eric had recently generated, no one dared insist once Eric refused. The camera swept past them and quickly searched for the next target. They passed through the ABC interview zone and reached the crowd gathered at the end of the red carpet. As Eric and Drew appeared at the end of the red carpet, many eyes turned in their direction, and some familiar faces approached to greet them. First to greet them were Harvey Weinstein and Julia Roberts from the Shakespeare in Love crew. Due to Titanic's overwhelming success, Shakespeare in Love faced slim chances of winning this year. Their close relationship meant Miramax couldn't employ any special tactics for publicity. Following the Golden Globes, having received an Oscar nomination, Miramax opted to abandon any unnecessary award publicity, leading to Julia unlikely winning Best Actress, like Gwyneth Paltrow did in the past. To date, Shakespeare in Love's North American box office stood at over $60 million, but it had little momentum remaining and was unlikely to reach $100 million. Yet due to its status as an art film, Julia had signed a contract that paid her a meager $3 million on a salary plus bonus basis. With a production cost of only $25 million, Miramax had already made some profit from the North American market before even factoring in overseas earnings and videotape revenue. Eric hugged Julia, noting how she instinctively leaned her chin against his shoulder. He quickly pinched her slim waist encased in a black gown, causing Julia to snap back to reality, a bit embarrassed as she released Eric. Harvey seemed completely unfazed by Julia's momentary lapse. With a warm grin, he shook Eric's hand and said, "Eric, maybe I should congratulate you in advance." Eric humbly replied, "It's always a bit early for that. Who knows what the Oscar voters will be thinking?" No, Harvey assured confidently, shaking his head. In the past, there may have been some upsets, but not this time. The Academy knows how to choose. Let's hope so. Eric nodded, motioning nearby. Well, I'll see you after the awards ceremony. You'll be attending the Vanity Fair party, right? Yeah, I'm planning to meet a few actors about a film for next year. They're all here today, Harvey responded, acknowledging that many people were eager to greet Eric. He quickly added, "Oh, Eric, the ratings for The Sopranos have been climbing. We should find time to chat about our next in-house production. Of course, I should be free over the next few days." After chatting for a bit, Eric and Drew turned to other friends. Firefly had two films receiving numerous nominations this year, Titanic and The Thin Red Line. However, many knew that while there were several outstanding films, most would ultimately play second fiddle to Titanic, which had all but locked up a majority of the Oscars. Catherine had already won the Best Director award for Saving Private Ryan and appeared unfazed this time. Dressed in a black silk corseted gown, strikingly tall, she stood out in the crowd. As Eric approached, Catherine was deep in conversation with The Thin Red Line screenwriter, Terrence Malick, seemingly discussing a new film. When Eric inquired, Catherine appeared somewhat distracted. After brief interactions, Eric endured a few more waves of greetings before making his way towards the Titanic crew. The girl beside him wore a slight, mysterious smile, prompting her to lean in and whisper in Eric's ear, "Eric, did you get her to your place?" Feigning ignorance, Eric replied, "Who are you talking about? Come on." She was looking at me in a way that was quite interesting. Eric did a mental replay but hadn't noticed anything unusual from Catherine, nor did he recall her looking toward the girl. So he asked, "How did you pick up on that?" "Because you're a man. We women are just more sensitive to these things," the girl confidently chuckled. "She's jealous." "No way, don't say such things." Eric interrupted the girl, recalling that after their dreamy encounter in Australia, he had merely invited Catherine to share a few dinners. Eric didn't want to overstep since Catherine had such a strong personality. Therefore, there hadn't been any substantial progress in their relationship since. Since he hadn't received a Best Actor nomination, Leo once again stubbornly declined to attend the ceremony. The crew hadn't pressed him, and Eric welcomed it. After all, Hollywood would lose a lot of fun over the next 20 years without Leo's incessant Oscar snubs. Despite Leo's absence, the Titanic crew remained the most conspicuous group in attendance. After some pleasantries, the awards ceremony drew near, and everyone began heading into the auditorium. At 7 p.m., inside the Shrine Auditorium, Billy Crystal appeared at the bow of the Titanic model, making a grand entrance on stage. He mimicked Leo's character from the film with a few cries, eliciting laughter. As the audience erupted in thunderous applause, Billy moved to center stage, spreading his arms to address the auditorium filled with over 1,000 attendees. Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Titanic. We're big. We're expensive. Everybody wants us to get started quickly, so let's begin. To the rhythm of the music, Billy Crystal launched into his signature medley of opening songs. Chapter 839, 840, Unprecedented. Billy Crystal opened the awards ceremony with a lively medley of songs, roasting all the nominated films. The first presenter was the legendary Hollywood actress Julie Andrews, known for her roles in Mary Poppins and The Sound of Music. She took the stage to present the honorary Oscar to director Mike Kidd. Eric didn't know the director, who was in his 80s, but he remembered the previous honorary award recipient, Kirk Douglas, who was Michael Douglas's father. The second award of the night was for Best Costume Design, relating to Titanic. Julia Roberts stepped onto the stage as a presenter, introducing the nominees. At that moment, the auditorium seemed to quiet down significantly. While nearly everyone predicted that Titanic would be the biggest winner of the night, the result was not set in stone just yet. Uncertainty lingered. The nominated films were clearly less exquisite in terms of costume design compared to Titanic. If Titanic didn't take this initial win, it would cast a shadow over the remaining 13 nominations. The nominees for the Oscar for Best Costume Design are Sandy Powell for Shakespeare in Love, Paul Brown for Angels and Insects, Ruth Myers for Emma, Alexandra Brine for Hamlet, and Deborah Scott for Titanic. Glamorous clips of the respective films flashed on the big screen. Julia opened the envelope before her and peeked at the result, but didn't immediately lean into the microphone. Instead, she instinctively glanced at Eric, a smile on her face that seemed to say, "Look what I've got." Eric quickly caught on. Seizing the opportunity before the live camera turned towards them, he gestured to Julia discreetly. Although some in the audience noticed this brief moment, most assumed this smile was merely a congratulatory exchange. With Eric's silent cue, Julia smiled casually into the microphone and announced, "The Oscar goes to Deborah Scott for Titanic." As expected, the auditorium erupted into loud applause. In the back of the auditorium, a woman in her 40s jumped up excitedly, hugged her husband, and then made her way to the front to congratulate the creative team of Titanic with handshakes and hugs. Eric, sitting in the middle of the third row, stood up and reached out to shake hands with Deborah Scott, congratulating her. Following this opening win for Best Costume Design, Titanic went on to also win Best Editing, Best Sound, and Best Visual Effects, bringing its tally to 4 Oscars in less than half an hour. After another unrelated award for Best Foreign Language Film was given, the composed Pierce Brosnan took the stage to introduce Celine Dion's performance of the Titanic theme song, "My Heart Will Go On." The heavenly music echoed throughout the prestigious Civic Auditorium, leading Eric to assume that the next award presented would be for Best Original Song. Instead, it was Nicolas Cage who stepped up to introduce the nominees for Best Actress. The 5 nominees did not present a clear frontrunner. Under normal circumstances, if Titanic hadn't taken the spotlight, Julia might have had a strong chance of winning, especially given Miramax's powerful PR capabilities. However, in light of Titanic's strong showing, Miramax had withdrawn PR efforts for Shakespeare in Love to conserve funds and resources, significantly decreasing Julia's chances. As for Rachel Weisz, while her performance far eclipsed that of Leo DiCaprio, for a newcomer in Hollywood, a nomination for Best Actress was already a significant honor. Winning the award, however, was at least much less likely than for Julia. The PR strategy set by Firefly did not focus much attention on Rachel's nomination either. In the end, the Best Actress Oscar went to Frances McDormand for Fargo. This Hollywood star had originally burst onto the scene with the Coen brothers' cult classic, Blood Simple, and years later, won the Oscar again for a film by the same directors, marking a beautiful narrative. Titanic added 2 more Oscars to its collection with wins for Best Art Direction and Best Original Screenplay. When Cameron walked off the stage amidst loud applause, Eric glanced at his watch, noting that the ceremony had just crossed the 1-hour mark. It seemed that the organizers had been quite strategic in order of awards to boost ratings. Eric assumed the Best Original Song award, which was related to him, might be presented around the 1.5 or 2-hour mark. As his thoughts wandered, the next presenter, Courtney Love, began announcing the nominees for Best Makeup. Eric sat up straight. Winning this award was crucial for Titanic to potentially break the all-time Oscar record of 11 wins held by Ben-Hur. Among Titanic's 14 nominations, with the exception of Rachel's Best Actress nod, which had little hope, the outcome of its total wins was contingent on 2 more variables: Best Supporting Actress and Best Makeup. Titanic had a notable advantage for costume design, but it faced stiff competition in makeup, particularly from Universal's summer hit The Nutty Professor. Eddie Murphy's impressive portrayal of an overweight character through makeup was a formidably strong contender. Only 3 films received nominations for Best Makeup: Titanic, The Nutty Professor, and Star Trek: First Contact. After introducing the nominees, Courtney Love opened her envelope, and Eric instinctively squeezed the hand of the girl beside him. Then, the Oscar goes to. Courtney paused with a small smile, building suspense before announcing Tina Earnshaw, Greg Cannom, and Simon Thompson for Titanic. Congratulations. The auditorium erupted in applause once again as the 3 winning makeup artists made their way to the stage. This was Titanic's 7th Oscar, and the attendees were nearly in a state of numbness, many unaware of what this win truly signified for Titanic. After congratulating the 3 makeup artists, Eric returned to his seat, where he was met with excited glances from Cameron and the 2 producers, John Landau and William Stewart. The 6 Oscars won before the Best Makeup Award clearly indicated that the Academy had acknowledged Titanic's massive commercial success. The biggest question that remained was whether it could surpass the 11 Oscars of Ben-Hur. After securing the uncertain Best Makeup Award, most guests and viewers awaiting the final results still might not comprehend the full significance of this win. However, the Titanic creative team and PR consultants, having simulated numerous outcomes during the PR phase, fully understood the implications. Winning a Best Makeup Award almost assuredly indicated Titanic would likely receive 12 Oscars, thereby creating a new historical record at the Oscars. As Eric had guessed, when the ceremony reached the 2-hour mark, the legendary Hollywood star Goldie Hawn presented the Best Original Song Award. Initially, Eric had hoped to share the award with Cameron and James Horner. After all, he had merely provided the lyrics and melody. The arrangement and recording were entirely done by Cameron and James. Now, with Eric's stature, it mattered little whether he solely held an Oscar. However, at the time of application, Cameron and James declined co-attribution. The PR team believed it would be more advantageous for promotional purposes and follow-up publicity for Eric to be the sole name on the award. Before this award, Madonna had performed You Must Love Me from Evita, a song that posed the biggest threat to my heart will go on. It was clearly another well-crafted strategy from the Oscars to generate suspense. Goldie Hawn quickly opened the envelope and announced, "The Oscar goes to Eric Williams for My Heart Will Go On." The applause erupted, louder than any since the beginning of the evening, with some cheers coming from the crowd. Eric smiled, rising to embrace the girl beside him before leaving his seat to greet Cameron, John Landau, William Stewart, Rachel, and others one by one before gracefully stepping onto the stage. Accepting the Oscar from Goldie Hawn, Eric hugged the timeless first-generation American sweetheart and approached the microphone. As Eric stood before the microphone, the previously subsided applause surged back to enthusiastic levels. "Thank you. Thank you all." Eric graciously expressed his gratitude, patiently waiting for the applause to die down. He then lifted the Oscar, joking, "I feel I should clarify. Actually, I'm a director." After a brief silence, the audience quickly caught on to Eric's self-deprecating humor, bursting into laughter. Eric was indeed a director, and no one doubted that he was one of the best in Hollywood. However, funnily enough, both times he had stood on the Oscars stage, the awards had nothing to do with Best Director. While delivering his acceptance speech, Eric couldn't help but recall a playful joke made with the girl beside him while trying on clothes a couple of days ago. He wondered if he might end up winning every minor Oscar by the end of the night. While he had little hope for acting awards, he remained optimistic about categories like Best Screenplay and Best Editing. After his brief speech, Eric walked backstage with Goldie Hawn. After sitting in the auditorium for 2 hours, it was uncomfortable for anyone. Eric didn't rush back, finalizing the engraving for his Oscar before posing for a quick photo opportunity. He then made his way to the lounge. Several guests were lazily lingering in the lounge, having skipped the auditorium. Oscars had designated seat fillers, who occupied seats when the guests left, preventing any conspicuous empty spots. Thus, as long as one did not pay close attention, the audience wouldn't notice when a guest slipped away. As Eric entered, the guests eagerly gathered around to greet him. After all, Eric was not just a director. Anyone getting familiar with him could expect unexpected benefits down the line. Eric had just exchanged a few words with Al Pacino when a gentle female voice called from behind him. "Hey, Eric, congratulations." Eric turned to see Madonna, who had just performed You Must Love Me on stage, now quickly changed into a more comfortable outfit, smiling back at him. Eric politely reached out to shake Madonna's hand, saying, "Thank you, Miss Ciccone. Your performance was fantastic too." Madonna held Eric's hand, seemingly a little displeased, replying, "Oh, Eric, you can just call me Madonna." Madonna. Eric sweat a little. It would have been far easier to just call her Queen. Realizing her hand lightly scratched his palm, Eric suddenly snapped back to reality, noticing Madonna's cheerful gaze upon him. Awkwardly releasing her hand, he shrugged and said, "Sorry, Mad." Madonna." Eric's knowledge of Madonna was akin to someone saying, "Hey, let's make sure we wear proper clothes," so he didn't have a special feeling toward the star. Madonna seemed intrigued by him. She pointed to a sofa in the corner of the lounge, saying, "Eric, how about we sit over there?" Eric instinctively wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered the Yahoo Music Store opportunity and nodded in agreement. Not to mention, Madonna was undeniably one of the biggest stars in music, on par with Michael Jackson. If the Yahoo Music Store could secure online sales rights to Madonna's music, it would undoubtedly advance the progress of music online sales platforms significantly. They settled onto the sofa in the corner, where Madonna instructed her assistant to fetch coffee, then resumed examining Eric with keen interest, noticing his empty hands. She chuckled. "Eric, where's your Oscar?" "Oh, my assistant put it away," Eric said, nodding toward Peter Rich, standing nearby. Madonna joked, "Huh? If I won, I'd hold on to that Oscar all night." Eric teased back, "So you bring a pile of Grammy Awards to bed every time, huh?" Madonna shot him a playful look, responding coyly, "You want to see me in bed with a pile of awards?" Eric shook his head immediately, saying, "Not interested." Madonna paused, then burst into laughter, saying, "That's just heartbreaking, Eric. Speaking of which, My Heart Will Go On is certainly going to be a big winner at next year's Grammys. Maybe you'll get an invite. I mean, you should have received one years ago for New Divide. I still have that single. It's too bad you seem to have never cared. That's your domain. I won't intrude on the excitement," Eric said, not wanting Madonna to steer the conversation. He intended to bring up the Yahoo Music Store when a flurry of activity began near the stage entrance. Peter Rich rushed over, saying, "Mr. Williams. Stewart just won Best Supporting Actress." Surprised, Eric stood up. After winning Best Makeup, he hadn't held high hopes for Best Supporting Actress. After all, competing against Gloria Stewart were legendary Golden Age star Lauren Bacall. In terms of credentials and fame, Gloria couldn't compare. Furthermore, if Titanic could nab all 12 awards, everyone was already thrilled. Unexpectedly, this award had a chance just like Rachel's for Best Actress. Once he calmed down, Eric asked Peter Rich, "How many has it won now?" 10, Peter said, then added, "Next up for Titanic are Best Score, Best Director, and Best Picture. The nominations for James Horner's Best Score, Cameron's Best Director, and the ultimate Best Picture. By this point, what suspense could remain?" There was no question. Titanic was on track to win an unprecedented total of 13 Oscars. Chapter 840, 841, A Chance to Collaborate. As the conversation flowed, 87-year-old actress Gloria Stewart, best known for her role as Old Rose, was slowly guided backstage by a group of people. "Well, Maggie, see you at the Vanity Fair party," Eric called over to Madonna as he made his way toward Gloria Stewart. It was clear that discussing the Yahoo Music store was no longer on the agenda. Once seated on the sofa, Gloria, despite the ceremony running for over 2 hours, seemed to be in great spirits. She occasionally reached out to touch the small golden statuette held in her hands by previous Best Supporting Actor winner Kevin Spacey, smiling and murmuring, "Unbelievable, just unbelievable." As one of the stars from Hollywood's golden era, Gloria Stewart had long faded from the limelight by the mid-40s. Thus, this was her first Oscar nomination, and she was finally receiving the award. Eric approached to congratulate the elderly actress, shaking her hand warmly. They chatted for a moment, and despite her daughter's urging for her to rest, Gloria expressed her desire to witness the final moments of the ceremony. Eric then personally assisted her back to the auditorium. Just as they returned to their seats, last year's Best Director winner Robert Zemeckis took the stage to announce the nominees for Best Director. The 5 nominees for Best Director were showcased in close-ups on the big screen. Zemeckis opened the envelope and declared a name that was already a foregone conclusion. The Oscar goes to James Cameron for Titanic. Amidst the applause and cheers, everyone surrounding the Titanic crew stood up, and Eric rose to his feet, clapping as he looked back at Cameron, who was hugging people in the crowd. Since Eric was sitting in the middle, as Cameron approached, he merely reached out for a celebratory high five. Instead, Cameron took his hand while pushing past William Stewart and Drew, squeezing over. With laughter among those around them, William and Drew quickly smiled and stepped aside into the aisle. Enduring Cameron's bear hug, Eric patted his back twice and joked, "Man, I know you're excited. Get up there. Everyone's waiting for you." "Thank you, Eric, no matter what," Cameron replied again, letting go of Eric and giving him a fist bump before continuing towards the stage. Eric turned around, noticing that the girl had taken his seat and was playfully pointing to his original spot. "You should sit here. I don't want to risk Jim stepping on my dress again. It's expensive." Eric had no choice but to sit beside her, listening to Cameron speedily deliver his acceptance speech. He turned to William and asked, "William, you're definitely going up there next. How does it feel?" The Best Picture award could nominate up to 3 people. In original timeline, Titanic only nominated Cameron and John Landau. However, this time, as one of the key producers, Firefly had included William Stewart's name as well. Despite some unpleasantness during production, Cameron didn't oppose Firefly's arrangement. "I'm excited," William Stewart replied, shaking his head with a smile. "But once was enough for this experience. Working with Jim is just too challenging." After a moment, he tentatively added, "Eric, I'd actually like to help produce for you." On stage, Cameron expressed his gratitude towards Eric once more, and the camera panned over to Eric, who smiled and nodded. Once the shot moved away, he said, "That's a great idea. I'd love to have someone familiar with CG effects to help me out. You must have gained quite a bit of experience this time." For Eric's films, the production responsibilities were initially handled personally by Jeffrey Hansen. After Jeffrey's retirement, Jerry Bruckheimer took over the role, and they had a very pleasant collaboration on Jurassic Park. However, in recent years, Bruckheimer had been increasingly focused on his own film and television company. Though those companies were affiliated with Firefly, he certainly couldn't fully dedicate himself to being Eric's producer anymore. After completing the collaboration with the Broccoli siblings on Casino Royale, Eric needed to find a new producer to manage his projects. William Stewart clearly recognized this opportunity. Upon hearing Eric, he quickly responded, "Then it's settled." Eric understood William Stewart's eagerness and agreed with a smile. "Of course, it's settled." On stage, Cameron exclaimed his iconic, "I'm the king of the world," before leaving amidst applause. The next presenter was Al Pacino, who came on stage to announce the Best Picture award. A result that was, of course, no surprise. Cameron hurried back to his seat, rising again to join John Landau and William Stewart as they made their way to the stage. Thus, The 69th Academy Awards ended perfectly, with Titanic taking home an unprecedented 13 Oscars, setting a record in Academy history. At this point, it was already early morning on the East Coast, but in Los Angeles, it was just around 9 o'clock in the evening, the beginning of the nightlife. After the ceremony, regardless of whether they had won or not, most guests rushed off to various parties scattered throughout Los Angeles. After several years of development, Condé Nast had placed even greater importance on the brand effect from the Vanity Fair party, increasingly leveraging their connections and resources to attract key Oscar attendees. As a mutually beneficial arrangement, more and more celebrities favored the Vanity Fair party following the Oscars. Firefly and Condé Nast had established an agreement prior to the Oscars to cancel individual celebratory parties, directing all their crews to the Vanity Fair party in exchange for more coverage for Firefly's award-winning films across Condé Nast's media. After the award ceremony, the creative teams of both Titanic and The Thin Red Line rushed to the Vanity Fair party venue at the Beverly Hills Arts Center. As Eric and Drew arrived at the parking lot, Peter Rich led a security team to fend off the throng of frenzied reporters waiting outside, escorting them into the Arts Center. The moment they stepped into the lobby, Eric spotted a balding middle-aged man enthusiastically approaching them. "Who is that?" the girl asked, leaning curiously against Eric. Peter Rich, who had just caught up, quietly whispered to Eric, "Louis Horvitz, the director of this year's ceremony." As the middle-aged man reached them, he didn't seem to notice Peter Rich's quiet words. He eagerly extended his hand, saying, "Eric, congratulations on the 13 awards. That's simply a miracle." "Thank you, Mr. Horvitz," Eric replied as they shook hands. "This year's awards ceremony was fantastic." "Haha, I'm glad you enjoyed it," Louis Horvitz beamed, engaging in pleasantries until they entered the party hall, at which point he bid farewell and left. The girl watched him go and remarked, "What an interesting guy. He's so excited. It's like he won an award himself." "He must have won something." Eric laughed, then turned to Peter Rich, who was following behind, and asked, "The ratings for the ceremony should be out by now, right?" "Yes, Mr. Williams," Peter replied. "Preliminary numbers from ABC indicate an average viewership of 51 million, which is 12 million higher than last year. The highest ratings were during the last 10 minutes, with 55.5 million. Based on these figures, this year's Oscars 30-second commercial price is about $950,000, which is a 30% increase from previous years. Director Louis Horvitz should receive a nice bonus as a result." After hearing this, Eric chuckled. "See, he really did win something." The girl chimed in, "Heh, but I'm sure it's not worth as much as the awards we received." Just then, Eric recalled something and asked Peter Rich, "Madonna should be coming, right?" Peter replied, "Miss Ciccone should be on the guest list. Do you want me to check?" Eric nodded and added, "If she is confirmed to come, call to have a few Firefly samples brought over. I'll need them later." "Sure," Peter said, and noticing Eric had no further instructions, he quickly turned and left. The girl glanced back at Peter leaving and said, "He's quite capable. Eric, why did you let him work at FFM then?" Eric picked up 2 drinks from a passing waiter and handed one to the girl, explaining, "Just like Alan. People like these should be considered part of our core team." Eric had initially assigned his first assistant, Alan Fissman, to ABC as a department manager. After several years of hard work, he had climbed the ranks to become the vice president of ABC Group. Alan's success had inspired Eric to continuously seek out talent from within his assistant's office, familiarizing them for a while before placing them into various roles in the Firefly system, thereby creating a dedicated management team. Of course, Eric wasn't going to grant them any special treatment due to familiarity. Unless they proved their capabilities, they would still face elimination. The girl merely nodded, seeming to understand half of it. As guests continued to arrive in the party hall, she abandoned that line of thought and eagerly engaged with Eric amidst the crowd. As more people began to fill the venue, the atmosphere grew more lively. The Titanic crew, housing most of the night's glory, undoubtedly stood out among the crowd. For a long time after the party commenced, the guests were enveloped in waves of congratulations and praises. After about an hour, Eric finally slipped away. Madonna had just arrived at the party and had come over to say hello. Grabbing a few Firefly players from Peter Rich, who was waiting on the side, Eric made his way to where Madonna was chatting in a booth. Across from Madonna sat a young Hollywood actor Eric didn't recognize. He looked about 25 or 26 and possibly had appeared in the recent wave of teen horror films. At the moment, Eric couldn't recall his name, so he simply said, "Hi, can I have a moment alone with Maggie?" The young man, momentarily dazed by the Queen's charm, quickly snapped back to reality upon noticing Eric. Evidently misunderstanding the situation, he humbly and somewhat flusteredly said, "Of course, Mr. Williams. Oh, I'll leave right now." As the young man hastily departed, Madonna watched him go, then turned back to Eric with renewed interest, saying, "Eric, I was just about to start a whole new romance, and you just interrupted it. How do you plan to make it up to me?" Eric had no intention of rising to the bait. He held out a fireflyer from his pocket, saying, "Here, just take this." Madonna picked up the sky-blue fireflyer and examined it, suddenly laughing as she said, "Oh, I've seen these before, and my manager told me that these little gadgets could seriously hurt physical album sales." While saying this, Madonna shot Eric a playful glance, her eyes reflecting a mix of knowing and teasing as she seemed curious how Eric would respond. In the 70s, when Sony first released its video recorders, Hollywood had similar views to what you're expressing now. Universal and Disney even engaged in a 10-year legal battle with Sony. Eric replied, unfazed by Madonna's underlying rejection, and elaborated. But 20 years later, videotape sales each year exceeded $13 billion, which is more than double domestic box office earnings. It was the rise of the videotape industry that contributed to Hollywood's current prosperity. Without the extra profits from the videotape industry, no studio would dare to produce a film like Titanic at such an investment level. As he spoke, Eric pulled out another white fireflyer from his pocket and said, "And what you're seeing now is the future of the music industry." "Very interesting," Madonna remarked, playing with the device in her hands. "But Eric, I'm not someone who gets easily convinced. I never intended to persuade you tonight. I'm just creating an opportunity for everyone." "Oh, what opportunity?" "Of course, a chance to collaborate." Chapter 841, 842, The Black Room. From the distracted expression on Madonna's face, it was clear that Eric's words had failed to impress her. However, Madonna wasn't eager to come off as too strong in front of Eric. She took a few leisurely sips from her champagne glass, glanced at Eric with a habitual smile, and said, "Eric, I've never considered myself a smart person, so I tend to listen to my team's opinions. While what you just said made sense, I still trust my manager when she mentioned this little thing. It's called Fireflyer, right? That's a lovely name. But if this product were to become popular, it would definitely impact the sales of physical records. Record sales are our livelihood. Besides, my manager also told me that the piracy of music on the internet is a serious issue, so I plan to stay clear of this new field. Even if, like you said, 20 years from now, this little device reaches the same industry standing that the VCRs have today, by then, I would have long retired." Speaking of piracy, Eric, undeterred by Madonna's blunt refusal, continued, "Maggie, do you know what the internet means for the music industry right now?" Actually, Eric's earlier reference to VCRs had already piqued Madonna's interest. Her lengthy rebuttal felt more like an attempt to bolster her own confidence. Madonna realized that this young man seemed particularly persuasive, which made her resistant to the idea. At least, she didn't want to be swayed in the midst of the evening's gathering. For a moment, she considered getting up and leaving. But Eric's clever topic shift kindled an undeniable curiosity within her, prompting her to ask, "What do you mean?" Eric gestured gently, his magnetic voice carrying a hint of allure as he said, "For the music industry, the internet, with over 100 million users worldwide, is like a black room, an incredibly vast and expansive black room." Madonna remained silent, tilting her head slightly to continue listening. Eric pressed on. "In this dark, spacious black room, countless people yearn for light. They have the means to pay a fair price for it, but the light treats this space as a land of original sin and refuses to descend. Abandoned by the light, people can only resort to stealing sparks, and that's what piracy is. The state of the internet music industry is precisely this. It gathers an immense group of the world's most powerful consumers, and there's no question about that. Yet, record companies refuse to acknowledge this potentially huge market due to various concerns. They believe that by doing so, they can withstand the impact of the internet on the physical record industry, but the outcome is quite the opposite. The record industry's resistance not only fails to quell the intense demand for music from internet users, but it also exacerbates the prevalence of internet piracy. Even more concerning is that the absence of legitimate music sales platforms will lead users to become increasingly accustomed to free pirated music. The power of habit is daunting. When everyone gets used to downloading hundreds of songs for free from the internet at any time, do you think they'll still be willing to pay $20 for a physical record? Madonna raised her eyebrows slightly, countering. Eric, that assumption is fundamentally flawed. No one would dare to spread pirated music on the internet so recklessly. Those who do could be driven to bankruptcy by lawsuits, or even face 1,000 years from federal law. Eric chuckled and replied, Maggie, you don't understand the internet. You're not entirely wrong in thinking that way. But what you don't know is that anyone, even someone not very tech-savvy, can spend a few $dozen to buy a template for a music website. And with a little more money, or even sometimes entirely free, they can rent a server in virtually any part of the world. Then, they can set up a pirated music website that stores thousands of songs, and it's incredibly easy to remain anonymous. You'd have no way of tracing the responsible party. Furthermore, because the demand for music on the internet is so massive, even if 10,000 pirated music sites are shut down daily for legal reasons, at nearly the same moment, thousands of new pirated music sites will emerge. Madonna finally seemed to soften a bit. Eric didn't stop there. He continued. So, the most effective way to combat piracy is to establish legitimate online music sales platforms, allowing all users to have a legal way to access original music. From the moment this industry begins to develop, we should cultivate the public's habit of purchasing original music. Just like I mentioned earlier, if there's light in a black room, it may not illuminate every dark corner, but at least a substantial portion of people won't need to resort to stealing sparks. They won't consider stealing sparks as something acceptable. So what do you think, Maggie? Madonna paused for a moment before regaining her composure, her gaze now revealing unmasked interest. She looked at Eric and said, After hearing you go on like this, I suddenly think that if the internet didn't exist, that would be even better. Eric shrugged, smiling. Honestly, I think it would be fantastic if society could suddenly rewind 10,000 years. Madonna assumed Eric was mocking her previous notion, pouting slightly. You really think so? Absolutely. Eric confirmed, nodding as his eyes traveled over Madonna, whose low-cut black dress drew admiration. He dreamily said, By the standards of 10,000 years ago, people should still be going without clothes. Madonna was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Moments later, she leaned forward, nearly resting on the glass table, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Eric, do you want to see what I looked like 10,000 years ago? Why don't we just find a room to explore that idea right now? Eric felt like slapping himself for digging himself into a pit. Clearing his throat a couple of times, he finally gathered himself to say, Maggie, let's talk about music instead. Even if you can't sell your new album on online platforms for now, I think you could still explore selling your previous releases. These albums that have already been released may not sell many physical records anymore, but I believe they could still bring you considerable income if placed on an online platform. Madonna didn't seem frustrated by Eric avoiding her previous topic. She leaned back on the sofa and said, But, Eric, I don't hold most of my music's release rights. You should talk to Warner. No, I still believe you have enough release rights in this matter, Eric insisted. While Madonna's status in the music industry couldn't quite reach the height of Michael Jackson, her collaboration with Warner Records mirrored his, as both had jointly established a music subsidiary to manage their respective music production and distribution. This meant that Madonna held considerable autonomy over her music's release. Moreover, given that the internet's digital music distribution was just beginning to take off, it was almost a brand new concept. With Madonna's stature in the music world, she could certainly discuss supplementary contracts with Time Warner. That's precisely why Eric had invested so much effort tonight. If it were some small-time artist fully controlled by a record company, he wouldn't waste his breath. Seeing that Eric had seen through her excuse, Madonna remained unfazed. But, Eric, what's in it for me if I do this? Oh, well, Eric laughed. The split model that Yahoo's online music store uses is a 70-30 split. The platform takes 30% and the rights holders get 70%. If you fully own your music's digital release rights, I think you shouldn't have to share too much with Time Warner anymore. At least not excessively, right? Madonna's eyes lit up then, catching a new term from Eric's conversation. Digital release rights? Eric nodded, saying, "This should be a brand new concept, referring to music distribution that's independent of tapes, CDs, or other physical media. Right now, it translates to internet music distribution. I presume the contract you signed with Time Warner doesn't touch upon this area, does it?" Madonna instinctively nodded. So, Eric quickly lured her in again. "I believe you should soon discuss a supplementary agreement with Time Warner regarding the ownership of digital rights." Madonna blinked a few times before bursting into laughter. "Eric, that's your ultimate goal tonight, isn't it? If I reclaim the digital rights to my records from Time Warner, that's sure to prompt other major label artists to follow suit. Yahoo hasn't been able to secure digital sales rights from the big 5 record companies. But if those rights were in the hands of the artists, you could deal with them one by one." "I must say, Maggie, you're actually quite clever," Eric complimented her, adding quickly, "but you absolutely misunderstood my intentions. Do I look like the sort of scheming person?" Madonna earnestly examined Eric again and confidently declared, "Yes. All right. I'm hurt," Eric teased, placing his hand over his chest before handing the fire flyer he had placed on the table to Madonna. "These 2 little devices are a gift for you. The rest of the accessories will be given to your assistant. And here's my business card. If you make any decisions, feel free to give me a call." As Eric handed her a business card and prepared to leave, Madonna quickly stopped him. "Hey, Eric, you've asked me for so much. Don't you owe me something in return?" Maggie, I'm a pretty conservative guy, you know." Madonna rolled her eyes. Given how many times she'd flirted with Eric, who never seemed to bite, she wasn't going to make a fool of herself. "What I really meant is, I'm preparing my new album. How about you write a few songs for me?" Over the years, although Eric had produced very few songs, each one was stunningly remarkable. Earlier, in the backstage of the Oscars, when Madonna had approached him to say hello, she had harbored this very thought. Honestly, her career had already begun to decline. If Eric could help her produce a few songs that matched the quality of his previous works, even if she didn't leverage Eric's name when releasing them, it would definitely help her make a comeback. Eric genuinely hoped Madonna would agree to join Yahoo's music store. Not wanting to outright refuse, he thought for a moment and said, "How about having someone send me some material on the style of your new album? A few sample tracks would be great. I can give it a shot. Though I can't guarantee results, it requires inspiration. I'll have someone deliver it to you tomorrow." Madonna quickly nodded. After a moment, she added, "I'll also speed up the process with Time Warner about the digital rights issue. Honestly, I am looking forward to working with you. Then, let's hope we both won't disappoint each other." Eric extended his hand. Madonna shook his hand and nodded, saying, "Looking forward to our collaboration." Chapter 842, 843, 3 animated films. On the night of the 69th Academy Awards, besides the more than 50 million viewers who watched the ceremony live on ABC in North America, a staggering global audience of over 1 billion people followed the award results via overseas television broadcasts, live internet news streams, and various other channels. Therefore, Titanic's sweeping win of 13 awards at the 69th Academy Awards, breaking the Oscar record for the most awards won, quickly made headlines worldwide the moment the results were announced. In a world where victors are celebrated, the fact that Titanic had created such an Oscar myth remained undeniable, regardless of any controversy surrounding the results. Spurred by Titanic's colossal success at the Oscars, from March 21st to March 27th, the film saw an impressive surge in box office numbers in North America and around the globe. In its 14th week, Titanic's box office saw a rebound, earning $25.1 million, bringing its cumulative box office in North America to $517 million, continuously breaking its own records. The overseas box office was even more impressive. During that week, Titanic's overseas earnings skyrocketed to a remarkable $236 million. Following the announcement of Titanic's Oscar record, many countries where the film had previously been released experienced a significant rebound in box office figures. Countries that had released the film in the last 2 weeks reported strikingly strong numbers. After initial statistics, Titanic's overseas earnings for that week reached $236 million, excellently meeting media predictions that the film would surpass $200 million in overseas earnings. Simultaneously, Titanic's global box office total soared to an astonishing $1.332 billion, raising the worldwide box office record from $1 billion to $1.333 billion, with no one able to predict what the ultimate number would be. Easter Sunday in 1997 fell on March 30, meaning that in the following week, most Western countries would celebrate the Easter holiday. While each country held different lengths of holiday, there was no doubt that this popular time frame would once again boost Titanic's global earnings. Even if North American ticket sales saw a noticeable dip after the Oscars, the robust overseas earnings were quite likely to push Titanic's total global box office close to $1.5 billion in the coming week. As Titanic continued capturing the attention of millions, the launch date for Firefly Electronics' first MP3 player, the Fireflyer, approached, set for April 2nd, after an intense month of promotions. Despite being a completely new and unfamiliar music player, Firefly Electronics had generated significant buzz by giving away 10,000 Fireflyers for free. This leap in interest led to strong reactions across the United States. After the trial giveaway ended, eager users were posting requests on emerging online trading platforms, with prices for the device reportedly skyrocketing to $1,200. Naturally, traditional music player manufacturers recognized the threat the Fireflyer posed to devices like the Walkman and CD players. Some media outlets, under the influence of various traditional manufacturers, began to highlight the perceived threat that the Fireflyer posed to the recording industry, especially considering its potential for easily spreading pirated music. They even called on the Recording Industry Association of America to sue Firefly Electronics and directly prohibit the production and sale of MP3 players. In this climate, pop queen Madonna Ciccone immediately drew media attention after the Oscars by entering negotiations with Warner Records regarding her personal digital distribution rights. Soon after, news of Madonna mingling with Eric at a Vanity Fair party spread quickly, revealing to Warner Records their intentions. Before this, Yahoo Music Store had not obtained online music sales rights from any of the 5 major record labels. Thus, record label giants anticipated that if Madonna succeeded, many of their top artists would likely make similar requests. At that point, Yahoo could implement a strategy of targeting individual artists with digital distribution rights, putting record labels at a significant disadvantage. Warner Records quickly rejected Madonna's request for negotiations over digital distribution rights. Warner Records president, Roger Ames, emphatically stated at a press conference that the company would do everything in its power to prevent certain artists from seeking these digital rights, as digital distribution rights should not exist. However, while Warner Records outwardly maintained a tough stance, the internal situation was far less rigid. Back in 1992, when Madonna's career was soaring, her Maverick Records, while still under the Warner umbrella, allowed her significant control and ownership over the distribution rights for her albums. This meant that, even if Warner Records opposed or denied the existence of digital distribution rights, Maverick could still independently grant the Yahoo Music Store the rights to sell Madonna's recent albums. Madonna's negotiation with Warner was primarily to reclaim digital distribution rights for several albums released from the start of her career to 1992, as those rights were still held by Warner. Warner's harsh attitude only fueled the stubborn diva's defiance. On the very day Ames made his announcement, Madonna publicly stated her intention to collaborate with Yahoo Music Store to sell 3 of her albums online, claiming she would sue Warner over the ownership of the digital rights. For average 1- or 2-tier artists, Time Warner could still intimidate them with threats. But with someone of Madonna's stature negotiating from an almost equal level, traditional tactics against an artist like her became increasingly ineffective. Warner Records executives could only cycle through a series of good cop/bad cop tactics in hopes of persuading her to abandon plans to work with Yahoo. Meanwhile, Firefly Electronics and Yahoo were not idle either. Under Eric's guidance, they offered Madonna various attractive benefits. As Eric's focus shifted back to the entertainment world post-Oscars, he became notably busy again. Although 2 months remained until the summer release window, promotional efforts for summer films had already begun ramping up. This summer was set to be anything but calm. Alongside hotly anticipated live-action films such as Casino Royale and Bad Boys 2, there were 3 animated films slated for release: Pixar's Finding Nemo, Blue Sky Studios' Ice Age, and Paramount Animation's The Lion King 2. It was clear that all 3 animated blockbusters had strong ties to Firefly Group. Notably, The Lion King 2 was the sequel to the original film that had achieved a phenomenal $900 million in global box office, making it the most prominent film of the 3 newly announced animated features. When the release dates for the animated films were announced, Viacom chairman Sumner Redstone confidently proclaimed that The Lion King 2 would outshine both Finding Nemo and Ice Age. Chapter 844, Taking Control of the Future. Easter had just passed, and due to being too busy, Eric didn't make it back to New York to spend the holiday with the kids. However, he promised the women that he would return to East Hampton before April 10th, as the 2 little ones were about to turn 4. On a new Monday at a restaurant in Firefly Studios, Eric had breakfast with Katzenberg, discussing the recent buzz surrounding 3 animated films set to be released during the summer blockbuster season. The Lion King 2 was greenlit at the same time as Paramount's Pocahontas last year, Katzenberg explained. Even though it's been 3 years, the influence of the first Lion King is still strong. Roger Allers has taken 3 years to perfect this movie, and the animation quality will likely be just as impressive as the original. The best we can do now is make it difficult for Paramount with our promotions. Katzenberg took a sip of his juice and continued. I've spoken with Mr. Murdoch several times. During the upcoming 2 months of promotion, Firefly's ABC network, Disney Channel, and all our TV platforms will not show any promotional material for The Lion King 2. Instead, viewers will only see ads for Finding Nemo and Ice Age. At News Corporation, platforms like Fox and Fox Family Channel will do the same. We're also going to try to grab ad spaces for trailers on NBC and CBS. According to our projections, when all these plans are implemented, Paramount's publicity budget may only achieve half of what it normally would. Business competition was never warm and fuzzy. During the advertising push for Titanic at the end of last year, Viacom's MTV, which targeted a teen audience, outright refused to run trailers claiming there were no available ad spots. As film releases became more widespread, the importance of marketing efforts for box office success became increasingly apparent, especially with how significant a percentage of the total investment budget had shifted toward marketing. This time, whether in retaliation for Viacom's actions months earlier or simply out of competitive necessity, it was crucial for Firefly to completely block The Lion King 2. Viacom's best television asset at that moment was just MTV. Their Nickelodeon channel, aimed at children, didn't even compare to Disney Channel in terms of audience size. Since the internet was just starting to gain traction, the mainstream methods for movie promotion still largely relied on TV trailers, print media ads, and plastering posters on a multitude of public spaces. Among these, TV trailers were undeniably the most effective, especially for animated films, as a significant portion of their audience, kids and teens, often didn't read newspapers or magazines. The joint ban from ABC and Fox meant that The Lion King 2 would lose at least half of its television advertising platforms in North America. With Viacom's television resources limited and facing competition from Firefly and Fox on external platforms like NBC, Paramount would have to pay a higher price for The Lion King 2's promotion, while the final marketing results would likely fall far short compared to Finding Nemo and Ice Age. Once Eric finished his breakfast, he leisurely sipped on a cup of hot milk. After listening to Katzenberg's discourse, he asked, "Have you considered that Viacom might provoke the media about The Lion King 2 being banned?" Of course. Our response is straightforward. Unless necessary, we will ignore them. This way, we can avoid giving Paramount any opportunity to stir up the topic. We discussed this in last week's meeting. If Viacom makes similar claims in the media, no department at Firefly will respond publicly. Besides, we're operating within legal bounds. If anyone raises concerns, we have ample evidence to demonstrate that all our ad slots are already sold out, Katzenberg said, shrugging as he broke into a slight smirk. He added a vivid analogy. If there's no opponent to challenge, a person throwing punches into the air just looks ridiculous. Eric chuckled and said, I guess after this, Redstone will be determined to make another play for NBC. GE won't sell NBC anytime soon. As for CBS, based on its current market value, Viacom would need over $30 billion to buy it. With cable networks steadily eroding market share from public television, even if that price dropped by half, I wouldn't consider it worthy. When we acquired ABC, if it weren't for our shares in ESPN and A&E, it would have started looking pretty bad by now. Eric replied, but Redstone isn't likely to see it that way. His perspective is still anchored to 2 decades ago, during the peak of public television. He recalled that Viacom had invested a staggering $46 billion to acquire CBS, but faced prolonged losses in the aftermath due to the pressure from the cable industry. Years later, to avoid being dragged down by CBS's underperformance, Viacom had to spin off CBS and other profitable cable channels like MTV. Summer Redstone was undoubtedly an ambitious person. However, perhaps due to the limitations of his time, he often lacked foresight. While Viacom had grown increasingly massive during the media consolidation wave, it later proved that both the acquisition of Blockbuster Video and CBS were disastrous decisions, causing Viacom to slide from a first-tier media giant to a second-tier group in the new century. The two then shifted their conversation to the release strategies of other films for the summer season. At last, Katzenberg hesitated and said, Eric, regarding the recent digital music distribution rights, Barry Weiss and I had a talk, and he seemed quite anxious. I also feel that your digital distribution strategy for Firefly Records has been a bit too aggressive. Barry Weiss was a high-ranking official Eric had recruited from Sony's Jive Records and currently served as the president of Firefly Records. Over the last 2 years, Barry had propelled the Backstreet Boys into the elite ranks of pop artists, even achieving global sales of over 20 million for their first album last year. In addition to the Backstreet Boys serving as the cornerstone, other artists under Firefly Records had also made good use of the group's extensive media resources and were developing steadily. Former MMC, Mickey Mouse Club, members like Christina Aguilera, Britney Spears, and Justin Timberlake had all released successful singles last year after years of training, and Firefly Records was now moving forward with plans to create tailor-made albums for them. Eric was thus quite pleased with Barry Weiss's recent successes. Upon hearing Katzenberg's comments, Eric felt no surprise. He said, Jeffrey, I assume you've seen the digital distribution proposal I submitted to Firefly Records, right? Katzenberg nodded. It seems akin to the phased release of films. There's a 3-month physical album release window, followed by a digital release on Yahoo Music 3 months later. Though the window period might be short, it's acceptable. But the major concern is splitting the album into singles for individual sale 6 months after the album release. Barry believes this would severely impact album sales. For many albums, unless one was a diehard fan, most people typically only liked a song or two. Historically, record companies had leaned into this strategy to save resources and maximize profits. Crafting an average song was undoubtedly easier and required less investment than creating a classic track. Yet, splitting albums could lead to many mediocre songs receiving no attention at all, posing a considerable threat to the longevity of the record company's business model. Jeffrey, let's set aside the merits of this proposal for now, Eric said, pulling out his frequently carried Fireflyer from his pocket. You're undoubtedly familiar with this player, so let's run a hypothetical. If this player were developed by a company you personally owned, without any ties to the record industry, how would you promote it to maximize its outreach? Katzenberg had recently realized that the Fireflyer had the potential to outshine traditional portable music players. Presently, Sony's Walkman remained the market leader with annual sales around 15 million units, with other CD players and MDs similarly hovering around that figure. In other words, the annual market capacity for portable music players was approximately 30 million units. If Fireflyer could seize this market completely, with the standard net profit margin for electronic devices being around 15%. A Fireflyer priced at $299 would yield about $45 in profit. An annual volume of 30 million units would bring in a profit of $1.35 billion, enough to rank within the top 100 profit-generating companies worldwide. Katzenberg was not one to be overly tied to a stringent moral code. Given the enormous business possibilities embedded in this player, he would undoubtedly pursue the most advantageous promotional strategies possible, even if it meant quietly allowing the spread of online pirated music. The record industry's survival would be of no concern to him. In line with this reasoning, if handed the reins of Firefly Electronics now, he wouldn't hesitate to discard the interests of Firefly Records entirely. While Firefly Records had performed well in recent years, it contributed less than $100 million in profits annually. Even if it evolved to a big player among the 5 major record companies, it would still pale in comparison to the potential profits the Fireflyer could generate. After all, the value of the music industry couldn't hold a candle to the film industry. None of the top 5 record companies had an annual profit exceeding $1 billion. Having worked together for so long, Eric thoroughly understood Katzenberg's character. After observing his moment of brief contemplation, he just smiled without saying anything else, as Eric could guess what he was thinking. Then he said, "This world is never short of smart people." The MP3 audio format was initially launched 5 years ago, and I can quite confidently speculate that traditional music device manufacturers must have harbored similar ideas for a player like Fireflyer during that time. Yet, to protect their established players and their substantial interests in CDs and tapes, they instinctively would have sought to avert such projects. But that's not the worst outcome. As I hypothesized earlier, if a similar player were produced by an electronics company with no connection to the record industry, they would certainly prioritize their interests over drama with record companies. They would need only a noble pretext, for instance, claiming that their player could only copy music from original CDs. After that, they could mass-produce and promote the product, with no qualms about where users obtained their music. Would you think they'd care? And you? Katzenberg suddenly asked. Eric, do you care? Eric smiled, leaned back comfortably in his chair, and replied honestly, "No, I don't care either." Katzenberg followed up, "Then why do it?" Eric pondered for a moment before responding, "Because I want to gain the initiative, or to put it more bluntly, I merely wish to become a rule maker, rather than sitting stagnant, waiting for others to establish the rules, or worse, to be replaced." So, Jeffrey, if you dedicated more attention to Yahoo, you'd notice that they're already developing an MP4 video format based on MP3. If the IT industry continues developing in accordance with Moore's Law, it won't be long before Hollywood faces a similar situation as the record industry now does. At that point, the simplest way to survive better would be to become a rule maker rather than futilely criticizing others or blindly resisting emerging technologies. Katzenberg had always admired Eric's extraordinary insights into the film and investment industries. However, he often thought Eric lacked a commanding presence that a leader should possess, being overly gentle and lacking aggression in various matters. But now, in that little restaurant at Firefly Studios, Katzenberg suddenly realized that Eric's vision was far broader than he had previously comprehended. Not only did he have a grasp on the present, but he even intended to control the future. Katzenberg also recognized that maybe he was merely a pawn in Eric's ambitious strategy for the future, that pawns ultimately couldn't see the entire chessboard layout. They could only observe everything within their designated paths and arrogantly point fingers at the moves made by the player. Would he willingly remain a pawn? Katzenberg asked himself, but his inner self quickly provided an answer. Why not? How many people in the world dared to claim they were not pawns? Countless people might go through their entire lives never encountering the opportunity to play with those making the moves. Yet now, he not only had that opportunity, but could consciously collaborate with the player to create the future, far luckier than those who live their lives without purpose. Eric, I have a decent relationship with Geffen. Perhaps I can give him a call to invite him to the Fireflyer launch in San Francisco on April 2nd. What do you think? David Geffen's record label had once been a significant subsidiary under Warner Music Group, holding music rights nearly equivalent to Firefly Records. Katzenberg and David had always been good friends. When Geffen first left Time Warner, Katzenberg had even suggested to Eric that they acquire Geffen's record company, which Eric had declined. Eric was unsure about the quick shift in Katzenberg's mindset in such a short time, but since he was willing to extend an invitation, Eric wouldn't refuse. Sure, if he's open to it, we can all gather then. After finishing breakfast and chatting about a few other things, Katzenberg needed to head to the Burbank headquarters for their weekly meeting, and the two went their separate ways. Eric also had a busy day ahead. In the morning, he would review the rough cut of Jurassic Park 3 and discuss the subsequent post-production effects with director Joe Johnston and the digital post-production team. Lunch was scheduled with Jerry Bruckheimer and Michael Bay to discuss the disaster film project The Day After Tomorrow. This project couldn't be delayed any further. Eric planned not to personally direct it, and the company couldn't continue waiting. Coincidentally, Michael Bay had just completed Bad Boys 2 and was looking to try his hand at working on special effects instead of pursuing Bad Boys 3, leading Jerry Bruckheimer to suggest handing The Day After Tomorrow over to Michael Bay's directorship. In the afternoon, Eric would attend the final round of auditions for the lead role in Fox's Dark Angel. Eric no longer had much interest in appreciating or even hunting beauties through auditions. He didn't need such complicated routines to get any woman he wanted now. But since he took the initiative to take on this job, he had to show his face symbolically. Given that Jurassic Park 2's box office results were nearly on par with the first film, and Joe Johnston still insisted on negotiating for a higher salary for Jurassic Park 3 despite having a prior choice option agreement. It had taken them 3 months of negotiations to reach an agreement on the salary. The writing of the third film's script and the assembly of the team hadn't been nearly as seamless as the second part. Thus, the planned 2-year production schedule extended to 2.5 years, putting the release of Jurassic Park 3 in the holiday season at the end of the year. Jurassic Park 3 only just wrapped shooting right before the Oscars, with Jerry Bruckheimer still serving as producer. Originally scheduled for noon, Michael Bay, wanting to grasp the post-production process better, had actually arrived at Firefly Studios in the morning accompanied by Jerry Bruckheimer to sit in on the discussions about Jurassic Park 3's post-production plans. Eric was very content with Bay's attitude. After completing the morning's work, his doubts eased, and he decided to let Michael Bay handle the making of The Day After Tomorrow. When lunch came, they directly discussed the production plans for The Day After Tomorrow. Chapter 844, 845. Are you sure you're normal? At 2 in the afternoon, Eric arrived punctually at the Fox studio in Century City. As he stepped out of the car, he spotted Elizabeth striding toward him in high heels, her assistant following closely behind, holding a stack of documents. Eric embraced Elizabeth, and after letting go, they headed toward the parking lot. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" Elizabeth shot him a look. "This place is mine. Why wouldn't I be here?" Eric wanted to ask why she came to pick him up. Although Elizabeth was currently only responsible for the film production department at 20th Century Fox, the project Dark Angel was significant to Fox, but not under her jurisdiction. Still, Eric shrugged. After all, the whole studio seemed like her playground. "Never mind, I won't say anything." Humph. Elizabeth huffed playfully, but then affectionately linked her arm with Eric's. "Dad asked me to talk to you about the digital release of original soundtracks." "Stop." Eric interrupted her before she could go further. "Liz, I've spent too much time trying to persuade others lately. Can we take a break from music talk today?" To secure as much musical content as possible, Eric had crafted a strategy to delay the physical release of traditional artists' digital music albums for 3 months. This plan would not only be implemented within Firefly's system, but also significantly expand the possibilities of bringing in content from external record companies. However, the Yahoo Music Store couldn't be filled entirely with old music content. To make up for that, soundtracks for films within the Firefly system would be released simultaneously with physical records. Outside of Firefly, MGM had quickly agreed to the plan, but Murdoch was not entirely satisfied with the proposal. Still, 20th Century Fox found it difficult to outright reject it, unlike other film companies. After all, the cooperation between Firefly and News Corporation had been closely interlinked over the years, even more so than with MGM. The two companies directly co-owned several firms, including Blue Sky Studios and FFM Television, as well as the Digital Domain's Australian branch. Additionally, collaborations like this one with Dark Angel happened frequently in TV businesses. Outside of Hollywood, Yahoo had also reached an agreement with News Corporation to gain exclusive online news publishing rights from several of its media outlets. Elizabeth knew this very well. The music business under News Corporation was even less significant than Firefly, and she didn't see the need to fight for it. Therefore, even though she was following her father's instructions to bring it up, she hadn't planned on convincing Eric. Looking at the slightly worn expression on the man beside her, Elizabeth smiled and feigned reluctance, saying, "All right, we'll talk about it tomorrow then." Eric didn't mind Elizabeth's habitual stubbornness. With a smile, they walked together into the administrative building of the studio. Although Eric had handed Dark Angel to Fox to fill in for the X-Files, everything still followed regular commercial processes. This sci-fi series was co-invested by the television departments of Firefly and Fox, also including a shell company backed by Cameron. The rights to the series belonged to Fox, and Firefly would receive its share according to investment ratios. Thanks to the miraculous success of Titanic, competition for the lead role of Max in the series was fierce, despite it being a concept by Cameron. The production team had set very strict conditions for auditions for the female lead, requiring actresses to be between 18 and 22 years old, stand between 5 feet 7 inches and 5 feet 9 inches, have at least 3 years of acting experience, and a background in dance or gymnastics to handle intense action scenes. Even so, over 300 girls initially passed the screenings and showed up for auditions, highlighting the strength of the American film industry. The other minor roles had already been filled prior to this day. Today was simply the final round of auditions for the female lead, with only 10 candidates remaining. Though all the girls were gathered in the waiting room, the auditions weren't set to begin until 2:30. Cameron was currently focused on developing pre-visual effects technology for Spider-Man and the Titanic-themed exhibition. Aside from providing the main storyline and taking a producer credit, he wasn't personally involved in this project and didn't come over today. Eric listened as Fox's producer for Dark Angel, Brian Spicer, briefly recapped the earlier audition process. He flipped through 10 sets of information and remarked curiously to Elizabeth, who was diligently reviewing the candidates' profiles nearby. "Liz, have you heard the story about interviews? A hiring manager randomly picks a pile of resumes and tosses them in the trash, announcing that those people have been eliminated for a simple reason. They just aren't lucky enough." Elizabeth looked up at him, exasperated. "If you wanted to play that game, why didn't you come here earlier? There are only 10 people left. Then let's just eliminate 1 or 2, Eric said, and sure enough, he picked out 2 applications from the thin stack, marked them with a pencil, and handed them to a stunned Brian Spicer and the others. "Notify them that they can leave." Knowing Eric well enough, Elizabeth recognized that his seemingly nonsensical actions often had some rationale, although it was rare for her to figure out what it was. Still, she believed in him. She snatched the 2 actor profiles from Eric's hand and glanced at them, but saw nothing special. So she handed them back to Brian Spicer, saying, "Brian, is there a problem with these 2? Brian took the papers, hesitated, then replied honestly, "Liz, this girl named Mila Jovovich was introduced by Mr. De Palma. However, I assure you, she meets all the criteria. She has a dance background and has been making cameo appearances in TV dramas since she was 13. Elizabeth pondered and asked, "Brian De Palma?" Brian nodded. Brian De Palma was a veteran director in Hollywood who had recently made the first Mission Impossible film. Elizabeth didn't pay much attention to that. Over the years, she gradually understood that Hollywood was a network of relationships, and she was confident Eric wouldn't be concerned about that. The issue was likely with the other girl. And the other one? Ollie Larder. Brian Spicer glanced at the name on the other resume, frowning slightly in confusion, then looked toward the other responsible parties in the audition room. Everyone shook their heads. One of them leafed through the actors' profiles, thought for a moment, and said, "This girl was selected by John's group. Do we need to call him to come over?" Brian looked toward Elizabeth and Eric, explaining, "John Knowles is the casting lead for Group 3, and we split the first round into 5 groups." Just as Elizabeth was about to say something, Eric took the two resumes from Brian Spicer's hand, tucked them back into the file, and shook his head with a smile. Never mind. I'm just a bit annoyed lately. I'm tired of the same old routine. Let's pretend nothing happened and get started. Although they didn't understand what had just transpired, Brian and the team all sighed in relief. Elizabeth lingered for a moment, adjusted her chair, leaned over, and lightly hugged Eric. She then reclaimed the two seemingly puzzling actor resumes and spoke assertively to Brian Spicer. Brian, notify them to leave. Brian once more took the two resumes, feeling Elizabeth's firm tone, not daring to press further. He nodded and promptly got up to leave the room. Elizabeth still didn't let go of Eric. Ignoring the onlookers, she affectionately leaned her cheek against Eric's face, saying, "Eric, do what you want. You don't have to explain anything to them." Eric gently patted Elizabeth's slim waist and grinned. Why do I feel like that line just came out of that girl's mouth? This time Elizabeth didn't get upset at Eric for mentioning Drew, but countered, "I'm nothing like her. She's crazy. Are you sure you're normal? Isn't it that you're just a jerk?" Onlookers were attentively eavesdropping on the rather odd banter between the two bosses, which could be labeled as sweet talk. But soon enough, Brian Spicer, who had just left, pushed the door open again, breaking the atmosphere. Eric and Elizabeth noticed the footsteps and realized the situation around them, returning to their seats without further ado. The remaining list featured 8 girls whom Eric didn't know at all. The auditions began promptly at 2:30 and continued until 7 that evening. With a tight schedule ahead, aiming to finalize the pilot episode before May, Eric didn't hesitate much. The auditions concluded, and the team quickly reached a decision. In the end, a lucky 19-year-old girl from Pennsylvania bagged the role of the lead character, Max. With the lead for Dark Angel confirmed, Eric would no longer be involved in the show's detailed production. On the afternoon of April Fool's Day, Eric flew from Los Angeles to Oakland, San Francisco. The official product launch for Fireflyer was set for April 2nd at 2 p.m. to be held in the Grand Ballroom of the Marriott International Hotel in Oakland. Although over a month of intensive promotion had made the groundbreaking Fireflyer player well-known worldwide, many particulars about the player remained undisclosed. Thus, the launch event attracted mainstream media from around the globe. Once the event date was announced, over 600 media outlets contacted Firefly Electronics for invitations. In the tech hub of Silicon Valley, while competitors had thoroughly dismantled the player, they also wouldn't miss the chance to gather first-hand information. Coupled with lucky viewers selected via Yahoo portal, the final guest list reached 2,100 people. The night before, Eric had watched a rehearsal of the press conference led by Firefly Electronics president, Bill Olson, working into the late hours. He woke early today. Since the launch was at the Marriott Hotel, Eric chose to stay there as well. Leaving his room, he entered the hotel's dining area where Chris was already seated at a table with 2 leaders of Firefly Electronics and Ian Gurney, the CEO of Yahoo, who had flown in from Boston. "Eric, good morning." Ian waved as he spotted him, and the others turned their attention to him. Eric approached, exchanged greetings, then took a seat next to Ian Gurney and asked, "What are you all discussing?" They exchanged glances before Ian Gurney spoke up. "Eric, about the pricing strategy for Fireflyer." Eric casually ordered breakfast from the passing waiter, then replied, "You're not still thinking of raising the price, are you?" Bill Olson said, "Eric, based on our recent research, the $299 price point, which matches the Sony Walkman, does feel a bit low. Considering the popularity Fireflyer has already shown, I believe raising the price to $359, or even $399, could be on the table. But we've discussed this multiple times," Eric shrugged. "We all know that the technology in Fireflyer isn't groundbreaking. Even though we've secured a complete set of patents for MP3 players, competitors can easily create alternatives if they choose to venture in. What we need to do is make Fireflyer popular quickly, establishing it as an industry standard instead of chasing profits right out of the gate. Besides, the total production cost for Fireflyer is only $150, and as production ramps up and technology advances, overall costs will continue to decline. We already have sufficient profit margins." However, Victor McNally, CEO of Firefly Electronics, shook his head. "Eric, your strategy isn't wrong, but I think you're underestimating the technological lead and patent barriers we currently hold. I can assure you that even giants like Sony would require at least 3 years to fully navigate around the patent barriers we've built. Those 3 years will be ample time for us to solidify our position in the MP3 player market. Chapter 845, 846, The Sudden Refusal. Eric recalled Elizabeth's whispers from yesterday and decided not to elaborate further. He firmly stated, "Next year, Seagate will likely launch a 2 GB micro hard drive. At that point, we can adjust the prices of different Fireflyers based on storage capacity. For now and in the future, the bottom line of $299 cannot change." Victor McNally and others noticed Eric's slight frown, sensing an uncommon air of finality in his demeanor, and they wisely ceased their arguments. After breakfast, everyone headed to tour the newly established multi-touch capacitive screen lab at Firefly Electronics. This lab was set up after Firefly Electronics acquired a small company specializing in capacitive screen development a few months prior. Compared to the mainstream resistive screens, capacitive screens undeniably had more advantages, proving to be the leading technology for handheld mobile devices in the future. Similar to the 3D and IMAX trends in the film industry, both capacitive screens and multi-touch technology had been around for years, but no mainstream electronic products compatible with them had yet emerged, which had led to slow development. Eric believed that once the planned Yahoo Pad tablet was launched, supporting multi-touch capacitive screens would quickly become the standard for touchscreen devices, allowing Firefly Electronics to gain a competitive edge in technology patents by getting ahead of the game. As noon approached, only 3 hours remained until the afternoon press conference, and more guests began to gather at the Marriott Hotel. Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos had arrived in San Francisco that morning. After 3 rounds of investment, Firefly Investments owned 30% of Amazon. Under Jeff Bezos' leadership, Amazon had rapidly developed in recent years, although it hadn't yet attained the dominance in online book sales. Bezos was eagerly steering Amazon toward becoming a comprehensive online retailer, with the Fireflyer being its initial foray into the retail space. To show his commitment to Amazon, Eric set aside time for lunch with Jeff Bezos to discuss the company's next steps. After selling the 30% stake to Firefly, Bezos intended to avoid losing control and was preparing for an IPO, not looking to seek further funding from Firefly Investments. Eric also had no immediate plans to acquire more shares in Amazon, understanding that the company's journey had not been without its challenges and Firefly Investments had numerous opportunities ahead. While the two were having lunch at the Marriott's restaurant, Bill Olson, president of Firefly Electronics, rushed in and headed straight for Eric. Bill nodded at Jeff Bezos, not shying away from the topic, and urgently told Eric, "Eric, Celine Dion's manager Renee Angelo just called. He mentioned Celine won't be able to make it to the press conference this afternoon." Eric's mind raced, and he quickly grasped what had transpired. The launch of the Fireflyer posed a significant threat, particularly to Sony, which produced multiple mainstream portable music players. Celine Dion was, after all, an artist under Sony Records. Though Celine's voice was often described as heavenly, her personal music style was rather singular. Without the massive hit My Heart Will Go On, it would have been nearly impossible for her to ascend to the ranks of top-tier pop stars. Hence, before Titanic, she had only been regarded as a second-tier artist under Sony Records. The massive success of My Heart Will Go On had certainly elevated her standing, but due to contractual limitations, she had none of the freedom that megastars like Michael Jackson or Madonna enjoyed. Clearly, this was Sony exerting pressure on Celine, preventing her from attending the Fireflyer product launch. What Eric didn't expect was for Sony to be so cruel as to apply that pressure just 2 hours before the event. Before he could respond, Bill Olson's phone rang again. Bill didn't answer but instead handed the phone to Eric, saying, "Ms. Dion just wanted to personally express her regrets to you." Knowing this was orchestrated by Sony, Eric felt angry but didn't channel his frustration towards Celine. He answered the call and chatted for a few moments. Celine understood the critical role My Heart Will Go On played in her career, so her tone was respectful during the call. She repeatedly expressed her apologies and cautiously hinted at her constraints. After a brief discussion, Eric hung up, and at that moment, Chris and Victor McNally also entered the restaurant. Given that the press conference would simultaneously announce the Titanic soundtrack's availability in the Yahoo Music Store, Celine Dion was, without a doubt, the primary performance guest of the afternoon. Bill Olsen had even arranged for her to appear towards the end of the event, representing the Yahoo Music Store to announce the official release of the Titanic soundtrack. After a flurry of exchanges, the group left the restaurant and headed to a specially prepared meeting room at the Marriott to discuss strategies. Bill Olsen looked at everyone and said, "It's probably too late to negotiate with Madonna, but it wouldn't be too difficult for the Backstreet Boys to praise a song. However, having them go on stage would disrupt the schedule." Originally, 3 performers were slated to be the highlighted guests: Madonna, the Backstreet Boys, and Celine Dion. Naturally, Madonna wouldn't face the same restrictions as Celine, and she had openly expressed her willingness to collaborate with the Yahoo Music Store, agreeing to perform as soon as she received the invitation. The Backstreet Boys, being a staple for Firefly Records, would definitely be featured in the event. Celine had also confirmed her presence, but no one had anticipated she would be forced to withdraw due to Sony's pressure at the last moment. Everyone had seen last night's rehearsals and knew that if someone were replaced at the last minute, the details for announcing the Titanic soundtrack's arrival at the Yahoo Music Store would require many adjustments. After discussing for a bit, Chris suddenly looked at Eric and said, "Eric, since Celine can't go on, why don't you step up? You're the lyricist and composer of My Heart Will Go On, and you've seen the rehearsal, so it should all fall into place." Before Eric could shake his head in response, the others enthusiastically urged, "Yes, Eric, you should. Your stature is far above Celine Dion's." Actually, during the initial stages of planning the launch event, Bill Olsen had hoped Eric would deliver a speech, but he had declined. Now that Chris suggested it, excitement bubbled up in the room. As the soul of the Firefly team, Eric's aura promised that his appearance would create an impact in the media far surpassing Celine's performance. Eric raised his hand to quiet the chatter and chuckled helplessly. "You can't be serious about having me sing My Heart Will Go On, can you? That's ridiculous." Bill Olsen replied, "Not at all, Eric. Just say what you want to say and do what you want to do, then help announce the digital release of My Heart Will Go On." Usually a man of few words, Victor McNally surprisingly chimed in with excitement. Yes, just like that." Ian Gurney smiled and played the emotions card. "Eric, I don't think you want this press conference to be a disaster, right? I mean, it's really your responsibility. The whole Firefly is yours." Faced with eager gazes, Eric hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. "All right then, let's discuss what I should say when the time comes." Bill Olsen shook his head and smiled. "Oh, Eric, this is your area. We won't interfere. I need to go greet the guests." Victor McNally stood up. "By the way, the VP from Best Buy is waiting for me downstairs." "Haha. Jeff just mentioned he wanted to discuss Amazon's advertising on Yahoo, so I'll head down now." Watching Bill Olsen, Victor McNally, and Ian Gurney leave the meeting room, Eric turned to Chris. Chris shrugged with a smile. "As for me, I still haven't thought of an excuse. Forget it, I'll just wing it. Even if I mess it up, no one would dare say anything to me." "The boss?" Eric said, rolling his shoulders. He then shifted the conversation, asking, "How is the wedding planning with Emily coming along?" Hearing Eric's question, Chris looked genuinely pained. "It's still the same. My dad and her parents are far more enthusiastic than we are." Eric, imagining Chris being chased around by 3 eager parents discussing wedding details, couldn't help but joke. "I'll be in New York for a week or 2. Perhaps I could help you brainstorm." "You'd better not complicate things," Chris replied, shaking his head. He then asked with curiosity, 2 weeks? Aside from Kevin and Elia's birthdays, do you have anything else going on?" Eric nodded. "Regarding the establishment of Marvel Studios, Avi Arad and the team have drafted a preliminary proposal that I need to confirm personally." Chris occasionally heard Eric mention the massive Marvel Cinematic Universe plans and had far too many of his own matters to focus on, so he didn't show much interest in that topic. They chatted casually before leaving the meeting room together. Afternoon, the banquet hall at the Marriott was already filled with over half of the invited guests, with more continuing to arrive. As the event drew nearer, Eric went over the press conference details and began engaging with the attending guests. Media reporters from various backgrounds didn't require Eric to personally greet them, but he still needed to connect with tech industry giants directly. As time ticked away, Bill Gates from Microsoft, John Chambers from Cisco, Larry Ellison from Oracle, the newly appointed CEO of Apple Gil Amelio, and executives from Seagate and Best Buy all made their appearances. Even Warren Buffett had come all the way from Omaha. Besides these tech and investment giants, stars from the entertainment industry were also in attendance. Jeffrey Katzenberg arrived at the Marriott an hour before the conference began. At 2 p.m., all the guests had gathered in the banquet hall. The lights dimmed in the other parts of the room, leaving only a few beams focused on the stage. Victor McNally, as the CEO of Firefly Electronics, was the first to take the stage, announcing the commencement of the press conference and delivering a brief welcome address to all the attendees. Eric had initially suggested keeping this event succinct, so with a couple of interactive performances included, the press conference was expected to last an hour and a half. It primarily featured demonstrations of the Firefly's configuration and functions, an introduction to the Yahoo Music Store, and a discussion of sales methods and channels. Bill Olson had prepared for this product launch for 2 whole months, so everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. As Bill and others began unveiling details about the Firefly and the Yahoo Music Store, the audience frequently applauded and cheered. The cameras of media reporters flashed continuously. Throughout this time, countless media outlets had already exposed a plethora of information about the Firefly, but the official announcements held the most newsworthy value. When Amazon's Jeff Bezos took the stage to introduce the formation of Amazon Firefly, amidst the applause, Bill Olson, who personally served as the host, returned to the stage carrying a chair. The atmosphere at the press conference remained lively, and Bill Olson's peculiar action easily drew laughter from the guests. Setting the chair down and dramatically patting its back, he did not sit down as everyone expected. Instead, he raised the microphone and said with a smile, "This chair isn't for me. Guess who's going to sit here?" There were not many capable of warranting such an honor from the president of Firefly Electronics in the hall. Someone quickly shouted from the audience, "Eric Williams! Eric Williams! Eric Williams!" As the roar intensified, Bill Olson decided to stop teasing. He raised the microphone and called out, "So, let's all welcome Mr. Eric Williams." Amidst the enthusiastic applause and cheers, Eric walked up the stage from the side steps. Chapter 846, 847, Daddy's Favoritism. As Eric took the microphone handed to him by Bill Olson, he surprised himself by not sitting in the chair that was placed before him. This detail had completely caught him off guard, and he understood that Bill hoped he would stay on stage a little longer. Like Bill, Eric patted the back of the folding chair and looked out at the audience. In the front rows sat figures who, in both this life and the past, shone with an incredible brilliance. They lifted their heads slightly, gazing up at him. Reminded of the moments from his rebirth over the years, Eric felt an unprecedented sense of ambition swelling in his heart. The inexplicable emotions he'd been wrestling with lately seemed to vanish in an instant. Once the room fell silent, he rested a hand on the back of the chair and said, "I think when everyone sees an empty chair, the first reaction is to sit down, especially when you realize that this chair represents your place. However, for the next few minutes, I need to resist the urge to sit. I hope I can continue to curb similar impulses in the future. Because once we sit down, we often start to seek comfort and lose the drive to move forward." Many people in the audience seemed puzzled by Eric's sudden remarks. Some journalists even treated this moment as a carefully orchestrated stunt. Therefore, when Eric's speech concluded, the applause that followed was polite, but not particularly enthusiastic. Yet Eric's smile didn't waver. He continued, "Many might not understand why I am saying this. I'm not at the age where I should be preaching life's philosophies. In truth, I just felt compelled to say it. This chair shouldn't even be here on this stage, just as I shouldn't be standing here according to the original plan. Everything changed just 2 hours ago. What transpired? I believe the hundreds of media friends present here will uncover all the details before sunset today. The reason you all gathered here is that you recognized Firefly and Yahoo Music Store's disruptive impact on the entire recording industry. But it's clear that those who have already settled into their own chairs and are enjoying comfort won't want to see such change. Thus, They instinctively find ways to delay or even prevent it. Once Eric finished speaking, a buzz of discussion filled the banquet hall, and the cameras flashed wildly again. Some eager reporters had even begun dialing their phones. Eric knew that revealing what had transpired just hours before wouldn't significantly affect Sony. It would merely add some pressure from the media. But, feeling inspired, he continued. In this era of technological explosion, every company leader should realize that rather than being replaced by others, it's better to replace themselves. I admit that traditional portable music players are excellent and have brought us much joy. However, that shouldn't be a reason to resist change. Innovation and technological progress are major trends of our time. Now, I can proudly say that Fireflyer is a groundbreaking product, but I still look forward to the day something will replace Fireflyer, hopefully created by other companies within the Firefly ecosystem. As for those stubbornly holding onto their chairs, I will not persuade or beg you for change. I will dismantle your chairs and shatter everything surrounding you until you have nothing left. Eric's bold declaration left everyone momentarily stunned and silent, but soon, the loudest applause and cheers of the press conference erupted. In the society, there was a general reverence for freedom and daring to challenge authority. Eric's words ignited excitement in many, and the applause lasted over a minute before he could proceed to the next segment. After the Fireflyer conference ended, beginning with the evening news the following day, headlines across North America and even around the world featured Eric beside the folding chair. His words echoed as the most stirring declaration of the release. However, while there was overwhelming anticipation for Fireflyer from the media and public, not everyone was enthusiastic. Just as Eric predicted, the day after the press conference, media outlets dug up information that Celine Dion had canceled her performance at the Fireflyer event due to pressure from Sony Records. Surrounded by reporters, Sony US CEO Howard Stringer expressed that the Fireflyer was too reliant on CD drives and USB ports in PC hardware. While personal computer sales reached an astonishing 26 million units in North America in 1996, surpassing traditional home appliances like televisions, many computers lacked the crucial CD drive and USB port, which had only been implemented in recent years. Among last year's 26 million PCs, fewer than 5 million had both interfaces. Even now, over half of the prevalent PC models lack them. Although the Fireflyer was priced at an affordable $299, most families would not consider updating their thousands of dollars worth computers for a music player. Therefore, for a long time, Fireflyer would remain a niche product, unable to compete with mainstream players like Walkman, CD players, and MD players. Eric was well aware of Howard Stringer's concerns. Firefly Electronics had compiled detailed market research already. However, considering just last year's and this year's PC sales, North America would still have at least 10 million PCs capable of connecting to a Fireflyer. Eric remained optimistic about the sales, while Bill Olson predicted they could achieve sales of 100,000 units of Fireflyer in the remaining 9 months of the year. Historically, MP3 players first appeared in Japan and South Korea, using lower-capacity flash storage, and were not only expensive, but also held fewer songs than traditional tape cassettes, leading to a prolonged lack of popularity. Apple's iPod, which utilized microdrives, also struggled to gain traction due to Steve Jobs' initial closed-platform strategy. It wasn't until 2005, after much persuasion from Apple executives, that Jobs allowed the iPod to be compatible with Windows, paving the way for its reversal over traditional players, achieving sales of over 22 million units that year, double what the iPod had sold through the closed platform in previous years. To Eric, the iPod's platform opening era in 2005 missed the golden period for MP3 players. As more mobile devices supported music playback, MP3 players quickly faded. Meanwhile, Fireflyer seemed to have everything in place from the start. It used a large-capacity microdrive and was compatible with Windows. Even if its capabilities, functions, and computer support hadn't reached a later level of convenience, he remained very optimistic about Fireflyer's future. However, it would prove that neither Eric nor the management of Firefly Electronics' outlook of 100,000 sales in 1997 was overly optimistic. Following the April 2nd press conference, Fireflyer officially went on sale on April 5th at Best Buy stores and platforms like Amazon, achieving an impressive total of 25,000 units sold on launch day. This number was not merely coincidental. It reflected the total stock available across sales platforms. Before 4 p.m. that day, retail locations nationwide announced they were sold out, with Amazon's 5,000-unit stock of Fireflyer also vanishing by the evening. Fortunately, anticipating a surge in initial sales following over a month of promotional build-up, Firefly Electronics had pre-stocked 100,000 players. That evening, they swiftly resupplied retail locations from various warehouses across the East and West Coasts, and their San Francisco Fireflyer assembly plant also ramped up production to a maximum output of 150,000 units monthly. While many media outlets attributed the successful launch day sales of Fireflyer to advertising and hype, when the product surpassed 100,000 units sold 4 days after launch and daily sales showed no signs of decline, public perception shifted. Some retailers even began to increase Firefly's prices. In just 4 days, they recorded 100,000 in sales, with single-day sales hitting 25,000 units. Based on this trend, even if consumer interest cooled over time, Fireflyer's total sales for the year would certainly be more than 1 million units. Thus, Sony and other traditional portable player manufacturers began to feel an urgency. After all, even the best-selling Walkman only sold 15 million units annually, averaging less than 50,000 a day. This figure accounted for the total sales across all major consumer markets. When focusing solely on North America, Walkman's daily sales paled in comparison to Fireflyer's recent astounding sales figures. Consequently, on April 8th, the day it was announced that Fireflyer sales exceeded 100,000 units, Sony Records hurriedly announced they would file a lawsuit in San Francisco federal court, claiming that Fireflyer would lead to increased online music piracy, demanding that production and sales of the Fireflyer player be prohibited. The next day, April 9th, a Gulfstream V business jet landed at a small private airport in East Hampton, Long Island. Firefly Electronics CEO Victor McNally and President Bill Olson exited the jet and were greeted by a black Bentley waiting for them. In just a few days, the two of them could easily describe it as being extraordinarily busy. The success came swiftly and intensely. They both felt a heightened sense of excitement, with Fireflyer achieving $30 million in sales within just 4 days. Even if the data cut in half as consumer enthusiasm waned, Fireflyer still wouldn't sell fewer than 3 million units this year, which translated to $1 billion in annual sales. $1 billion for a newly launched company was nothing short of a miracle, and both men were looking forward to substantial bonuses and stock options as a reward. Of course, the foundation for all of this was that Firefly Electronics needed to expand its production capacity quickly. The current factory in San Francisco capped its monthly output at 150,000 units, which couldn't satisfy market demand. With plans to discuss new cooperation agreements with component suppliers worldwide, Victor McNally and Bill Olson had filled their schedules for the week. However, Eric called them that morning, insisting they fly to New York to meet him and even send a plane from Firefly to pick them up. Although Victor McNally and Bill Olson hoped that any issues could be resolved through a conference call, Eric's firm stance compelled them to board the plane. As their Bentley entered East Hampton City Center, Victor McNally expressed his dissatisfaction with Eric's arrangements, musing softly, "Eric probably wants to discuss the impending lawsuit from Sony Records. I feel this worry is completely unnecessary. After all, based on Sony's past experiences with lawsuits regarding their video recorders, federal court is likely to dismiss Sony's requests outright without even filing a case. The American legal system follows a precedent-based model, using past judicial decisions as a basis for judging similar current cases. Sony faced a decade-long copyright infringement lawsuit from Disney and Universal regarding their video recorders, which ultimately ended with Sony's victory. This current potential lawsuit against Fireflyer mirrored that situation almost exactly. Traditionally, federal courts would dismiss Sony Records' lawsuit according to the principles of judicial precedent. One could only wonder how Sony's executives felt, knowing that the foundation for dismissing their lawsuit rested on rights they themselves had spent long years fighting for. Bill Olson glanced at the driver in the front seat. He was far more adept at navigating social nuances compared to Victor McNally, who focused on technical research and development. Thus, rather than joining the complaints, he simply smiled in agreement, then looked out the car window at the neighborhood, suddenly remembering something. He turned to the driver and asked, "Mr. Moan, do you know of any good gift shops nearby?" "Of course, just a little further up ahead," Carter Moan replied as he glanced in the rearview mirror at Bill Olson. "Then please stop there later," Bill said. "Sure thing." Carter Moan nodded with a smile. Victor McNally raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What do we need to go to the gift shop for?" Bill Olson, feeling a bit exasperated by his straightforward but somewhat emotionally clueless partner, discreetly kicked him on the leg, signaling him to be quiet. Eric had mentioned a few days ago in San Francisco that he was heading to East Hampton to celebrate his two children's birthdays. Eric had been open about having kids, indicating he was quite close to them. Although they weren't sure if the children's birthdays had already passed, it seemed inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Carter Moan soon parked the car outside a boutique in East Hampton's downtown. Bill Olson and Victor McNally exited the car and selected two nice birthday gifts before finally making their way to Eric's seaside estate. Upon entering the estate, Victor McNally and Bill Olson followed Virginia, who greeted them, into the villa. The two soon realized that this home had two female hosts, as it was Joanna Pacula, who played the female lead in Twister, who served them coffee. Eric, dressed in a light-colored sweater and casual pants, was playing with two children around 4 years old in the corner of the living room, constructing with Lego blocks. Despite the odd scene, an unexplainable harmony filled the room. Seeing the two enter, Eric approached with the little boy in his arms. Victor McNally and Bill Olson pretended not to notice and handed Eric their gifts. After thanking them, Eric smiled and introduced, "This is my son, Kevin, and this is Elia, my daughter." Eric didn't formally introduce the two women, which eased the tension for Victor McNally and Bill Olson. They greeted the little ones as if they were two odd uncles. The boy hesitated, hiding behind his father's shoulder, while the little girl, with her beautiful big eyes, curiously studied the two men but didn't respond to their greetings, putting Victor McNally and Bill Olson in an awkward position. After some casual small talk, Eric stood up, ready to take the men to his study for business discussions. Virginia approached to take Kevin, but Eric simply shook his head and said, "I've got him. Also, Jeff Bezos will be coming over soon, so let him wait a bit." With that, Eric started up the stairs carrying Kevin, while noticing a small figure following them. "Sweetheart, you can't come with us?" Eric gently told Elia. Looking at her brother still in her father's embrace, Elia blinked and said, "Daddy's favoritism." Despite the complaint, Victor McNally and Bill Olson sensed something peculiar in the girl's tone. It seemed oddly unemotional for a daughter expressing envy towards her father. However, they chose not to delve deeper into it and exchanged quiet glances as they followed Eric up the stairs. Eric seemed to have not heard his daughter's complaint, only smiling as he remarked, "Stay here and don't cause any trouble." With Virginia and Joanna's light laughter around them, the little girl realized her words hadn't had the desired effect and obediently halted her steps, watching her father lead the two guests upstairs. Chapter 847, 848, The Hunger Marketing. As Eric, holding Kevin, and the others disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Joanna reached out to take her daughter's little hand and said with a smile, "All right, sweetie, Daddy has some important work to do. If you go in there and ask him a bunch of questions, you'll drive him crazy. How about we see if your birthday cake is ready, and maybe make a quick trip to the supermarket?" The little girl seemed to have forgotten about being turned down by her father just moments before. She wasn't upset at all, and, instead of showing interest in her mother's proposal, she looked up with her small face and asked, "Mommy, can I watch TV?" Joanna shook her head, saying, "No, sweetie, TV is for the evenings only." Feeling a bit bored, just as she was about to go along with her mother's wishes, Virginia walked out of the kitchen carrying the coffee cups that had just been used. Overhearing Joanna, she said, "I'll go. It's not convenient for you to take Elia, so you can stay here and wait for Mr. Jeff Bezos." Joanna didn't insist. She waved goodbye to Virginia and the maid who were leaving in the car and took her daughter for a stroll on the front lawn. About 10 minutes later, another black car drove into the estate. Jeff Bezos got out and saw a tranquil and intelligent-looking woman walking over with a little girl. Even though Joanna had stepped back from acting in recent years, she hadn't changed much since shooting Twister. Jeff Bezos immediately recognized her and surmised the identity of the little girl who was curiously gazing at him. With a perfectly polite smile, Jeff extended his hand to Joanna, saying, "Hello, Miss Pacula. I'm Jeff Bezos. Mr. Williams asked me to come by." "Hello, just call me Joe," Joanna replied as she shook his hand with a smile. "Eric is busy discussing things with the two gentlemen. Please follow me." The three of them walked into the living room of the villa. Joanna personally poured a cup of coffee for Jeff and said, "Please wait here. I'll go check on things." "Oh, thank you," Jeff said as he slightly leaned forward from his position on the sofa, watching Joanna leave. He then felt the curious gaze of the little girl beside him. Unlike the excitement and busyness experienced by Victor McNally and Bill Olson during these days, Jeff's mind was focused on expanding Amazon's reach. After the success of Fireflyer on the Amazon platform, he was eager to capitalize on that victory. He wasn't rushing to introduce more products. Instead, he planned to leverage the sales of Fireflyer to enhance Amazon's influence in e-commerce. He even ambitiously suggested to Victor McNally that Amazon become the exclusive retailer for Fireflyer products, but his idea was promptly rejected. Even though Eric didn't divulge the reason for his call to come to New York, Jeff hadn't abandoned the idea. He hoped Amazon's share of sales could expand. Currently, the production capacity of Fireflyer couldn't meet market demand, which was a common concern among all retailers collaborating with Firefly Electronics. Jeff wanted to consider how to persuade Eric to provide more support, but the little girl's bright and clear eyes, seeming to look right through him, made him quite uncomfortable, distracting his thoughts. Despite being a highly successful figure, having become the youngest vice president of a trust company at the age of 25, he realized he hadn't felt this way in many years, thanks to a little girl. Jeff was a person who preferred to take charge, and as he straightened his back to speak to the little girl, she blinked her lovely eyes and asked, "Besides English, what other languages do you speak?" Although her voice was sweet and childlike, her tone didn't reflect any childlike naivety or shyness typically seen in kids her age. Jeff found the situation increasingly strange. Faced with the little girl's curious gaze waiting for his reply, he felt that if he couldn't speak another language, she would surely disregard him. He instinctively didn't want to be ignored by this little girl, and that feeling left him feeling quite unsettled. So, he decided to regain the upper hand, suppressing his expression, and said, "Hey, kiddo, that's quite rude. You haven't even told me your name yet." "Hawaii Williams." The little girl blinked and replied. Jeff chuckled slightly, not because of the seemingly odd name, but because he sensed that the little girl could tell he was just pretending and seemed nonchalant about it. Jeff tried to convince himself that it was all just an illusion and continued. "Okay, Hawaii, why do you want to know about the earlier question? Mommy speaks Polish and Russian, Vicky Annie speaks Spanish, Natasha and Yevgeny speak Russian, and Drew is a dummy who can't say anything besides English," the little girl said, furrowing her brow a bit when mentioning Drew. Her expression finally changed a little, and she continued, "Vicky Annie hired a French teacher for Kevin, and French numbers and grammar are interesting, but unfortunately, she got sent away a few days ago. Daddy said Kevin doesn't need to learn so many things. Actually, Kevin isn't dumb at all. He knows that as long as he clings to Daddy, Vicky Auntie won't make him learn anything." The girl spoke quickly with an agile mind, talking nonstop, before she stared at Jeff again. "What about you?" Jeff hesitated and said, "I know a little Spanish." The little girl immediately switched to Spanish and asked, "Oh, then what do you do for a living?" Although her Spanish was not perfectly pronounced, it was fluent enough. Jeff suspected it was a teaching issue, but he was even more astonished that since she could fluently switch to Spanish, maybe she also spoke the other languages she had just mentioned. Jeff knew Spanish due to his family background, as his stepfather was from Cuba, where Spanish is the primary language. Additionally, Jeff had taken French in college, so he tentatively replied in French, "I'm a businessman, currently running a website that sells things over the internet." "Oh, I saw something about that on TV, but Daddy doesn't let me touch the computer until I turn 12. I had to bargain with him to let me start at 6. The little girl understood him and switched to French without any barrier, and her pronunciation was significantly better than her Spanish. Then she asked, "So, how is selling things online different from a supermarket?" That question was quite complicated, and Jeff recognized that with his limited French, he couldn't explain it well. He subconsciously stopped seeing the little girl as just a child and hadn't realized that she was unwittingly controlling the conversation. As he frowned, grappling with how to respond, Joanna walked down the stairs. Noticing the situation, she immediately understood what was happening, her expression showing a mix of helplessness and affection. She walked over, patted her daughter's head, and said to Jeff, "I'm sorry, Mr. Bezos. Did Elia interrupt you?" Joanna's arrival broke the little girl's unintentional control of the conversation. Jeff felt a jolt of realization, casting a few surprised glances at Hawaii. He hadn't expected to be overtaken by a little girl who looked no older than 5. He had also underestimated her age. Though it felt odd, Jeff quickly shook his head with a smile and replied, "Not at all, Miss Pacula. Elia, Hawaii is very smart." Joanna laughed and said, "Eric has almost finished his discussion with the 2 gentlemen. He said you could go up. The study is at the end of the corridor, to the right upstairs." Jeff nodded, stood up, and walked towards the stairs, yet couldn't help glancing back at the living room. Hawaii was now whispering something affectionate into Joanna's ear, and Jeff instinctively wanted to know what the little girl thought of him, but he quickly shook his head self-deprecatingly, wondering what was wrong with him today. After knocking on the door, Jeff entered the study on the 2nd floor. He shook hands with Eric and the other 2 before sitting down on the sofa in a corner. His gaze unconsciously fell on the little boy beside Eric. The little guy didn't seem particularly remarkable, quietly fiddling with his Lego toys. Upon seeing Jeff's arrival, he snuggled closer to his father, which made Jeff feel quietly relieved. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Eric hadn't noticed Jeff's gaze. He picked out a document from a stack of papers on the coffee table and handed it to him, saying, "Jeff, please take a look at this proposal first." Jeff nodded, flipped open the folder, and saw the printed words on the cover, "Hunger Marketing." On the other side, Eric flipped through another document, continuing the earlier discussion. He addressed Victor McNally and Bill Olson, saying, like Firefly Electronics, Nokia experienced a supply chain crisis in 1995. However, they managed to navigate through it excellently and surpassed Motorola last year to take the top spot in digital phone sales. You 2 are handling research and development and marketing, respectively, and neither of you has enough experience with supply chains. Therefore, I have spoken with Yorma Alala. They will send a vice president from the procurement department to serve as the vice president of Firefly Electronics, specifically responsible for developing the supply chain. Firefly Electronics must expand the production capacity of Fireflyer, but your proposals are a mess and merely blind expansion of production. So, once the other party gets to San Francisco, I will give you 3 months. Within these 3 months, to ensure the quality of Fireflyer products, the monthly production should remain at 150,000 units. However, after 3 months, I want to see the production capacity of Fireflyer doubled. Victor McNally and Bill Olson exchanged glances. Bill Olson said, "Eric, the capacity for Fireflyer should increase gradually. It can't just happen overnight." "Of course, that's why I've given you 3 months," Eric replied. "In those 3 months, I don't need to see an increase in Fireflyer production because I have other arrangements. You just need to focus on building new factories and contacting suppliers. Even if you achieve production early, the monthly shipment still needs to be capped at 150,000 units. But after 3 months, I want to see the results I expect. You know why I separated Fireflyer from Yahoo Music Store. If you don't deliver, I will authorize Nokia to produce MP3 players." Victor McNally and Bill Olson felt a chill run down their spines. They knew how formidable Nokia was. Firefly Electronics had already transferred the complete set of MP3 player patents to them, but the agreement stipulated that Nokia was only allowed to develop and produce MP3 music phones, and not simple MP3 player products. However, if Eric lifted that restriction, it would be tough for Firefly Electronics to compete with Nokia and might end up becoming a purely technical research department. Eric had already given Firefly Electronics enough support, and Victor McNally and Bill Olson recognized that Eric was not joking. If they didn't succeed, All the bright prospects they had envisioned would vanish. No further bargaining was done. Bill Olson proactively said, "Eric, we'll do our best." Victor McNally nodded in agreement. Eric smiled, his earlier serious expression fading. "Now, let's discuss the collaboration proposal with Amazon." As he spoke, Eric handed 2 similar documents to Jeff Bezos and the others, saying, "I give you 3 months to push this proposal forward." Not long after Victor McNally and Bill Olson flipped open their documents, Jeff, who had quickly read through everything, exclaimed excitedly, "This is brilliant, Eric. This is a genius idea." Eric nodded with a smile, saying, "Of course, I think so too." The proposal in Jeff Bezos' hands was the famed hunger marketing strategy. This marketing approach not only maximized the consumer's desire to buy, but also maintained product buzz for an extended period while achieving widespread brand promotion at the lowest cost and in the fastest way possible. Chapter 848, 849, The Marvel Cinematic Universe Plan. To implement a hunger marketing strategy, certain essential conditions were usually needed. The price offered had to be lower than that of similar products, or the demand for the product had to significantly exceed its supply. The price of the Fireflyer could hardly be considered low. In fact, due to recent overwhelming demand, retailers had raised the price to over $350. Strictly speaking, the arbitrary price hikes by retailers wouldn't benefit the Fireflyer brand at all. Therefore, during discussions between Eric and the heads of Firefly Electronics, they determined that they needed to limit retail price increases to a maximum of $30, or they would halt shipments altogether. At the same time, the price increases by physical retailers provided a favorable opportunity for Amazon to implement hunger marketing. The proposed plan aimed for Amazon to receive a monthly supply of 50,000 Fireflyers, maintaining a sales price of $299, with online flash sales occurring every 3 days. This arrangement would allow for 10 sales each month, spanning a total hunger marketing period of 3 months. Fireflyer had already performed exceptionally well under traditional marketing strategies, which contributed to its vigorous sales once released. However, it was still a brand new electronic product, and many traditional portable music player users were still on the fence. The execution of this hunger marketing not only allowed Fireflyer to maintain a strong buzz for an extended period, but also helped solidify the brand's presence in people's minds. Furthermore, it could effectively stimulate the purchasing desire of potential users who were still indecisive. Additionally, Amazon could gain more traffic and users while expanding its e-commerce market beyond just book sales. Thus, the plan was expected to yield utmost benefits. Throughout the afternoon, the 4 individuals discussed the detailed implementation of the plan. Finally, Jeff Bezos suggested, "Eric, I think 3 months seems a bit too short. In my view, even after 3 months, Fireflyer will still remain in high demand for quite a while. Why not extend this plan?" Eric firmly shook his head. He did not want Firefly Electronics to become a company that could only thrive through hunger marketing. While this strategy has shown obvious results, it can't be considered a traditional marketing approach. If we continued with it indefinitely, we would definitely trigger strong consumer backlash. Our focus should still be on better product development and brand building. If it weren't for this advantageous opportunity for both Fireflyer and Amazon, I wouldn't have even proposed such a plan. Once everything was discussed, it was already evening, and Victor McNally and the others hurriedly left East Hampton without lingering. After the lively birthday party for the kids, Eric headed to New York the next day to begin discussions with the Marvel Entertainment team about establishing Marvel Studios. In a large conference room at the Marvel headquarters in Midtown Manhattan, all the upper management from various departments gathered for the meeting. Even Stan Lee was present. Marvel Entertainment CEO Avi Arad stood in front of the projector, personally explaining the story arcs of the Marvel Cinematic Universe that the creative team had conceptualized over a year. Initially, Eric provided a basic draft based on his memories from a previous life, which Marvel's creative department then fleshed out, ultimately leading to today's outcome. At this point, Marvel had basically taken back the copyrights of all core heroes, even Spider-Man, who was once in a stalemate. Thus, the new Marvel Cinematic Universe plan was even more grand in scale than in the original timeline, featuring a richer cast of characters. The storyline of the new Marvel Cinematic Universe also began with the Avengers, but it would then expand its scope across the universe, centering on major events and introducing the Guardians of the Galaxy and ultimately a team akin to DC's Green Lantern Corps through the 6 Infinity Stones. Avi Arad took a full hour and a half to outline the general concept. Seated next to Eric, Stan Lee showed excitement throughout Avi's explanation. Bringing Marvel's superheroes to the big screen was arguably one of his lifelong dreams. However, after Avi finished his presentation, Stan regained some composure and asked Eric with uncertainty, "Eric, this plan is indeed exciting. But don't you think it would be very difficult to implement? From what I know of Hollywood, no one can guarantee success with films consistently, let alone with such a massive plan involving dozens of films. If even just 1 or 2 films fail at the box office, the entire plan could fall apart." Everyone in the room had clearly heard Stan's question and turned to Eric, their expressions a mix of excitement for the grand concept of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and similar concerns. After all, dreams were often beautiful, while reality was rarely kind. Sensing the questioning and hopeful gazes around him, Eric smiled and explained, "I'm certainly aware of these issues. That's why Marvel Studios will be under my direct management for a long time to ensure that no execution issues arise due to differing opinions at higher levels." Secondly, if you look closely at this plan, it can be viewed as a serialized comic-style film initiative. This means the films will generally maintain a high degree of stylistic consistency. As long as the initial films in the plan achieve commercial success and are accepted by the audience, the following films will have a very low chance of failure as long as they don't abruptly shift in style. Immediately, someone else raised a question, "Mr. Williams, with such a sprawling Marvel Cinematic Universe plan, we will definitely need to work with many different directors, and each director has their own unique style. That seems like a problem we can't solve at all. We won't shy away from working with big-name directors. However, the prerequisite is that these directors need to adapt to the Marvel film style. Otherwise, we prefer not to collaborate, and there's no room for negotiation on this point. On the other hand, we will also strive to employ promising new directors, as these individuals will cherish the opportunity more and thus more easily align with the Marvel film style." A buzz of discussion broke out in the conference room in response to this. Eric smiled as he sipped his coffee, anticipating the group's thoughts. However, Stan Lee, unhindered by others' reservations, asked first, "Eric, if we rely heavily on new talent, I think it might be challenging to produce outstanding superhero films." Eric didn't shy away from the question, nodding in agreement. Generally speaking, according to critic standards, that would be the case. Once again, murmurs arose in the room. This time, Eric didn't wait for them to voice their concerns and continued. "First, you should understand that the only goal for all films under Marvel Studios is commercial success. Other factors, such as critical reviews or the opinions of core comic fans, are irrelevant. It is only with this clarity that the entire plan can proceed smoothly. Moreover, to ensure the Marvel Universe plan's implementation, we must sacrifice the diversity of film styles. Whether it's directors, screenwriters, actors, or producers, they can certainly have their own styles, but those can never overshadow the overall style of Marvel films. To put it bluntly or cruelly, in the Marvel Universe plan, all actors, screenwriters, directors, and other creatives will merely be cogs in a machine. A machine can never function without its screws, but those screws can never wield control over that machine." The room fell silent for a moment before Stan Lee added, "Eric, but if that's the case..." Eric proactively interrupted his question, saying, "Stan, we have 2 options. One option is to chase film quality by using what we think is the best production team, allowing directors and actors the freedom to express their talents with minimal restrictions. But the outcome will be mixed. Some films will succeed both at the box office and in reviews, some will only earn one or the other, and others might fail in both. This would mean some superheroes soar in popularity, while others would be left behind, resulting in a disrupted Marvel Cinematic Universe plan. The other option maintains a consistent overall style for Marvel films. While we may not create classic films that become legendary, the risk of failure will also be very low. Thus, we can ensure the continued, smooth execution of the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan. So, Stan, which would you choose? Eric then turned to everyone in the room and asked again, which would you choose? No one replied, but the answer was self-evident. Of course, if anyone opposed the plan, Eric would not hesitate to offer a severance package. After discussing this issue, Stan Lee asked again, Eric, what about the costs? As far as I know, Hollywood rarely makes it past a third installment of franchises, mainly because once a film is successful, the actors' paychecks also skyrocket. Eric realized Stan had clearly done his homework and his questions were quite on point. However, Eric had also considered aspects like these and quickly replied, with actors, our approach is similar to that of directors. We won't refuse to work with A-list stars, but they must be willing to sign long-term contracts. As for salaries, as long as the film's box office performance is exceptional, we won't hold back, but we must agree beforehand on a deal that works for both parties. However, I personally favor using up-and-coming actors who are in the second or third tier, as Hollywood never lacks for talented actors. By employing newcomers, we can more easily negotiate package deals, compared to A-list stars, who often introduce more uncertainties in continuation films. Once Eric finished speaking, a wave of uncertain glances fell over the group. If they were utilizing newcomers for direction and second or third-tier actors, what future did the Marvel Cinematic Universe truly hold? Eric quickly picked up on this sentiment from their expressions and smiled as he said, I understand your worries, but the success of a film has never primarily depended on whether the director or actors are famous. If you don't believe me, look back at Hollywood's history, not so much in the distant past, but even in the last 10 years, there were countless examples of newcomer directors or unknown actors creating box office or critical masterpieces, such as Beverly Hills Cop, 3 Men and a Baby, Lethal Weapon, Ghostbusters, Bad Boys, and The Matrix. These franchises, which once dominated the box office, started out with directors and actors who weren't particularly famous. Conversely, high-paid stars like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Sylvester Stallone, and Kevin Costner have recently produced numerous flops that resulted in substantial losses for studio executives. Following Eric's remarks, several attendees relaxed their expressions. Having addressed the team's questions, and with no further inquiries from the group, Eric opened his notes and said, Now, let's discuss some of my suggestions for your proposed plan. First, as I previously mentioned, the X-Men will be separated out as a standalone Marvel Cinematic Universe. However, I still noticed an excess of X-Men characters in this plan, and that must be changed. The meeting continued, and they only managed to cover a fraction of the topics by the time dusk arrived. The group would continue discussing various details over the next week, so Eric wasn't in a hurry. After the workday, he even invited Stan Lee to dinner at a nearby restaurant to hear the elders' extensive thoughts on films. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after dropping Stan Lee off, Eric got into his car and headed to a building near Central Park on Madison Avenue. Taking out a birthday cake and a bouquet of flowers prepared by his assistant, Eric entered the building and took the elevator to a duplex penthouse on the top floor. This was the residence Eric had arranged for Giselle and Alessandra. Over the years, he had bought numerous luxurious properties in both New York and Los Angeles. Aside from a few that he lived in, most were managed by a real estate company he owned, maintaining their value while also earning rental income. The apartment Giselle and Alessandra were residing in was one of them. After gathering the two last year, Eric casually handed them a set of keys. Although the penthouse was just a block away, it still offered a great view of Central Park. Chapter 849, 850, Raising the Stakes. Today happened to be Alessandra's 16th birthday. The girl had called Eric last month, asking if he would be free to come to New York for the occasion. At that time, Eric hadn't given her a concrete answer. After saying goodbye to Stan Lee, he found that he didn't have any other plans for the evening, so he decided to drop by last minute. Riding the elevator to the top of the 85-story building, Eric arrived at the apartment door. He rang the doorbell several times, but received no response. It seemed the girls had gone out to celebrate. Eric had anticipated this, so he had someone deliver a spare key beforehand. He then unlocked the door and stepped inside. Due to his instinctive aversion to cramped spaces, Eric typically purchased very spacious properties, and this one was no exception. The two-story duplex boasted nearly 1,200 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms, as well as a study, kitchen, dining room, gym, and a private screening room. The living room alone exceeded 100 square meters, making it feel exceptionally expansive. This luxury condo was one of the first properties Eric acquired during the oil crisis caused by the Gulf War. Located in a prime area overlooking Central Park and the entire Upper East Side, he had paid $12 million for it at the time. Given the recovery of the U.S. economy and the real estate market over the years, the value must have already approached $20 million by now, with future appreciation potential nearly unimaginable. The 6 large double-layer tempered glass windows on the south and west sides of the living room reflected the dazzling lights of Manhattan. The interior decor featured warm pastel shades, meaning the living room didn't feel dim even without the lights on. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, and Eric recognized some feminine touches that Giselle and Alessandra had made to the living room. After setting the cake and bouquet on the long table in one corner of the living room, Eric decided not to turn on the lights and quietly walked over to one of the windows. Each window surrounding the living room had a marble ledge big enough for a person to lounge on. Eric noticed a pillow on this particular ledge, imagining Giselle or Alessandra loved to lean there to admire the Manhattan skyline. The nighttime view was enchanting, filled with shimmering starlight. During the day, however, the vista of New York, a world-class metropolis, would indeed give one a sense of towering over everything. Casually leaning against the pillow, Eric took a moment to gaze out at the scenery. He then glanced at his watch. It was well past 9:30. He pondered whether the 2 girls might still be out celebrating until midnight. After a moment's thought, he took out his phone to call Giselle, just as he heard the sound of the door opening. Soon, the pronounced clacking of high heels echoed from the foyer, accompanied by excited chatter. It seemed that a considerable group had arrived. Eric frowned slightly. When he had given the key to Giselle and Alessandra, he had reminded them not to bring back a chaotic crowd. He had assumed that the girls understood the rules they were supposed to follow. The lights flickered on, revealing a group of vibrant young women in front of Eric. As it was still quite chilly at night in New York during April, they were decked out in fitted jackets and jeans. Their devilishly proportioned figures created a striking visual impact, making it hard not to notice all the legs in the room. Eric also spotted Giselle and Alessandra among them. They were clearly with their tall and attractive friends. Some of the girls were already holding snacks and beers, suggesting they were planning on starting a raucous party in the apartment. Once all the girls had entered the living room, Eric scanned the room and found no signs of any male presence, allowing him to relax his expression. Since he had only known the 2 girls for a short time, there wasn't much emotional attachment yet. Their relationship was purely based on mutual interests. While Eric had promised Giselle he would help her achieve success, he knew people's hearts were fickle. In a few years, if they chose to leave, he wouldn't feel any regrets. Having lived 2 lives and experienced an elevation in status and wealth, Eric's nature had grown somewhat indifferent and detached to the feelings of others. If any other men showed up at the apartment tonight, he would immediately have Giselle and Alessandra move out and sever all ties. "Wow, it's huge," shouted one girl. "Oh my God, this is the ultimate dream of my life," said another. "If I could live here, I'd be willing to do anything," chimed in a third voice. Accompanied by a chorus of excitement and surprise, the girls soon noticed Eric observing them from the window ledge, momentarily jumping in shock. But then, Alessandra was the first to leap over, excitedly asking, "Eric, when did you get here?" "I just arrived a little while ago. I meant to surprise you," Eric said, sitting up and embracing Alessandra as she hugged him tightly. He kissed her cheek and said, "Happy birthday." "Thank you, Eric," Alessandra replied, giving him a brief kiss on the cheek too. Giselle approached next, noticing the fleeting expression of displeasure Eric had shown earlier. Recalling Eric's initial admonition, she felt a bit uneasy. All the girls quickly recognized Eric, their surprise morphing into various expressions of envy. After learning that Giselle and Alessandra lived in this building, they speculated that they must know some significant figures. However, no one had expected that person would be Eric Williams. This far exceeded everyone's wildest imagination. But soon enough, they felt it was only natural. Typically, the type of luxury penthouse they were in would be the residence of someone wealthy. Only someone like Eric Williams would freely lavish such an expansive Madison Avenue penthouse upon a lover. Eric hugged Giselle again, whispered a few words to her, and then looked up at the group of beautiful women, clearly eager to engage. "Hey, girls," he greeted with a smile. He said this imitating the opening line of Charlie Townsend, the boss of the detectives from Charlie's Angels, and it seemed that most of the girls had watched the movie, as they almost echoed back in unison. "Hi, Eric." "Well, it looks like you all have seen that movie." Eric chuckled as he snatched a dozen cans of beer from one of the girls. "So, is this a party? Though, these beers aren't that great. I'll have someone bring over some better ones." With that, Eric returned to the window ledge, pulled out his phone, dialed his assistant, and then looked back at the girls before saying, "Peter, send over some party drinks, about 20 servings. Please hurry." Upon hanging up, a bold girl immediately piped up, "Eric, there's only 15 of us. 20 servings? Are you trying to get us all drunk?" Eric flashed a mischievous grin and replied, "Why not? Maybe I'll even do something much worse. Those who are scared can leave early. It may be too late afterward." "Ah." The girls squealed in what seemed like a mix of genuine and playful fear. A few of them showed hesitation, yet none were willing to turn and leave. Eric laughed and clapped his hands. "All right, let's get ready. Move the dining room furniture to the corner. And do you have any good music records at home?" Eric's last question was directed at Giselle, who nodded and replied, "They're in the upstairs lounge, Eric. Let's go change outfits and get the records." With that said, Giselle pulled Alessandra towards the stairs, and the other girls began to rearrange the furniture in the living room. After being pulled upstairs by Giselle, Alessandra rubbed her wrist where Giselle had gripped her and complained, "What are you doing? I don't want to change clothes." Giselle shot her a stern look while heading to the bedroom and replied angrily, "It's your fault for insisting on having a party here. Now look, we have a bunch of little vixens right in front of Eric." Alessandra noticed the way her friends looked at Eric and felt a bit sheepish. After all, she was only 16, and being a girl, she had her vanity, wanting to show off her luxurious apartment to her friends. Unfortunately, it had backfired. She tiptoed, following Giselle like a little cat, and defended weakly, But you agreed as well." Giselle didn't look back. She opened the closet to pick out clothes and said, "If someone suggested tossing you out from here right now, I would agree too." Alessandra didn't dare argue back. She poked her head out and selected her favorite dress, just as there was a knock on the bedroom door. Both Giselle and Alessandra turned to see a few girls had come over, eagerly glancing at Giselle and Alessandra's closet. One girl said, "Giselle, can we borrow a few dresses?" Alessandra instinctively smiled and was about to respond when Giselle pinched her waist sharply. Warning her to stay quiet, Giselle smiled but didn't hesitate to refuse, saying, "Sorry, Karen, I'm not used to others wearing my clothes." Karen, unfazed, turned to Alessandra and asked, "So, ail you?" Alessandra hastily shook her head. "I am not used to it either." Another girl beside Karen gave a sly smile and suggested, "Karen, how about we go down and charm Eric? Maybe he'll let Chanel send over a bunch of dresses. They can't be worse than what's in Giselle's closet. I've wanted to shop at Chanel for ages." The other girls quickly chimed in, laughing along. Giselle felt a strong urge to pinch Alessandra again, but reluctantly moved her body aside and said, "All right, help yourself, you little vixens." Haha. The girls didn't mind Giselle's teasing. They laughed and rushed to grab clothes. Moments later, more girls swarmed upstairs to borrow outfits. Giselle, opting to ignore the scene, quickly changed into a purple long dress and moved to the lounge to choose music records. Noticing Alessandra following her, Giselle said, "Ale, you better stick to Eric like gum. Don't give those other girls a chance, got it?" "Got it." Alessandra nodded quickly but couldn't help muttering, "Like gum? Ugh, that's disgusting." Giselle raised a music album and playfully tapped it against Alessandra's head. "That's all your fault." Alessandra didn't fight back, allowing Giselle to hit her. "I just think, do you really need to be this tense? You're the rising star in fashion right now. If anyone should be concerned, it's me. You've already walked dozens of top designer shows this fashion week. You've made a name for yourself. Eric will be giving me opportunities this fall. If he starts liking other girls, I'll be toast. Looks like you get it." "I'm not stupid," Alessandra scoffed. As she caught a glimpse of a girl's figure through the door, she instinctively turned to look, then quickly shifted her gaze back and said, "I think since we're already in this situation, regretting doesn't really help." Giselle shot Alessandra a glare, but didn't say anything more. Deep down, she wasn't as carefree as Alessandra. Though Eric had pushed her into a position many models might never reach in a year, she knew she was still just a promising newcomer. Because of age limitations and various factors, she hadn't yet landed any brand endorsements compared to the top supermodels at the peak of the industry. In recent years, the market share of Victoria's Secret soared from the initial 10% to over 40%, prompting a massive drive for profits, and LTD put considerable effort into building the Angel brand. With Firefly Group's media resources backing, the dozens of supermodels in the Victoria's Secret ranks enjoyed the highest exposure and top incomes in the industry, while nearly monopolizing most of the high-end brand resources in fashion. Currently, there was a prevailing opinion in the fashion scene that if you can't walk the Victoria's Secret runway, you don't deserve the title of supermodel, nor can you infiltrate the upper echelons of the industry. The number of Victoria's Secret angels was consistently around 40, while there were hundreds of thousands in the industry at large, which highlighted the intense competition. Even if one miraculously secured a spot on the Victoria's Secret runway, advancing further would be incredibly challenging without Eric's direct support as the founder. Giselle had always been acutely aware that she wasn't pretty enough. She still couldn't understand why Eric had chosen her in the first place, but she cared about this opportunity more than anyone else. She had vowed never to experience that sense of desperation again, where losing just $50 felt like the world was crumbling around her. If today's mistake allowed other girls around her to win Eric's favor and potentially replace her and Alessandra, she felt she would genuinely find a corner to cry. Giselle picked some records and made her way back downstairs with Alessandra. By this time, the overhead lights in the living room had been switched off, leaving only a few soft yellow lamps aglow. A long table was already filled with various beverages, candy, snacks, and an array of colorful party toys. However, what bothered Giselle even more was that the girls had changed into vibrant dresses and shorts, most of which belonged to her, and she dreaded seeing how they might be ruined by the end of the night. Most of her earnings from the past year had been spent on clothing, which was essential for her profession. Alessandra wasn't really making any money at the moment. Though they weren't paying rent for the luxury apartment, living in such an environment still required several $1,000s a month for miscellaneous expenses. Their lifestyle was far from lavish. Giselle considered asking Eric, but she felt instinctively that even the wealthiest men wouldn't like women who openly asked for money. She didn't want to turn Eric against her. Watching Eric, who was still sitting on the window ledge but now surrounded by several girls, Giselle handed the records to Alessandra and walked right over. Eric seemed to be saying something that made the nearby girls giggle. One girl even attempted to lean against him lazily. Giselle squeezed her way in and boldly settled at the edge of the window ledge, leaning her slender body against Eric's. In front of the amazed and envious gazes of the other girls, she had shed the assertive energy she held around Alessandra and transformed into a docile creature, like a kitten curling up in its owner's lap. Tilting her head, she planted a soft kiss on Eric's cheek and asked in a breathy voice, "Eric, what were you talking about?" Eric didn't mind Giselle's obvious eagerness. He wrapped his arm around her waist, lowered his head to kiss her lips gently, and chuckled, "I was just talking about Hollywood. I've got plenty of juicy gossip." Just then, upbeat music blared through the living room, and the girls began to sway to the rhythm without even realizing it. Seeing that the girls were feeling a bit shy, Eric said with a smile, "Everyone, let's go dance. I love watching you guys dance." As soon as he spoke, the girls became less restrained, quickly gathering in the center of the living room, cheering and dancing away to the upbeat music. Many of the girls boldly made eye contact with Eric, twisting their bodies and playfully teasing him with their movements. Though it wasn't possible to create the full-blown nightlife atmosphere in such a short time, watching a group of stunning young women, each with looks and figures above an 8, dance like graceful mermaids certainly stirred a man's blood. Seeing Alessandra join the crowd and wave at him, Giselle stood and said, "Eric, let's go dance too." "I'll just watch. You go ahead," Eric replied with a smile, shaking his head. Giselle didn't want to give the eager little wolves a chance, so she quickly slipped off Eric's shoes and playfully pulled him by the hand, insisting, "Come on, you'll be bored if you don't dance." Eric didn't push back too much, taking off his jacket and letting Giselle lead him to the center of the living room, where the girls quickly closed in around him. He embraced Giselle and swayed to the music skillfully. Moments later, he felt Giselle's soft body pressing against him even tighter. She leaned into his ear and whispered, "Eric, let's go to the bedroom, okay?" Naturally, being surrounded by youthful vitality and stunning warmth could elicit a response from him. But Eric wasn't that eager. Instead of answering Giselle's question, he pulled Alessandra over, merging her with Giselle, and smiled. "You two dance for me, okay?" Giselle knew exactly what Eric wanted and complied without argument, wrapping her arms around Alessandra. The two girls began dancing, kissing naturally as the surrounding girls erupted into a chorus of teasing laughter and shouts. Eric observed their performance, feeling a few girls drifting closer to him. He casually pulled one girl into his embrace. The girl was also tall with short blonde hair and a youthful doll-like face. Her eyes were large, and her cheeks were petite, with thin lips adorned with a subtle smoky look, resembling a living Barbie. Even more astonishing was her tiny waist, barely fitting in a single grasp. Eric's hands almost enveloped her completely. "Wow, you have an incredibly tiny waist. I'm curious, are you?" 16. Wrapped in his embrace, the girl sensed the change in him and blushed slightly. Instead of breaking free, she wrapped her arms around his waist, lightly rubbing against him, and replied, "Eric, I'm about to turn 21. Wow, I'd never have guessed. I thought I might be committing a crime here." "Hee hee," the girl chuckled and introduced herself. "I'm Cusie Goff." Eric didn't recall that name and wasn't particularly interested. Chances were he wouldn't see her again after the night ended. However, he still replied politely, "Goff? Is that a German surname?" Cusie shook her head. "Of course not. It's a proper English surname, just like yours." Eric gazed at her face, particularly her lips, which bore a resemblance to Diane Kruger, and said, "But I think you must have some German ancestry, right?" "Yeah, from my mom," Cusie nodded. "Well, she must have been a great beauty," Eric complimented with a smile. "I think so too." Cusie laughed, gazing at Eric with sparkling eyes. Their brief exchange made her unknowingly drop her earlier discomfort, generating an inexplicable fondness for Eric. Moments later, the bold girl even stood on her toes and leaned in to kiss him. Eric wasn't the kind who enjoyed kissing strangers. He had a fairly serious case of germophobia. While he sometimes moved quickly in relationships with women beside him, it was primarily because he was familiar with them from his previous life. Slightly tilting his head, he evaded Cusie's lips and instead gently kissed her cheek as a polite gesture, saying, "I'd rather not let our relationship develop too quickly." Disappointed, Cusie didn't show it, still smiling as she said, "Eric, I'm tired. How about we go have a drink?" "Sure, but be careful. I love to get women drunk." Cusie didn't seem intimidated and smiled back. "Why don't I try to get you drunk instead?" "Okay then, let's see how that goes." As the first record finished its loop, the girls grew tired of dancing and were about to take a break when they noticed Eric encircled by several girls on the sofa. He held a bottle cap, aiming it at an empty glass on the floor a short distance away. With a clear, ringing sound, the cap landed precisely in the glass. "Ugh, that's annoying. I lost again," he exclaimed, the nearby girls complaining melodiously while immediately downing their drinks. Then, like a group of playful cats, they clamored, "Again, again." "Are you sure?" Eric asked with a grin. "Absolutely, definitely." "All right," Eric said, tossing another bottle cap, the ringing sound echoing again. The girls surrounded him, cheering as Eric successively landed 2 caps into glass cups. They teased, "Wow, no way. Eric, you must be cheating." Eric chuckled. Strictly speaking, he had indeed been cheating since he practiced this game while clubbing in his previous life. However, tonight's luck appeared to shine especially bright. Seeing Cusie tugging at his right hand, playfully, as if trying to check for any cheating devices, Eric laughed and said, "All right, I won't pick on you. How about we switch to a different game? You can choose." Immediately, one girl raised a deck of cards, saying, "How about poker? This way you can't cheat, Eric." Eric nodded. "Sure, Let's keep it simple. Everyone draws a card. Anyone with a number lower than mine drinks. If everyone's cards are higher, I drink. Wow, how is that even possible for us to win? That's not fair. Eric, you're so shameless. A wave of mock complaints arose, to which Eric chuckled. How about this? Let's raise the stakes and gamble a bit. That's my specialty. Husey laughed. In that case, we're all in trouble if we have to play for ourselves. All right, you don't have to put up money. If I lose, it's $100,000, plus a private jet to take you to whichever city you want in the world for shopping. London, Paris, Tokyo, wherever you like. But you all need to raise the stakes a bit. What do you say? Chapter 850, 851. No playing too wild. The ones who could hang out with Giselle were naturally not those struggling little models at the bottom rung. The modeling industry, while it seemed glamorous, didn't actually pay very well. There were only a few of them who could earn over $100,000 a year. When Eric placed a bet of $100,000, plus a shopping trip on a private jet, the girls immediately screamed in excitement. However, it wasn't. Long before one girl questioned, Eric, even if we each had a 50-50 chance of beating you, the total probability of all of us winning is only 1 in 16,384. That's almost zero. It's so unfair. Eric was surprised and turned to look at her. The girl who spoke had a Latino look, not particularly pretty, but she had the tall and curvy figure typical of a Latin girl. Who would have thought there was a math girl here? He replied. Hey, Eric, that's discrimination, protested a girl leaning against him, being Husey Goff. All right, I apologize. Eric laughed, turning his attention back to the girl who had just spoken. What's your name? The girl, with a slight accent, carefully pronounced, Fernanda Tavares. Eric patted the thigh of the girl next to him and smiled, saying, I like girls who can do math. Come sit here. Fernanda Tavares walked over without hesitation, and the girl next to her reluctantly gave up her spot. Giselle and Alessandra, squeezed not far away, felt frustrated. Fernanda Tavares was from Brazil. Alessandra had invited her today since they were from the same country, and now it turned out she was also a math whiz. It was infuriating. What on earth does 1 in 16,384 even mean? Giselle, still grappling with her English, thought bitterly and couldn't help but glare at Alessandra, who merely shrank back and continued to play the innocent. Eric gestured to the girl sitting by the coffee table on the carpet to hand him a glass of champagne, which he passed to Fernanda Tavares before saying, All right, if I draw an ace, I'll lose. This way, you'll have a 1 in 13 chance of winning. $10,000 a pop. Your turn to raise the stakes. There was a moment of silence before the girls started thinking it over. Suddenly, one girl exclaimed, Oh, I get it. Eric, you want us to take our clothes off, right? It must be that. The other girls seemed to also get it at the same time and began laughing and joking. Eric laughed too, replying, I'm really not interested in your cup frames. You look better with your clothes on. The average cup size for professional models wasn't that high. When Eric originally produced the Victoria's Secret show, even after selecting girls with the best bodies, many of the angels still resorted to little tricks like padding to achieve the optimal look. Although Eric was saying the truth, a chorus of discontented protests erupted. Husey gently slapped his arm, pouting. Well, what do you want then, Eric? Do you want us to go to bed with you? Eric turned and gave her a quick kiss on her cheek, nodding eagerly. That's a decent suggestion. Ah. Amidst the screams, a bunch of candy pillows and other small items flew through the air. Eric almost covered his ears, quickly saying, Stop, stop, stop. I can't handle you little fairies all ganging up on me. All right, since I see you can't really raise effective stakes, let's just use notes instead. Husey quickly said, Eric, that would look so tacky, and it would mess up our makeup. Eric reached for the deck of cards, shuffled them, and cheerfully replied, That's so unoriginal. I never said you had to stick them to your faces. You can stick them on other places too. The girls paused for a moment, and then another round of little shrieks erupted. I knew it. I knew Eric still wanted us to take our clothes off. All right. If you keep shouting, I'll go deaf from your little voices. Now, let's start until all the drinks are gone. Even though they understood Eric's intentions, the girls' reactions were quite intense. But in the end, none of them backed down, encircling him instead. Thanks to the simple rules, the game moved quickly, and eventually, they didn't manage to finish all the drinks. By the time most girls had blurry eyes and were swaying, with two rushing to the restroom, Eric decided it was the perfect time to announce the game was over. When the sunlight brightened in the sky, he woke up next to two soft bodies, Giselle and Alessandra. While he hadn't lost that many rounds, each time, the girls had filled his glass with champagne to the brim. Eric didn't feel too light either and didn't have the energy to handle a group of drunken girls. He merely carried Giselle and Alessandra into the bedroom and fell into a deep sleep. Looking at his watch, it was already 8:30. They were supposed to continue discussing matters with Marvel today, so Eric perked up and sat up. In bed, as he moved, Alessandra grunted twice, shifted positions, and went back to sleep. Giselle, however, opened her eyes, mumbled a soft, "Good morning," and cuddled closer, feeling the man's morning arousal. She whispered, "Eric, do you want some?" After the game had wrapped up post-midnight, while Eric was still awake, he didn't want to take advantage of the two girls while they were intoxicated, so he hadn't done anything. Although he was tempted, he kissed Giselle gently on the forehead and laughed. "This isn't a good time. Maybe next time? Besides, I lost quite a bit last night. I need to get back to work and earn it back." Giselle sensed that Eric had held back last night and felt a little moved by his thoughtfulness. She reached out to grab his neck, leaning in to whisper, "Then let's take a shower together. I can help you out with my mouth." Feeling Giselle's tongue teasing his cheek, Eric ultimately couldn't resist and got out of bed, picking her up amid her soft laughter as they headed toward the bathroom. After more than half an hour, the two emerged from the bathroom. Eric knew he was destined to be late today. Although being a bit late didn't matter to him, he decided to give Marvel a quick call before heading downstairs with Giselle. With the curtains drawn, sunlight didn't flood the room, but the living room was still a mess. A group of nearly naked girls sprawled across the sofa and carpet, some clutching pillows, others snuggled together, all in a deep sleep. Looking at the scene in the living room, Giselle recalled how Eric had carried her off to the bedroom. She felt a faint sense of superiority, and her initial wariness dissipated. Since Eric hadn't done anything out of line last night, it followed that he wouldn't do anything today, especially since she had already satisfied his needs. Letting down her guard, Giselle became much more considerate. She and Eric quietly tiptoed through the living room and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, just as she popped a piece of bread into the toaster, Giselle remembered something, saying, "Eric, you lost 8 times last night. Are you really going to?" Eric carefully flipped an egg in the skillet and chuckled. "You want me to back out? That's $80,000. Plus the private jet." Just thinking about it made Giselle feel a pinch in her heart. Thanks to Eric's strong support, she had earned over $100,000 in the past 6 months, but after deducting various agent fees and taxes, along with her and Alessandra's expenses, there wasn't much left. Not to mention the expensive cost of the private jet, $80,000 was a sum that felt unattainable, both then and now. Eric plated the cooked eggs and cracked 2 more, continuing, "Here, I'll give you a math problem. Subtract 67.7 from 98.7 and then divide by 365. What do you get?" Giselle thought of Fernanda Tavares from last night, turning things over in her mind, but she didn't have a clue. Her math skills weren't that great. Yet, not wanting to give up, she put her milk carton down, walked over to grab a notepad and pen from the fridge, and calculated for a bit. Soon after, she turned back and announced, "It's roughly 0.085, right?" Eric smiled as he watched her and replied, "Exactly. My net worth was $67.7 billion the year before last and $98.7 billion last year, which is a difference of 1 year and 365 days. So what did you calculate?" Giselle's mouth dropped open in surprise. "So, that means you make $85 million a day?" "Yep, $85 million a day, $3.5 million an hour, and $60,000 a minute. Let me see. To earn back this $80,000, I'd only need about 13 minutes of work, so I can definitely cover the bet." Giselle felt slightly dizzy at the thought. That's just insane. Chuckling, Eric plated another egg. "Here, sweetheart, see how my 3-minute egg tastes. It's very pricey." It took the playful jab from Eric to bring Giselle back to her senses, compelling her to focus on anything but the overwhelming numbers. She walked over, picked up a fork, and tried a piece of the egg, grimacing exaggeratedly. It's a bit salty. Should I make you another one for 6 minutes? Huh, that one would definitely be burnt. With laughter, they prepared breakfast. They didn't head to the dining room, but rather sat at the bar by the window after pulling the curtains back a bit, and they began eating. Perhaps because the indoor light increased, or due to the delicious smells, one girl lying closer to them on the carpet stirred and woke up. It was Cusie. She sat up, shook her head, and hazily looked down at her chest. She reached to peel off a note that had stuck to her and instinctively put it in her mouth. It was a sweet piece of parchment glued to her from the cream on the cake Eric had brought last night. The bitterness from her hangover faded, and she felt more awake. After sniffing, Cusie turned toward the bar area. Eric happened to be sitting facing the living room and greeted her. "Good morning, Cusie. Want something to eat?" Waking up, it was impossible to be as wild as the previous night, but seeing her equally disheveled companions didn't make Cusie feel overly shy. Smiling shyly, Cusie peeled off the notes still stuck to her and casually tossed on a nearby dress before walking over to say hi. "Morning, Eric." "Giselle." Eric gestured for her to sit beside Giselle and pushed over the milk he had. "If you don't mind, drink this glass of milk first. It's heated." With the enticing smells from the food, Cusie felt her stomach churn and knew she wouldn't mind. Thanking him, she took Eric's milk and sipped it slowly. Seeing Eric offer his milk to Cusie, Giselle immediately got up and dashed to the kitchen to prepare more for him. Once Cusie finished the milk, feeling relieved in her stomach, she looked up and smiled brightly at Eric. "Eric, can I take a shower?" "Of course. The bathroom is over there," Eric said, pointing. Cusie thanked him and got up to head to the shower. After a speedy wash, Cusie walked out to see that Eric had already finished breakfast and was seated at the bar, pen in hand, filling something out. As she approached, she realized it was a check. Remembering the events from the previous night, her heart raced. Eric had lost 8 times. That meant $80,000. Even if they split among 14 girls, each would still get over $5,000. Over $5,000. Oh, and a private jet and a world shopping trip. When Eric proposed that bet, she, along with most of the girls, didn't expect him to follow through. Especially as he lost, the expectations dropped even lower. They generally didn't think someone would easily drop $80,000. Pondering this, Cusie cautiously tiptoed closer to the bar, making herself seem invisible, but her eyes were glued to the numbers Eric was writing. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Huh, why was the first number a 1? Shouldn't that be an 8? Finishing the check, Eric looked up at Cusie with a smile and handed the check to Giselle. "Here, the extra is for you and Alessandra's pocket money. Here's my assistant's business card. Call him. He'll help arrange the private jet for you. You can go wherever you want." Giselle held the hefty check in hand, her eyes sparkling at the string of zeros, but after hesitating, she reminded him, "But, Eric, the company probably wouldn't approve of us skipping town. We still have work to do. It's not fashion season now. There won't be that much work. Just say, I said it's a vacation. If anyone disagrees, have John Casablancas from Elite, and who's the president of IMG again? Let them call me." With that, Eric put away the checkbook, stood, and hugged Giselle. Glancing at the girls still sound asleep in the living room, he added with a smirk, "Now I'm off to work. And you, as the head girl, keep an eye on them. Wherever you go, don't let them play too wild." Chapter 851, 852, Lawsuit Filed. For Eric, last night's indulgence was simply a small interlude amidst his busy work schedule, and he didn't mind signing a check for $1 million. After all, just like the math problem he had posed to Giselle, $1 million felt to him akin to $1 for an average person, given his vast fortune. But for the girls, this check represented something entirely different. As Eric left the apartment, Cusie immediately turned to Giselle Bündchen with an eager expression, staring at the $1 million check in Giselle's hand. Unable to contain her excitement, she reached for it, saying, "Giselle, it's really $1 million. Can I see it?" Giselle, showcasing the check, replied, "Of course it's real. Do you think Eric would give me a fake check?" Cusie didn't dare snatch it away and returned to her spot at the bar window, but she couldn't help but correct Giselle. "That's for all of us." Giselle sat back down at the bar, shaking her head. "Not quite. 800,000 is for all of us, and the other 200,000 is Ale and my spending money, as you just heard. Husey rolled her eyes and tentatively asked, "So you and Ale are still going to share that 800,000 with us?" "Of course," Giselle replied. "We played the game last night, too." During their conversation, another girl woke up and sat up. Upon seeing the check in Giselle's hand, a wave of excited screams soon erupted, and all the girls woke up, rushing to the bar and surrounding Giselle. "Wow, 1 million. Eric really cashed in on the bet. How much does that mean for each of us? I think there's also shopping and travel involved, right? What about a private jet?" "Duh, the private jet is obviously at the airport. It can't park in the house." Looking at the chattering girls around her, Giselle suddenly recalled Eric's last words before he left. Being new to the industry, even with Eric's support, she couldn't touch the elite circles at the top. From her few encounters, she realized that the likes of Cindy Crawford and Linda Evangelista, who had achieved great success, would never accept them. Most of the girls around her were of a similar age to hers and could be considered a promising batch of newcomers in the industry. That's why they were able to bond so well. If that were the case, why shouldn't she build her own circle? And of course, she would become the big sister Eric had mentioned. As long as Eric continued to support her, her future wouldn't be limited to just being a supermodel. She was sure that these girls could eventually become her allies. Quickly calculating in her mind, Giselle clapped her hands on the bar, surveyed the room, and adopted the same commanding tone she used when correcting Alessandra. She raised her voice, saying, "Okay, everyone, shut up." The girls paused, clearly understanding the cue to stop their discussions. Giselle was pleased with the effect. $800,000 and a private jet round-the-world trip, Eric has promised. If everyone's passports are in order, we can leave for anywhere this afternoon. Gentle cheers followed, and Giselle continued, "But you all know the rules. First, no one is allowed to blab about last night's activities. Otherwise, trust me, a quick call from Eric and the agency will terminate your contracts immediately. Your careers will be over." Although Giselle came off as a bit overbearing, the girls obediently nodded. Even though they were young, having secured contracts with big international modeling agencies like Elite and IMG meant these girls weren't clueless novices. Gossip about last night wouldn't benefit them. After all, models who dared to reveal industry secrets usually vanished from the limelight. However, someone quickly raised an objection. "Giselle, if we don't say anything, the agency won't agree to our trip, right?" That was indeed a valid point. Giselle thought for a moment, daring to voice an idea. "How about this? I'll personally call the boss of the agency to talk. As long as they arrange everything, not even the agent responsible for us can question it." "Giselle, do you really think the bosses will listen to you?" "Of course." Eric said he would intervene directly if they disagreed. Giselle nodded with confidence, noting that the other girls still looked hesitant. She understood that the agency heads seemed like distant, untouchable powers in their eyes, but she didn't feel like trying to explain that. Since Eric had shown interest in her and Alessandra, their nurturing approach from the two major agencies demonstrated his influence was significant. For instance, any modeling agency wanting their models in the Victoria's Secret fashion show had to clear it with Eric first. "Giselle, do you think I can just get my share directly? I mean, I'm running low on cash, and I still owe rent." The voice was quiet and hesitant, coming from Fernanda Tavares. Giselle had already been displeased with Fernanda's earlier attempt to catch Eric's attention and responded, "Sure, I'll give you your share, but you won't be able to join us on the trip." Fernanda felt Giselle's displeasure and realized that being pushed out of the small circle would be a bigger loss. So she quickly shook her head. "Forget it, I don't want it." Giselle was taken aback for a moment, but then smiled, showcasing her grace. Smart choice. Others who had similar thoughts dropped them after overhearing the exchange. $50,000 in cash was undoubtedly a significant amount for them at that time. If they could secure it, they certainly wouldn't spend it all at once. Though they were young, they were clear on how to choose between money and opportunity. Seeing that everyone was content, Giselle wrinkled her nose in distaste and casually reached to pull a few notes from Fernanda's jutting chest, squeezing them lightly. "You all look and smell like a bunch of natives who just emerged from the Amazon jungle. Go shower and clean up this place." In their apartment, there were always plenty of bathrooms. The girls finally realized their disheveled appearance and erupted into laughter as they scurried into various bathrooms. Securing her position as the big sister, Giselle felt satisfied. She picked up the phone on the bar, found the contact list, and began dialing the numbers for several agency bosses. Due to work commitments, the girls all held multiple passports. They were headed to Tokyo that afternoon, a destination chosen by Giselle, of course. Although the girls had more opportunities to travel abroad compared to regular folks, those were mainly for fashion weeks, where they'd work over 10 hours a day under the company's guidance, collapsing into bed without any time for sightseeing. This marked the first occasion they could truly let loose. Eric had a good sense of what was happening when John Casablancas, CEO of Elite, called him personally. He just smiled and moved on. He had initially planned to finalize Marvel's specific scheme within a week. However, it became evident that a week was far too short. There were simply too many discussions to have. Since Marvel's decisions affected Firefly's film layout for at least the next 20 years, Eric also refused to rush into anything. Therefore, he stayed in New York until late April. On the other side, teams from Firefly Electronics and Amazon were remarkably effective. Just 3 days after confirming the hunger marketing plan, it began to roll out. Due to production limitations and explosive sales, physical retail store prices for the Fireflyer player had skyrocketed to $329. This pricing rule came after Firefly Electronics had firmly stopped supplying certain retail stores that were inflating prices without hesitation. Even so, the Fireflyers in physical stores remained in short supply. Against this backdrop, Amazon initiated a scheme to release 5,000 Fireflyers every 3 days at the original price of $299, instantly capturing a lot of consumers' attention. According to statistics from Yahoo, by early 1997, there were already 5 million internet users engaging in online payments in North America. Although this number was still insignificant compared to the total number of internet users, it outperformed all other overseas regions. Consequently, the first round of Amazon sales event sold out all 5,000 Fireflyers in just 2.5 hours. With the backing of several companies, a multitude of media outlets in North America extensively reported on the event. Subsequent rounds of sales saw time frames being sliced in half. For the third round, it shrank to just 10 minutes. While hunger marketing wasn't a novel technique, this marked the first time it had been publicly showcased and sparked societal discourse on such a scale. With the increasing buzz, more members of the public, not just those interested in the Fireflyer, inevitably began to notice this revolutionary music player. The originally skeptical potential consumer group also involved themselves in the purchase frenzy. When the fourth round of Fireflyer sales began, the entire transaction lasted merely a minute. Amazon's online store even experienced lag due to the sheer volume of incoming customers. The explosive success of online sales also boosted physical sales. Although the price was $30 higher than on Amazon, scarcity drove most retailers to find that as soon as a new batch of Fireflyers hit the shelves, they were sold out just as quickly. Inevitably, this led to a surge of scalpers. Soon after, some media outlets began to question if this was a joint scheme between Amazon and Firefly Electronics, claiming that the sales figures for Fireflyer in Amazon's online store were far less than advertised. Amazon swiftly clarified the situation without revealing customer privacy, sharing the transaction records of each sale event directly on their homepage. The Fireflyer's continuous out-of-stock status did annoy some users. Firefly Electronics rallied for public relations efforts, extensively explaining the causes of the Fireflyer's production limitations on Yahoo's portal. They even launched a dedicated product homepage providing real-time updates on the progress of the new factory and other product-related news, occasionally engaging fans with entertaining contests. Through this close and collaborative effort, the Fireflyer brand image gradually solidified in consumers' minds. Amazon emerged as the biggest external beneficiary in this process. Thanks to the success of hunger marketing, Amazon's average traffic surged by 50% in just 2 weeks. Jeff Bezos promptly adjusted the original plan to seize the opportunity to introduce more product types. Beyond Firefly Electronics and Amazon, Yahoo, which operated an online music store, also recorded impressive sales figures. Despite not having a Fireflyer, The Yahoo Music Box software allowed users to play purchased music directly on their personal computers, even offering burning features. Thus, after the Yahoo Music Store and the Firefly launched their sales simultaneously, propelled by the digital soundtrack of Titanic and popular artists like the Backstreet Boys and Madonna, the Yahoo Music Store amassed 1 million song sales within just 5 days, far exceeding everyone's expectations in the industry. Prior to this, even the most ambitious forecasts suggested that the Yahoo Music Store would take at least 2 months to reach its first million song sales. In reality, it took only 5 days. At this sales pace, the Yahoo Music Store could easily generate over $70 million in revenue in its first year, a substantial figure that significantly contributed to Yahoo's overall revenue. After all, Yahoo needed to present a strong annual report before its initial public offering. The soaring sales figures for the Yahoo Music Store were a source of anxiety for major record companies. Although CD burners for personal computers had just emerged, the CD burning capabilities offered by Yahoo's Music Box software effectively threatened to disrupt the traditional record industry's ecosystem. Previously, a music album commonly sold for around $20, but the Yahoo Music Store essentially halved this price. Even with profit-sharing rules, product companies earned about $7 per digital album sold through the Yahoo Music Store, not much less than they would gain from selling a physical product. Yet major record labels still felt a significant threat. 2 weeks later, Sony Music, along with 2 other record giants, BMG and EMI, filed a lawsuit in a San Francisco federal court, citing that the production and sale of MP3 players would promote music piracy. Chapter 852, 853. Why are you all looking at me like that? In the 2 weeks that followed, Eric spent most of his time in frequent meetings with the Marvel management team. During this period, Jeffrey Katzenberg also personally rushed to New York to attend several important meetings. After a series of discussions, the company preliminarily established the basic structure and development plan for Marvel Studios. Marvel would operate independently outside of Firefly Group's film production framework and, alongside the future Marvel Television Production Division, would be responsible for developing all superhero film projects under Marvel Entertainment. Meanwhile, Eric would personally oversee the production of all Marvel adaptation films in Phase 1, ensuring the smooth implementation of the plans. In terms of filmmaking, Marvel Studios intended to emulate the standardized industrial processes of Hollywood's major studio era. All production staff, including producers, directors, and actors, had to conform to Marvel's overall style and vision. To manage costs effectively and ensure the sustainability of the comic book serialized film development plan, all core characters in films under Marvel Studios were required to sign long-term packaging contracts. Additionally, Eric also decided to abandon the aggressive strategy of developing a full lineup of Marvel movies all at once. The initial cinematic universe plan had only confirmed the Avengers story arc for the time being. For projects like the X-Men and Fantastic Four, Eric decided to wait until the Avengers initiative was successfully implemented in Marvel. Films gained substantial influence before launching productions for other series. Historically, it was indeed the great success of the Avengers initiative that fully activated all Marvel IPs, leading Marvel's entire superhero brand into a golden age. Before that, aside from Sony's Spider-Man, other Marvel adaptations had not been commercially successful, particularly the X-Men series, which Eric believed was mishandled by Fox. Character development was unfocused, timelines were jumbled, and most sequels merely broke even at the box office. Marvel was a vast goldmine that Firefly could not completely exhaust. Eric intended to collaborate with other studios. However, this was all contingent upon Marvel Studios retaining sufficient control over project development and a greater share of profits. Even if Firefly maintained close relationships with Fox and MGM, if they could not demonstrate the massive potential of Marvel superheroes, collaboration would not be smooth. Thus, the success or failure of the Avengers became the key determinant for the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe's development plans. Firefly had already signed James Cameron to direct Spider-Man. Due to the massive success of Titanic, utilizing Cameron felt somewhat contradictory to Marvel Studios' freshly established production principles. However, that was not the case. Cameron was a technically focused commercial director who emphasized visual storytelling rather than artistic merit. The intention behind Marvel films similarly relied on superhero IPs and special effects to create blockbuster films, aligning their visions almost perfectly. Of course, employing Cameron would likely obliterate any chance of cost control for Spider-Man, but the potential profits from Cameron's direction could make that acceptable. Nonetheless, the downside was evident. People would undoubtedly attribute the film's success to Cameron's involvement. To prove the commercial potential of Marvel superheroes, Marvel Studios had to simultaneously produce a standard Marvel superhero movie while shooting Spider-Man. As for which superhero to choose, Eric felt no hesitation. Tony Stark is a very unconventional superhero. He's egotistical, arrogant, and a bit crazy. At the same time, he has multiple identities: a genius, an inventor, a billionaire, and a playboy. He's a highly versatile character. If handled well, he will surely be incredibly charismatic on the big screen. In the Marvel headquarters meeting, Eric wrapped up his points, leaving his notes and looking at everyone. He continued, "Moreover, Iron Man is a second-tier hero. If the film succeeds, that would undoubtedly demonstrate the remarkable value of Marvel's superhero characters. I'm highly confident about this project. Even if, by chance, it does fail, the overall impact on the Marvel Cinematic Universe would be minimal. We still have plenty of first-tier characters we can explore." As he said this, Eric sensed that everyone was looking at him with odd expressions, especially Stan Lee, who squinted and smiled in a rather lecherous manner. Unconsciously touching his cheek, Eric puzzled. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Everyone wore bemused smiles, and Stan Lee spoke up. "Eric, according to the Marvel Cinematic Universe's timeline, Tony Stark was born in 1969. In the original comics, Tony Stark was born in the 1940s. Based on the movie timeline roughly aligning with reality, he should now be in his 50s. That wasn't going to work, meaning they had to re-establish his age. The new version of Iron Man would, therefore, be significantly younger than Robert Downey Jr.'s portrayal in the previous timeline. With the planned release date around the year 2000, the new Tony Stark would be about 30 years old, undoubtedly one of the most charming stages of a man's life." Eric nodded in confusion, having read Marvel's proposed cinematic universe plan many times and provided insight from memory. Seeing Eric nod, Stan Lee continued, "So, Eric, you were born in 1970, just a few months off, right?" Suddenly, Eric grasped Stan Lee's intention and shook his head without hesitation. "Stan, don't even think about it." Stan Lee, however, was unwilling to give up easily. "Eric, don't be so quick to refuse. Everyone knows my inspiration for Tony Stark came from Howard Hughes. You're practically identical to him. No, you're even better. So why not give this character a shot? It's practically tailor-made for you." "Forget it, Stan. I'm currently earning $60,000 a minute. I can't even afford myself, let alone you guys," Eric replied. "See? Egotistical, arrogant, and a bit crazy." Stan Lee continued to laugh mischievously, like a wolf stalking its prey. "So, Eric, you are Tony Stark. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been the first to choose this superhero to make a film about. How about this?" Eric, not wanting to entertain Stan's ramblings, closed the folder in front of him. "In the future promotions, you can use the title Eric Williams once intended to personally portray Iron Man, but faced strong opposition from Stan Lee as a gimmick. Everything else is irrelevant." Everyone burst into laughter. Stan Lee found it both amusing and frustrating. "Eric, you're flip-flopping here. Of course, I'm turning things inside out. Who'd be interested in regular news? It's settled then. I'll return to Los Angeles next week to begin pre-production on the film. I'll give you all a month to come up with the first draft of the script. That's it, meeting adjourned." With Eric's authoritative decision, everyone knew their secret discussions about the matter had come to an end. The once hopeful participants let out disappointed sighs as they gradually exited the conference room. Eric wasn't entirely uninterested in playing Iron Man, but he knew that if he took that on, the superhero film would surely be seen as a personal project in the audience's eyes. This would be detrimental to the overall planning of the Avengers initiative. After comforting the visibly disappointed Stan Lee, Eric stayed at Marvel headquarters until closing time before leaving the office alongside Avi Arad. When they arrived at the underground parking lot of the office building, Eric instantly spotted a flashy red Maserati parked next to his ride, with Cindy Crawford leaning against it, smiling and waving at him. Perhaps refreshed from a recent surge in her career, the 30-year-old supermodel seemed more radiant than ever. Avi Arad glanced at Cindy Crawford with envy and instinctively took his leave. Eric approached, gently touching the Maserati's hood. "Nice car." Cindy, clad in a fitted black coat and knee-high boots, with a light scarf around her fair neck, subtly struck a pose and asked, "What about the other one?" "Prettier." Eric chuckled as he hugged Cindy. He didn't get into his black Bentley, but hopped into the Maserati's passenger seat instead. Cindy intended to ride in Eric's car, but, upon seeing him in hers, opted to take the driver's seat instead. Starting the engine, she noticed Eric comfortably lounging in the passenger seat and playfully suggested, "Why don't you drive?" Eric laughed. "I'd be better off in a Hummer, the military kind." "Why is that?" "That way, if I crash into something, I'd be at an advantage." "Ha ha." Cindy chuckled, realizing Eric was likely out of practice driving himself. She didn't bring it up again and slowly pulled the car out of the parking lot. "I've made reservations at Jean Georges. Shall we go eat?" Eric nodded. "All right, I'll go along with your plans for the evening." Cindy somewhat pouted. "You say that, but getting you to agree was tough. I waited 2 weeks." While in New York, Eric inevitably received numerous party invitations from various local figures. Most he could turn down, but some he couldn't postpone. For these past few days, he had been socializing practically every night. Only with his imminent departure did he find free time. Listening to Cindy's mildly sulky tone, Eric joked, "You're so eager to go out with me. Don't tell me you still don't have a new boyfriend? That's just not your style." Cindy turned to glance at him as she steered. "Don't you want me to stay single? I actually hope you get married. That would be more exhilarating." "Uffed, you awful man." Cindy shot him a look and then said, "I tried dating someone recently, but found it too dull, so I broke it off at the end of last year." "Ah, looks like your standards have risen," Eric teased with a laugh. In his memory, Cindy had already passed the peak of her modeling career. During that period, she made a film called Fair Game in Hollywood, which didn't create much buzz, prompting her to settle down and marry a nightclub owner in New York. Compared to most supermodels who struggled to find stability until their fame dwindled, Cindy could be considered a real-life winner. But now, with Eric's presence, Cindy's life trajectory had completely deviated from its previous course. As a Victoria's Secret angel and the producer and host of America's Next Top Model, she had revitalized her career. Her annual income rivaled that of top Hollywood actresses, perhaps even surpassing them, and fittingly, her mindset would no longer allow her to settle down easily. The two arrived at Jean Georges on Fifth Avenue, ordered their meals, and casually caught up on life. Once the waiter delivered their dishes and stepped away, Cindy casually remarked, "I recently bought a Fireflyer. My assistant got it from the black market for $400. Who would have thought your little invention would end up as contraband?" This was the first Eric had heard of such a thing. He laughed. "You should have told me. I'd have sent you a few." "I wouldn't dare trouble you for something so trivial," Cindy replied, smiling. "I read yesterday that Firefly Electronics got sued." "Yeah, Chris has already flown to San Francisco to handle it. It's not a big issue." "I thought so too," Cindy nodded. "I read that article. It said that the record companies receive profits from Yahoo Music stores similar to those from physical records. Moreover, because of the convenience of online sales, if internet music stores become popular, those companies could earn a lot more. Why are they so reactive then?" "That's just the surface." Eric, unsure why Cindy showed interest in these things, explained. "The global annual revenue for the pure music industry doesn't even surpass $20 billion. That's why the major record labels are primarily under large conglomerates. The market size is limited, they can't grow much larger. However, the market for music players is much bigger. It also involves patent monopoly issues. Traditional portable player patents are mainly held by Japanese companies. A complete player patent licensing cost typically doesn't fall below 5% of the overall player price. From this alone, Japanese firms earn over $1 billion every year. The emergence of the Fireflyer thoroughly disrupted the traditional portable music player patent monopoly, and once the Fireflyer becomes popular, devices like the Walkman will become obsolete. The patents worth tens of billions to Japanese companies will become worthless, which is why they are reacting so strongly. Chapter 853, 854. Do you want to know what's different? Cindy exclaimed, a bit taken aback. Tens of billions of dollars. I think they will definitely fight the lawsuit hard for that amount. I saw in that article yesterday that Sony fought Disney and Universal for 10 years over the VCR. Eric laughed. You're probably reading one of those sensationalist tabloids. They conveniently left out the most important point. The precedent set by the Sony VCR case was actually very favorable for Fireflyer. Besides, if Fireflyer was to go mainstream, it would generate a massive amount of tax revenue and jobs for the federal government every year. Do you really think the federal court would side with the Japanese against a potential big taxpayer at home? Local protectionism existed in every country and region. If the core patents for traditional portable music players were held by American companies, entangled in tens of billions of dollars, Firefly Electronics might face some trouble. However, those patents were in the hands of the Japanese. Even traditional American player manufacturers had to pay hefty licensing fees to Japanese companies every year. In this situation, it would be downright absurd for the San Francisco federal court to side with the Japanese. Chris had mentioned during several recent phone calls from San Francisco that the federal court was likely to dismiss the lawsuit filed by Sony and two other major record companies outright, without even bringing it to the docket. Cindy slightly tilted her head and listened quietly. Her interest piqued as she finally asked, "What is case law?" "You wouldn't be interested." Eric shook his head, smiling at Cindy. "But I am curious. Why are you suddenly asking about that?" "Well, it's like this," Cindy replied seriously, not showing any embarrassment at being seen through. "Did you or did you not suggest that I invest in tech stocks last year? So I've been paying more attention to this kind of information." Eric suddenly understood, chuckling. "You really bought in?" Cindy wiggled too slender fingers playfully. $20 million. All into those 4 stocks you mentioned last year. Eric couldn't quite remember those details and asked, "Which 4 stocks?" "AOL, Microsoft, Cisco, and Intel," Cindy said, her eyes widening. "Oh my God, you actually forgot? That's most of my savings." Eric quickly motioned her to calm down. "Don't make such a big deal out of it. You must have made money, right?" Cindy realized she overreacted. With their statuses, several guests were already glancing over, and now even more eyes turned toward them. Sipping her red wine to compose herself, Cindy excitedly lowered her voice. "Yeah, it's crazy. All of those stocks have doubled in value in a year. The stocks I hold are worth nearly $50 million now. I never thought I would have this much money." Eric felt the same way. The Clover Fund had continuously funneled money into the Nasdaq market, and the returns were even more astonishing compared to her small investment. "So what's next?" Eric asked with a smile, knowing Cindy wouldn't bring this up for no reason. Cindy, now cutting her cod, spoke slowly. "Recently, my stockbroker advised me to liquidate all my stocks quickly, but I'm a bit uncertain, so I wanted to ask for your opinion first." Eric raised an eyebrow. Did he explain why? I mean, why the sudden recommendation to sell everything? Cindy nodded. "He said there might be an economic crisis in Southeast Asia that could affect North America, leading to a crash in the Nasdaq market." The Nasdaq index was already nearing 1,500 points, nearly double what it had been 3 years ago. Thus, bearish sentiments regarding the Nasdaq had emerged long ago. Perhaps only Eric dared to confidently assert that the Nasdaq index was nowhere near its limits. However, if Cindy's stockbroker was using the overinflated Nasdaq argument to persuade her to sell, Eric wouldn't find that surprising. It was common for brokers to coax their clients into frequent buying and selling to earn higher commissions. But for him to use a Southeast Asian economic crisis potential as a reason? After pondering, Eric said, "Cindy, I don't know how good your stockbroker is, but if it were me, I would definitely do the same." Cindy blinked, echoing Eric's previous question. What happens next? After sipping his wine, Eric responded, "Nobody can be certain if Southeast Asia will actually face an economic crisis. But if that prediction proves true, I would then appear to you as a prescient stockbroker. You'd trust me more in the future. In that case, if the North American stock market remains unaffected and continues to climb, when I present a reasonable explanation, you would follow my advice again and buy back in. Just like that, I would secure 2 commissions." Cindy seemed a bit lost following Eric's train of thought. It took her a while to process everything, and when Eric finally finished cleaning his plate, she said, "Are you saying that guy is intentionally misleading me?" Eric shrugged. "It's possible. I don't know your stockbroker. Maybe he is genuinely considering his client's interests. Who knows?" "But," Cindy tapped her utensils on the fine plate thoughtfully, "didn't you just say, that an economic crisis in Southeast Asia would happen, but wouldn't impact the North American stock market? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? I might not know much, but it seems like it should have an effect." Eric replied, "Of course it would have an effect, but the impact would be the exact opposite of what your stockbroker described. Let me put it this way. Do you know what the greatest impact of the two world wars on the global economy was?" Cindy shook her head. "No, I'm not really into things like wars." Eric sighed. "You haven't been to college?" Cindy lifted her pretty face. "Of course, I was at Northwestern for chemical engineering for a year. I even remember the formula for water. HO2, right? Okay, you must drink a pretty special kind of water." Eric thought it was wise to steer clear of discussing dihydrogen monoxide, and continued, "The biggest impact of the world wars on the global economy was that Europe's collapse paved the way for the rise of the US. Similarly, if the Southeast Asian currency system is attacked and triggers an economic crisis, the effect would be akin to a large-scale war. The emerging economies of Southeast Asia would be devastated, and capital would undoubtedly flee. Given Europe's generally low-efficiency welfare state, along with the unlikely possibility of integration among European countries, it would no longer attract significant capital. At that point, North America would once again be the best destination for capital flight. With a massive influx of capital, the most direct manifestation would be a bull market in the stock market. So, everything is just beginning." This time Cindy understood, nodding. "Looks like I need to switch stockbrokers. But Eric, can I still buy more stocks? And when do you think would be a good time to sell?" "Sure you could. As for the selling timing," Eric thought for a moment, "when Yahoo goes public, that will definitely push the Nasdaq to a peak, and then you can start selling. After liquidating, don't reinvest." From what he recalled, the Nasdaq market had crashed in March 2000. But having constructed a whole bunch of big butterflies, Eric was sure the Nasdaq index wouldn't follow its previous historical trajectory. Yahoo would probably choose to go public around the end of 1998 or the beginning of 1999. As the most eye-catching internet tech company, Yahoo's IPO would surely boost the entire market, making it an optimal selling opportunity. By then, Cindy's stocks would undoubtedly have increased several-fold, so being greedy wasn't necessary. As for the stocks held by the Clover Fund, Eric had a more detailed plan, but those details couldn't be casually disclosed to Cindy. Cindy recognized Eric's reserved attitude. Though she was very curious about when Yahoo would go public, she also understood when to stop asking and smartly refrained from probing further. Having nearly finished their meals, and since it was still early, Cindy showed no inclination to leave. She ordered coffee, and they continued chatting. Even though Cindy sometimes struggled to keep up with Eric's thoughts, she understood that the information she casually gleaned while spending time with him far outweighed what those who only talked big had to offer. Others might idolize her beauty, but that approach didn't work with Eric. From here on out, it would only become increasingly difficult for her to get him out for a date, and she cherished this opportunity. Stirring her hot coffee with a sugar cube, Cindy recalled something and asked, "By the way, Eric, will you still be in New York at the beginning of next month?" Today was already April 25th, a Friday. Eric planned to return to East Hampton for the weekend and fly directly back to Los Angeles from there. Shaking his head, "No, I'll be leaving in a couple of days." "What's up?" Cindy expressed some regret. "The Met Gala is on May 5th. I was hoping to invite you to be my date." Eric thought for a moment. The Met Gala, formerly known as the Costume Institute Gala at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, was a charity event personally handled by Anna Wintour to combat the West Coast's Vanity Fair parties. It only invited the year's most popular celebrities to attend. Last weekend, while attending a party hosted by the Hearst family, Anna had asked Eric if he was interested in attending. With a smile, Eric replied, "Even if I had the time, I certainly couldn't be your date." Drew would definitely come along to liven things up. Everyone knew about the close bond between Eric and Drew. Cindy had interacted with Drew a few times and wouldn't dare compete with her. She always felt that there was a certain madness lurking behind that doll-like face, capable of turning on anyone in an instant. If a conflict arose with Drew, Cindy was certain Eric wouldn't side with her. Reflecting on this, Cindy felt curious and asked, "Eric, what exactly is your relationship with Drew?" Eric answered without evasion, "It's the kind of relationship you imagine, like a tree and a vine, intertwined and unable to be separated from each other." For some reason, the simple words Eric used to describe their dynamic ignited a strong feeling of jealousy in Cindy. "So, doesn't she mind you going out with us?" "Of course, she minds." Eric chuckled and then shifted his gaze back to Cindy. "But her worldview is a bit different from others." Cindy instinctively shook her head. "I don't want to know." "Huh?" Eric laughed just as he was about to say something when he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He pulled it out, gestured at Cindy, and walked a short distance down the corridor to take the call. The call was from Katzenberg himself, reaching out from Los Angeles. They talked for about 10 minutes before Eric returned to the table, glancing at his watch. He told Cindy, "We might need to leave early." Cindy immediately forgot about the topic that had made her a bit regretful, asking with concern, "Is something wrong?" Eric summoned the waiter, handed him his credit card, and then replied to Cindy, "Nothing major. It's Friday, and the global box office data for Titanic's 18th week just came in. They just transmitted the info from Los Angeles, and I want to take a look." "Wow, already the 18th week?" Cindy asked, instantly interested. "I remember last week it was, $1.775 billion. Isn't that just miraculous? What's it at now?" $1.852 billion. Eric stated the number, and his mood was a mix of calm and excitement. This figure meant that Titanic had officially broken the previous record of $1.84 billion from its first round of screenings, and it was now rapidly approaching the new milestone of $2 billion. Katzenberg had just mentioned over the phone that, judging by Titanic's current box office curve, reaching $2 billion was basically a certainty. The only unknown remained how far its ultimate potential could go. A month ago, when Titanic's global box office surpassed $1.5 billion, the company executives had suggested throwing a grand celebratory party, but Eric had vetoed that, preferring to wait until the more significant milestone of $1.8 billion was reached. During the call, Eric and Katzenberg had already arranged to host a grand celebration at Firefly Cinemas next Wednesday, with a Titanic model about to be set up, along with the official announcement of the Titanic exhibit project. Chapter 854, 855, Exchange Rate Issues. Eric brought Cindy back to his regular apartment at the entrance of 6th Avenue. It was just after 8 p.m. Following Eric inside, Cindy surveyed the unchanged living room and remarked, "I don't know why, but it feels a bit strange thinking of you living here all alone." Eric hung his coat on the rack, made his way to the round table by the floor-to-ceiling window where his laptop sat, pressed the power button, and asked, "What's so strange about that?" Cindy also hung up her trench coat, sat on the steps at the entryway to take off her knee-high boots, and thought for a moment. "Don't you feel it's a little lonely?" As Eric typed in his startup password, he replied, "If I remember right, you should be living alone too, right?" "I guess that's true," Cindy realized, pondering it over. She placed her boots down, slipped into some slippers, and walked over to the corner cabinet in the living room to grab a bottle of whiskey. "It's just odd. I feel differently about you living alone compared to how I feel about my own solitude." "Interesting. Let me know when you sort that out," Eric said, feeling like the topic seemed somewhat familiar but didn't want to delve too deep. He logged into his work email and opened the box office report for Titanic from Los Angeles. Cindy tilted her head, slightly distracted as she pulled open the mini fridge and turned to ask, "Do you want some ice?" "I actually don't like drinking." "That's quite a waste then. The liquor in your cabinet could probably buy a nice apartment in Manhattan," Cindy said, no longer seeking Eric's opinion. She added ice, brought over 2 glasses of whiskey, set one by Eric, leaned her chair closer, and asked, "Can I take a look?" The email contained detailed box office numbers and some analysis for Titanic from the past few weeks. Most of this information would make it to the public media, so there was no need for confidentiality. Eric nodded, shifting slightly aside, and casually picked up the glass of whiskey, taking a sip. Cindy was initially excited at Eric's permission, But when she saw the rows of dense data tables and text on the 12-inch laptop screen, she suddenly felt dizzy and lost all interest. After patiently sitting with Eric for a while, she stood up and said, "I think I want to take a shower, Eric. Want to join?" Eric patted Cindy's small hand resting on his shoulder. "You go ahead, I'll wait a bit." Once Cindy left, Eric directed his gaze back to the laptop screen. Titanic's global box office hit an unprecedented peak during Oscar week and then began to decline. In the 15th week of its North American release, due to waning popularity, its weekly earnings rapidly fell below $20 million, landing at $18 million. The overseas box office didn't maintain the record of over $200 million weekly either. Compared to the $236 million from the 14th week, the 15th week saw a 25% drop, earning $177 million. In the following weeks, the drop in North American box office earnings widened, with the most recent week recording a total of $571 million. Yet the weekly take fell below the $10 million mark, reaching just $9.3 million. However, the overseas market experienced a relatively slight decline of around 20%. Over the last 6 weeks since the overseas market exploded during the 13th week, the total overseas box office surged from just over $400 million to a staggering $1.281 billion, pushing the film's global total to a towering $1.852 billion. Although the North American box office saw a very low weekly income and was beginning to wind down, it meant that Titanic's North American earnings likely wouldn't vary much from its former release. Still, due to the completely different overseas distribution strategy used this time, where many overseas markets launched during Titanic's peak weeks, it sparked greater interest in potential audiences, leading to even better overseas earnings than before. While the North American Titanic also witnessed a decline, it could not be matched by the same degree of impact because of the lack of confidence Fox had during its promotional phases and theater scale in its foreign strategy. When Titanic achieved box office and award miracles in North America, many overseas markets had already begun to finish their runs, making it challenging for Titanic's miracles to stimulate the market adequately. At the same time, Eric noticed that due to the dissimilar distribution strategies, the overseas revenue recovery cycle was considerably more condensed, as overseas spectators interested in Titanic typically flocked to the theaters right when it opened. This was the main reason behind the film's miraculous $236 million overseas weekend take in the 14th week. This factor also caused the overseas box office decline to outpace North America. In the 15th week, this relative high of 25% in decline meant Titanic failed to achieve another $200 million week. Although the overseas earnings dropped to $68 million last week, the decline rate in the overseas market shrank to under 20%. This indicated that, after several weeks, the film had shed the trivial audience affected solely by award lights, while the local core fan base, much larger compared to North America, continued to show strength. It was expected that over the next 2 months, Titanic's overseas box office could still rake in around $300 million. Combined with North America's remaining ticket sales, the global total could likely reach the height of $2.2 billion. Looking back to the end of last year, Eric had been influenced by a barrage of media pessimism and a general lack of confidence around him. He had only hoped that the film would at least break even. Then, Titanic's North American earnings exploded, lifting Eric's anxious thoughts and leading him to anticipate achieving former box office numbers. Around the Oscars, the film had collected months' worth of popularity, began a wide rollout, and even created an overseas miracle of $236 million in a single week. Eric couldn't help but think that perhaps Titanic's global box office could break the $2 billion mark. Now, looking at Firefly's distribution department's ultimate prediction of $2.2 billion for the film's final box office, no thoughts remained in Eric's mind. Perhaps, miracles ought to be beyond everyone's wildest expectations. The email page displayed a thorough analysis of important overseas box office countries following the global box office forecast. Eric had lost interest in these details and scrolled down the page, intending to quickly skim through the rest of the email. However, when he reached the section analyzing the Japanese box office, a number suddenly caught his eye: 30 billion yen. This was the distribution department's total box office expectation for Titanic in Japan. Eric noticed this number not only because it exceeded the box office figure from the alternate timeline by a full $80 million, but also because it was strikingly close to the all-time #1 film in Japanese box office history, Spirited Away. However, converting that 30 billion yen using the current exchange rate put it at about $280 million. He remembered that. Historically, Spirited Away had a local box office of roughly $250 million. But where did the extra $30 million come from? Glancing back at the page, Eric quickly searched for another set of numbers, 107:1. That was the current exchange rate of yen to dollars. In an instant, Eric understood many things. In the alternate timeline, Titanic had opened in North America at the end of 1997, with the openings in Southeast Asian countries staggeringly close in time. What time frame were we talking about at the end of 1997? The financial crisis was rampaging throughout Southeast Asia. From Eric's memory, currencies in countries such as Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines had nearly halved. Even Japan, feeling the effects of the greater economic crisis, saw its currency depreciate by around 20%. Such a devastated currency system clearly wouldn't bounce back to normal in the short term. Hence, if he calculated based on that series of information, the historical exchange rate for yen to the dollar in 1998 was about 133:1. At that time, Titanic's $200 million box office in Japan would roughly convert to $250 million with the current rate of 107:1. This recent difference of $30 million could likely be attributed to gains stemming from changes in the distribution strategy, rather than that unbelievable $80 million. Realizing this, Eric promptly scrolled back up to examine the detailed overseas box office figures. Aside from Japan, other Southeast Asian box office markets, including Korea, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and the Philippines, had already accumulated a box office total of $120 million, and with small forthcoming gains, it was anticipated they could add about $30 million more. This indicated that, including Japan, the Southeast Asian countries and regions would ultimately contribute around $430 million to Titanic's global box office. Based on a foreign revenue share of 35%, Firefly could expect a cut of about $150 million from the total. However, this depended heavily on the stability of the Southeast Asian currency systems. According to the release scheduling in most of the Southeast Asian markets, if Firefly were to follow its usual settling steps, it would likely have to wait until September for the box office share. By then, the Southeast Asian economic crisis would have hit its peak. Due to currency exchange factors, Firefly's predicted global box office of $2.2 billion would inevitably be adjusted downward. If that weren't particularly consequential, the most direct result would be that Firefly might lose over $50 million in share revenue due to the devaluation of currencies in Southeast Asia. Even if Firefly was doing tremendously well, Eric couldn't simply let go of that $50 million. Regaining his focus, Eric opened his drafts and started to write an email detailing his series of findings, hoping that Firefly's management would discuss and come up with corresponding solutions. Swiftly, from the other side of the living room, the bathroom door opened, and Cindy, wrapped only in a towel, sauntered out, her long, pale legs on display, exuding charm. After sitting back down in her previous spot, she tidied up her still damp hair. Seeing Eric intensely working away at the keyboard, she mischievously swung her legs and playfully scratched Eric's thigh with her toes. Eric paused his typing, turned to look at her, raised the glass of whiskey, and finished off the last sip. He shook the glass towards Cindy and handed it over, saying, "Here, hold this." The cube of ice had melted down to the size of a walnut, making a crisp clinking sound as Eric moved the glass. Cindy took the glass, a smile forming on her lips, but her eyes held a hint of wateriness, her expression slightly sulky. "Not this again. That ice has soaked in the whiskey. You want to set my mouth on fire. I just want to see what it would look like if you did." Eric chuckled as he glanced at Cindy's glass of whiskey, which was still half full, before returning to his typing. Cindy looked at the ice cube soaking in her whiskey, shrank her neck in apprehension, and obediently picked up Eric's glass, pouring the ice cube into her mouth. her cheeks puffing up as she stared wide-eyed at Eric. Eric ignored her deliberately cute act, finished writing the email, and CC'd it to Jeffrey Katzenberg, Frank Wells, and a few other executives before finally shutting down the laptop. Once Cindy saw Eric was done, she blinked her eyes, spat the ice cube from her mouth into her palm. Its original sharp edges had smoothed out considerably. Looks like this one's still a bit big. Eric picked her up and carried her towards the sofa, laughing. Aren't you someone who always liked things big? Ugh, gross, wait. As Eric sent that email, some people in Los Angeles were still at work. Before long, the phone rang with calls from Katzenberg and others. After spending the weekend in East Hampton, Eric returned to Los Angeles on Monday. The first meeting he attended was to officially discuss the email he had sent. Based on the preliminary plans we agreed on, Katzenberg narrated in the conference room, reflecting on the weekend discussions, we can utilize hedging strategies in currency exchange to cash in the earnings from various Southeast Asian countries ahead of time. However, this would certainly incur some losses. Eric read through the document Katzenberg had drafted over the weekend, looked up, and said, have our summer blockbusters like Finding Nemo and Bad Boys 2, as well as the year-end releases of Jurassic Park 3 and Rush Hour 2, already discussed distribution agreements with Southeast Asian distributors? Chapter 856. Who bullies whom? Eric, do you mean we should leverage the distribution contracts of these films to negotiate an early settlement for Titanic's box office with the Southeast Asian distributors? As soon as Eric finished speaking, Robert Thompson, the president of the distribution department, immediately asked. Eric nodded but quickly shook his head. We can do that, but it's not limited to just that. What I mean is, we need to prepare for the worst in the Southeast Asian economy. While we work to get our share from Titanic as soon as possible, we should also consider directly pre-selling the distribution rights for upcoming films to Southeast Asian distributors at a buyout price. It was quite common for Hollywood films to pre-sell distribution rights, especially for second- and third-tier film companies with limited distribution capabilities. Even in the United States, they often adopted such strategies to quickly recuperate funds. However, after years of expanding distribution channels, Firefly Group, even with some of its mid to low-budget films, had rarely resorted to this lower-yield pre-sale strategy. After all, it was akin to farming, using the same piece of land for primitive slash-and-burn agriculture versus meticulous cultivation would yield vastly different harvests. Sure enough, Eric's statement was quickly met with opposition. Eric, Titanic's box office is almost guaranteed. Trying to get our share back early won't incur any loss. But if we sell off distribution rights for films that haven't been released yet, not only would it be hard to get a high price, but if some films unexpectedly hit big at the box office, the decision we made now to avoid a potential economic crisis could cause us even greater losses. Southeast Asia accounts for about 30% of our overseas box office, so I strongly advise against this. Eric recalled the Titanic box office data he saw last Friday night, confirming that Southeast Asia indeed accounted for around 30% of the overseas total, with Japan making up nearly 20%. He remembered that during the Southeast Asian economic crisis, the Japanese yen's depreciation was only about 20%, much lower than the dramatic declines other Southeast Asian currencies had faced. Moreover, Japan's recovery speed compared to other Southeast Asian nations would likely be faster. Given this, a 20% currency depreciation was something Firefly could still manage. As for the other Southeast Asian markets, there was simply no reason to hold on to them. It was easy to imagine that when the economic crisis hit, these smaller markets, already holding just over 10% of the overseas share, would plummet to around 5%, with no short-term recovery in sight. In the coming years, it could very well be that the already declining Hong Kong films fell into complete silence, which would likely be related to the significant shrinkage of the Southeast Asian market. After contemplating for a moment, Eric said, "Let's do this. Japan will maintain its existing distribution strategy, while the other markets like Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand will go with the proposal I just outlined." Excluding Japan, the remaining smaller Southeast Asian markets combined would be even less than in Latin America, so the higher-ups stopped insisting. After discussing the detailed execution plans, they moved on to the next topic. The meeting lasted all morning, and after having lunch at the Burbank headquarters, Eric began heading back to the Liberty City cottage. While still in New York, Madonna had called several times, eager to visit after Eric returned to Los Angeles. By this time, Madonna had started a legal battle with Warner Records over digital distribution rights. Although the outcome was uncertain, this issue had evidently sparked more attention from musicians regarding online music sales. Coupled with the close collaboration between both parties on the Yahoo Music store, Eric had decided to block out half a day for their meeting, scheduling it for that afternoon. Of course, Eric knew that Madonna's visit might also involve her nudging him to write her a song, something he had promised over a month ago. Tomorrow marked the celebration party for Titanic crossing the $1.8 billion mark at the box office. Katzenberg would also be heading from Burbank headquarters to Playa Vista Studios in the afternoon, so he arranged to catch a ride with Eric and sneak in some business talk. As Eric mentioned his intentions of heading back to the cottage, Katzenberg said, "Speaking of the Yahoo Music store, even though Warner and Universal Records didn't participate in this lawsuit," Barry Weiss from Firefly Records called a while back, "it seems Warner secretly intends to poach the Backstreet Boys from us." Eric asked, "If I remember correctly, their contract should be for 5 years, right?" "Yes, until around 2000, Katzenberg replied, then added, "Barry mentioned they were enticed, but Warner might be unwilling to pay their full termination fees, which is why nothing has materialized. However, once the contract expires," he paused and glanced at Eric before continuing, "I fear they won't stay with Firefly Records." Eric understood that the close collaboration between Firefly Records and the Yahoo Music store could raise some concerns among the artists signed. Due to the large-scale promotion from other record companies, many singers instinctively felt that the cooperation between Firefly Records and Yahoo Music store was at the expense of their interests. Under the manipulation of the major record labels, even the American Music Association was reluctant to acknowledge the sales figures of digital music albums, which undoubtedly resulted in much lower reported sales for Firefly Records artists compared to actual numbers. Eric, however, did not believe this. With the impact of the internet, the physical music industry was inevitably heading toward decline. Firefly Records' cooperation with Yahoo Music store, by pioneering the online music sales market, could greatly diminish the damage caused by internet music piracy to the artists under Firefly, while also allowing them access to a wealth of promotional resources offered by Yahoo's network. Eric was confident that as Firefly gained more ground, this advantage would soon become clear over the next few years. "As for what Universal and Warner want to do, we can adapt to their moves," Eric said, gazing out the car window as they drove along Venice Boulevard. He caught sight of a massive poster for Godzilla flashing by. If he disregarded all prior information from memory, the upcoming summer slate still boasted a thrilling lineup. Besides the animated blockbusters Finding Nemo, The Lion King 2, and Ice Age, 3 major live-action films were set to release that summer. Alongside Casino Royale, directed by Eric himself, Batman and Robin from Warner Brothers, and Sony's Godzilla, all of them had production budgets exceeding $100 million. Casino Royale's production cost finally reached $110 million, making it the lowest among the 3. Batman and Robin cost $120 million, while Godzilla's production ballooned to a staggering $150 million. Moreover, as the only CG-heavy blockbuster of the summer, perhaps motivated by Titanic's massive success, Sony displayed plenty of confidence in Godzilla. Despite its $150 million production cost, they unflinchingly allocated a $70 million marketing budget, bringing Godzilla's total expenditure to $220 million. Thus, this monster movie would need a worldwide box office return of $600 million to break even. Eric couldn't recall what Godzilla's global box office had been in his past life, but based on its poor reputation that had been criticized for over 15 years, it clearly would be far less than the $600 million mark. Although Sony was the producer of Godzilla, the special effects were entirely managed by Digital Domain, making it easy for Eric to access the film's materials. Just the fact that this version of Godzilla resembled the Tyrannosaurus Rex of his previous life was enough for Eric to doubt the film's chances for success. As for Batman and Robin, it was best left unmentioned. Nevertheless, Warner and Sony were evidently confident. Perhaps noting that Firefly had no CG-heavy blockbuster scheduled for the summer, They opted for a release date aligning with Firefly's customary June slate, with intentions that were not as straightforward as they might seem. This was evident from the specific dates of these two blockbusters' releases. Firefly maintained its trilogy strategy for its summer slate, yet unlike previous years, due to the absence of Jurassic Park 3, Firefly would release only 2 films in June: Con Air starring Cage and Pixar's latest animated film, Finding Nemo. Another film, Disney's Tarzan, was scheduled for mid-July, deliberately avoiding a direct confrontation with Casino Royale, which premiered at the end of June. The other 2 films, Con Air was set for May 30th and Finding Nemo for June 13th. Perhaps Warner and Sony felt some trepidation regarding the Jerry Bruckheimer-produced, Nicolas Cage starring Con Air, leading them to strategically place Godzilla's release on June 6th and Batman and Robin on June 20th, which were respectively the week before and after Finding Nemo's release. Clearly, Sony and Warner aimed to ensure their major films dominated the box office, while also elbowing out Finding Nemo. When Eric first saw the detailed summer slate, he felt an impulse to mourn for the 2 rival companies. 2 massive flops stirring up a billion-dollar ticket sales seed. By that time, who knew who would be bullying whom? Besides the main studios, New Line Cinema also planned to release 2 films during the summer slate: Bad Boys 2 on July 4th and Final Destination 2 on July 18th, raising Firefly Group's total summer release count to 5. In previous years, New Line had typically avoided making a big fuss about gathering for the blockbuster summer slate to concentrate their promotional resources. However, following the previous year's successes, New Line was now officially gearing up, and it was clear from the release dates of the 2 films that they aimed to emphasize the summer month of July, seamlessly connecting with Firefly's June releases. The reality of Firefly's dominance had been thoroughly exposed since Forbes magazine referred to it as an oligopoly earlier in the year. Thus, Eric stopped minding if Firefly appeared to be more prominent. At this point, Firefly's film division firmly held about 30% of the annual box office share, but if they could elevate that to 40%, Eric would definitely spare no effort. With small talk, Eric dropped Katzenberg off at Firefly Studios before heading back to Malibu. He returned to Liberty City Estate around 2 in the afternoon. Madonna had already arrived early, sitting on the sofa by the glass wall, chatting comfortably with Drew. This had been Eric's intention. He did not want to be alone with the bold and outspoken pop diva. Upon seeing Eric walk in, both Madonna and Drew got up to greet him. After hugging the 2 women, Eric smiled and asked, "What were you 2 talking about?" Drew, playfully linking her arm with Eric's as they sat on the couch, leaned in and said, "We were just talking about Scream 2. Madonna is curious about who's going to get killed off at the beginning this time." Scream 2 was also set to be released that summer. Although it didn't carry the same weight as some major blockbusters, it was still generating interest. In the first film, Drew had played the character who got killed off at the start. Since her influence level was entirely different now, it became a topic of fascination among viewers. As usual, MGM certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to promote this point, and it was highly likely that the sequel would invite other well-known stars for similar roles. Eric took the coffee cup Natasha handed him and curiously asked, "Oh, I don't know who it is either. Can you tell me who it might be? Take a wild guess." Eric eyed Madonna and shook his head with a smile. "I doubt I could guess that. It must not be you coming back just to get killed off again, right?" "Haha, how could I be that boring?" Drew playfully shook Eric's arm and said, "It's Rachel." Before Eric could even react, Madonna exclaimed in surprise, "Rachel Weisz." Drew nodded. With Titanic's explosive box office success, both Leo and Rachel had skyrocketed to fame. Even Julia and Nicole could not compare to Rachel's overwhelming popularity during this time. It was easy to imagine how shocking it would be for fans to learn that Rose had unexpectedly been killed in a horror movie. Eric was genuinely curious now and asked Drew, "How did you manage to get her on board?" Chapter 856, 857. Can you imagine? Eric was genuinely curious and asked the girl, "How did you manage to convince her?" Drew giggled. Rachel was already pretty wild. It wasn't me who needed to convince her. Up until early this year, we were still looking for someone to play that character. After the blockbuster success of Titanic, I called Rachel, and she was interested right away, so it just fell into place. Eric recalled that Caroline had once shared some amusing stories about Rachel Wise. A girl who loved driving a big-engine Jaguar would never actually fit the demure image she'd been labeled with. Suddenly recalling something, Eric added. Rachel agreed. But her agent must have been furious, right? Rachel had just risen to A-list status thanks to Titanic, and before she could further solidify her position, she suddenly decided to guest star in a horror film. Aside from the financial implications, any significant image shift could unintentionally affect her popularity. Yeah, they were all really upset. Even Kepler called me to tell me not to go off the rails like this. And you still went through with it? Yep. Rachel was pretty mad. She said she didn't want to be a puppet controlled by her agent. So she did it. Eric laughed, not overly concerned. It was just a whimsical guest appearance. The crew of Scream 2 definitely wouldn't overshadow Rachel's image too much. Besides, the potential for substantial negative impact was minimal, aside from generating some buzz. After chatting a bit about amusing anecdotes, Eric turned to Madonna, who was sitting nearby. She was still a guest, and he didn't want to appear too dismissive. Maggie, what about you? What have you been up to lately? Madonna lounged lazily on the single sofa, cradling her coffee cup and seemingly engaged in Eric and Drew's conversation. She answered, "Oh, I'm quite free. So, Eric, do you think Firefly has a movie that would be right for me?" Madonna was undoubtedly one of the singers who frequently gravitated toward Hollywood. She not only persistently appeared in various films, some of which never even made it to theaters, but also often flirted with Hollywood filmmakers. Last year's Evita was arguably Madonna's most celebrated film. The project almost fell into the hands of Firefly, but due to concerns about the quality of Madonna's previous works, the production team rejected the creative team's $55 million budget, and cooperation fell through. In hindsight, that decision proved correct. While Evita garnered some recognition at the Golden Globes and Oscars, it only managed to pull in just over $50 million in North America, and Warner Brothers, who eventually took on the project, still sustained a slight loss. Recalling Madonna's string of golden raspberries, Eric immediately shook his head, feeling a bit intimidated. "I think you're better off focusing on your singing." "Eric, that's quite hurtful." Madonna shot Eric a sideways glance, her tone lacking any real anger. Though she appeared arrogant and perhaps even narcissistic to outsiders, she was certainly not completely lacking in self-awareness. After chatting for a while, Madonna indeed brought up songwriting. Eric stood up, saying, "Actually, I already wrote something while I was in New York. Come with me." Madonna's expression instantly brightened as she stood up excitedly, but the girl remained lounging, waving Eric off as she lazily sprawled on the couch and turned on the wall-mounted TV with a remote. Eric led Madonna to the door of the downstairs study. He hesitated for a moment and then recalled that there wasn't much confidential information on the whiteboard, so he opened the door. Following Eric down the stairs into the study, Madonna, just like many first-time visitors, was taken aback by the giant whiteboard that covered an entire wall. On the board were several Iron Man armor blueprints held up by magnets, along with some handwritten notes from Eric. Unable to resist, Madonna walked over to the whiteboard, scanning the realistically colored renderings of the Iron Man designs. She exclaimed, "Wow, these are all Iron Man. This is so cool." The comic depiction of Iron Man usually appeared quite crude, so even comic book fans would be stunned by these realistic drawings. Eric joined Madonna at the board, observing the sketches too. He nodded, saying, "Yeah, when the movie is produced, it's going to look even cooler. I can't wait to see these in the movie." "Eric, will you be directing it personally?" "No, but I'll take on the producing role." Madonna eagerly flipped through the more than 10 blueprints, asking various questions, before she and Eric finally reached the corner where the piano sat. Eric sat on the chair, handing over the sheet music and lyrics. "Here, take a look." Madonna didn't sit beside him, but instead took the folder from Eric, leaning against the piano, practically tearing it open. "When We're Alive." The title has a bit of a rock vibe to it, she instantly remarked after glancing at the song's name. This was originally an electronic rock piece. Eric had thought of it after hearing the demo of Madonna's own track, Ray of Light, which had a strong rock flavor. He made slight modifications and brought it out. Once it underwent post-production arrangement, the song would fit into Madonna's new album style perfectly. That was something Eric didn't need to worry about. Madonna had a professional team that handled that stuff. Nodding, Eric replied, right. When linked with your track, Ray of Light, it goes like, when we are alive, we shine brightly, chasing the stars, moving lightly. Through the dark, we blaze, ignite. A radiant flame, a guiding light. Madonna eagerly picked up the thread, her excitement palpable. That's quite ambitious, but I like it. However, after going through the whole song and humming through it a bit, Madonna straightforwardly looked up at Eric and said, Eric, even though this song is great, it doesn't seem as stunning as some of your previous works, right? Eric didn't take offense at Madonna's directness. Shrugging, he explained, Maggie, that's a limitation of your album style. I can't expect to make round cookies from a square mold. The album Madonna was working on was a total departure from her usual pop music style. It boasted strong electronic music elements along with a blend of classical, rock, and bass influences. To put it plainly, it was an experimental mix album. When Eric listened to the demo tracks Madonna sent, he didn't feel a strong connection, making it hard to recall similarly stunning works from his memory. Honestly, Eric thought the entire album felt pretty mediocre. Still, he distinctly remembered that the album Ray of Light had once been hailed as one of Madonna's best in his original timeline. Perhaps it was because it felt fresh and exciting. For both actors and singers, suddenly changing styles after a long period of sameness often yielded positive reviews. Due to her sudden departure from her usual style, Madonna harbored little expectation for this album, but she had reached a dead end with her previous path, forcing her to adapt. Upon hearing Eric's comments, Madonna assumed he shared her skepticism regarding the album. Nevertheless, with a flicker of hope, she asked, Eric, what do you think of this album? Eric smiled. Do you want the honest truth? Madonna shot him a look. Forget it. Just say something nice to make me happy. Okay, no jokes, Eric replied earnestly. Although this album isn't exactly to my taste, it has a strong potential for success. In fact, it could become another peak in your music career. Madonna raised her brows excitedly. Are you serious? Absolutely, Eric nodded. First, your popularity built up over the years is quite formidable. That's the biggest foundation for the album's success. Second, people are always fascinated by changes, and this album happens to align with that public preference. Lastly, with my song for you, I'm sure you won't pass up the promotional opportunities, right? So, I'd bet this album will sell at least 15 million copies. As for whether it can hit 20 million, that may just be a matter of luck. 15 million, 20 million, these sounded like distant figures for Madonna. Her last album to cross the 10 million sales mark had been 7 years ago, and her recent albums had only sold a few 100,000 copies. While such numbers still appeared aspirational for lesser-known singers, they represented failure for her. Had someone else made that claim, Madonna might have brushed it off as empty flattery. But coming from Eric, she instantly found it credible, leading to her excitement. As an ambitious woman, she had never been one to settle for silence. In her excitement, Madonna's true self emerged as she leaned in closer, resting her hands on Eric's shoulders, starting to teasingly flirt. So, Eric, since we're betting, what do you want to wager? Eric pushed back slightly in his chair to evade her attempt to straddle him, shaking his head. Hold on, Maggie, I really don't want to bet on anything. I'll just concede then, Madonna said, leaning in closer with her hands slipping from Eric's shoulders to his chest, as if attempting to undo the buttons of his shirt. Seeing he couldn't calm the temptress with words, Eric gripped her wrists, leaning back further. With her hands restrained, Madonna lost her balance and collapsed in front of Eric. Releasing her hands, Eric restrained the struggling woman, pinching her well-maintained cheek and coldly muttered, If that's the case, just use your mouth. I can reluctantly accept that. Madonna looked up to meet Eric's elevated gaze, feeling the solid grip of his hand on her cheek. The humiliation carried in his words kindled no anger, but instead made her feel weak all over, and she trembled while whispering, Oh, Eric Williams, you're such a scoundrel. After over a month of busyness, the Titanic model that was originally located in Rosarito, Mexico was fully transported and assembled in the Firefly studio. Since Cameron had spared no expense reproducing much of the Titanic's interior furniture, carpets, curtains, and even tableware, the redecoration proceeded smoothly. At this point, The first-class dining hall of the Titanic model had been completely renovated. The celebration party for Titanic surpassing $1.8 billion in global box office revenue was held in the ship's grand dining hall. Evening had settled in, and guests for the celebration were arriving one after another. Eric stood alongside Cameron and Katzenberg on the lookout deck outside the ship's bridge, where the Titanic's captain once stood. The ship was perfectly aligned in an east-west direction, facing the nearby Marina del Bay, occupying a substantial area in the studio's northeastern corner. This was a result of Cameron's insistence. Otherwise, the ship would have had to slant northeast, in line with the studio's rectangular layout. However, it was this insistence that allowed for a breathtaking view during sunset, where the expanse of fiery clouds blanketed the sky. Looking out from the railing, the view was remarkably striking, with the studio's 3-meter-high walls and the low buildings outside failing to obstruct the vision from the deck. One could easily spot the clustered yachts in Marina del Bay and the glistening sea beyond. "Eric, see? I told you that this position provides the best view," Cameron said, quite proudly, while leaning against the railing and surveying the guests on deck, imitating Jack and Rose's iconic pose for photos. He continued, "I also plan to create a boiler room exhibit inside, hopefully even replicating the massive drive shaft. It would only cost about $2 million. You know, we still have the original props. But Jeffrey wants the ship's interior to be converted into storage. Can you imagine that?" The Titanic turned into a warehouse. Eric chuckled, glancing at a frustrated Katzenberg. "Jeffrey wants the model to be as functional as possible. Jim, you have to understand, if it has no practicality, in a few years, we might have to dismantle it. It occupies a lot of space, after all." Cameron saw Eric not siding with him this time and retorted, "A restaurant, a banquet hall, and a gift shop. Are those not enough?" "Those are certainly enough, but the boiler room can be dropped. People won't be interested in that." Cameron remained dissatisfied. Before this movie was released, many thought people wouldn't be interested in seeing it either. After some back and forth, Eric ultimately agreed to Cameron's suggestion of creating a small exhibit, but most of the bottom area would still be utilized as storage for the studio. After all, a 270-meter-long ship occupied nearly the same area as 4 large studio sound stages. If it wasn't put to use, as Eric pointed out, it would likely have to be taken down in the future. Chapter 857, 858, Old Friends. As time passed, darkness fell, and the giant Titanic model located at the northeast corner of Firefly Studios illuminated all its lights. Against the backdrop of twilight, it truly resembled a massive ship adrift at sea. After the Vanity Fair party in March, the celebration for Titanic surpassing $1.8 billion at the global box office became the most talked-about event in Los Angeles, gathering over 700 Hollywood stars, singers, and socialites. Many people went to great lengths to secure an invitation for this star-studded affair. Eric even saw the girl receiving calls from connections trying to get an invite only last night. At 7 o'clock, the party officially kicked off. Since everyone was keen to enjoy the evening without unnecessary delays, there were no lengthy speeches. Jeffrey Katzenberg and James Cameron shared a few brief words and formally announced to the invited press the upcoming Titanic-themed exhibition, and the festivities began. While most areas of the Titanic model were still closed to guests, the grand scale of the model, combined with the 700 attendees and numerous servers scattered across the banquet hall, dining area, bow, and top deck, made it feel far from crowded. Eric and Drew exchanged pleasantries with a few important guests before heading to the dining area, feeling quite hungry after a busy afternoon preparing for the party. After grabbing 2 plates of food from the buffet, Eric and the girl found an empty table just as Elizabeth and Julia walked in. The 2 women paid no mind to the curious glances from others in the dining area. They collected their food and headed straight over. "Good evening, Eric," Elizabeth said, swiftly taking a seat on Eric's left side, nodding at him before turning to the girl. "Hello to you too, little bitch." Seeing the girl pick up her fork, clearly ready to throw a dart, Eric quickly interjected, "All right, no teasing tonight. Liz, apologize to Drew and do not talk like that again." Elizabeth pouted, clearly reluctant, and replied, "Sorry, little Drew." "Humph." The girl sulked, shaking her utensils defiantly. If it weren't so crowded here, I'd have Natasha beat you up. Elizabeth was unfazed, tilting her chin up. If you're so brave, do it yourself. I'm afraid I'll ruin your face. After all, you're not that pretty, and if something goes wrong, that would be too tragic. Eric felt helpless watching these two women bicker. He issued a warning. If you both continue, I'm taking Julia and leaving for another area. Before Elizabeth and Drew could respond, Julia glanced at Eric with eager eyes, nodding repeatedly like a little chick pecking for seeds. Uh-huh. Elizabeth was dissatisfied with Julia's reaction. What are you uh-huh-ing about? You've got no standing. Liz, if you keep being mean to me, I won't help Fox with their films anymore. The girl jumped at the opportunity. Yeah, Julia, come over to MGM, and I'll give you $20 million. Elizabeth teased, $20 million? If you're so capable, bring the contract now, and I'll sign for Julia. Eric intervened just in time to break up the playful fight, steering the conversation toward a more serious topic. Speaking of which, how much are you paying Julia for this film? With the two women half joking and half genuinely involved in a spat, over the past few years, Julia had mostly been working on films with Fox. Following last year's Shakespeare in Love, Julia quickly collaborated with Fox on a romantic movie. Eric had a minor involvement in it, easily opting for Julia's well-received earlier work, My Best Friend's Wedding. However, after bringing Claudia Schiffer into the mix, Eric had moved on without much fuss. Recently, he noticed that My Best Friend's Wedding was set for mid-July, alongside Ice Age, featuring prominently on Fox's summer release slate. Julia got $15 million, and Claudia received $5 million. Elizabeth replied candidly. The total budget was just $40 million. Together, they accounted for half of it. Actors' pay is skyrocketing. I feel it will be tough for mid-low budget films to cast A-list stars moving forward, especially after Titanic. Everyone will definitely be focusing on a few blockbuster hits per year. Top actors will surely lean toward those films, or only those films can afford A-list stars. I heard Germany already started discussing revising tax laws to prevent capital flow overseas. Since Jim Carrey first snagged a $20 million paycheck from Sony Pictures, most A-list stars raised their price tags significantly. However, Eric knew this trend chiefly arose from a tidal wave of tax evasion funds flowing to Hollywood from around the world, particularly over $3 billion annually from Germany, accounting for nearly a quarter of Hollywood's production budgets. But the good days for Hollywood stars might only last a few more years. Once the tech bubble broke, and crucial film capital exporting countries tightened investments in the coming years, A-list star salaries would return to more reasonable figures. Even those marked at $20 million might find very few actually earning that amount. While Eric was casually chatting with the three women, Cameron hurriedly approached from the entrance of the dining area, nodding at the three women before turning to Eric. Eric, come with me. I want you to meet someone. Eric stood up, curious. Who is it? Cameron smiled mysteriously. Peter Parker. Eric immediately understood. Cameron had recently begun searching for a lead actor for Spider-Man. He had no particular feelings toward the previous Spider-Man portrayals and felt no need to get involved, letting Cameron handle it himself. He just gestured to the three women before confidently following Cameron. In fact, without him around, Elizabeth and Drew would likely get along even better. Both women were smart and wouldn't intend to cause a scene that would provide others with fodder for their amusement. Cameron remained mysterious throughout the journey. Eric was too lazy to pry into it further. They reached the top deck, and following Cameron's guidance, Eric quickly spotted a family of four standing together. A couple, a boy around 16 or 17, and a 5 or 6-year-old girl. Just one glance and Eric recognized them. He stepped forward, lightly patting the boy's shoulder, who still had hints of youthful awkwardness, and pulled him into a casual embrace, nostalgia filling the air as he said, "Hey, Stu, long time no see." The family presented before him was unmistakably the Ronkel, Eric's old neighbors from North Hollywood. The boy he embraced was Stuart Ronkel, the former star of Home Alone. After filming Home Alone 3, age caught up with Stuart, making it inappropriate to continue as a child star. Over the years, he faded from the spotlight, and Eric only vaguely heard they had moved to New York without meeting again. In fact, Eric felt relieved that Stewart didn't end up replicating the path of Macaulay Culkin in the original timeline. Eric, it's great to see you again. Stewart Ronkel clearly had some excitement. After the hug, he turned to pull forward the little girl. Eric, this is my sister, Linda. Hello there, little one. Eric extended his hand. The girl was evidently well coached, obediently shaking Eric's hand with a childlike tone. Hello, Mr. Williams. I really love your movies. Eric chuckled. Did you see your brother in any of those movies? The girl nodded eagerly. Yes, he was amazing then, and I want to be just like him. Oh, your parents might have a headache then. Eric joked before greeting the Ronkels. Though previous collaborations had their moments of tension, those were long past, and Eric certainly wouldn't hold grudges now. The Ronkel parents were much more humble and sophisticated than their children, carefully dropping compliments and reminiscing about past events. After chatting for a few minutes, Eric didn't rush to ask Cameron what was going on, as everything was already clear to him. In the original plan, Eric had envisioned the new Spider-Man starting during Peter Parker's high school years. Although teenagers in most Hollywood films were usually played by actors over 20 years old, that was a necessary compromise to maintain a level of performance. After all, teen actors of the right age often lack the required acting skills. If there were suitable actors who matched the age and talent needed, studios would not shy away from casting them. At that moment, in preparing for the forthcoming Spider-Man movie, the now 16-year-old Stewart Ronkel, having skyrocketed to fame from Home Alone, fit the role perfectly. Eric had not expected Cameron to bring Stewart over without mentioning it to him first. Cameron introduced Eric to this family and was promptly whisked away by other guests. After a brief chat, Eric took Stewart to a nearby railing. Leaning casually against the railing, Eric looked at the boy, who appeared a bit stiff in front of him, and chuckled. How have you been these years? Pretty good, mainly focusing on school, and I occasionally get a movie or two. Stewart leaned back against the railing as well. Actually, my parents feel let down. It's not as glamorous as it used to be. I think this is fine, though. When Cameron called, I hesitated about whether or not to return to that life. Perhaps having faced the world too early, Stewart's tone carried a maturity beyond that of a typical teenager. Eric nodded slightly. Did you finally decide to give it a try? Yeah, you know my parents, Stewart replied. But, Eric, if I can get through the audition, I hope to sign the contract in a couple of months. Eric furrowed his brow. Why wait a few months? Stewart candidly said, I'll be turning 16 in July. Eric quickly understood. According to federal law, teenagers over 16 could handle their financial affairs independently. Stewart clearly didn't want any complications that could arise from his parents wielding their guardianship rights again. No problem, just a couple of months. I'll make sure to help you delay things a bit. Stewart laughed. Eric, I haven't even auditioned yet. Huh, I'm quite confident in you. Eric chuckled. He added, but truthfully, this role isn't as glamorous as outsiders might assume. Jim must have gone over some of the role's requirements with you. Not really, Stewart replied. It's like this. Since Cameron hadn't had the chance yet, Eric elaborated. We're planning to develop a vast comic franchise, so once you're cast, you'll be looking at a contract for a minimum of 6 films. Stewart seemed to have retained his sharp wit from years back. Even though Firefly hadn't publicly announced its Marvel Cinematic Universe plans, he could guess at the concept. Like MGM's Agent Cinema Universe. Eric nodded, exactly. So, if you commit, you might find yourself tied to this role for at least the next decade. The apprehension flickered across Stewart's expression. Ambitious actors may not necessarily wish to be tethered to a single character for too long. Eric wasn't about to force anything. To ensure the smooth implementation of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, securing a package deal in advance was essential. This wouldn't change for anyone because Eric didn't want to engage in drawn-out negotiations for every film in the future. After a brief pause, Stewart asked, Eric, isn't 6 films a bit much? Hardly anyone in Hollywood makes a 6-part series anymore. Our rough plan is 3 solo films and 3 crossover films, similar to MGM's Agent films. So, even extending beyond that, 6 could end up being snug. Eric briefly explained this. Such details usually surfaced during contract negotiations, so it wasn't particularly confidential. After a moment, he added with a smile, one more thing. Our pay structure is pretty attractive. It features a variable mechanism tied to box office performance. On top of a guaranteed salary, the higher the box office, the more the lead actor could earn. Plus, to ensure fairness, if the contract can't be fulfilled due to Firefly's end, actors will receive some compensatory payment. Chapter 858, 859. This is different. In the original timeline, Marvel was frequently criticized for its actors' compensation, mainly due to the stingy CEO Isaac Perlmutter. There were even jokes circulating in the industry that the furniture in the Marvel Entertainment offices was secondhand. Before Ron Perlman took over Marvel, Isaac Perlmutter was part of the Marvel board. When Firefly Group fully acquired Marvel, the original board was naturally disbanded, and Eric did not extend an olive branch to Isaac Perlmutter. As a boss, Eric certainly wanted the upper management to save costs as much as possible to generate more profits for the company, but he also believed it was unnecessary to be so harsh. That would only backfire. Rather than focusing on the minutiae, Eric was more concerned with the overall cost control during the production of Marvel films, which was fundamental for the stability and continuity of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Therefore, during those 2 weeks in New York, discussions on the compensation plans for Marvel's leading actors took up most of everyone's time. The core of the final plan was essentially 2 points: contract duration and tying compensation to box office performance. The preliminary plan required core actors participating in Marvel superhero films to sign contracts for at least 6 movies. As long as the box office was stellar, Marvel could guarantee them A-list salaries, but it would not pay exorbitant sums like $50 million for a single film. While chatting casually about these matters with Stuart Ronkel, they inevitably reminisced about some past events, feeling a bit nostalgic. The expectant glances from nearby guests made Stuart realize that Eric didn't appear as free-spirited as he seemed. After about 10 minutes of discussion, where Stuart stated he would seriously consider whether to take part in Spider-Man, the young man took his leave and walked toward his parents and sister, who were waiting nearby. Eric remained leaning against the railing, signaling to a passing waiter. He took a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray just as a couple approached him. The man had gray hair, dressed sharply in a suit, and wore glasses, giving off quite the university professor vibe. However, anyone familiar with his work would not have held such a notion. This man was Hollywood horror master William Friedkin, and the middle-aged woman on his arm was his wife, the current CEO of Paramount, Sherry Lansing. Eric also noticed that there was a hint of reproach in Sherry Lansing's expression. Clearly, her presence at tonight's party was not as innocent as it seemed. By convention, even if they didn't refuse, Firefly could never openly invite the heads of competitors like Paramount to such events, indicating Mrs. Lansing was uninvited. Pretending not to notice Sherry's look, Eric straightened up and greeted William Friedkin warmly. "Hi, William. Good evening." "Good evening, Eric. This is truly a moment worth celebrating," William Friedkin responded, seemingly unconcerned by his wife's mood, or more likely masking it. He continued, "A worldwide box office of $1.8 billion is indeed miraculous. But, Eric, I'm curious why you chose this figure to celebrate. Wouldn't $2 billion be better?" Eric casually offered an excuse. "Sometimes you do things on impulse. Being bound by habitual thought isn't good." William Friedkin chuckled in agreement. But Sherry Lansing interjected, continuing Eric's line. "However, Eric, don't you think Firefly has been a bit excessive in some areas?" William Friedkin seemed caught off guard by his wife's directness and coughed awkwardly. From Sherry's aggressive comments, Eric was almost 100% certain of her intent. Given Firefly and Fox's joint strategy to squash The Lion King 2, Paramount must have felt cornered. Summer Redstone had made bold claims in the media that The Lion King 2 would crush Finding Nemo and Ice Age. However, since the promotional phase for summer movies began at the end of March, The Lion King 2 had virtually disappeared from Firefly and News Corp's media network. Yahoo, along with other media related to Firefly Group and News Corp, rarely mentioned The Lion King 2 in any story. Due to factors like audience targeting, animated movie marketing relied much more on TV advertising compared to live-action films. The Lion King 2 lost more than half of its TV advertising platforms in North America and faced joint suppression in ad placements on NBC and CBS by Firefly and Fox. Nearly all marketing efforts over the past month had fallen flat. In contrast, the promotions for Finding Nemo and Ice Age were thriving. With a powerful combination of TV, newspapers, online, and traditional posters, the influence of these animated films spread rapidly among the public like a virus. Knowing the intent behind Sherry Lansing's words, Eric decided to drop his act and shrugged. "Sherry, I don't think Firefly has done anything overly excessive. If I remember correctly, MTV also refused the trailer for Titanic last year." "That's different, Eric," Sherry Lansing countered. "Firefly is out to destroy us, and that's no good for either side. Don't forget, Firefly still retains the merchandise rights for The Lion King. If The Lion King 2 flops, neither of us will stand to benefit." Eric threw up his hands. "Sherry, these points are meaningless. While the big six studios are never short of collaboration, we invariably choose what benefits us most. But the television networks should be a public service sector, Eric. What you're doing could even be deemed illegal. That's unfair competition." "You're mistaken, Sherry. The four major networks have always been private entities. ABC is mine, Fox belongs to Murdoch, CBS to Larry Tisch, and NBC to General Electric. Just last week, I saw Jack Welch's live speech on NBC that seemed to last almost an hour. Do you think if NBC didn't belong to General Electric, Jack Welch would get a whole hour of airtime for a personal show? So, let's all just listen to the brass words. If people take them seriously, that would be foolish." Sherry Lansing gripped her wine glass tightly, momentarily at a loss for words in rebuttal. Seeing his usually eloquent wife rendered speechless by this young man, William Friedkin intervened to ease the tension. "Eric, Sherry, there's no need to let it get so tense, is there? How about we find a place to sit and chat? There's always a solution to every problem." "William, that won't be necessary. I'm glad you could make it tonight and enjoy yourselves." Eric lifted his glass to William Friedkin, then turned and walked away. Had Hollywood managed to maintain the stable coexistence of the Big Six as it had in the past, Eric would have been more inclined to foster a state of competitive cooperation. Now, with Firefly's rise, that coexistence was shattered. Eric didn't see any reason for reconciliation, knowing that reconciliation meant compromise, and he truly couldn't think of any reason Firefly should compromise at this point. With the rapid development and growth of Firefly, the non-Firefly movie companies and media groups would certainly face strong impacts, even survival threats. In that event, competition could escalate to a life-and-death struggle. In such intense commercial competition, seeking reconciliation or sympathy from rivals was utterly unrealistic, and giving competitors opportunities was also unwise. Perhaps in light of the impasse, after the Titanic celebration party, as May rolled in, Paramount took the initiative to raise the topic of The Lion King 2's suppression by Firefly and Fox in the newspapers. Summer Redstone personally appeared on NBC's morning news talk show, fuming as he accused Firefly and Fox of their unfair competitive practices, even vowing to file a lawsuit with the U.S. Justice Department. Perhaps sensing a media war was about to erupt, numerous newspapers across the nation quickly jumped on the story, reporting it extensively and eagerly anticipating Firefly and Fox's response. Yet, despite all of Viacom's provocations and Redstone's furious outbursts, the upper management of Firefly and Fox remained silent on the matter. Their media outlets produced no stories regarding the alleged suppression of The Lion King 2, as if the issue didn't exist in the minds of Firefly and Fox. Eventually, after being hounded by eager media reporters for over a week, Katzenberg finally could not hold back and made a statement, but it was merely one sentence. "You can't force McDonald's to advertise for KFC." That statement was incredibly powerful. Anyone could see that as two world-class fast food chains, McDonald's and KFC were undeniably rivals. Similarly, Firefly Group and Viacom were also unquestionable competitors. Refusing to advertise for a rival on one's own media platforms was a perfectly reasonable stance, wasn't it? Initially, many aggrieved media outlets had aimed to seek justice for Paramount, but Katzenberg's comment brought a calm to that fervor. While some newspapers felt Firefly had been overly harsh, it's true that The Lion King ultimately belonged to Disney under Firefly's banner. However, as Firefly essentially ignored the catcalls from its rival, the original uproar surrounding the issue quickly fizzled out. Even if Viacom remained reluctantly inciting discord, it was hard to spark the media's interest again. Of course, the whole debacle did give The Lion King 2 some limited exposure in the public eye. But as the film's primary audience consisted of children aged 6 to 12, it was unlikely that anyone felt this would affect them. As for teens or adult viewers, there were so many other films to anticipate that summer: Godzilla, Batman and Robin, Casino Royale, Scream 2, and Rush Hour 2, among others. Even in animated features, despite differences in promotional intensity, audiences were likely to prefer Finding Nemo and Ice Age after being exposed to Pixar's 3D animation, rather than the traditional 2D animation of The Lion King 2. After the celebration party, from April 25th to May 15th, Titanic went on to earn an additional $163 million at the global box office. On May 16th, Firefly officially announced that Titanic's worldwide box office had surpassed $2 billion, totaling $2.015 billion. This time, Firefly did not hold a centralized celebration but organized interactions with fans in the main ticket markets worldwide. While these events could not boost Titanic's box office potential, they did drive significant sales of Titanic-themed merchandise. Since its release, Titanic's accompanying merchandise had already racked up sales exceeding an astounding $600 million, and with more merchandise hitting the overseas market, that number was set to grow rapidly. Firefly's merchandise operation department estimated that just from Titanic's themed products alone, the movie could generate no less than $1.5 billion in sales over the next several years, an amount nearly half of the total revenue from Firefly's merchandise sales last year. In 1996, Firefly's total revenue from merchandise was just $3.3 billion. This series of monumental success figures spurred nearly all movie companies in Hollywood to begin feverishly searching for projects that could rival Titanic. Even within Firefly itself, during the few weeks Eric returned to Los Angeles, he had received 4 or 5 blockbuster scripts. Clearly, Titanic's success had created a false impression throughout Hollywood, leading many to believe that now that the first film had crossed the $2 billion mark, there would soon be a second, third, or even more films following suit. Eric certainly wouldn't let such success cloud his judgment. He continued to direct most of his energy toward the establishment of Marvel Studios and the preliminary preparations for Spider-Man, Iron Man, and other projects. Chapter 859, 860, The Iron Man Candidate. Since everything was just starting out, Marvel Entertainment, located in New York, did not make any adjustments. Marvel Studios only planned to set up a simple office at Firefly Studios to handle the logistics and administrative tasks for 2 upcoming Marvel adaptations, Spider-Man and Iron Man. Although both films would not begin shooting until at least the following year, the early development work on special effects had already started. The main goal of CG effects could be summed up as 3 types: people, scenes, and objects. In past years, most of the focus in the development of digital technology had been primarily on the latter 2 categories, often leaning heavily toward the objects section. Special effects shots of dinosaurs, monsters, aliens, and spaceships fit within this category, while images of hurricanes, floods, and digitized architecture fell into the scenes column. However, for both Spider-Man and Iron Man, as well as future films like The Hulk and Thor, there would be a significant amount of special effects related to people. This would certainly involve motion capture technology, which was becoming increasingly common. A lot of the scenes featuring Tony Stark in the Iron Man suit would actually be shot using motion capture suits. Motion capture technology had emerged in the 1970s, but it wasn't until the tremendous success of Gollum in The Lord of the Rings that this technology gained serious attention and began to be used on a large scale in the film effects industry. MGM planned to start the Lord of the Rings series later that year, which would also utilize motion capture technology. Eric made a point of prioritizing this technology as a focus for development and personally monitored its progress. If they were able to accumulate sufficient technology and experience with motion capture beforehand, there would be no doubt that Digital Domain would maintain a strong leading position in the industry for years to come, even if other effects companies caught up in traditional CG. In addition to motion capture, Completely digitized large-scale city scenes and mecha transformation effects were also on Digital Domain's research and development agenda. Once these two special effects technologies were perfected, they could be applied not only to Marvel films like Spider-Man and Iron Man, but also potentially kickstart production on Transformers ahead of schedule. After their chance encounter at the Titanic wrap party, Cameron had arranged several detailed additions for Stuart Ronkel, all of which yielded highly satisfactory results. Stuart had considerable talent and, with his years of experience, was more than capable of portraying a slightly chatty Peter Parker. However, the contract negotiation process was bound to be complicated. Stuart's agency was still with CAA, which directly rejected Firefly's offer of a 6-film deal, stating they would only agree to 3 films and that each one would require renegotiation of compensation. This was clearly something Firefly could not accept, leading to a temporary deadlock. During the party, Eric had explained the signing strategy for Marvel superhero films to Stuart. He knew that if Stuart were unwilling, he wouldn't participate in Cameron's audition. The current situation perhaps mirrored what he had said then, hoping to get through his 16th birthday before discussing anything further. Given Cameron's nature, shooting for Spider-Man might be delayed until after Iron Man. Thus, Eric did not hurry to intervene personally, allowing Marvel Studios representatives to continue negotiations with Stuart's agents at their own pace. On the other side, Eric had also started to build the framework for the creative team of Iron Man. Jon Favreau, who was set to direct the original Iron Man, was still only making guest appearances in various indie films. Although this caused some regrets, Eric couldn't just jump the gun and assign someone completely inexperienced to direct Iron Man. However, a suitable replacement was easily identified: Joss Whedon. In the original timeline, Joss Whedon directed The Avengers. Although the film benefited from the allure of a gathering of Marvel superheroes, its quality was also quite remarkable. Over the years, Joss had continued his work on Buffy the Vampire Slayer as producer, director, and writer, and had directed 2 low-budget indie films as well. Plus, Joss was a huge comic book fan, making him sufficiently capable of handling Iron Man. Beyond the director, the most important role was undoubtedly the leading man. Robert Downey Jr. was an impossible obstacle to overlook, given that his performance in the original Iron Man had been immensely successful, perfectly embodying the character of Tony Stark. Although the age of the new Iron Man lead had been adjusted, Downey still fit that criteria. But when Eric had his assistant reach out, he learned that Downey had recently been incarcerated for the 2nd time this year and was slated for 6 weeks of rehab after serving his sentence. The assistant gathered that Downey had significantly gained weight due to long-term substance abuse, showing none of the disheveled charm that characterized his portrayal in Iron Man. Though it was somewhat disheartening, Eric could not wait for Downey to reach any sort of epiphany. Instead, he directed his team to scout new candidates for the role. After all, Hollywood had a vast number of talented actors desperately in need of opportunities. It happened to be the weekend, specifically May 17th. Chris's wedding was just 3 days away, and Eric originally intended to fly to Maryland that day. However, upon receiving a call from Avi Arad, the CEO of Marvel Entertainment, expressing a desire to visit, he postponed his trip by a day. The purpose of Avi Arad's visit was also related to casting for the lead in Iron Man. To Eric's surprise, he was accompanied by Paula Wagner, producer for Tom Cruise, which was evidently one of the main reasons for Avi's serious visit from New York. At the Liberty City Shell Villa, in the reception area beside the glass curtain wall, Avi Arad and Paula Wagner looked on as 2 girls in tennis outfits served them coffee. They couldn't help but glance a few extra times at the petite Christina, but were tactful enough not to voice any opinions. Only after Miranda Kerr poured coffee for herself did they politely thank her. Compared to Miranda, who stood at nearly 5 feet 7 inches, Christina, just over 5 feet 1 inch and clearly no longer sprouting, could easily be mistaken for a minor. But little did they know, Christina was actually 3 years older than Miranda. With a cherubic face accented by a hint of youthful allure, Christina did leave Eric feeling a bit exasperated. They're growing up so fast, he thought, feeling a lack of satisfaction in raising a lowly. As he watched Miranda playfully pour a cup of coffee for herself, Eric promptly said, "Go play tennis. You don't need to help us here." Christina, setting down the coffee pitcher, asked, Eric, will the guests stay for lunch? Of course. Please have the chef prepare something special, Eric replied, then turned to Avi Arad and Paula Wagner. Avi, Paula, do you have any preferences? Paula shook her head, saying, anything is fine. Avi echoed, me too. In that case, let's leave it at that. Eric waved them off. You two can go have fun. Once the girls left, Eric first turned to Avi Arad. You must have chatted with Joss Whedon. What do you think? A talented young man. Avi nodded. Though he lacks experience, I believe with your guidance, there won't be any mistakes. Eric smiled, then focused on Paula Wagner. So, Paula, how have you been? I heard Tom is filming a new movie in New York. Avi Arad had arrived in Los Angeles the previous afternoon and had already discussed Paula's purpose for coming in on the phone. Although Firefly had yet to officially announce its plans for the Marvel Cinematic Universe, it had not remained a secret in Hollywood, especially with Firefly's various movements. Some media outlets even ventured small-scale reports on the project. Perhaps inspired by Warner Brothers' recent 3 Batman films, which had performed relatively well at the box office, Tom Cruise had developed an interest in Iron Man. In Eric's recollection, Iron Man actually once was in Cruise's pocket, but Marvel's constant delays and hesitation, coupled with a script he found unsatisfactory, led to a parting of ways. It must be said that for an actor, opportunity proves to be incredibly important. Take Tom Cruise and Kevin Costner, for example. Historically, after the box office flop of Waterworld, Costner gradually slipped from being a leading star. Conversely, due to the protection of the Mission Impossible series, though Tom had faced setbacks, he managed to bounce back with each sequel. However, now the Mission Impossible series belonged to Kevin Costner, saving his career after also enduring setbacks with Waterworld. On the other hand, Tom Cruise had not been as fortunate. Although he remained a top-tier star, his recent attempts at big-budget projects produced only mediocre results. Gradually, even Paramount, which had worked closely with Cruise, preferred to cast him in mid to lower-budget films, as he had consistently failed to gain Oscar recognition. Still, his dramatic indie films were guaranteed to pull in decent box office returns. The new film that Tom Cruise was shooting in New York, which Eric had just mentioned, was also an indie drama with a budget of around $40 million. But Tom clearly didn't want to continue down this path. After all, big-budget commercial films in Hollywood could often reach global box office numbers in the 700 million or even a billion range. In contrast, indie films, even if performing well, usually only scraped around 300 million globally. The financial stakes could not compare. Paula Wagner took a small sip of her coffee and nodded. Right, this is a biopic. Tom is hoping to make another Oscar push. Eric chuckled lightly, but held back from commenting further. So, why are you interested in Iron Man this time? Eric, don't you think Tom is the perfect fit for this role? Paula said, producing several photos from her purse, which she handed over. Eric looked at them and was surprised to see renderings of Tom Cruise in the Iron Man suit. Clearly, these were produced with Marvel's assistance, as only Marvel executives had access to the armor design drafts at that point. If disregarding height, Tom Cruise bore a striking resemblance to Tony Stark from the comics. After reviewing the photos, Eric raised his eyes to Paula. Paula, since you've obtained these design drafts, then you must have heard about my vision for Iron Man. Of course, Paula nodded. Eric, while it's a bit of a departure from the image, you're aware Tom has the power to command this role. You both collaborated on Running Out of Time, didn't you? Eric nodded in agreement, acknowledging Paula's point. Apart from Tom Cruise's somewhat criticized controlling nature, Eric held relatively few biases against him. Even though Cruise remained an A-list Hollywood star, there was now a noticeable difference in their weight classes. He wouldn't hold past details against him. Truth be told, before meeting with Paula Wagner, Eric was not inclined to cast Tom Cruise as Tony Stark. He needed a rogue, not a flawless hero. But Cruise's on-screen persona was characterized by that very idealism of a perfect American hero. Such ingrained perceptions might cause Eric to wonder if audiences would accept a sudden change. Naturally, Cruise's salary posed a significant dilemma as well. Although Eric had stated he would not shy away from collaborating with A-list stars, Cruise represented one of the more difficult contracts to negotiate. His long-standing entanglements with Paramount over the Mission Impossible franchise were a clear indicator of that. Chapter 861, right now. Eric didn't know exactly how Tom Cruise felt about the situation, but Paula Wagner clearly hoped to facilitate this collaboration. To that end, Paula mentioned that Tom Cruise could sign a deal for 3 Iron Man films with Firefly, provided he retained the negotiation rights for the sequel's pay. Relative to Tom Cruise's standing in Hollywood, this proposal was still quite sincere. With the explosive growth of the film market in recent years, the value of Hollywood stars had skyrocketed, and it had become quite rare for major stars to sign multiple movie contracts at once. However, this clearly fell short of Eric's requirements. Paula, the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan is a very important strategy for Firefly, Eric explained. To ensure its implementation, our bottom line for selecting core superhero roles is to sign at least 6 movies. This condition cannot be waived for anyone, so 3 films just won't work. Paula Wagner responded, Eric, since you value the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan so highly, Firefly should obviously be more cautious in selecting actors. I'm sure you understand that no Hollywood A-list star would agree to a 6-film deal at once. Eric gently shook his head. I think you might have misunderstood something, Paula. Firefly wants to sign a long-term deal, but that doesn't mean we're unwilling to pay actors a more considerable salary. We have developed a detailed floating salary scheme. Take Cruise, for instance. If he agrees to sign, we could implement a floating salary mechanism starting with the first film. Paula discreetly glanced at Avi Arad, who sat nearby. Since her involvement with Marvel, Avi had been very eager for Cruise to take part in Iron Man. They had rushed to Los Angeles for this discussion, so she hadn't yet heard the specifics about the floating salary plan from him. From this subtle detail, Paula inferred that Avi might not be entirely on board with Eric's proposal. However, it wasn't surprising, Eric's idea of bundling. A 6-film contract would likely deter over 90% of Hollywood's A-list stars. In Hollywood's traditional mindset, a major production couldn't succeed without a big star involved. Even so, Paula didn't show any signs of discomfort and continued to press. Eric, can you elaborate a bit more? Of course, Eric nodded patiently and explained. For Cruise, Firefly could offer a guaranteed salary, let's say $10 million. If the global box office is below $300 million, that salary remains unchanged. Between $300 million and $500 million, the salary doesn't increase significantly. But for every additional $100 million, we'd add $1 million, as that would still be within the movie's break-even range. If the global box office reaches or exceeds $500 million, we multiply the highest box office figure by 3. For instance, with a global box office of $500 million, Cruise could earn $15 million. With $800 million, he would earn $24 million, and so on. Paula understood that Eric was merely providing an example. Those figures wouldn't be the final proposal, and the detailed terms related to the salary agreement would likely fill dozens of pages. However, Paula also realized that this salary proposal wasn't particularly generous. In recent years, nearly 20 films each year had surpassed $100 million at the domestic box office, nearly double the number from the early 1990s. However, despite the overall prosperity of Hollywood films in the global market, the number of films achieving over $500 million at the global box office remained quite limited. Last year, besides the anomaly of Titanic, only The Matrix, The Mummy 2, and Mission: Impossible 2 crossed the $500 million mark. Although Sony's Men in Black 2 and MGM's Charlie's Angels 2 provided substantial profits to their respective studios, both only grossed over $400 million globally. Since the production costs of mainstream Hollywood films were typically kept under $100 million, with very few exceeding $70 million, a movie that grossed $300 million could already yield significant profits for a studio, with $300 million marking the current success benchmark for Hollywood commercial films. Thus, Paula viewed Eric's proposed salary conditions as seemingly generous, but more akin to an empty promise. Based on this salary structure, an actor would need a global box office of $700 million to earn a $20 million salary. By last year's standards, only Titanic and The Matrix qualified, with The Mummy 2 and Mission: Impossible 2 grossing just over $600 million. Paula doubted that Firefly's attempt at mass-producing the Marvel Cinematic Universe could easily achieve global box office figures of $700 million. Although Cruise had recently entered a low point in his career, he served as both a co-investor and producer on most of his films, making it relatively easy for him to earn $20 million from each project, even if the films did not perform exceptionally well. After a moment's thought, Paula said, "Eric, if I'm not mistaken, last year, fewer than 5 films in Hollywood achieved $500 million at the global box office, right? Given that, do you think a lead actor getting $15 million for a $500 million box office is reasonable?" Eric smiled knowingly as he looked at Paula. "Paula, you should understand that if the Marvel Cinematic Universe plan succeeds, Cruise would receive much more than just a salary. For at least the next decade, he could maintain his status as a top star thanks to the popularity generated by this film. I believe that is the main reason you are here today, isn't it?" Having missed out on the Mission Impossible franchise, Cruise's popularity had been declining in recent years. If he experienced 1 or 2 more financial failures, it would be just a matter of time before he lost his A-list status. Many stars who once enjoyed peak success, like John Travolta and Richard Gere, faded from the top tier for similar reasons, while others like Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Bruce Willis found themselves on the verge of this predicament. To maintain his star power, Schwarzenegger had recently taken on the role of Mr. Freeze in Batman and Robin, aiming to carve a new path by portraying a villain. Even Mel Gibson, who had achieved substantial success as a director, sought to revive the Lethal Weapon series. Therefore, Tom Cruise's interest in starring in Iron Man was even more about maintaining his A-list status long-term. Paula Wagner didn't seem embarrassed by Eric's insight. Instead, she kept her composed smile and said, "Eric, I think this is a win-win situation. As long as you can loosen the contract restrictions a bit, everyone can gain significantly. Moreover, if the Iron Man series becomes successful, even if the 3-film contract ends, Tom would surely be more than willing to renew." Eric thought to himself that with Cruise's usual price tag, Firefly would be very unwilling then. Shaking his head lightly, Eric responded, "Paula, I think we may have difficulty reaching an agreement. However, aside from Iron Man, we would welcome any other collaborations with Cruise." Disappointment washed over Paula. With partnerships with Paramount and Sony, Cruise would still secure the most extensive production and marketing resources, but with Firefly holding many quality projects, they wouldn't offer him the same benefits. Consequently, Eric's proposal didn't hold much appeal for her. As she recalled Firefly's recent dispute with Paramount, she speculated if Eric was trying to diminish Paramount's position, given that the Cruise/Wagner production company was essentially affiliated with them. Knowing Cruise would likely reject Eric's salary proposal, there was little interest on Eric's part to concede, leading both sides to halt discussions. After lunch, Paula Wagner quickly left, as she needed to fly back to New York later that afternoon to handle matters regarding Cruise's ongoing film. Avi Arad didn't rush to return. He planned to stay in Los Angeles for a few days. However, after Paula left, Avi appeared rather disheartened. He wasn't very familiar with Hollywood and had grown accustomed to the strategy of big productions, big directors, and big stars, much like peripheral investors. Eric recalled that Marvel's initial concept for their superhero dream team included Tom Cruise as Iron Man, Brad Pitt as Thor, and Edward Norton as the Hulk. Ultimately, everyone knew the outcome. The rise of Marvel's superheroes proved the correctness of employing prominent directors and introducing emerging talent. If Marvel had successfully realized that initial dream team, the results would have been unpredictable. Just like Warner Brothers' Batman series in recent years, strong visionaries often had to tussle with producers over pay, scripts, and other factors. Over 4 Batman films, 3 main characters and multiple directors came and went, and this volatility within the creative team ultimately led to a progressively declining series. Eric didn't explain too much further to Avi. They chatted a bit about the details of establishing Marvel Studios, and then Eric saw Avi off from the estate. Christina felt somewhat gloomy today. She had been excited to be invited to the estate by Eric for the weekend after receiving his call yesterday. However, early this morning, a girl named Miranda Kerr had shown up uninvited. intruding on their couple time. And, closer to noon, two more guests arrived. With Eric leaving Los Angeles the next day, it felt like this weekend had turned out pretty poorly. It wasn't until after 2 p.m. that the two guests finally departed, allowing Eric some free time. However, seeing Miranda, who clung to Eric like a needy kitten, only made Christina feel worse. She had always been cautious around Eric and never dared to be as brazen as the girl in front of her. Christina even wondered whether this kitten, sitting on Eric's lap, truly didn't recognize that this was a lion reigning in Hollywood, or if she was simply too confident that he wouldn't devour her. Miranda, on the other hand, paid no mind to Christina's mixed feelings and affectionately nestled against Eric, wrapping her arms around his neck, and said, "Eric, I read in the paper that the world premiere of Casino Royale will be held in London. You're definitely going, right?" Eric kept his hands on Miranda's waist, preventing her from getting too close, and smiled, saying, "Yeah, but I definitely can't take you along, so don't even think about it." "That's just mean. I hadn't even brought it up yet." Miranda tugged gently at Eric's shirt collar, expressing her annoyance. "You promised me you'd celebrate my birthday last year. Last month, I didn't even see your shadow. So, how are you going to make it up to me?" Eric knew Giselle wouldn't share their worldwide travel plans with Miranda, so he merely smiled and asked, "Oh, what kind of compensation are you hoping for?" Miranda straightened her posture, swaying her hips lightly, and said, "The Disney Channel TV show I'm working on is just so boring. Eric, what if I could audition for Gwen? You know, Gwen Stacy from Spider-Man." That won't work. How about I let you play one of the female classmates next to Gwen instead?" "That's so ungracious. I don't want these minor roles." Miranda shook her head in disapproval, her eyes glinting as she suggested, "Well, Christina and I just saw a bunch of cars in your garage. There are so many nice cars. It's such a waste. You hardly ever drive them, right?" Eric chuckled and playfully pushed the girl away, keeping a grip on her waist to prevent any more fidgeting. "If you want them, you'll have to wait until you're 16. It just won't work now." Miranda glanced at Christina beside her, her eyes darting left and right, saying, "But don't I look like I'm 16 right now? Eric, I know you can help me get a driver's license, right?" "Sure, but that's why I can't help you." Eric laughed and playfully squeezed her cheek. "Don't be so restless. You're nowhere near the right age to drive. If something happens, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your parents." After pleading for a while to no avail, Miranda switched tactics, saying, "All right then, how about you drive us? Just now, Christina and I could use some fresh air." Chapter 861, 862, The Fast and the Furious. When Eric heard Miranda's request, he didn't outright refuse. Instead, he asked, "So where are we going now?" Miranda replied excitedly, "We could drive up Highway 1. It would be awesome to reach San Francisco. I've never been there before. Do you think we can really drive fast on that road? By the time we get to San Francisco, it might already be midnight." Eric joked, shaking his head with a smile. The road Miranda was talking about was California's Pacific Coast Highway, which hugged the coastline all the way through California. The name sounded grand, but it was actually just a narrow two-lane asphalt road and not in great condition. Forget sports cars. Even regular cars had to keep a modest pace, so there was no real joy in cruising. "Well," Miranda tilted her head thoughtfully, her eyes suddenly lighting up. She wrapped her arms around Eric's neck tighter and said, "Why don't we just go to Las Vegas? I heard from classmates that it only takes just over 3 hours to drive from Los Angeles to Vegas." Sensing the faint fragrance from her, Eric began weighing his options. Since returning from New York, he had been working nonstop for over half a month. He was heading to Maryland next for Chris's wedding, where all the executives from Firefly would gather, so it wouldn't be an easy time either. Therefore, taking this chance to relax sounded like a good choice. Besides, there was the thrill of driving. He recalled how he had turned down the chance to drive Cindy's Maserati in New York, realizing he had become somewhat disconnected from normal life. Eric definitely didn't want to be that guy who built a huge empire but became trapped within it. Making a swift decision, Eric gave Miranda a playful slap on her backside and said, "All right, let's go to Las Vegas." "Wow, Eric, I love you," Miranda exclaimed, nearly jumping up with excitement and leaning in to plant several kisses on Eric's cheek. Eric pushed the excited girl away gently, saying, "Okay, settle down. Let me make a couple of phone calls to arrange things. Since they spontaneously decided to go to Las Vegas, he needed to inform his assistant who was in charge of his schedule. Though they would only stay for one night, arrangements for accommodations and security would also need to be addressed. After making several calls, Eric couldn't help but laugh at himself. He stood up and told Miranda and Christina, "All right, let's go." Miranda immediately clung to Eric's arm, and Christina followed closely, unable to contain her excitement. The three of them arrived at the underground parking garage, where Eric's team of bodyguards was already preparing for the drive. Miranda's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the lineup of luxury cars. She darted toward a sleek black Lamborghini and fumbled to try to open the door, but couldn't manage it. Undeterred, she turned and said, "Eric, how about we take this car?" Eric shook his head. "That's a two-seater. We have 3 people. Not willing to leave." Christina behind. Miranda glanced at the other cars, noting that the spacious garage held at least 30 various luxury vehicles. Yet the sports cars in the furthest row were mostly two-seaters. She looked around and tentatively pointed at the bodyguards, saying, "Maybe Christina can ride in their car?" Christina couldn't hold back anymore. "Just because I'm short doesn't mean I'm easy to push around," she exclaimed. About to argue further, she suddenly paused, a smug smile appearing on her face. She pulled out her driver's license from her small purse and waved it at Miranda, saying, "Hey, Eric, I actually got my driver's license." Eric smiled and looked at Christina's license. "When did you learn to drive?" "I secretly started learning a long time ago. I got my license shortly after my 16th birthday," Christina replied, adding, "Mom is finally okay with me driving our Chevrolet by myself now." "All right," Eric said with a chuckle, gesturing around him. "Pick a car you can drive." Christina ignored Miranda's sulking expression and purposely walked past her toward a purple Lamborghini. She lightly tapped the hood and asked, "Can I drive this one, Eric?" Eric looked at the purple Lamborghini, which had been given to him by Lamborghini after he finished filming Pretty Woman. He hadn't touched it in years, and aside from routine maintenance, it had rarely left the garage. Most of the luxury cars in the garage were like that, gorgeous vehicles just filling the space, but rarely used. Eric walked over and said, "Lamborghinis and Chevrolets are not the same. Pick another car." "I can drive it," Christina insisted, hesitating only a moment. She stuck out her tongue and added, "I learned to drive 2 years ago. Drew let me drive." Eric was momentarily speechless. He recalled that before meeting him, Christina had a remarkable story of running away from home at 12 while driving. Suddenly, that didn't seem so outlandish after all. Ultimately agreeing, Eric said, "All right, but don't drive faster than me." Even so, Eric still felt a bit uneasy. After all, Christina had just turned 16, so he decided to have his bodyguard, Carter Moan, sit in the passenger seat beside her for supervision. The group set off, 7 of them in total, with 2 Lamborghinis and 2 Range Rovers. After leaving Malibu, they spent just over an hour until they reached Highway 15, which headed directly to Las Vegas. Though they had taken some time passing through downtown Los Angeles, once on the freeway, it was still before 4 o'clock, leaving only 300 kilometers to Las Vegas, which meant they could arrive by around 7. Highway 15 was a very wide 6-lane road with no ditches beside it, just endless desert. This ensured a good level of safety, and if there were fewer cars on the road, it would be a car enthusiast's paradise. As they passed through downtown Los Angeles, Eric gradually regained his rhythm. Once on the freeway, he let loose a little more. In less busy areas, he even pushed the speed up to 200 kilometers. The thrill of the adrenaline rush made him understand why so many people loved speeding. To his surprise, Christina was able to keep pace with him in the purple Lamborghini no matter what. Occasionally, she would go side by side and playfully stick her tongue out at Miranda, who was sulking in the passenger seat. Clearly, if Eric hadn't limited her, Christina would be driving much faster. This made Eric realize that Christina's rebellious side was far beyond his expectations. The once innocent girl had become a speedster. Speeding along, just after 6 o'clock, the group reached a small town at the Nevada border. They stopped to refuel and take a brief break. Eric remained inside the car, letting the bodyguards handle everything outside, while Miranda got out to stretch her legs. When she returned, she began pulling at Eric's arm, saying sweetly, "Eric, we're not far from Las Vegas." Can I drive for a bit when we go? I've been watching the whole time. After hanging up a call, Eric chuckled and shook his head. Not a chance. Don't even think about it. But Christina could drive 2 years ago, and she was my age back then, Miranda protested. If I had known that, she wouldn't have been allowed, Eric replied, shaking his head again while reassuringly adding, all right, no more arguing. I just got a call. David Copperfield is performing at Caesar's Palace tonight. My assistant has already booked us a VIP box. Before Miranda could respond, Christina leaned in from the window, her eyes wide with excitement. Wait, David Copperfield? He's the guy who made the airplane disappear, right? That's right, Eric said, unable to help himself from squeezing Christina's rosy cheeks, smiling. And speaking of you, driving that Lamborghini so well might mean you've broken traffic laws a few times. Ha. Christina nudged her cheek against Eric's hand playfully. Then maybe you should punish me tonight, Eric. Eric laughed. Of course, you can't run away from that. Hey, am I invisible here? Miranda interrupted, casting an annoyed glance at Christina. Maybe I should punish you too tonight. Christina chose to ignore Miranda's comment, just like Miranda had ignored her earlier. She turned back to Eric and said, Eric, I just thought, why don't you film a racing movie? That would be super cool. Eric paused for a moment. The name of a movie immediately flashed in his mind, The Fast and the Furious. How had he forgotten about this classic series? Its enduring popularity proved that the series could bring in plenty of profit for the film studio. He playfully pinched Christina's cheek and said, Thanks for the reminder. I'll reward you tonight. Christina had only mentioned it casually, but Eric's enthusiastic reaction made her happy. So, Eric, can I have a role in it? Sure, Eric replied. If the right part comes up, I'll definitely let you audition. Maybe we could even create a link between your character and Casino Royale in this film. The Fast and the Furious series also involved a lot of spy elements. Though Christina's character in Casino Royale wasn't a lead operative, making a connection between the two films would be quite easy. Eric's mind started racing with ideas to combine the Fast and the Furious with the spy film universe. Plus, the racing series could enhance the fun elements of the spy genre. After all, interspersing exhilarating car chases within an action-packed spy film would certainly elevate the viewing experience, combating any aesthetic fatigue that pure spy movies might impose. Noticing that Eric had gone deep into thought, Christina remained quiet, cleverly using her gaze to gloat at Miranda, who was in the passenger seat. Miranda, not to be outdone, shot a defiant glare back at her, their eyes sparking with rivalry. Finally, when the bodyguards arrived to inform them everything was ready, the group hit the road again. Around 7:20 p.m., just as the sun dipped below the horizon, the 4 cars rolled into the underground parking lot of Caesar's Palace in downtown Las Vegas. As soon as Eric parked, a man in his 40s hurried over, eager to open the door for him. Mr. Williams, we're thrilled to have you at Caesar's Palace. I'm Richie Black, the manager here. Eric extended his hand for a shake, smiling as he said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Black. Richie Black patiently waited for everyone else to exit their vehicles. When he noticed Miranda and Christina flanking Eric, he gave no visible sign of surprise, gesturing for them to follow. Please, come with me. Your room is ready. Eric wasn't surprised by Richie Black's enthusiasm. His current status definitely warranted it. Not to mention being the first guest at Caesar's Palace would certainly earn him some extra attention. However, the typically boisterous Miranda looked a bit shy as she clung to Eric's arm, her usual boldness noticeably diminished, while Christina walked closely beside him, behaving sweetly. Since they were at a hotel, there was no need for the bodyguards to tail them. Richie Black instructed his assistant to escort the bodyguards to their rooms while he led Eric and the 2 girls to an exclusive elevator. After pressing the button, he added, Mr. Williams, David Copperfield's performance begins at 8 p.m. Would you like to dine first? Uh-huh. Eric nodded, then smiled at Miranda, who was still leaning against him. Also, could you get them some outfits? Compared to Eric's rather formal outfit of a dress shirt and casual pants, the 2 girls were still in t-shirts and denim shorts. Even in the lavishly decorated elevator, they looked out of place, which explained why the girls seemed a bit shy. Of course, no problem, Richie Black replied, quickly sizing up Miranda and Christina before whispering some instructions to his assistant. Chapter 862, 863, No? Big deal. Caesar's Palace was actually a luxurious entertainment complex that housed hotels, casinos, theaters, nightclubs, and various other entertainment and accommodation facilities, covering an area of 30 hectares. It consisted of 4 hotel towers and numerous associated entertainment buildings. Including the newly opened Palace Tower, the hotel boasted over 2,000 guest rooms. With a focus on attracting tourists to the bustling Las Vegas, the suite prices at Caesar's Palace naturally varied across multiple tiers, ranging from a few $100s a night for standard rooms to extravagant suites costing tens of thousands. Eric didn't need to specify anything. His assistant had naturally booked him the best suite. In fact, it wasn't just a suite anymore, but should be classified as a villa-style apartment. The entire apartment was located at the central top floor of the Palace Tower and was the largest among the only 5 premium apartments in the building. The apartment featured a private elevator and 24-hour butler service. Its lavish decor, resembling a Roman palace, along with many exquisite and expensive pieces of art, made it look even more luxurious. Richie Black personally introduced the various facilities in the apartment to Eric and kindly inquired about the needs of Eric and the 2 girls before leaving him with a business card and respectfully taking his leave. It was getting late, and Eric had no intention of heading to the restaurant. He instructed the apartment's personal butler to have dinner delivered, then sent the butler away. Once all the outsiders left, the girl pretending to be a lady but unable to disguise her casual look in a cropped t-shirt and frayed denim shorts, Miranda, finally relaxed. She cheered as she dove onto the classically styled sofa. Feeling the vintage lamp on the low table sway slightly, she quickly jumped up, carefully steadied it with her hand, and then made a funny face at Eric. Eric came over and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, flipping through the hotel's entertainment activity brochure. Seeing Miranda snuggling up to him like a kitten, he patted her little waist and looked over at Christina. "You two should go take a shower. They'll be bringing the clothes in a bit. After dinner, we'll go see the magic show." Miranda wrapped her arms around Eric's arm and shook it gently, whining, "But what about jewelry? I at least need a necklace." Eric, feeling lazy, replied, "Sweetheart, a girl looks so much prettier when she's fresh and clean. What do you need jewelry for?" Miranda wanted to protest, but seeing Christina happily heading towards the bathroom, she jumped up, declaring, "I want that biggest one. I'm not sharing with you." Christina ignored her, striding into the largest bathroom in the apartment and closing the door behind her, countering with, "I don't want to share with you either." Miranda huffed and shot a glare at the closed bathroom door for a moment. Then she dashed back to Eric sitting on the sofa. "Eric, look at her. She's so annoying." Eric didn't pay attention to the girls bickering. Without looking up from the brochure, he said, "The rule is you can't hit each other in the face. The rest doesn't concern me." "Humph. You're a bad guy too." Miranda lightly slapped his shoulder. She then sidled up, teasing Eric about going to the shower together, but was naturally refused and ended up sulking off to another bathroom. The shopping area adjacent to Caesar's Palace included nearly all high-end luxury brands imaginable. Just as dinner was delivered, the apartment's personal butler arrived with a couple of waiters, pushing in a whole rack of clothes and shoes for the 2 girls to choose from, along with a few boxes of appropriate jewelry for young ladies. Seeing Miranda carefully picking up a ruby necklace and measuring it against her neck with eager eyes looking at him, Eric realized she remembered what he just said. He was simply too lazy to argue. Since they brought everything over so courteously, he didn't mind letting his little flower doll herself up a bit more beautifully. So he nodded and smiled. "Go ahead, pick quickly." Miranda let out a small cheer and excitedly fastened the necklace around her neck. Ultimately, they missed the beginning of the magic show. After dinner, Eric and the girls, now in their pretty dresses, arrived at the Magic Empire Theater in Caesar's Palace just a little past 8. Fortunately, magic shows usually save the best for last, so they didn't miss too much. The Magic Empire Theater, situated next to the Plaza Tower within Caesar's Palace, resembled a Roman amphitheater. Eric remembered that this place was where superstars like Celine Dion and Elton John performed regularly in Las Vegas, though that was supposed to be after 2000. Caesar's Palace had actually renovated the original structures like the Magic Empire Theater to host Celine Dion's residency. While various stars performed in town year-round, a long-term residency format hadn't yet emerged. As a contemporary master of magic who had risen to fame since the 1970s, David Copperfield had already performed miracles such as making a Boeing airplane vanish, concealing the Statue of Liberty, walking through the Great Wall, and escaping from prison. Eric had seen recordings of Copperfield's performances before, but this was his first time experiencing it live. Christina had completely forgotten the juice in her hand as she watched Copperfield's head-vanishing trick, her mouth slightly agape. Finally, she exclaimed, "Eric, how does he do that?" Eric gently held the girl's waist, chuckling. "Why are you so curious? Once you figure it out, it wouldn't be interesting at all." Miranda cast a disdainful glance at Christina, scoffing. "If you can see how he does it, Copperfield wouldn't be performing on stage, would he?" Christina sidelong glanced at Miranda and said with a smile, "I'm looking forward to Copperfield's trick of making someone disappear next. Eric, can we have Miranda go up as a guest?" Eric just smiled and remained silent. Miranda let out a small huff and responded, "You should go up. You're so tiny that if you disappeared, it would be hard to find you. Having size without brains. Don't you know a black dress pairs better with pearls? You only go for the expensive ones." Miranda raised her chin, rebutting, "Who said a black dress has to match pearls? I saw black gowns paired with rubies in Vogue last month." Before Eric could let the two girls dive deeper into their expert discussion, he quickly interrupted, "Stop fighting tonight. If you keep at it, I'll just throw you both out on the street." Both girls immediately ceased their banter. Miranda snuggled close. "Eric, I don't have to return the necklace tomorrow, right?" Eric pinched her cheek lightly, grinning, "That'll depend on my mood." Miranda quickly understood that she didn't need to return the jewelry and playfully kissed Eric on the cheek. Although she still carried that black card, after that incident, Eric had limited her monthly spending to $5,000. For a girl her age, that was quite a hefty allowance. The daughter of a middle management family in the Firefly Group, who was the same age as her, only received $200 to $300 in pocket money each month. However, for Miranda, who had already tasted the allure of money, $5,000 a month barely sufficed, let alone buying those expensive clothes and jewelry. After the magic show wrapped up and Eric was about to take the two girls away, a hotel server handed him an invitation card written in David Copperfield's own hand. It turned out to be for an after-party he was hosting. Most entertainment activities in Vegas, including the casinos, were age-restricted. At least on the surface, Miranda and Christina were not allowed to participate. Although those rules were pretty much meaningless for a guest of Eric's caliber, he didn't want to disrupt the status quo too casually. However, since the party seemed like a decent option and both girls were interested, they headed over. The party was held in the banquet hall of the Plaza Tower, filled with many familiar faces from the celebrity scene. Eric exchanged a few pleasantries with David Copperfield, who had personally come to greet him, before Miranda and Christina eagerly pulled him into the dance floor. After enjoying a lively dance for a while, as Eric had just left the dance floor with the girls, he heard a robust male voice say, "Hey, Eric, I just heard someone say you were in Las Vegas. I didn't expect it to be true, huh?" Turning around, Eric saw Larry Ellison, who always looked a bit scruffy, approaching him with a tall blonde beside him. While Larry owned several properties in Malibu, they could only be considered barely acquainted since their last meeting was at the Fireflyer launch in early April, where they barely spoke. However, since Larry approached him so familiar-like, Eric smiled and extended his hand for a shake. "Larry, what a coincidence." "Of course. But Eric, you seriously need to come to Las Vegas more often. This place is paradise," Larry said, casually introducing his companion. "This is a nook." The lady concealed her eagerness when glancing at Eric and couldn't help but reach out. "Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm a nook leper." "Hi," Eric replied gently, shaking her hand. Noting that leper sounded like a French surname, he didn't inquire further, nor did he intend to introduce Miranda and Christina. He turned back to Larry. "So what's been going on with you?" On hearing that question, Larry's expression brightened considerably as he exclaimed, "Eric, are you interested in apple?" Eric paused, considering his reply. "Well, I'm not a big fan of eating them. Peeling is such a hassle." The three girls beside them, though not entirely comprehending what was being discussed, clearly sensed the ridiculousness of Eric's serious tone and burst into laughter. "Hey, you rascal," Larry waved dismissively, then instructed his companion. "Babe, can you get us a couple of drinks?" Anouk knew Larry was trying to sideline her. Though reluctant, she nodded and walked away with understanding. Eric then smiled at Miranda and Christina. "Okay, you girls go have fun. I need a little private chat with Larry." The two girls giggled and walked off, leaving Eric and Larry at the banquet hall bar. After ordering 2 drinks, Eric joked, "So Larry, do you think I should be interested in apples now?" Of course, they were talking about Apple Computer. However, since Microsoft had released Windows 95, Apple's situation had declined significantly. In 1995, Apple was still enjoying a $300 million annual profit with a market cap exceeding $4 billion. But now, just in the first quarter of 1997, Apple had already reported a staggering $200 million loss, causing its market cap to plummet to the edge of $2 billion. Larry replied, "Eric, I know Apple's situation is indeed quite poor right now, but it's still a well-established tech company with significant investment value." Eric shrugged, unimpressed. "Larry, why don't you share your plans instead?" "All right, here's the deal," Larry said. "I'm currently raising funds to completely acquire Apple and hand it over to Steve to manage." Steve Jobs, I'm sure you remember him. He was one of the original founders of Apple. If Steve hadn't been ousted, this company wouldn't be in this situation now. Eric knew that Larry had always been very close friends with Jobs. Interestingly, 2 people with almost no common traits could become friends. It was a fascinating notion. "Of course, I remember," Eric nodded, showing little emotional response as he continued. "So how much have you raised so far?" Well, Larry cleared his throat. "Not much yet. But you know, Eric, if you were willing to invest a bit, I think more investors would be inclined to follow suit. Everyone is really impressed by your investment foresight in the tech industry these days." In light of the explosion of tech stocks over recent years, Larry Ellison, holding a substantial amount of Oracle shares, saw his fortune rise to the level of $10 billion. However, most of his wealth was in stocks, and to maintain control over Oracle, he couldn't casually sell them off. Since Oracle's funds were also not freely used by him, he couldn't wield cash like Eric. Given Apple's current state, all investors would naturally hesitate to step in, and even Larry would find it challenging to raise funds for merely gaining a stake in Apple, let alone fully acquire the company. Eric's attitude toward Apple was indifferent. Having lost the Pixar charm, Jobs was still barely managing his computer company now. Moreover, due to decreasing performance in recent years, Jobs had even abandoned hardware, relying solely on licensing software to keep the company afloat. Therefore, although Apple seemed on the brink of bankruptcy, it hadn't reached out to Jobs again. Chapter 863, 864, Another Butterfly Effect. After chatting for a while and listening to Larry Ellison eloquently describe the bright future following the acquisition of Apple, Eric suddenly thought of another matter. "Larry, there seems to be a very important question here. You want to hand over the management of Apple to Steve, but has he agreed to?" "That." Larry Ellison paused, looking puzzled. "Of course, Steve would agree. Why wouldn't he?" Eric shrugged. "As Steve's friend, you know his personality better than I do. I happen to know about his house in Woodside. I think Steve might prefer to see Apple disappear, just like that house." Eric had accidentally heard about the quirks surrounding Jobs' house in Woodside, and it perfectly reflected the more obsessive and callous side of Jobs' character. After becoming a billionaire from founding Apple, Jobs bought a mansion in Woodside. He was dissatisfied with the style of the villa in his mansion and wanted to tear it down and rebuild it. However, since that villa, built in the late 19th century, was considered to hold significant historical value by the Woodside government, Jobs' demolition request was denied. So, Jobs took a very extreme approach. He opened all the doors and windows of the house, completely neglecting it to endure the elements without any maintenance. Years later, the dilapidated villa was declared as being in disrepair, allowing Jobs to have his way. Larry Ellison clearly knew about this matter as well. He immediately shook his head and replied, "Eric, that's a completely different issue. I know Steve. No one cares more about Apple than he does. Once I buy this company, he will definitely return." "Well, if you can get a definite answer from Jobs, maybe I can consider putting up some money," Eric said. If Firefly Electronics had no strong competitors, it would inevitably lead to a sense of complacency. Or, it could be seen as letting a dog chase a rabbit. Under the circumstances where Firefly Electronics had the upper hand, Eric was looking forward to seeing if Jobs could still whip up something world-changing. Although Eric's promise was encouraging, Larry Ellison was still impatient, asking, "Eric, how much could you put up?" The funds for Firefly Group and Firefly Investment were already earmarked for specific purposes. Eric recalled the $300 million investment in the Southeast Asia foreign exchange market and said, "I happen to have that amount. I plan to buy a Boeing 777 soon, so there will still be some left over." Larry Ellison, clearly familiar with private jets, quickly responded, "Eric, you seem to be mistaken. If you place the order now, you only need to pay a deposit. The full payment is due when the plane is delivered in 2 to 3 years. So, you should have at least $300 million, right?" Eric had forgotten that detail. Private jets were not like luxury cars, which could be picked up immediately. Large Boeing aircraft required several years for delivery after placing the order. "Well then," Eric clarified, "maybe by that time, I could have around $600 million. "Wow," Larry Ellison exclaimed, looking up and down at Eric with a gaze reminiscent of someone who had not dealt with a mega-wealthy individual for years. Despite being worth billions, Larry often found himself with only tens of millions of dollars at his disposal. He initially thought that Forbes had overestimated Eric's fortune this year, but at that moment, he couldn't help but dismiss his doubts. Perhaps only Eric Williams could casually come up with $600 million in cash. However, Eric dampened Larry's enthusiasm a bit and said, "But, Larry, I definitely won't be putting all of that money into Apple." Larry Ellison nodded immediately, realizing that his original thought was simply to leverage Eric's sharp investment vision in the IT field as a gimmick. If he could pull in some symbolic cash from Eric, it would make it much easier to raise funds from other investment firms under the banner of Eric's name. Larry never expected to gather $600 million all at once. "Then, Eric, as long as you're willing to put in $300 million, I promise to gather all the funds within 3 months." Originally, he hoped for $50 million or even less. Otherwise, Eric's influence wouldn't work as effectively. But at that point, he naturally raised the amount in hopes that the more Eric invested, the higher the likelihood other investment firms would follow. Since he had decided to participate, Eric certainly didn't want to be a minor shareholder. Apple's current market valuation was $2 billion, and initiating a full acquisition would require a premium. However, $300 million would ensure that Eric's share would remain above 10%. "All right, $300 million it is," Eric nodded and added. "And don't forget the condition I mentioned earlier. If Jobs isn't willing to come back, then we'll just forget about this." "Of course," Larry Ellison said, grinning and raising his glass toward Eric. "Then let's toast to our success in advance." Eric smiled as they clinked glasses. He watched Larry down his drink in one go, while he took only a small sip in agreement. After putting down his empty glass, Larry Ellison shifted topics. "Eric, how about we hit the casino for a while?" Eric pointed to 2 girls on the dance floor. "Let's skip it this time." Larry Ellison turned to glance at the girls and replied, "No worries, bring them along. I'm pretty sure no one will block you, the world's richest man, at the door." Noticing Eric's gesture, Miranda and Christina thought he was summoning them. They immediately stopped dancing and came over, and Larry's partner followed closely behind. Eric wrapped his arm around Christina's waist and jokingly said, "Actually, Larry, I'm quite afraid of losing, so I try to avoid places like casinos." "Haha, all right then. Anouk and I will go play." Larry Ellison made a phone gesture, wrapping his arm around his partner. "If anything comes up, just call me." Both had each other's contact information already, and Eric nodded with a smile. After watching Larry leave, he shifted his gaze back to find Miranda perched on a high bar stool near the bar, expertly signaling the bartender for a cocktail. The bartender glanced at her, then at Eric, and without saying a word, quickly prepared and delivered a drink. Seeing Eric watching her, Miranda took a small sip from her glass, smacked her lips, and then pushed the cup toward him, cheerfully saying, "Eric, actually, I ordered this for you." Eric ignored Miranda's defense. The girl's cheeks were already flushed, indicating she had had more than one drink. He glanced at his watch and noted that the magic show had ended at 10 o'clock. After chatting with Larry for so long, the time was already close to 11. It's almost 11 o'clock. Are you tired? Why don't we head back to rest? Christina seemed indifferent, but Miranda chimed in. Eric, I want to check out the casino. The girl had evidently overheard Eric's conversation with Larry Ellison and added, We just want to look, not gamble, okay? Eric firmly shook his head. Not a chance. Miranda pouted but quickly brightened up, mischievously sidling closer and shaking Eric's arm. Eric, how about going to see a late-night show? I just heard them talking about it. What late-night show? Eric asked instinctively, but soon realized and chuckled as he tapped Miranda on the head. Is that something you're allowed to see? Miranda quickly shook her head. No, it's not like that. I heard them say it's a stage play. I think it's called. Miranda tilted her head, forgetting the name for a moment before Christina interjected. It's a story about Helen from the Trojan War. Eric had not heard of that stage play before, thinking perhaps it was an exclusive to Caesar's Palace, given that the hotel was themed with Greek and Roman styles. Seeing the two girls look curious and excited, Eric agreed and called the private concierge for his suite. In less than 5 minutes, the private concierge appeared, leading Eric and the two girls away from the party and toward a more lavish small theater at Caesar's Palace. The performance was set to begin right at 11. After arranging a box for the three of them and presenting some snacks and drinks, the 40-something private concierge quietly exited. However, as soon as Eric sat down on the sofa in the box and glanced at the dazzling stage lights, he realized this was clearly still that kind of performance, far more extravagant than a typical strip club. The lights in the theater quickly dimmed. After a brief introduction, music began to play, and as a group of elegantly dressed women appeared on stage wearing only skimpy outfits, Miranda and Christina, who had initially been looking forward to this stage play, gasped in surprise. Gazing at the dazzling scene on stage, Eric suddenly recalled a movie from memory, Paul Verhoeven's NC-17 rated Showgirls. However, the extravagant stage performances in that film could hardly compare to the lavish display unfolding at Caesar's Palace. It seemed that the original Showgirls had been filmed in 1995, but now in 1997, Eric had not heard any updates regarding the film. It appeared to be yet another consequence of the butterfly effect. After all, that film had nearly led to the bankruptcy of Carolco Pictures and truly no longer had any reason to exist. Chuckling, Eric covered Miranda's eyes with his hand and said, All right, are you satisfied now? The girl's earlier gasps might have been merely an expression of natural female modesty. After all, if one didn't react in such a setting, they would surely seem out of place. Pushing Eric's hand away, Miranda curiously examined the performance on stage. It was a royal court scene, the story indeed based on the Greek myth of the Trojan War. However, the scantily clad performers on stage clearly drew attention away from the plot. After watching quietly for a while, Miranda finally leaned closer to Eric, her eyes still on the stage, exclaiming, How on earth are there so many girls willing to perform stuff like this? It's just so, Miranda stammered, struggling to find suitable adjectives. Eric pinched her cheek playfully and replied, You think everyone lives like a princess like you? Ha, I'm not a princess. Miranda quickly laughed, snuggling up to Eric. Eric, can I be your Helen? Eric chuckled and nodded. Sure, but I may have more than one Helen by my side. Ugh, you're so annoying, Miranda pouted again. Can't you at least soothe the girl a bit? I'm more inclined to show it through actions. Oh, Miranda teased, drawing out her words and playfully grasping something on Eric, bursting into laughter again. Ha, I just confirmed something. Eric brushed Miranda's hand away, chuckling. No messing around. Eric, no one can see us here. That's their problem. I'm just not used to behaving like this. All right. Miranda purred like a kitten, rubbing against Eric again before leaning closer to his ear and teasingly whispering, I wonder how long you can hold out. Eric did indeed manage to last through the 1-hour performance. Aside from the two restless little troublemakers beside him, constantly provoking his impulses, as a normal man, he still found enjoyment in such a visually stimulating show. As they left the theater, the clock had struck past midnight. For a city like Las Vegas, where there was no night, midnight certainly didn't signify the end of the day. However, after enduring a 4-hour drive in the afternoon and partying hard all night, Eric and the two girls were too fatigued to pursue any other entertainment options and instead returned to their suite at the Palace Tower for some rest. The next day, they woke up at 8 o'clock, not because Eric was exceptionally diligent, but because he needed to fly to Maryland on the East Coast. He would have a solid 4 hours to catch up on sleep during the flight. When Miranda and Christina saw Eric wake up, they too struggled out of bed, looking like two lazy and drowsy kittens. After breakfast, the two girls insisted on taking Eric to the airport. Chapter 864. 865. Dismissal. Due to leaving Las Vegas, Eric didn't feel comfortable leaving the two girls alone in Sin City. So he personally saw them onto a flight to Los Angeles at the airport before boarding a Gulfstream private jet owned by Firefly Group heading to Maryland. After finally falling asleep around 2 in the morning, Eric took the opportunity to catch up on some rest once the plane took off. When he woke up again, the Gulfstream had already reached the skies over Maryland. Maryland, located on the East Coast near Washington, D.C., is not very large, only covering a few tens of thousands of square kilometers. Looking out from the airplane window, he could see vast areas of vibrant green woodlands and farmland. The terrain seemed more hilly than flat plains. Although they departed from Las Vegas at around 8 in the morning, they landed at Frederick Municipal Airport in northern Maryland 4 hours later, where the Eastern Time was already 3 in the afternoon. Frederick Municipal Airport was small, without any fences, featuring a completely open layout, with only 2 runways and mostly tiny propeller planes parked nearby. After the plane came to a stop on the runway, Eric walked down the steps. Dressed simply and sporting a cowboy hat, Jeffrey was there to greet him, along with Chris and others. At first glance, Jeffrey seemed slimmer but looked much more energetic, appearing just like an old Western cowboy if he were riding a horse and holding a revolver. As soon as they got close, Jeffrey didn't hold back and gave Eric a big bear hug. "Hey, Eric, you finally made it." "Yeah, there's always too much going on," Eric replied, giving Jeffrey a pat on the back. "You look younger." Jeffrey laughed, clearly pleased. "Haha, everyone thinks so." After some simple pleasantries, Eric embraced Chris, teasing, "It's just 2 days away. How are you feeling about it?" "Numb," Chris joked self-deprecatingly, then introduced the 2 young men who were his cousins. Eric shook hands with the 2 young men, who were probably about his age but seemed rather reserved. Chris remarked, "Everyone's waiting for you at the farm. Let's go." Eric nodded and, along with his assistant Peter Rich and 4 bodyguards, left the airport in the 4 cars that Chris had brought. As they drove north along the highway cutting through Frederick, the undulating hills around them became increasingly apparent, with alternating patches of woodland and farmland. It was early summer, and the lively greenery was refreshing. After half an hour, they exited the highway and traveled a little less than 5 kilometers east, finally arriving at a small farm with about a dozen households. Surrounding this farm was Jeffrey's property, which spanned approximately 2,000 acres, equivalent to 8 square kilometers. Jeffrey excitedly introduced the farm during the drive. He mentioned that only a quarter of the land was used for crops like wheat, while there was also a portion of dense woodlands, and the rest was pasture. Many horses and cows could be seen grazing at a distance. The residents of the farm were mainly workers and tenants of Jeffrey's property. At the entrance of the farm, there were about 10 people standing near the asphalt road. When Eric got out of the car, he recognized over half of them. Joanna, Virginia, and Emily were grouped together. Of course, there were also 3 kids. Among the rest were John Chambers, Steve Case, Yorma Alala, Ian Gurney, and other senior personnel from the Firefly organization. The others were likely relatives of Chris and Emily. As everyone was about to exchange pleasantries, a small figure yelled "Daddy" and ran over. Amid the laughter and various expressions, Eric didn't hesitate to pick up Emma and asked, "Have you been naughty lately?" "Nope. Emma has been very good," the little girl responded, wrapping her arms around Eric's neck. "I even learned how to ride. Can we ride together, Daddy?" "Oh, Emma, that's great, but not right now," Eric replied, complimenting her before handing her over to Joanna, then greeting everyone and getting to know Emily's parents and some of Chris' other relatives. Most guests would arrive on the day of the wedding, so the number of guests at the farm wasn't too high yet. After chatting for about 10 minutes, people started to disperse temporarily. Jeffrey's house was on the eastern side of the farm, and Eric and Jeffrey walked towards their accommodations together. Holding Kevin, who had just been passed to him by Virginia, as they walked through the center of the farm, Eric noticed a group of individuals who were clearly agents inspecting something nearby. Curious, he looked towards Chris and John Chambers, knowing they would have some security, but it shouldn't be this conspicuous. Without Eric needing to ask, Chris understood his confusion and explained, "The President and First Lady will be coming, and these are Secret Service personnel." Eric raised an eyebrow. "You invited them?" Chris shook his head. "I got a call from the White House 3 days ago. They said the President and First Lady happened to be free on the 20th, and since Washington is so close, you understand, I couldn't exactly say no." Eric smiled and didn't press further. Besides John Chambers and the other corporate executives who had already arrived, due to Chris's networking over recent years, there would surely be heavyweight figures from the business world, such as Warren Buffett, attending Chris's wedding. By then, the gathering would only contain Firefly executives controlling companies with a total asset value exceeding $200 billion. The two people from the White House could easily attend others' events with a political donation, so they wouldn't miss this chance to exert their influence. While Eric would not completely distance himself from political interactions, he also wouldn't actively seek relationships with government officials. However, if they approached, he wouldn't refuse either. Maintaining a good relationship with the president couldn't hurt Firefly. Many wealthy Americans cultivated a habit of buying land to become farmers. Media mogul Ted Turner was one of the largest private landowners, with thousands of square kilometers under his control. Jeffrey's farm was also previously owned by a businessman who used it as a summer retreat. Consequently, the quaint farm included a beautifully designed stone villa with many rooms, easily accommodating 10 to 20 guests. At that moment, however, the villa primarily housed relatives from both Chris and Emily's families, while John Chambers and others were arranged in separate residences. Since Eric was also considered family, he was assigned accommodations at Jeffrey's house. After everyone settled in, it was already evening. With the wedding just 2 days away and many preparations still required for the next day, the evening gathering was brief, and everyone retired early. Although Eric wanted to escape the busy official duties momentarily, it wasn't an easy task. Early the next morning, coincidentally the start of a new week, Eric had just woken up and hadn't had a chance to eat breakfast when Peter Rich delivered a document along with several marked newspapers. It turned out that after nearly a month of review, the federal court in San Francisco, California, officially dismissed the request from Sony, BMG, and EMI to ban the sale of MP3 audio format players. A formal press conference was scheduled for 9 a.m. Pacific time that day, but the news had already leaked and made it to the important pages of major newspapers across America. In less than 2 months since its launch, Firefly Electronics' Fireflyer had sold an incredible 250,000 units, far exceeding the initial promotion rates of Walkman and MD portable players, and this was under limited production capacity. Thanks to the Fireflyer's hot sales and widespread social impact from its hunger marketing strategies, everyone recognized the immense potential of the Fireflyer player to replace mainstream portable players. The entire music industry had kept a close watch on the possible reactions from the federal court in San Francisco since the lawsuit was initiated by Sony. Chris was also up early and had received the news. Just past 7 o'clock, Eric and Chris were taking a stroll on the small roads surrounding the farm, reviewing the court documents regarding the dismissal of the lawsuit by Sony and others. After finishing the thin stack of documents, Chris rolled the paper up and said to Eric, "Sony will definitely not be willing to give up. Although this case has been dismissed and they won't go to a higher court with the same lawsuit, they will certainly look for other breakthroughs." With a market value exceeding $50 billion, Sony's fortunes were largely supported by portable music players and related industries, making it unlikely for Sony to easily abandon attempts to stifle Fireflyer. Eric wasn't too worried, though, as the lawsuit showed that America was the home ground for Firefly. Even if Sony found a breakthrough, its inherent disadvantage would significantly weaken its attack. Honestly, if I were Nobuyuki Ide, I would immediately abandon this futile endeavor and decisively promote the development of digital music players. While we've gained a substantial advantage, if Sony is determined enough, they can still pose a threat to us. Chris responded, perhaps Nobuyuki Ide thinks along those lines, but implementing any specific proposals is extremely difficult. Sony's corporate structure is too fragmented. The hardware department has its own interests, and the entertainment department has its own. If Ide wanted to sacrifice one department's interests to promote industry upgrades, he would just face a strong backlash from internal conservative forces. Therefore, this is essentially impossible. Eric smiled at Chris and said, do you think I've spread myself too thinly with Firefly strategies? Chris didn't answer directly and merely said, Victor and Bill have brought it up to me more than once. They want to reclaim the online music store for Firefly Electronics. Eric asked, what do you think? Chris explained, Yahoo currently has nearly 50 million registered users just in North America, with over 5 million users conducting online payments through the Yahoo Pay platform. This is the foundation that allows the online music store to sell 1 million songs in just 5 days. If Firefly Electronics were to do it alone, it might take years to expand its user base, and achieving stable revenue would be even more distant. The registered user base for Yahoo had accumulated since the release of the first Internet Explorer browser and portals in 1992, growing to nearly 50 million over the course of 5 years. This vast registered user group was Yahoo's most valuable resource. If Firefly Electronics operated the online music store independently, there would be little reason for Yahoo not to share its user resources. Chris clearly had a more profound understanding than Firefly Electronics' Victor McNally and Bill Olson. Alternatively, it could be that Victor and Bill were aware of these issues, but, as managers of Firefly Electronics, they instinctively leaned towards securing more benefits for their respective companies, even if those benefits impeded the overall development direction of the Firefly system. Taken to an extreme, selfishness is humanity's nature, a fact that wouldn't change even in the face of an apocalypse. Shaking his head slightly, Eric said, let's not talk about this for now. How's the operation in Southeast Asia coming along? Chris replied, the position building is nearing its conclusion. We should be able to establish a $3 billion short position, primarily consisting of 6-month foreign exchange contracts. It was already late May, with just over a month remaining before international speculative capital launched its attack on the Southeast Asian currency system. The total scale of short positions against the entire Southeast Asian currency system was likely over $100 billion. Building a $3 billion position with $700 million was about a 4 times leverage. While it didn't meet Eric's expectations, he understood that achieving this level under the scrutiny of competition was quite challenging. Thinking about this made Eric recall the situation with Apple. Oh, there's one more thing. I met with Larry Ellison the night before last. He's currently raising funds to acquire Apple, and I think this is a great opportunity, so I agreed to invest a portion, around $300 million. This is the money from the Forex market. Surprise flickered across Chris's face briefly before he regained his composure, since this wasn't Eric's first unexpected investment venture. Nonetheless, he said, there have been rumors in the circle about Larry Ellison wanting to acquire Apple more than once, but he had yet to take any substantial action. He and Apple's co-founder Steve Jobs are very close friends and have been trying to get him to take the reins of the company again. However, Chris chuckled and shrugged. Eric, I'm not sure how you view this, but I wouldn't recommend it. Although Microsoft won't completely annihilate Apple because of antitrust issues, given Windows' current dominant position, unless Apple voluntarily aligns with the Windows camp, it'll be challenging for them to expand significantly. I'm more optimistic about Jobs' return, which is why I agreed to invest the money. Perhaps you know, Jobs is quite the perfectionist, and I always believe that perfectionists are more likely to succeed than others, Eric explained. Moreover, Apple has a considerable amount of fixed assets. Even if it goes bankrupt in the future, we still wouldn't lose too much. Chris nodded. All right, I'll keep an eye on this matter as well. Eric teased. So, you really don't plan on going on a honeymoon with Emily? Chris gestured around with his eyes and smiled. The scenery here is nice. After the wedding, we plan to stay here for 2 weeks, so it's like our honeymoon, and we can also spend time with Dad. As they chatted, they had unknowingly reached the end of the small path, which led into a dense grove rumored to house wild boars. Clearly, they couldn't venture further. Just as they turned back, Joanna's sister, Ava Pacula waved to them from a distance, seemingly inviting them for breakfast, so Eric and Chris quickened their pace to return to the farm. Chapter 865, 866, Not a Cent Less. The lawsuit filed by Sony Music, BMG, and Polygram against Fireflyer for facilitating music piracy was dismissed by a federal court in San Francisco. This ruling indicated that the electronic product now had an official legal market position, and it would face little to no risk of similar lawsuits in the future. With the unstoppable growth momentum of the Fireflyer player, traditional portable music player manufacturers were destined to face strong, even devastating impacts. Stimulated by this news, as soon as the New York Stock Exchange opened that morning, the stock prices of traditional portable music player manufacturers, led by Sony, showed significant declines. By 9 a.m. Pacific Time, when the federal court in San Francisco held a press conference to announce the news, Sony stock had already dropped 2.7%. In just a few hours, nearly $1.5 billion in market value vanished. Coincidentally, the authoritative financial newspaper, The Wall Street Journal, estimated that Firefly Electronics was worth about that same figure of $1.5 billion. Although Firefly Electronics was not a publicly traded company, the news had indirectly manifested on the stock market. The company that had first developed the 1-inch micro hard drive was Seagate Technology. The original development agreement stipulated that Firefly Electronics would have exclusive rights for 3 years after the company launched its first product associated with the micro hard drive. In return, Firefly Electronics was required to prioritize purchasing micro drives from Seagate Technology. As the largest mechanical hard drive manufacturer in the previous timeline, Seagate's strength at that time was far from comparable to traditional tech giants like IBM, Hitachi, and Toshiba. Last year, Seagate's shipment of mechanical hard drives only reached 5 million units, barely accounting for less than 10% of the total mechanical hard drive market share. While the research and development of micro drives wasn't particularly difficult, established hard drive manufacturers like IBM and others with deep technological roots could likely produce mature products in just 6 months. However, due to their early lead in the priority supply agreement with Firefly Electronics, Seagate was destined to become the main supplier of built-in micro hard drives for Fireflyers in the years to come. The exact sales capacity of Fireflyer remained uncertain. Although micro drives were much cheaper than traditional hard drives, Seagate's micro drive business might even match the scale of traditional hard drives due to sheer numbers. After the day's series of announcements, while the stock prices of traditional portable music device manufacturers like Sony plummeted, Seagate Technology's stock skyrocketed, rising 12% in just a few hours. Aiming to further stimulate the stock price, Seagate CEO held a press conference that afternoon, showcasing prototypes of their 2 GB micro hard drives and stating that this product would potentially be utilized in the next generation of Fireflyer players. As the market fluctuated over news related to Fireflyer, a surprising twist occurred. A newspaper in New York uncovered that Firefly Electronics had initially approached IBM in hopes of commissioning them to develop micro drives. However, due to IBM's arrogant and sluggish response, this collaboration eventually fell through. Under the leadership of their new CEO Lou Gerstner, IBM had begun to show signs of recovery in recent years, but their situation was still far from their former glory. They were even at risk of being surpassed in market value by the very Microsoft they had once supported. Although hard drive manufacturing was just a fringe business for the IBM group, the revelations from the news indicated serious internal issues within this traditional high-tech giant. Gerstner even had to personally appear before the media to defend this minor issue. Meanwhile, at Jeffrey's farm in Maryland, despite occasional disturbances from external news, the small farm maintained an atmosphere of joy. The wedding was set to take place on the large lawn behind Jeffrey's house. To accommodate most guests' schedules, the wedding ceremony was scheduled for 11 a.m. the following morning, rather than the traditional afternoon time. The ceremony, surrounded by flowers, was undergoing final checks and preparations. The air was fragrant with flowers. Eric and Chris welcomed guests as they arrived. Besides the guests due to arrive the next day, there would still be some long-distance guests arriving, like Katzenberg, Victor McNally, Bill Olson, and Jeff Bezos. Even though it was summer, the weather on the farm felt nothing like the scorching heat. Eric busily worked until around 2 p.m., had a light meal, and then took a break to join the schedule review on the lawn, mainly rehearsing the roles of the flower girl and ring bearer. Although Eric had a good relationship with Emily, Joanna and Virginia were not suitable to serve as bridesmaids. Instead, Joanna's sister, Ava Pacula, would partake in the festivities. Eric considered the two women and declined the role of chief best man, passing it on to one of Chris's cousins. However, the three little ones would still serve as the flower girl and ring bearers. On the lawn, in addition to Joanna and Virginia, Jeffrey and Emily's parents, Jack Brighton and Melissa Brighton, were also present. Around them were other relatives, all smiling and watching the performance of the 5 or 6 little ones. After greeting Jeffrey and others, Eric sat next to Virginia and Joanna, watching the wedding officiant desperately trying to entertain a group of restless kids in the middle aisle. He smiled at Virginia and asked, "Wouldn't it be enough to just have a pair of flower girl and ring bearer? With so many little ones, won't things get chaotic tomorrow? Even if a few small issues arise, everyone will just laugh it off," Virginia explained, then leaned closer to add, "With so many friends and family, it's hard to manage with just 2 kids." Eric nodded, and taking advantage of everyone's attention on the kids, he wrapped his arm around Virginia's waist and playfully asked, "Are you envious?" Virginia turned her head to look at Eric, smiling as she replied, "I'm so jealous. What are you planning to do about it? Why don't we have a wedding too? I've never taken a wedding photo with 3 people before. Just you and Joan." "Ugh, you jerk. I'm not going to mess around with you," Virginia grumbled, spitting lightly before leaning against Eric. She raised her left hand, shaking the rose gold ring encrusted with ruby on her ring finger, and added, "Joan and I discussed it. If you mistreat us in the future, we'll take Kevin and Elia to Europe and never see you again." Eric laughed. "You two are secretly plotting this?" "Yep." Virginia shot Eric a look, adding, "And you still have to pay child support. $1 billion a year, not a cent less." "Wow." Eric feigned shock, his voice trembling. "How did you come up with that number?" Virginia was quite assertive. "I just made it up. What if I don't pay? Then Joan and I will find Elia and Kevin a new dad." Eric immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, I give up." Joanna, who had been listening to their light-hearted banter, playfully swatted at them and laughed gently. "You two stop joking around." Virginia giggled, wrapping her arm around Eric, her eyes fondly looking toward their precious son in the crowd. "There's something I need to discuss with you. Kevin and Elia need to start school, and there aren't any suitable schools in Hampton." Eric thought for a moment and suggested, "Why not move to Manhattan? There are more private schools there." But Virginia shook her head. "Joan and I are used to living in Hampton. Manhattan is too noisy." "Well, we can't just create a school just for the 2 kids, can we?" Eric's casual remark, however, touched on a sensitive issue for Virginia. She said, "Why not? Rockefeller set up a school for his kids back then, Browning School in Manhattan. Your net worth is not much different from the Rockefeller families back then, right?" Eric shook his head. "Starting a school isn't just about the money." Virginia insisted, "As long as you're willing to pay, Joan and I will handle the rest ourselves." Eric had no choice but to concede. He knew Virginia and Joanna placed more importance on their children's education than he did, so there was really no need to worry. He nodded. "All right, I'll fund it. You both can do whatever you want." After a busy day of preparation, most people stayed up that night, and as dawn broke, the farm buzzed with energy once again. After breakfast, guests who could only stay in the Frederick area began arriving. Although this wedding wasn't as extravagant as many wealthy individuals touted as the wedding of the century, the number of guests added up to 200 or 300. 3 hours before the ceremony, the farm was already bustling with activity. Frederick City was just over 60 kilometers away from Washington, D.C., and at 9 a.m., the Clintons arrived by helicopter at the farm. Though Chris may not have been a public figure, he had made a name for himself in North America's business community in recent years. The presence of numerous high-profile guests at his wedding garnered significant media attention. Although the entire farm was private property, keeping journalists from sneaking in wasn't an easy task. Eric felt that the biggest advantage of the Clintons' arrival was that they could now rely on the Secret Service agents stationed around the perimeter of the farm to help deter prying media. The plan was to keep the wedding entirely private without accepting any media interviews. However, since the Clintons were attending, the White House hoped for some media coverage. After a brief discussion, Eric arranged for reporters from ABC News, the New York Post, and the Washington Post to attend the wedding. ABC News was part of the Firefly Group, the New York Post belonged to News Corp, and the Washington Post was introduced by Warren Buffett, who was a major shareholder of Berkshire Hathaway. At 11 a.m., all guests had taken their seats. The music started, and the best man, bridesmaids, and flower children entered one after the other. Eric, sitting near the aisle, watched his two children walking ahead. Kevin held the ring pillow, looking quite serious, a result of Virginia's repeated coaching. Meanwhile, Hawaii was carrying a small basket of flowers, her curious eyes surveying the surroundings. Behind her, Emma was excitedly scattering petals, and by the time she reached the end of the aisle, it looked likely her basket would soon be empty. The groom then stepped onto the platform, and everyone rose to welcome the bride. Under everyone's gaze, the vows, the ring exchange, and the embracing kisses occurred in rapid succession. Once the ceremony concluded, Chris and Emily briefly left for photographs, and the guests started to depart for the adjacent outdoor banquet area. Just as Eric stood up, a little Emma, dressed in a pink flower girl dress, rushed over to him. Compared to his two children, Emma seemed more attached to him. Seeing her reaching her arms up for a hug, Eric smiled and picked her up. "Dad, I still have petals. They smell so good," she said, wrapping one arm around Eric's neck while with the other hand, she brought petals up to Eric's nose. "Smell this." Eric sniffed them in her palm, nodding. They smell great. Emma smells great too. Hee hee. Emma laughed joyfully, then covered her little belly and said, "Dad, I'm hungry. Just be good. We're about to eat soon," Eric replied, noticing the Clintons approaching. So he passed Emma to Joanna, who was nearby, and went to greet them. Clinton glanced at the two women and the three little ones before returning his gaze to Eric, smiling casually. "Eric, you'll surely be staying in Maryland for a few more days, right?" The leaders of various companies under the Firefly umbrella, including Firefly Group, Nokia, Cisco, Qualcomm, America Online, Firefly Electronics, and Amazon, had gathered in Maryland. Jorma Alala even flew in from Northern Europe. With such a large gathering, they wouldn't just be there to eat and drink before leaving. Eric had already planned out the next few days, as everyone would stay at the farm for at least 3 more days to discuss the development of the various Firefly companies and collaborative issues. Not fully grasping why Clinton asked that, Eric nodded. After all, that wasn't a secret. Seeing Eric nod, Clinton continued, "Well, I'm planning to host a high-tech entrepreneur dinner at the White House soon. I'm curious if you'd be interested." Though he couldn't be re-elected, the Clintons clearly had not given up on their political ambitions, which Eric remembered well. The companies under Firefly Investments gathered many of the most talked-about internet tech firms in recent years. Attracting them could significantly bolster their future political aspirations. Eric found the question a bit ironic. If we weren't interested, would the dinner even happen? However, he certainly wouldn't engage in stirring up pointless tension with the president. So he quickly nodded and smiled. "Of course, Bill. I'll mention it to them, but we'll probably be in Maryland for 3 days." "Oh, perfect timing," Clinton said, a hint of delight on his face. "By the way, you'll come to that, right?" Eric hesitated a bit. He wasn't exactly a fan of the Clintons. He replied ambiguously, "Maybe. I have a lot on my plate lately and might not be able to squeeze it in." Clinton seemed unfazed. He patted Eric on the shoulder and said, "I hope you'll be able to make it." Chapter 866, 867, Unstable Factors. 3 days after the wedding, Eric held a 3-day meeting with more than a dozen executives from the Firefly Group in an empty barn on the farm. The theme of the meeting was relatively informal. Eric initially presented a topic titled Digital Life in the Internet Age, prompting everyone to prepare relevant speeches based on their respective fields of expertise for improvised discussions. Under the umbrella of Firefly Investments, companies like Cisco, America Online, and Yahoo had already established a complete industry chain in internet technology. The future layout involving Qualcomm, Sprint, and Nokia was also taking shape. As long as these companies could achieve seamless cooperation and maintain strong market positions in their respective fields, Firefly would essentially control a massive and formidable high-tech business empire that would inevitably impact everything from the global political economy to the daily lives of ordinary people. However, during these 3 days of meetings, Eric also identified some unstable factors within the Firefly system. On May 24th, the day after the meetings ended, John Chambers, Ian Gurney, and others headed to the White House for a banquet at Clinton's invitation from the wedding day. But Eric and Chris opted not to join the festivities. Outside the barn, in a small pasture, Eric and Chris leaned against the fence and watched the scene unfold nearby. Jeffrey was walking a pony, with Emma joyfully waving her hands while riding, and Joanna carefully nearby. Emily and Virginia chatted with 2 other kids in the vicinity. After quietly observing the heartwarming scene for a moment, Eric finally checked the thick meeting notes in his hand. These were the records taken by several assistants during the meetings. Among them, Steve Case's speech on the media development advantages of internet companies was particularly troubling to Eric. Initially, America Online, as part of the Information Industry Alliance plan, was meant to serve as an internet service provider. Its future direction was also aimed at developing into a comprehensive telecommunications operator like AT&T. Eric had even discussed with Steve Case the possibility of acquiring either Verizon or Sprint and potentially expanding into the cable TV sector. Understanding the bubble-like boost that portal websites and online email services would give to America Online's stock price in the coming years, Eric had not placed restrictions on America Online's growth in these areas. He even provided substantial technical support. Currently, Yahoo commanded a 70% market share in the online service sector, with America Online trailing at around 10%, while latercomers, like Microsoft, shared the remaining 20%. But perhaps spurred by the recent explosive growth of internet concepts, Steve Case's speech indicated a clear preference for America Online to shift towards being a content provider, even reminiscent of the formerly proposed acquisition of Time Warner, which would transform America Online into a comprehensive internet media group. Despite ambitions to dominate Hollywood, Eric did not wish to see this scenario unfold. No one understood better than he did that the currently thriving internet industry was merely an extravagant bubble. From memory, America Online had strayed from its path as an internet service provider and was among the first to fall after the bubble burst. More importantly, if America Online deviated from its established trajectory, Eric's carefully crafted industry chain would face a significant fracture. Reflecting on these thoughts, Eric spoke first. According to yesterday's closing price, America Online's market value has already surpassed $20 billion, right? Chris nodded. Yesterday's closing stock price was $138, with a total market cap of $20.7 billion. We have 45 million shares, which is still 30%. Oh, those over at Clover must have absorbed quite a bit, huh? Eric considered. They probably hold around 3 million shares. That's about 32%. However, even though we're the largest shareholder, we don't have absolute control, Chris noted. Based on America Online's current market value, we can't muster enough capital to pursue absolute control. Eric grimaced, realizing that not securing America Online tightly was a misstep. When he initially invested, many elements were just taking off, and he never harbored such ambitions. He mainly acted on a speculative mindset, hoping to cash out when the stock price surged. That initial decision had laid the groundwork for the current struggle over America Online's control. It's clear that internet-related businesses were far more favored by investors than traditional telecom services. Thus, if Steve Case insisted on pushing America Online to develop its media business, Eric, even as the largest shareholder, couldn't ensure he could unseat Case as CEO. Shaking his head in self-mockery, Eric asked Chris, "If we tried to oust Steve Case now and seize control, how certain could we be?" Chris tapped against a nearby wooden post and thought, "Not even 40%. America Online's current momentum is strong. The board wouldn't agree to a shake-up." With such favorable conditions surrounding America Online, Eric wasn't keen to stir up any news about discord between management and shareholders. However, should Steve Case continue on his current path, focusing America Online on the inflated internet media business. The bubble's burst would hit the value of Firefly's America Online shares hard. While Yahoo had also focused a substantial amount of energy on internet media content, Eric had always seen Yahoo as a technology company. The search engine business it was quietly developing was Yahoo's future, whereas America Online's survival, based on its internet access service, was clearly insufficient to shift in that direction, and Eric would not allow it to. After hesitating for a moment, Eric queried, "What if we decided to cash out in a few years?" If he couldn't control America Online's direction, cashing out while the stock price was high would undoubtedly be the best outcome. We hold over $6 billion in stock value. Selling that amount in the open market would cause a major impact on stock prices. Ideally, we'd look for institutional buyers, but moving $6 billion is a tall order. Chris shook his head, then added, "Besides, based on the current landscape, America Online stock price hasn't peaked yet. Over the next 1 or 2 years, that 30% stake could reach astronomical values." In Eric's memory, America Online peaked at a market cap over $160 billion, and he believed the extent of that bubble exceeded 80%. Therefore, he would be content cashing out even 10% of his stocks during that high. If he could net $16 billion, even after the internet bubble burst, he could use that to mitigate the damage from America Online's deviation from Firefly's Information Industry Alliance plan. Of course, if America Online could stick to the established route laid out by Firefly, even if it faced a bubble burst eventually, Eric would not choose to cash out. But all that was likely a matter for a year or two in the future. Forget it. We're ultimately unsure of what Steve will do. Right now, it's best we focus on what we can control. Chris nodded. I'll take steps to rally support from other board members. If necessary, we'll attempt to get Steve Case replaced. Also, considering how tightly intertwined America Online and Yahoo are, do you think we need to limit that in any way? No need. America Online doesn't pose a threat to Yahoo. Eric shook his head. Limiting America Online would only affect our own interests and create opportunities for competitors. Okay, we'll leave it at that for now. Even with 30% voting rights on America Online's board, Eric decided to let America Online grow wild for the time being, waiting to see what Steve Case ultimately chose. If Case insisted on pursuing the media route, Firefly would try to replace him. If that attempt failed, Firefly would aim to exit as soon as feasible before the bubble burst. However, if Steve Case allowed America Online to develop on the outlined trajectory, the outcome would undoubtedly be mutually beneficial. After all, acquiring a traditional telecom operator would allow America Online to maintain a strong position in the internet service provider market even after the bubble burst, and it could also expand into mobile communications. But if they followed the same path as in the original world by merging with Time Warner, America Online would be doomed to collapse quickly once the bubble burst, given its business model would not align with Time Warner's. After spending 2 additional days in Maryland, Eric returned to Los Angeles on May 27th. By that time, the North American summer blockbuster season of 1997 had officially commenced. This year's summer lineup kicked off with Luc Besson's long-prepared The Fifth Element, a sci-fi blockbuster that cost 450 million francs, approximately $90 million, making it the most expensive movie ever produced in Europe at that time. Before its North American release, The Fifth Element had already premiered in Europe, Southeast Asia, and Latin America, receiving moderately promising box office results. Due to their collaboration on Leon, the Professional, Gaumont Film Company had hoped Firefly would handle the North American distribution of The Fifth Element. However, Eric wasn't optimistic about the film's commercial potential. He recalled that the movie had a completely polarized reception, likely translating into poor box office performance. Furthermore, the copyright was held by Gaumont, and merely taking on the role of North American distributor didn't align with Firefly's interests, so Eric chose to decline. Ultimately, as a special effects movie, even though Firefly wasn't interested in the distribution rights, Eric still introduced it to Fox. With proper marketing, such a recently popular CG animated film could easily gross more than $100 million at the North American box office. However, disagreements on the distribution split between Fox and Gaumont ultimately led to the rights falling into Sony Pictures' hands. This left Gaumont in quite a predicament. With Godzilla also slated for release in the summer, Sony dedicated almost all of its distribution resources to this highly anticipated monster flick. The Fifth Element missed out on valuable June and July slots, and its marketing scale fell drastically short compared to Sony's own release, Godzilla. Ultimately, The Fifth Element opened on May 16th with a first-week box office of just over $22 million. Although its second-week drop was a mere 30%, given the impending wave of summer blockbusters in June, The Fifth Element's final North American gross would likely stall between $60 million and $70 million, far from Gaumont's expectations. Struggling in this crucial North American market made it exceedingly unlikely for Gaumont to recoup its $90 million production cost. The fate of The Fifth Element illustrated one reason European commercial cinema struggled to gain traction. The film markets in Europe, particularly in countries like Britain, France, and Germany, were limited and couldn't support the survival of a major film company. While Gaumont was the largest commercial film production company in France, in Hollywood, it would only be classified as a second or third-tier player. Such a studio couldn't sustain the production and distribution of a film the scale of The Fifth Element, and as a foreign entity, the road to success became even more daunting. Upon returning to Los Angeles, Firefly's first summer release, Con Air, was set to officially debut on May 30th, facing off against Paramount's The Lion King 2. Some media clearly hadn't forgotten the earlier reports of a joint blockade against The Lion King 2 by Firefly and Fox, and everyone was curious about the outcome of Con Air versus The Lion King 2. However, before Eric's thoughts fully shifted to the film, he welcomed two visitors from San Francisco, Larry Ellison and Steve Jobs. Chapter 867, 868, Be Careful of Being Drained. As Larry Ellison stepped back into Liberty City, he gazed at the sleek villa perched on the edge of the cliff, looking like a piece of art, with a mix of envy and desire in his eyes. Unfortunately, at that time, he had even been willing to trade all his properties in Malibu to Eric for this estate, but his offer was flatly rejected. Now, Eric's net worth was nearly 10 times his own, making the chance of acquiring this manor seem practically zero. Eric led Larry Ellison and Steve Jobs into the villa's grand hall. Noticing Larry's expression, he teased, "Larry, it seems you've accumulated quite a few properties in Malibu. Are you still willing to trade them all for this place?" Larry knew Eric was joking but nodded without hesitation, chuckling. "Of course. If you're willing, I could call my lawyer right now to arrange the handover." "Huh, you really are something else, aren't you?" Eric quipped as he guided them to the sitting area by the glass wall. He casually asked Steve, who was sitting on the sofa, "What do you think of the place, Steve?" Steve surveyed the surroundings, speaking frankly. "If it were up to me, I'd clear out all the mismatched furniture by the glass wall." The villa's seaside glass wall was divided into 3 sections by the furniture arrangement. On the eastern end were 2 hanging space chairs, with a row of long sofas in the middle, and to the west, where Eric and the others sat, was a lounge area. If this villa were a public space, moving all the furniture would create a more open vista of the vast ocean. However, as a private residence, it felt bare and cold. Steve's opinion stemmed from his extreme perfectionism. It was said that due to his extreme pickiness regarding furniture, many of his living spaces appeared stark and empty. Eric chuckled. "If we move all the furniture, we'll have to sit on the floor to chat." Steve shrugged. That might not be so bad after all. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed as twins approached, carrying coffee. One served 3 cups of brewed coffee to the 3 men, while the other set a coffee pot and sugar cubes on the table. After that, Natasha, who was beside Eric, looked up at him and softly asked, "Master, do you need anything else?" Eric shook his head. "Nope, you both can get back to your tasks." He watched the twins' tall figures disappear before Larry Ellison exclaimed, "Eric, I'm envious of you now. Where did you find them?" Eric joked, "You're an old man now, so it's best you don't entertain such ideas, or you might get drained dry." "Hey, you really have no shame," Larry shot back, playfully throwing Eric's earlier comment back at him. After exchanging a few jokes, Eric turned to Steve and brought up the real matter at hand. "So, Steve, have you decided to return to Apple?" "No." Steve shook his head, stating, "I'm still considering it." Eric lifted his coffee cup, not surprised, and pressed on. Then why are you here today? Well, Eric, Larry spoke. Steve is eager to take the reins at Apple again, but he wants some guarantees. Eric raised an eyebrow. Larry, I don't quite understand. This time, Steve replied, Eric, Apple's PC business is in serious danger. After you acquired Apple, I hope to secure the patent for the MP3 player to expand Apple's product line, giving the company more of a buffer. Eric had already developed a hunch about this, and hearing Steve's affirmation, he shook his head firmly. I'm sorry, Steve, but I can't agree to that. Steve retorted, if that's the case, I might not return to Apple. Eric laughed. Steve, that's not my concern. No, Eric, I can see you're very interested in Apple, just like you were with Pixar back in the day. Otherwise, you wouldn't have set Larry's investment conditions like that. Steve, I admit I'm interested in both Apple and you, Eric replied. But that's just interest. If the investment doesn't go through, I won't face any losses. In fact, I could invest that money in a company with clearer prospects. Steve fell momentarily speechless and glared at Eric in frustration. Larry understood his friend's personality well and worried he might say something offensive. He quickly intervened. Eric, you should also know that if Firefly Electronics clings to the MP3 patent, they'll risk federal antitrust investigations. Just like Intel, which had its x86 architecture licensed to AMD and other companies. Firefly Electronics is still quite small. Even if there is an antitrust investigation, that won't be for a long time. Eric continued to shake his head, sipping his coffee. Besides, Intel was forced to license its x86 architecture to other companies by IBM, not because it wanted to. Larry and Steve didn't give up so easily and try to say more. However, Eric waved his hand, addressing Steve. Steve, the reason I offered Larry those investment conditions was that I believed you could save Apple. So, what you need to do is focus on reviving the company after Larry completes the acquisition, not busy yourself searching for other options. If you don't have confidence in revitalizing Apple and need certain guarantees to return, then I'll retract my investment promise from a few days ago. Steve stared at Eric for a moment before abruptly standing up, saying, Well, I suppose I should take my leave. And with that, he walked straight out. Eric remained seated on the sofa, smiling as he watched Steve leave. Larry stood up helplessly, calling out, Hey, wait. Why can't you show a little patience? Steve completely ignored Larry and continued to walk out of the villa. Seeing Larry in a dilemma, Eric set down his coffee cup, stood up, and patted Larry on the shoulder, saying, All right, Larry, he agreed. So, you should go back and continue raising funds. Larry knew that Steve was more prideful than most imagined. After Eric's provoking words earlier, it was clear Steve wouldn't set aside his pride and ask for the MP3 patent authorization again. Steve cares about Apple more than anyone, and I always knew he would go back. It's just that. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, continuing, Eric, Steve holds grudges. You probably won't get any friendly faces from him going forward. Honestly, I don't mind. Getting a pleasant demeanor from that guy was always a challenge. Eric replied with a shrug. What about you? There's a movie premiere tonight. Want to join me for some fun? Maybe another time for dinner. Larry shook his head and replied, I'll just head back to San Francisco with Steve. Eric nodded, not pressing further. He personally escorted Larry to the parking lot, where Steve had already climbed into the car without bothering to say goodbye, acting like a petulant child. Eric didn't mind, sending both of them off before turning back toward the villa. On his way back, Eric happened to encounter the twins. One was carrying a box as they walked in from the entrance. As they approached, Eric casually asked, Did you buy new clothes? Natasha on the left opened the box she was holding to show Eric, saying, These are the clothes for you and the boss tonight. They just arrived from Givenchy. Inside, Eric saw a black suit and nodded. Take it inside. Oh, has Drew woken up yet? Not sure. When we came out to grab these clothes, the boss was still asleep. Eric checked his watch. It was just past 2 in the afternoon. The other day, he had attended Chris's wedding in Maryland, and Drew had flown to Europe a day earlier to deploy the distribution work for Casino Royale. She had just returned to Los Angeles a day earlier than Eric and was still adjusting to the jet lag, taking naps every afternoon for a few hours. He had assumed that afternoon would be spent welcoming Larry Ellison and Steve Jobs, not realizing Steve would leave unexpectedly. Taking the twins back into the villa, Eric didn't disturb Drew's sleep, but rather slipped into his study to read the script for Iron Man, which Marvel had just completed. Time flew, and by 4 o'clock, when Drew got up, the two changed into their clothes and set off for Hollywood Boulevard. Tonight marked the premiere of Firefly's summer blockbuster, Con Air, which was set to release 2 days later alongside Paramount Animation's The Lion King 2. In simple terms, Con Air told the story of a retired soldier imprisoned for manslaughter who gets trapped on a plane filled with the most notorious criminals. Despite the clever premise, the story still mirrored traditional action films like Die Hard. Honestly, Eric wasn't too optimistic about the commercial potential of traditional Hollywood individual heroic films. Furthermore, since films like Charlie's Angels and Mr. and Mrs. Smith had adopted more visually compelling action designs, North American audiences had clearly lost interest in conventional action films. However, as Firefly Group continued to grow, it was becoming impractical for Eric to manage every film's production. Appropriately delegating production power to his subsidiary studios had become a necessity. This summer, Firefly's main production studio had 3 films: Con Air, Finding Nemo, and Ice Age, along with New Line's Bad Boys 2 and Final Destination 2. To be precise, apart from the initial project review, Eric didn't intervene much in the detailed production of these films. Con Air was produced by Jerry Bruckheimer, who had a solid box office draw in recent years, with Nicolas Cage taking the lead role. The production budget was well controlled at $75 million, and with Firefly's powerful marketing and distribution push, the film should easily recoup its costs and turn a profit globally. Recently, the media had been buzzing about the competition between Con Air and The Lion King 2. Although the two films hardly competed due to their themes, both Firefly and Paramount ramped up their efforts to generate buzz, ensuring that critical events like the movie premiere weren't overlooked. In addition to the cast and crew of Con Air, many big-name stars close to the Firefly Group showed up to support the premiere, creating a star-studded red carpet event. Eric brought Drew along for the premiere of Con Air precisely for this reason. Perhaps finding collaboration with Michael Bay easy, Jerry Bruckheimer opted to hire ad director Simon West for Con Air, and Eric had a hand in this decision. After all, without Eric's approval, Bruckheimer wouldn't appoint a newcomer to direct a big-budget film with a $75 million budget. This choice was also due to Simon West being the original director of Con Air. With Eric lacking the energy to delve into all films under Firefly's banner, having the original crew was undoubtedly a safe bet. Arriving at the Chinese Theater in Hollywood at 6 o'clock, Eric and Drew completed the red carpet walk just as Jerry Bruckheimer approached with Simon West for a greeting. While Simon West wasn't prolific, he had directed profitable hits like Con Air, Tomb Raider, and The Expendables. As they all chatted at the end of the red carpet, Eric had arrived relatively early and couldn't stay there forever. He was about to head inside the theater when a faint stirring caught his attention. Turning, he spotted a tall figure in a red gown striking poses on the red carpet. The model was Helena Christensen, also a Victoria's Secret model, who played Nicolas Cage's wife in Con Air. Under Emily's management, the operations of the Victoria's Secret brand became increasingly mature in recent years. The number of models in the brand did not fluctuate as it had in the past. Even if ordinary Victoria's Secret angels didn't receive the same treatment as the 5 main spokesmodels, they still had significantly more resources and exposure than other industry models. As a result, even if the pay for walking in the Victoria's Secret fashion show wasn't regarded as high, very few supermodels voluntarily gave up their angel status. With the members of the Victoria's Secret Angels becoming fixed and with Firefly's cooperation, the brand's influence increased beyond the annual fashion show. In recent years, appearing frequently in Hollywood films and TV shows was one of the perks that Victoria's Secret Angels enjoyed. Compared to the relatively narrow fashion industry, the film and TV fields held a much greater influence. Even small roles in blockbuster films created more impact than appearing on the cover of a fashion magazine. Chapter 868. 869. No touching models for Leo. Although Helena Christensen was a top Victoria's Secret model, she couldn't quite create a buzz at the Hollywood premiere of Con Air. The red carpet was a star-studded affair, but it seemed she was overshadowed by the presence of Leonardo DiCaprio. After Titanic, Leo had skyrocketed. from being the charming artsy kid into a major Hollywood superstar. Just looking at the scene, it was clear that the newly minted megastar was eager to chase after supermodels now. As Leo and Helena walked hand in hand toward the crowd after posing for photos, Eric immediately felt a sinking feeling. There were thousands of blonde, leggy models in the industry. If Leo was dating someone else, Eric wouldn't mind, but when it involved a Victoria's Secret angel, that was a different story. He had spent a whole year curating this group of beautiful women. Although he wouldn't treat them like his personal possessions, as a man, he subconsciously resisted the idea of his flowers being picked by someone else. And when that someone was named Leo, it felt even worse. At that moment, Leo was only dating Helena, but it was obvious he wouldn't stop there. He would likely be going after other Victoria's Secret angels as well. Of course, since Eric had seen it happening, he was determined to ensure it wouldn't continue. As they approached, Helena's face lit up when she saw Eric. She walked over, opened her arms, and embraced him. "Oh, Eric, I'm so glad to see you tonight." Eric hugged her back, smiling. "You look stunning tonight as well." "Thank you." Helena nodded, and then she warmly greeted Drew, Jerry Bruckheimer, Simon West, and others. As Leo watched his girlfriend effortlessly break away from him to go towards Eric, it was clear he was not pleased. He followed and greeted Eric's group, but his expression was noticeably indifferent. Typically, Hollywood A-listers like Tom Cruise, Mel Gibson, or Harrison Ford were the kinds of stars that production companies sought to woo and charm. Leo's subtle arrogance now was probably a result of that recent attention from studio bigwigs. Firefly had never coddled any Hollywood superstar and likely wouldn't start now. After shaking hands with Leo, Eric turned to Helena and said, "Make sure you come find me at the party later. I have something to discuss with you." While Eric's voice wasn't loud, everyone heard him clearly. Jerry Bruckheimer and Simon West exchanged confused glances, while Helena continued to smile and hold onto Eric's arm, making Leo's discontent more apparent. Helena paused for a moment, glanced at Leo, then obediently nodded. After Eric spoke, he didn't linger and turned to walk into the theater. Following the bustling red carpet event, the premiere officially began. Inside the screening room, having seen the previews multiple times already, Eric and Jerry weren't focused on the screen, watching Cage and a group of prisoners face off. Jerry leaned in closer and asked, "Eric, how much do you think this film might make globally? Haven't you seen the box office forecast from the distribution team?" Eric chuckled. "I tend to agree with them. Over 100 million in North America, about 300 million worldwide." Jerry suggested, "I just think that after Titanic it should be able to do even better, right?" "Jerry, Titanic was a total fluke. I can confidently say that films trying to replicate its success typically don't fare well." Jerry shook his head. "Hey, you're being too definitive. What about you? Can't you do it?" Eric smiled. "I'm not sure I can either. In reality, neither can you. We're essentially movie businessmen. We can guarantee our films achieve commercial success, but creating box office miracles like Jim is unlikely since we have to consider a lot of factors: budget, costs, marketing, and so on. Jim only has to focus on the movie itself, so he can pour his heart and soul into creating a cinematic masterpiece." Nodding thoughtfully, Jerry considered this. Sitting next to Eric, Drew leaned in and asked, "So, Eric, how much do you think Paramount's Lion King 2 could earn at the box office?" Eric shook his head. "Honestly, I have no idea. But Lion King 2 does have its disadvantages." Drew chimed in enthusiastically. "Are you talking about marketing? That's one important factor, but there's another point as well." Drew tilted her head, struggling for an answer. Jerry grinned and revealed, "I think it's about the costs, right?" Eric nodded. "Yes, when Paramount signed the pay agreements with the traditional animators, they basically doubled their costs. Lion King 2's production took almost an extra year compared to last year's Pocahontas. Although Paramount hasn't disclosed the budget, we estimate it to be around $120 million. In contrast, our Finding Nemo had a production budget of just $90 million, and Blue Sky Studios' Ice Age was even lower at only $59 million, less than half of Lion King 2's costs. This means Lion King 2 would need about $360 million just to break even. Comparatively, our Finding Nemo's break-even point is $270 million, and Ice Age's is just $170 million. Drew thought for a moment before saying, "The first Lion King had a worldwide box office of over $900 million, so reaching $360 million for the sequel shouldn't be that hard, right? Of course, it shouldn't be too difficult. Even with our marketing team practically pinning it down, the influence of the first animated film can still help Paramount make a significant profit," Eric nodded. "But don't forget, Viacom bought Disney's animation division for $2.5 billion. Even if each animated film they produce after that can earn over $300 million in profit, they'd need to produce 7 or 8 films just to recoup that cost. Plus, I don't think 2D animation can maintain its popularity much longer, especially not with the rise of 3D animation." Just like Blockbuster, the animation studio Eric sold to Viacom was destined to tank, and given that Firefly and News Corp's marketing efforts effectively boycotted Lion King 2, whispers of Viacom looking to acquire CBS had surfaced, another colossal misstep. Compared to Murdoch, Redstone's business acumen was severely lacking. After the premiere and a press conference, most of the guests headed to a nearby hotel for the after-party. Eric and Drew had just walked into the ballroom when they were intercepted by Cage and Bridget Fonda. As veterans of Hollywood, Eric thought the two made a perfect pair. Their chemistry in Ghost was evident. Although in recent years, Cage hadn't settled down with ex-wife Patricia Arquette, his friendship with Bridget hadn't shown signs of evolving into romance. Occasionally bumping into each other over the years, Eric enjoyed teasing them about it. Just as they found a spot to sit down in the banquet hall, Cage eagerly spoke up. "Eric, hasn't Firefly kicked off the Iron Man project? Why didn't I hear about it?" Eric smiled while accepting the glass of red wine Drew handed him. "What news are you looking for?" Cage straightened up. "Don't you think I'd be perfect as Tony Stark? I've always been a huge fan of Iron Man comics." "Hey, Eric, if you hand me this role, we can negotiate the salary. I've heard about Marvel's cinematic plans, and I'd be willing to sign a long-term contract." Eric didn't reply to Cage immediately, but turned to Bridget Fonda. "So, Bridget, are you planning to play Pepper Potts too?" "Huh. Yes, I'm pretty interested in that role." Bridget smiled brightly. "Well then, why don't you both get married tomorrow, and we can sign contracts afterward?" Bridget replied mockingly. "Eric, you're meddling in other people's business again. Nick and I have always just been friends. Yeah, can you be serious for once?" All right. Eric raised his hands, turning back to Cage. "Nick, this isn't a simple decision. If you truly are suited for the role, I wouldn't hesitate. But honestly, you're better suited to play, well, that rugged wanderer type. I want Tony Stark to be a playboy, a bit wild, perhaps slightly neurotic, and even a little deranged." As soon as Eric finished, Drew began to shoot comments in a playful manner. Just like Eric, right? Since the Marvel executives hoped Eric would consider playing Iron Man, Drew had been all in on this, even proposing to play Pepper Potts herself, planning for Natasha's sisters to play Black Widow, saying they wouldn't even need to change names, and the two sisters could easily spawn some side stories about clones. Eric found that the idea was nice, but overly chaotic. However, Cage and Bridget didn't seem to take Drew's comments solely as a joke. They looked surprised at Eric and asked, "Really?" "Not really." Eric pinched Drew's rosy cheek. "They're just making a fuss to create a laugh." Bridget, still alert, smiled and said, "Eric, I suddenly feel that you might just be perfect for this." "Of course, I think so too," Eric replied with a chuckle. "But making it a reality is another matter. Now, back to movies. Nick, you must like other comics apart from Iron Man, right?" "Absolutely a lot. You know, my stage name is derived from the superhero Luke Cage. So Iron Man is definitely off the table for you. But I think there's another character you'd be very interested in." "Unfortunately, it might not happen for a while," Eric replied. Cage seemed a bit disappointed but asked, "Oh, what character?" Eric grinned and announced, "Ghost Rider." In the original timeline, Cage starred in 2 Ghost Rider films, though neither was particularly successful. This certainly illustrated his affection for the comic series. However, Ghost Rider was quite popular within the Marvel superhero roster, and with a bit of revamping, using the Marvel Cinematic Universe's popularity could lead to successful returns in the future. As expected, Cage perked up again and exclaimed, "Wow, I'm definitely interested in that. No, I'd say I'm even more interested than in Tony Stark." "Eric, Since Firefly is kicking off both Spider-Man and Iron Man, why not make Ghost Rider at the same time? By the way, I'm also willing to sign a long-term deal. Because the Marvel film production schedule is phased. This series will be laid out in the second phase, probably about 10 years down the road. Eric's vision had the first phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe focused on Earth, leaning towards superheroes like Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America, and the Hulk. However, from the second phase, the MCU would dive deeper into fantasy and cosmic themes. At that point, characters like Ghost Rider and Doctor Strange would hit the big screen alongside cosmic groups like the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Eternals. 10 years was an undeniably long wait. Cage clearly wasn't patient enough. He chatted with Eric a bit longer, urging him to alter some plans, but Eric was unlikely to acquiesce easily. Yet, regarding Bridget's interest in playing Pepper Potts, Eric promised to consider it carefully. After several conversations, following the departure of Cage and Bridget, another tall figure clad in red approached. Chapter 869, 870. You are the devil. Helena Christensen walked over with a glass of red wine and sat down beside Eric. She naturally leaned in closer and playfully asked, "Eric, how did I do?" Sensing the totally different scent of a woman beside him, Eric smiled and nodded. "Well, it was pretty good." "Just pretty good?" Helena seemed a bit dissatisfied with the compliment. She wanted to say more, but her gaze unintentionally caught Drew Barrymore's devilish smile on her doll-like face. Seemingly coming to a realization, she immediately reined in her flirtatious demeanor and, in a noticeably flattering tone, asked Drew, "Drew, when are you coming to New York again? We should hang out." "Sure," Drew replied with a beaming smile, looking innocent, then yawned and snuggled against Eric, stretching her arms. "Eric, I'm so tired. I'm going to head back and get some sleep." Eric could feel that Helena Christensen was a bit intimidated by Drew. Although he was curious, he didn't mind. He lovingly supported Drew's slim waist too. "Help her stand. I can't leave just yet. There are so many people I still need to greet. You go ahead." "Okay." Drew leaned in to peck Eric on the corner of his mouth, glanced at Helena Christensen, and said with a laugh, "I'm heading back to Trousdale Manor. Whether you want to come over is up to you." "Go ahead. I'll come by later." Eric patted Drew on the waist, watching her leave with the twins, then smiled at Helena Christensen and asked, "Did Drew give you a hard time?" Once Drew was gone, Helena relaxed immediately. Remembering the events that happened during the Met Gala charity ball at the beginning of the month, she shook her head and said, "No, we little ladies wouldn't dare provoke Drew." "It seems you still got put in your place." Eric chuckled but didn't press any further. He trusted that Drew handled things with a good sense of propriety. Even if she lost her cool, that was no big deal. Scanning the room, Eric changed the topic. "So, has he left?" Helena nodded with a bit of resignation. "Yeah, he got mad. I'll smooth things over tomorrow." Eric shook his head. "No need to smooth things over. Just break up with him." "What?" Helena instinctively replied, her expression shifting to one of grievance and sorrow. "Eric, I think this is a personal matter." Eric always found it strange that most of the Victoria's Secret models would adopt that sad demeanor in front of him. Did they coordinate this behavior? Thinking such a notion was a bit exaggerated, he shrugged off the thought. "Of course, it's your personal matter. I'm just making a suggestion. Besides, since you happen to be here, help me spread a little rumor among the angels." Helena, unable to follow Eric's sudden change in topic, asked, "A rumor? What kind?" "Oh, it goes like this. Any supermodel who dates Leo will be kicked out of the Victoria's Secret Angels. Even the 5 spokesmodels won't be exceptions." Helena widened her cat-like green eyes, hesitating as she stammered, "Is this a rumor?" Eric nodded. "Yep, you can try it if you don't believe it." "But..." Helena hesitated a bit, clearly deflated now. Her expression turned back to one of melancholy as she narrowed her eyes like a disgruntled kitten and said, all right, Eric, I'll break up with him tomorrow, and I'll help you spread the rumor. But you have to tell me why." Eric replied, "Just obediently do as I say. Women shouldn't ask too many questions." "Such a male chauvinist," Helena said, leaning back against him again, her expression returning to a flirtatious demeanor. "Eric, you don't want all of us to keep our purity like saints in the church for you, right? That's too much. You're not God." Eric felt Helena's soft body almost against him and, without hesitation, extended his hand to gently caress her delicately made-up face. "You are mistaken. I am your God. I have never forced anyone's faith. But if you abandon this faith, you will be cast down to earth, no longer an angel." "Oh, Eric, you are not God. You are the devil," Helena murmured, her body feeling a little weak as if electricity flowed through Eric's fingertips. Forcing a grin, she tilted her head and playfully bit Eric's finger, flashing her bright white teeth with a threatening look. After teasing her tongue with a few gentle strokes, Eric effortlessly pulled his finger back and patted her waist. "Let's go mingle with some guests and then hit the dance floor together." The premiere of Con Air occurred on May 28th, and the next day, The Lion King 2 held its grand premiere at the same theater. Thus, on May 30th, Con Air and The Lion King 2 officially hit screens across North America. Since the North American media were closely observing the competition between the two films, many newspapers provided reviews on their opening day. However, this time the situation appeared very unfavorable for Firefly Group. Preliminary statistics showed that Con Air received a meager score of just 6, barely scraping by on newspaper and internet reviews. In contrast, the well-awaited Lion King 2 from Paramount Animation, which had undergone 3 years of development under Roger Allers, surprisingly garnered nearly a 9 rating, receiving rave reviews. The story of Lion King 2 focused on Simba's life as an adult, a shift that clearly catered to slightly older audiences. After a long day, on the evening of May 30th, even though it was a Friday, many top executives gathered at Paramount's headquarters in Hollywood. Viacom chairman Sumner Redstone sat at the head of the conference table, maintaining his composure. However, beside him, Paramount CEO Sherry Lansing and Lion King 2 director Roger Allers looked anything but calm. While everyone casually discussed trivial matters, the film was already out. At this point, dwelling on any issues was futile, as they could only await Lion King 2's final box office results. Despite the overwhelmingly favorable reviews from internet media and today's evening papers for Lion King 2, Viacom remained skeptical about the film's box office prospects due to the significant limitations imposed by Firefly and Fox during the initial marketing efforts. At 74, Redstone was still quite healthy, but rarely stayed up late like today. After finishing his coffee, he signaled the secretary for a refill, glancing at his watch to see it was just past midnight, technically June 1st. While he had a rough idea of the outcome, Redstone couldn't help but ask Sherry Lansing again. "Sherry, when do you expect the preliminary box office numbers?" Most theaters hold their last shows around 11 p.m., so some chains begin their preliminary box office tally then. However, to get the results, we might have to wait until around 1 a.m., Sherry explained. "If you'd like, Sumner, you can head home for some rest, and I'll call you with the results." "No, it's fine. I'm not too old to move around yet." Redstone stubbornly shook his head. Remembering recent events, a flash of anger crossed his face as he addressed his assistant sitting nearby. "Jack, have we heard back from Larry Tisch?" "Mr. Redstone, I called this afternoon. Tisch is currently in Europe and won't be back for about a week." Still playing hard to get," Redstone muttered. Larry Tisch was the primary shareholder of CBS, and the network had been struggling for years. Tisch had often considered selling the network. A couple of years prior, Tisch tried to negotiate for a buyout with Barry Diller's QVC. The deal was nearly finalized but fell apart when Diller's backer, Comcast, disapproved of the transaction, withdrawing financial support at the last minute. Recently, Viacom had been on a buying spree, acquiring Blockbuster, Paramount Pictures, and Disney's animated studios. Many of Viacom's shareholders hoped Redstone would take a breather from expansion. However, after the marketing challenges Viacom suffered with Lion King 2, Redstone resolved to pursue a buyout of CBS to address Viacom's deficits in marketing channels. Yet, due to the recent technological wave sweeping over the television industry, CBS found itself less inclined to sell. After Viacom expressed interest in acquiring CBS, Tisch, who had initially been eager to offload, became more reserved. The late hours felt long as time crawled by, and after seeming like an eternity, it finally struck 1 a.m. Suddenly, the fax machine in the corner of the conference room began rattling, jolting everyone into attention. their expressions filled with anticipation and anxiety. Brian Buckley, the head of Paramount's distribution department, sat next to the fax machine. Seeing that Redstone and the others were still motionless, he stood up, pulled out the freshly faxed data sheet, and glanced at it. Unsurprisingly, Lion King 2's box office figures topped the list, $12.8 million. Seeing that number, Brian's mind quickly began calculating. Based on typical weekend box office trends, with an opening day of $12.8 million, Saturday's figures were likely to rise a bit, with Sunday dropping again. Summarizing the day's earnings, Lion King 2's overall weekend box office projected to reach around $40 million. Before he could consider even further, Redstone's light cough snapped Brian back to reality. "Hey, Brian, how did it go?" Brian immediately regained his composure, noting the eyes of everyone in the room on him. He quickly smiled and said, "Very good. Opening day was $12.8 million, and the weekend total should approach $40 million. As he spoke, Brian passed the box office data to Redstone and the others. Redstone eagerly leaned toward the fax paper, while Sherry Lansing and Roger Allers crowded in to see. Having already heard Brian report the numbers, the three immediately lowered their gaze to find Con Air's opening day box office figure, spotting it right away. $7.7 million. Sherry murmured, "Opening day $7.7 million. Maximum weekend $25 million. We won." While the other company executives couldn't see the data, it was clear to them that Sherry was referring to the figures for the other film, leading them to excited whispers. Roger Allers didn't pay much attention to Con Air's box office. Many understood that the two films were not truly comparable given their vastly different genres. Instead, he was more focused on how Lion King 2 compared in its box office to the first installment. With projections of $40 million for the opening weekend, that was substantially lower than the original Lion King's first weekend gross of over $49 million, a drop of nearly $10 million that was decidedly disappointing. Listening to Sherry explain the potential box office trends for Lion King 2 based on its opening day performance, Redstone had a pleased expression. Noticing Roger Allers' disappointed face, Redstone placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Roger, don't feel down. You've done a fantastic job. Everyone knows that the reason Lion King 2 might underperform compared to the first installment isn't due to its quality. With sufficient promotional resources, its box office figures could certainly match or even surpass the first film." "Exactly, Roger," Sherry chimed in. "Additionally, based on the reception for Lion King 2, it's even possible for its second week to see a reverse drop. There's no rule saying only Firefly can produce a blockbuster like Titanic." As Sherry's words left her mouth, many people immediately thought of Godzilla, which was set to premiere next week. With Sony Pictures' aggressive marketing campaign, almost no one doubted it would be a box office monster. However, nobody dared to rain on their parade at that moment. Looking at Con Air's $7.7 million opening, many believed that if there was an impact next week, its audience, similar to Godzilla's, would find Con Air in an even worse predicament. Chapter 871, Last Chance. Beverly Hills. Eric had been staying at the mansion belonging to Drew at Trousdale Manor these past few days. Unlike many of the high executives at Paramount who stayed up half the night, he woke up on time on this Saturday morning as well. He went through his usual routine of washing up, exercising, having breakfast, and reading the day's newspaper on a terrace that overlooked all of Los Angeles. It appeared that Paramount, eager to make some sort of counterattack, couldn't wait to publish Friday's single-day box office rankings in the papers. The twins quietly cleared the table of dishes. The girl sat across from Eric, also perusing a copy of the Los Angeles Times spread out on the table. She exclaimed, "The opening weekend is expected to be $40 million. Isn't that going to push the first week past $60 million? Almost the same as the first movie? Doesn't that mean our plans to suppress it have failed?" Eric smiled and shook his head. "Your method of calculating the weekday box office as half of the weekend for typical movies isn't wrong, but animated films are different, especially 2D animation, since most viewers are children who need their parents' company. The box office on weekdays is even lower. The first weekend of The Lion King raked in almost 70% of the first week's total, so this sequel will likely follow suit." It probably won't surpass 60 million in its first week, but should be around 55 million. 55 million for the first week? What will be its total box office then? Eric read a review of Con Air and thought about it. That's hard to say. The total box office of The Lion King 2 will mainly depend on its box office performance over the first 4 weeks. After this week, we have Godzilla next week, followed by Finding Nemo and Contact the week after. Then there's Batman and Robin later on. All movies that could pose a significant threat to The Lion King 2. If those films do incredibly well, The Lion King 2 will surely be affected. Conversely, if they don't perform well, it wouldn't be impossible for The Lion King 2 to come close to the first film's box office. In fact, Eric had a gut feeling based on his knowledge from his past life. The upcoming films over the next 3 weeks, Godzilla and Batman and Robin, had a high likelihood of flopping. The only real competitor to The Lion King 2 was Finding Nemo. However, as for Con Air, it seemed to be trending towards underperforming at the box office, pulling in 7.7 million on its first day and likely to finish around 35 million for its first week. Given the barrage of blockbuster releases in the following weeks, it was doubtful whether its North American box office would even hit the 100 million mark. The poor performance of Con Air made Eric question the box office prospects of Finding Nemo as well. He had seen the completed 3D animated version several times. While it was no less impressive than the original, being released 6 years earlier posed uncertainty regarding its ability to generate the same explosive box office it once did. Hearing Eric's thoughts, the girl looked down at the entertainment section, flipped through it until she found the summer movie release schedule. After a moment, she looked up and said, "Well, it seems like the only films that might reach nearly 1 billion globally this summer are Godzilla and our Casino Royale. Seems like you've also been a bit swayed by Titanic, huh? Reaching 1 billion globally isn't easy at all. If Hollywood manages to churn out one surprise hit making 1 billion each year, that's lucky. This year, Eric hesitated, not mentioning Finding Nemo, before pausing again and adding, this year, maybe there will be some, but it definitely won't be Godzilla or Casino Royale. You don't have confidence either? Eric analyzed. Look, the last Bond film, GoldenEye, pulled in 350 million globally, and without accounting for inflation, that was the best performance for 007. This actually demonstrates the franchise's potential. As for Casino Royale, I'm uncertain if audiences will appreciate the changes we made to the story structure. But considering the 007 brand, my personal box office draw, and the allure of the spy movie universe, this film likely won't have much trouble exceeding 500 million globally. If it does achieve some explosive results, it might even reach 700 million, but hitting 1 billion would need quite a stroke of luck. The girl's eyes sparkled. So, is there a chance it could reach 1 billion when the 3 main spy organizations face off against the Spectre? Eric recalled that in his original timeline, after the release of the first Avengers film, the sequels for Captain America and Thor, which had mediocre box office results, practically doubled their intake, while the already popular Iron Man crossed the 1 billion mark. This occurrence was largely attributed to the gathering of multiple superheroes, boosting the box office potential of each individual hero. The popularity of the Bond franchise, Mission Impossible, and Charlie's Angels was already high. Casino Royale managed to be the first film where all 3 franchises had intersecting plots, ensuring that fans from the 3 series would likely merge after this film. Even if Casino Royale didn't enhance the original series as much as the Avengers did, as long as the following sequels maintained cohesive story connections, it was very possible they could see $1 billion film before the final showdown with Spectre. Definitely possible, and we might not even need to wait until the final showdown. Eric nodded, suddenly striking upon another thought. He set down his newspaper and opened a blank document on his laptop, typing away as he spoke. However, I just remembered, for the upcoming series, you guys should pay attention to some issues. I'll write you a memo. The girl leaned over, curious. What about? Eric kept typing, explaining, about supporting characters. Look, whether it's 007, Mission Impossible, or Charlie's Angels, each has standout supporting characters like M, Q, and so on. After Casino Royale, creating another 10 films in the spy movie universe isn't an issue, but managing to have main characters from the three series cross over will ramp up production costs significantly. At that point, having supporting characters fulfill these crossover roles would be much more cost-effective. Moreover, in Mission Impossible, Kevin Costner's fee keeps rising. If it comes to a point where collaboration becomes unmanageable, we could always utilize originally popular supporting characters to continue leading the series. The girl watched him type the memo with swift strokes and finally understood, nodding cheerfully. Just like how you promised Christina that Angela Lynn's role from Casino Royale would star in that car racing film. Eric's fingers paused momentarily on the keyboard as he smacked the table. Exactly. I almost forgot about that movie. I've been so busy lately. I'll find some time in the next few days to write the outline. You can go find a couple of suitable screenwriters to fill in the script. Hee, the girl chuckled. You're still giving us some, huh? Liz will surely be more upset. I bet Jeffrey will have his opinions too. Eric had certainly pushed too many blockbuster projects onto her over the years. Not to even mention the spy movie universe, with hits like Night at the Museum, Resident Evil, and Forrest Gump attracting everyone's attention. The upcoming LOTR franchise could keep a production company afloat for a decade. It appeared that Drew herself hoped Eric would stop being so obvious in his favoritism. He pecked her cheek affectionately and said, "Let's set all that aside this time. You keep that going. I hope this racing series can connect with the spy movie universe. While it might be possible to have plot crossovers with other studios, given the notable divergence in themes, it could seem forced and lead to convoluted copyright issues. The Firefly Group never lacks projects. Over at Fox, they're currently working on the Star Wars prequels. Miramax has been performing remarkably as well, and with Julia as the box office queen backing them, their projects are nothing lacking compared to yours, minus a few major productions, of course. Besides, Fox has a much stronger foundation than MGM. Fox had been under the ownership of News Corporation for over a decade, while their film business wasn't stellar during those years. The solid backing of News Corp ensured Fox's operations remained stable. In contrast, MGM's business still relied predominantly on films. Although it had begun to regain its vitality thanks to a slew of popular blockbusters, its overall strength still ranked at the bottom among the majors. The girl knew well that Eric hoped for MGM to grow stronger and have a larger role in the Firefly Media Network. Nodding, she refrained from refusing again. By the way, Eric, Amy mentioned she wanted to discuss something with me. We actually have a chance to acquire a cable television network. To further progress, MGM would definitely need to expand into television. Eric's initial idea had been for MGM to acquire CBS and Columbia Pictures from Sony. But due to the resurgence of new technologies, CBS's value had soared past $20 billion, and Sony was also unwilling to part with its film division, making both ideas currently unfeasible. Therefore, expanding into the cable television industry became a promising option. For the next 20 years, public television in North America was expected to decline, while the cable television sector was poised to thrive. Eric sent the memo he had just drafted to MGM CEO Amy Pascal's inbox and asked the girl, "Which network is it?" Entertainment. Eric raised an eyebrow, instantly recalling that in the original timeline, it was the channel featuring the Kardashian family. Nodding, Eric said, I've heard of that network, though I didn't pay much attention to it." The girl elaborated, "I've seen the materials. Is primarily focused on programming related to fashion, movies, television, and music. Oh, and Hollywood gossip too." Instinctively, Eric asked, "They don't do reality shows?" She tilted her head. "It seems not, but if we buy it, we can definitely produce our own reality shows. A network like this, not airing reality shows would be a waste of resources, but it needs a solid plan," Eric replied, then inquired, "Who's holding ownership of E?" "Currently, it's a bit complicated. E was initially founded by a consortium of Comcast, Continental Cablevision, Cox Cable, TCI, and Warner Cable. Over the years, they've integrated several times, with Continental and TCI stepping out. Now, Time Warner is looking to exit as well and is searching for interested buyers. We might be able to buy about 40%, but the word from Comcast is that if we take over the shares of Warner Cable, we could secure the operating rights of E! Entertainment. Cable television in North America really began to rise in the 1980s, And to mitigate investment risks while pooling resources effectively, most ventures were formed as consortia. Similar to how Firefly and Hearst Group still co-owned A&E and ESPN to this day. Let's buy 40% first. We can look to acquire the whole network later. However, I feel it might be expensive. And a few subchannels currently have less than 50 million subscribers. Last year's revenue was only 370 million, and it lost $13 million. The price for less than 40% is quoted at 750 million. Amy said we could negotiate, but it will ultimately not be below 600 million. For a pay cable network, around 50 million subscribers should see shareholders rolling in profits. But clearly relied on advertisements and operator sharing as its main source of revenue. In recent years, much like CBS, whether public networks or cable stations have seen surging prices due to the influence of new technology. If this were a few years ago, based on the current financial status, its total value wouldn't exceed the 750 million that Warner Cable quoted. However, now that Warner's 40% stake in was being asked for at that price, it wasn't wholly outrageous. Time Warner's financial health had suffered too over recent years, and it appeared Warner was aiming to cash out at a high point along with shedding burdens. Let's try to acquire it as much as we can, Eric contemplated before saying to her. In a few years, even if we wanted to buy, others might not be willing to sell. Recently, the North American media industry was nearing its final moments of integration. Once everything settled, the development momentum for cable networks would only grow stronger. The giant media conglomerates would certainly not part with their holdings easily. It could be said that these years were essentially MGM's last chance to expand into the television sector. The girl had no doubts about Eric's judgment and nodded. Okay, I'll call Amy right now. Just then, Natasha came out of the villa, holding a cordless phone, and handed it to Drew. Boss, it's a call from Miss Hudson. Chapter 871, 872. The world is too small. Eric heard Drew shout, Kate, as she answered the phone, and he could guess who was on the other end. Kate Hudson, still one of Hollywood's second-generation stars, the daughter of the original American sweetheart, Goldie Hawn. To be fair, Drew's outgoing and playful personality made her social circle 10 times larger than Eric's. With MGM's revival in recent years, more people naturally wanted to befriend Drew, and her network was expanding. Coming from a family of entertainers and rising in Hollywood, Drew's closest friends included a group of second- and third-generation stars and daughters of wealthy elites around her age. After chatting with Kate Hudson for a few minutes, it seemed that Drew had turned down some invitation from her before hanging up the phone. Curiously, Eric looked over, but Drew thought he was interested in the person on the other end and explained, "That was Kate Hudson. Maybe you don't know her, but you definitely know her mom, Goldie Hawn." Eric finally realized he was hearing the name Kate Hudson for the first time in this context. Nodding with a smile, Eric replied, "Goldie Hawn, huh? I remember she had a set of photos with body art all over, short blonde hair, wearing a bikini, looking quite beautiful. Just forgot where I saw them." As Eric spoke, he opened the browser on his laptop and began searching. While there were already a good number of Goldie Hawn's photos online, the resources hadn't become as abundant as they would later, leaving him somewhat disappointed when he couldn't find the photo set he remembered. Drew leaned next to Eric, glancing at the laptop screen with a smile, saying, "Eric, if you like, I can help you find it." "Let's skip that. I don't collect those things," Eric chuckled, then asked, "What did she want from you just now?" Drew mentally noted the details of the conversation and answered, "She asked if I was still going to yoga class today. I wanted to stay home to keep you company, so I said no." Eric was curious. "When did you get interested in yoga?" "I've been practicing for 3 months. They say it helps maintain your figure," Drew said, twisting her waist towards him playfully. "Don't you think my waist feels softer lately?" Eric recalled the extra yoga mats in the villa's gym, although Drew seemed to have been slacking off in the last couple of days. He reached over to touch her waist, laughing. "Yeah, it's definitely softer. Since that's the case, you should stick with it. There's nothing else happening at home, so you can go to class." Drew's eyes sparkled. "Then you should come with me." Eric typed a couple of times on the laptop keyboard. "I've still got a bunch of unread emails. You should go alone. I'll probably finish them this morning." But Drew became even more excited, closing Eric's laptop and insisted, Come on, let's go together. Work is never-ending. If you keep going like this, you'll turn into an old man too soon. All right, enough about that. Let me shut this down. Eric surrendered reluctantly, flipping open the laptop to shut it down. Seeing Eric agreed, Drew quickly instructed the twins to get the car and props. Meanwhile, she dialed Amy Pascal to briefly discuss the acquisition of Entertainment, and then called Kate Hudson to let her know she would still join the yoga class. After Eric powered down the laptop and closed it, he asked Drew, "So, is yoga class an all-day event?" Drew casually placed the cordless phone on the round table. "Not really. There are only 2-hour classes on Saturday and Sunday mornings, and I just need to practice at home for 20 minutes every day." "What's the plan after yoga then?" Eric asked. "We had originally agreed to go to yoga together in the morning, have lunch, shop on Rodeo Drive in the afternoon, and then a party at Kate's place in the evening." Eric sighed in envy. "You certainly have a sweet life. Of course weekends are for fun. I wouldn't let myself turn into a workaholic. What's the point of living then?" Suddenly remembering something, Eric asked, "So, considering that, it sounds like all the guests today are girls. Is it okay for me to tag along?" Drew chuckled. "Oh, I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun." Eric hesitated. Being a guy surrounded by a bunch of girls for yoga, shopping, and a party didn't sound quite right. Just then, the twins drove up in a black Range Rover, loading yoga mats and props into the trunk, glancing over at them. Drew giggled, tugging Eric's arm. "Come on, since you're here, we'll definitely adjust our schedule." Pulled along by her, Eric found himself wanting to grab his laptop. It would be nice to work on the outline for the Fast and the Furious in case things got too boring. But before he could act, he was ushered into the car. The Range Rover left the Trousdale estate and headed south for about 2 kilometers, arriving at a bustling commercial area at the foot of Beverly Hills. The car pulled into a yoga center's parking lot near Sunset Boulevard. As Drew got out from the other side, a group of 7 or 8 girls who had been chatting in the parking lot rushed over excitedly. Eric pushed open the door from the other side, casually glancing over and recognizing the 2 girls at the front, Gwyneth Paltrow and Kate Hudson. Noticing Eric, one girl curiously asked, "Oh, Drew, who else is with you?" Drew laughed and said, "Guess." As Eric walked around the car, a crowd of girls turned their attention to him. The feeling was vastly different from the night at Giselle's place, perhaps due to it being daytime and outdoors. After a brief silence, one girl let out a small scream. "Ah, it's Eric." Eric waved. "Hey, everyone." Seeing most of the other girls hesitating, Gwyneth Paltrow felt a bit superior, noticing that Drew had never introduced Eric to them before. Among this group, she was the only one who had actually met Eric. Eagerly walking over, Gwyneth stretched out her hands toward Eric. "Hey, Eric. I didn't expect you to come today." "Yeah, me neither," Eric joked, giving her a hug. As Gwyneth leaned in for a kiss on the cheek, he wasn't quite used to such intimacy, but still gently kissed her cheek before stepping back to check out the others, scanning the group. To Eric's surprise, besides Gwyneth and Kate, there were 2 more familiar faces. Looking at the shy, youthful expressions of the 2 girls on the outskirts, Eric couldn't help but marvel at just how small the world was, considering Drew had just mentioned the entertainment acquisition. Noticing Eric looking at them, the taller blonde girl among the 2 raised her hand and boldly introduced herself. "Hi, Mr. Williams, I'm Paris Hilton." Eric smiled, casually glancing at the dark-haired girl next to Paris, who seemed to have a hint of Latin in her features. He nodded. "Hello, Miss Hilton." Drew came over, affectionately linking her arm through Eric's. "All right, Eric, let's head inside. We might get mobbed out here." The group of girls moved briskly into the yoga studio. The receptionist at the front desk smiled as they entered, but was evidently startled when she saw Eric, nearly stumbling over her. Words. Drew quickly exchanged a few words with the receptionist, and they all headed straight to the practice room on the 2nd floor. The receptionist opened the door and respectfully stepped back. Drew led Eric inside, explaining, "I've rented out this place. No outsiders will disturb us." With Drew's current financial strength, she certainly could have hired a private instructor to teach her yoga at home. Choosing this place was clearly her personality showing. Eric looked at the spacious room of over 100 square feet and felt even more uncomfortable. Surely he wouldn't be joining the girls in their yoga practice. There should be a lounge area, right? Maybe I could just wait there. She pointed at a little rest area in the corner with a long bench and bookshelves, her expression mischievous as she pointed. That's it. We're going to change first. Heh. With that, Drew released Eric's arm and instructed the twins following her. The other girls followed suit, moving to the changing room. Eric shook his head helplessly and walked over to the so-called lounge area to sit down. He casually pulled a magazine from the bookshelf, glancing at the cover, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The cover showcased photos of Leo DiCaprio and Helena Christensen, framed by a lightning bolt-shaped crack, with black text announcing, Leonardo's relationship with Victoria's secret angel girlfriend ends. Rumors suggest she initiated the breakup. Just as he was about to open the magazine and read the article, the practice room door swung open, and a few girls walked in chatting. Following them was a tall, graceful woman in a snug white sports tank and form-fitting leggings, likely the studio's instructor. Noticing Eric seated in the lounge, the girls wore expressions of disbelief, clearly questioning whether he was really the Eric Williams everyone knew. Eric pointed to the changing room. Come on, go on in. Drew and the others are already changing. As the girls disappeared, the yoga instructor approached Eric. The woman looked to be in her 30s. Her skin was slightly darker, showcasing some South Asian heritage, giving her a soft, warm appearance with dark hair and light brown eyes. Perhaps due to years of practicing yoga, she radiated a charming tranquility. Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Victoria Price, the owner of this studio. Seeing her slightly bow and extend her hand, Eric politely stood to shake her smooth, pale hand. Feeling her fingertips graze his palm lightly, Eric wasn't unfamiliar with this situation, so he maintained his smile, saying, Hello, Miss Price. Victoria's expression remained composed as she continued, Mr. Williams, we do have men's yoga attire available. Would you like one? Eric laughed and shook his head, lifting the magazine he held. No thanks, I'll read for a bit while I watch Drew and the others practice. Victoria Price, not ready to give up easily, pulled out a card from her tank top. Mr. Williams, here's my business card. You might need it someday. Eric observed her gesture and raised an eyebrow. He took the card and brought it to his nose, catching a hint of subtle, feminine perfume from it. Chuckling, Eric slipped the card into his shirt pocket. Great, I'll call you if I need it. Victoria's complexion flushed slightly, especially when she heard the changing room door open again, clearly startled. Well, I'll go get ready then. With that, the woman turned and walked away. Gwyneth and a few girls stepped out first, casting skeptical glances at the hurriedly departing Victoria Price. Then, they quickly brightened and swaggered over to sit down next to Eric. Eric, long time no see. What have you been busy with lately? Eric glanced at Paris Hilton coming out behind Gwyneth, casually saying, A lot of things. How about you? Gwyneth followed Eric's gaze, her expression shifting slightly, then directly asked Paris Hilton, Paris, could you help me roll out the yoga mat? Just place it over there. As she spoke, Gwyneth pointed to an area only 3 or 4 meters away. Chapter 873, Reality Shows. Paris Hilton always lived a life of privilege, and now, hearing Gwyneth Paltrow bossing her around like a servant instinctively made her resistant. However, she didn't dare to refuse. She had put a lot of effort into getting into this supposedly elite circle of Hollywood best friends, and being very close with Drew, Gwyneth undoubtedly stood as the queen of this small group. Though Paris nodded obediently, she didn't yield to Gwyneth's authority. Instead, she turned and ordered her little follower, Kim, spread out everyone's yoga mats. After saying this, Paris quickly flashed an appealing smile at Gwyneth, adding, Just let Kim do it. Gwyneth noticed that Paris wasn't listening to her and firmly decided to oust this ungrateful little girl. Ignoring her, she leaned closer to Eric, ready to continue their conversation. Eric, who watched the interaction between the queen bee and her follower with amusement, asked the girl spreading out the yoga mats, What's your name? After Eric asked this, Gwyneth, Paris, and a few other girls who had just come out of the dressing room all turned their attention to the girl kneeling on the wooden floor spreading the yoga mats. Aside from Paris, the other girls, including Gwyneth, had no idea what the girl's name was. They didn't even care much about Paris, despite her being from the famous Hilton family. After all, Hollywood belonged to them, the natives. To break into this circle, just having money wouldn't do. They would mock anyone who thought wealth alone was enough to gain entry as a clueless nouveau riche. Looking at the girl now, who was just Paris's sidekick, she appeared a bit inexperienced, shorter than average, and not even a purebred white girl. The only thing notable about her was her chest. Why would Eric be interested in such a girl? The girl had never considered she would become the center of attention today. She didn't even expect Eric Williams to notice her. During their brief interaction, she merely dared to sneak a few glances at this incredibly young Hollywood mogul. It wasn't until all the girls' eyes turned toward her that she realized Eric had been talking to her. She quickly straightened up, her voice stuttering, and responded, "Why yes, Mr. Williams, I'm Kim Kardashian." Eric scanned Kim Kardashian, who still had a fairly normal figure at that time, and smiled enigmatically before nodding and saying, "Interesting." Other girls continued to emerge from the dressing room. Drew, who had changed into a pink long-sleeve yoga outfit, whispered to Kate Hudson as she walked out, and upon hearing Eric's comment, she noticed Kim Kardashian still kneeling on the floor and walked over with a grin, asking, "Eric, what's interesting?" Eric shook his head, replying, "Nothing much." Drew tilted her head in confusion. One of the girls beside her took the opportunity to sneak a wink at Kim Kardashian while she smiled back, but chose to ignore it, turning instead to the group of girls, saying, "All right, let's get ready. We're only practicing for an hour today." The girls instantly sprang into action, grabbing their yoga mats to spread them out on the floor. Drew sat next to Eric and observed Kim Kardashian, who obediently resumed her task of helping set up the yoga mats, glancing over with some reluctance. She smiled and remarked, "Eric, are you interested in her?" Eric chuckled, pulling the girl closer to him. "Yeah, I find her quite interesting." Seeing that Eric had no intention of elaborating, she didn't press him. "I talked with everyone, and we thought we'd go to Kate's house for a barbecue at noon, then to another Kate's place for a party tonight. Her house is right next to Coldwater Canyon, and since Goldie is filming out of town, we have the whole place to ourselves. We could party all night long. Sound good?" "Sure, I'm down for whatever you plan," Eric nodded, thinking the first Kate must have referred to Gwyneth. However, after glancing at the group of girls swarming the practice room and the new arrivals, there were easily 17 or 18 of them. He paused and asked them, "It won't just be them, right?" "It was supposed to be a girls' weekend," she answered. "But if you want, we can invite our boyfriends too." Let's not do that," Eric responded after considering it. Although his body was young, he definitely had nothing in common with a bunch of teenage boys. But being surrounded by girls was nice enough, even if they had no conversation. The girl smiled and, seeing that everyone had set up their mats, noticed the yoga instructor named Victoria Price entering the practice room again. She leaned in and gave Eric a quick kiss on the cheek, saying, "Let's start practicing. Just 1 hour, it'll go by fast." Eric patted the girl's waist. "Go ahead, I'll just read a magazine for a bit." The hour of yoga proceeded quickly, and after leaving the yoga studio, the girls drove 5 cars to pick up barbecue supplies for lunch before heading to Gwyneth Paltrow's mansion, which was also in Beverly Hills. Fortunately, Mr. and Mrs. Paltrow were home, but after greeting Eric, they were promptly urged by Gwyneth to leave. The barbecue began at 11 in the morning and stretched until 1 in the afternoon. Afterward, the girls made their way to Rodeo Drive to shop, but since Eric was present, Drew didn't take the larger group for a shopping spree. Instead, they targeted a few specialty stores and then headed straight to Kate Hudson's house. Even so, they still spent 3 hours, leaving Eric marveling at the shopping prowess of girls. In a mansion halfway up Coldwater Canyon, the view wasn't as expansive as Drew's estate in Truesdale, but this mansion was somewhat larger. It was a European-style 2-story villa, complete with a large swimming pool in the yard. Eric didn't bother checking out the girls as they unpacked their shopping finds. Instead, he lounged by the poolside, soaking up the warm afternoon sun and listening to the muffled chatter of the girls. Drew soon emerged from the villa, leaned over next to him, handed him a glass of juice, and waved her hand beside Eric's head to create a little breeze. "Eric, aren't you bored?" "Not at all. It's quite interesting." "Oh, really?" The girl sensed that Eric wasn't just being polite and felt a little skeptical. She regretted pulling Eric out today. Eric sipped his juice through a straw, set the glass aside, and nodded. "Of course, it feels like I'm watching a reality show. Quite entertaining." Drew blinked. "A reality show?" "Yeah. Eric nodded, then suddenly shifted his body. I just realized this would make a really good idea. Even after spending a whole day with a group of girls averaging just over 20, Eric didn't find it boring. Observing these girls adventuring around the much-coveted Beverly Hills and listening to their chattering about fashion, movies, and Hollywood gossip made him feel like he was getting an up-close view of a real-life Hollywood girl reality show. Remembering Kim Kardashian, who he had met that morning, he instantly thought, why not make this a reality show? Drew also caught on. Eric, you're not suggesting we turn our experience today into a reality show, are you? Just then, Gwyneth Paltrow and Kate Hudson, along with other girls, approached. Gwyneth curiously asked, what reality show? Eric propped himself up, looked around at the girls surrounding him, and smiled. I'm saying, let's make a reality show out of your lives. Would anyone want to participate? The core girls around Gwyneth didn't react. With their families' connections in Hollywood, they all had promising futures ahead. Even if they never became superstars, they'd never have to resort to participating in a reality show to boost their name. However, among the group, it was clear not everyone had opportunities like Gwyneth and her friends. A few girls on the periphery immediately perked up and nodded enthusiastically. That sounds awesome, Eric. What should we do? Well, I haven't thought that far yet, he replied. One girl asked, is it going to be like Project Runway? Eric shook his head. No, Project Runway and Survivor are competitive reality shows. What we want is a lifestyle reality show. Reality shows had only recently started to pop up, mostly as competitive types, and the format hadn't yet diversified as it would in the new century. So, immediately, another girl inquired, what's a lifestyle reality show? A different girl chimed in, duh, it's obviously a reality show about life, right? This girl clearly didn't understand much herself, prompting laughter from the group. Eric explained, unlike competitive reality shows, a lifestyle reality show involves capturing your lives over a period and then editing it for broadcast on television. Gwyneth said, Eric, if we do that, won't we have zero privacy? Eric shrugged and grinned. To get famous, privacy is definitely going to be sacrificed, so if you're serious about participating, you'll need to think carefully. The surrounding area fell silent for a moment. Gwyneth and her core group initially showed some interest, but had now decided against it, as they weren't keen on revealing their private lives to the public. Nevertheless, even though a large portion of the girls appeared hesitant, many were clearly eager. Drew laid next to Eric, realizing this type of reality show would fit perfectly with entertainment. The network focused on fashion and entertainment, aimed at those intrigued by Hollywood gossip. Turning the much-envied Hollywood lifestyle into a reality show would certainly capture the attention of viewers. However, noticing the mixed reactions among her friends, she didn't rush to comment, since the prospect of acquiring entertainment was still in the early stages of contact, and it was better not to reveal such news prematurely. All right, Eric, today is about entertainment time, so let's not talk about this for now. Guess what we just found? Eric looked around, puzzled. What? Kate Hudson, who was on the other side of Eric, checked her watch. They should be delivering it soon. Just then, the doorbell rang. Kate sprang up and headed to the door, returning a moment later with a photo book in hand. The girl had just sat up, and now she stood and moved closer, taking the book from Kate's hands and exclaiming, let me see. Wow, this is really hot. Hee hee. The girls immediately crowded around, chattering enthusiastically. Wow, is this Kate's mom? So cool. That hairstyle is nice. Maybe I can get one too. I've wanted short hair forever. Are those tattoos? A lively chorus of discussions filled the room. Eric casually listened, probably able to guess the book's content. It should be Goldie Hawn's body art photo collection. He hadn't expected the girl to actually manage to find it after he'd casually mentioned it. As he thought, the girl already brought the book over to Eric, showing him. Eric, is this it? Eric took it and flipped through a few pages, nodding. The photos featuring Goldie Hawn looked about 20-something. In comparison to Kate Hudson, who could only be considered average-looking, Goldie had appeared far more attractive in her youth, with a bit of a cheeky vibe. Kate Hudson leaned in and curiously asked, Eric, why are you looking for my mom's photo collection? Nothing. Just came to mind, Eric briefly explained, handing the book back to her. He certainly didn't have a hobby of collecting photo books of other people's mothers while surrounded by a group of girls. That would be too creepy. However, before Kate could reach for it, the girl snatched it from her hands, grinning and addressing the crowd. All right, everyone. I just thought of tonight's party theme. What do you think? Drew, are you saying we should? Of course, the girl quickly affirmed. The group of girls immediately turned to Eric, with Gwyneth Paltrow saying, "So, what about Eric?" Eric waved his hands immediately. "No, don't count me in. If you all want to have fun, I can be the photographer, take some pictures as keepsakes. That's what I'm good at." But the girls began to hoot. "No way, Eric. We're going to do body art. How can you not join us?" "Yeah, if you aren't participating, then we won't join. At the very least, you can't wear what you have on now. A shirt and pants don't look like party attire at all. Wonder if Eric has abs," one girl teased, her hand reaching over with mischief. The girl giggled, seeing her friends egging each other on, then said, "All right, let's get some paint. Actually, not only can Eric be a photographer, but he's also really good at painting. If you all want any body art, he can do it for you." Chapter 873, 874, The Small Box. Within half an hour, someone delivered a full set of colorful painting tools, which covered an entire long table in the yard. Nearby, on the lawn, they had set up a mini photo studio. This was clearly one of the countless conveniences that only rich people could enjoy. Eric was urged by the girls to change out of his original outfit and was now wearing only a pair of board shorts. The girls had also changed into beautiful swimsuits, excitedly gathering around the long table filled with painting tools. As Eric skillfully mixed the dyes, Gwyneth Paltrow asked, "Eric, these things won't harm our skin, right?" The privileged girls were clearly concerned, their eyes revealing their worries. "Of course not. These are plant-based pigments. It's the acrylic and other chemical dyes that are toxic," Eric explained, mixing the last pigment with water before looking up. "All right, let's get started. Once you mix the paint, we can begin to draw." Kate Hudson chimed in. "Eric, we don't know what to do. What should we draw?" "Doodles. Just draw whatever comes to mind. The more casual, the better." "This is a great opportunity for brainstorming," Eric replied. Seeing the girls still looking confused, he added, "All right, I'll demonstrate first. Who wants to be my model?" Before the eager girls could respond, Drew cheerfully said, "Of course, it's me." With that, no one dared to compete with her. The girls who had been surrounding the long table gathered closer, forming a circle around Eric and Drew. As Eric saw Drew standing in front of him, he pulled a stool over and took a good look at her delicate figure wrapped in a light blue bikini. He smiled and said, "Let's brainstorm together. If you can't think of anything, just grab a dictionary, flip to a random word, and let your imagination flow. However, if you can come up with a theme, that would definitely be even better." Gwyneth Paltrow's eyes sparkled as she blurted out, "Eric Williams." Eric looked puzzled. "What?" Gwyneth laughed. "You told us to brainstorm." "That's what I just thought of. Eric Williams." Right, Eric Williams." The girls responded in unison, starting a playful uproar. "Eric, how do we draw that?" Drew looked at Eric with a joyful anticipation. Eric chuckled and nodded. "All right." Saying this, Eric thought for a few seconds, and instead of picking up a brush, he dipped his left fingertips into various pigments on the palette. He skillfully painted a layer on his right palm and then leaned closer to Drew. He reached out and printed a rainbow-like handprint on Drew's slim waist. The girls looked over curiously, and while they all agreed it was beautiful, one of them questioned, "Eric, but how does this relate to Eric Williams?" "Of course," Eric nodded. "An image can transform into anything, words, cartoons, related concepts, as long as there's a connection. If you all said Eric Williams, and I just drew a little self-portrait on it, that would be quite boring, right? Now let's keep going." The girls clearly agreed with Eric's perspective, and no one protested further. As soon as he finished speaking, Kate Hudson jumped in with a series of numbers. 10,880. All the girls knew the story behind 10,880 and started laughing along. "It seems like you're making me the theme," Eric chuckled. He picked up a brush and wrote the orange printed number 10,880 on Drew's arm. "What's next?" "Pandora aliens." "Pandora aliens. That's a bit challenging." Eric replied quickly and picked a fine brush, motioning for Drew to come closer. He dipped it into some sky blue dye and lightly drew 2 sky blue tentacles above her bikini top. Then he switched brushes and added a cartoonishly cute baby head beneath the tentacles, adding two little hands on the fabric of her top. Once finished, the doodle resembled a small Pandora alien peeking out with big blue eyes, looking around. Wow, that's so cute. Huh, Eric, is that how you looked when you were a kid? That must be a pretty colorful Pandora alien, haha. As the comments bounced around, the atmosphere grew even livelier. The girls began shouting out words related to Eric: Jurassic Park, the Shell Villa, Victoria's Secret Angels, fireflies, and so on. After more than half an hour, Drew's body was covered in over 20 doodles. After drawing a little dinosaur that seemed to want to climb up her calf, Eric put down the brush and said, "All right, no more. This is just right. Too many would look messy." Drew raised her arm and twirled around, saying, "What does everyone think? Way too cool. Eric draws amazingly, even prettier than Kate's doodle from Mom." The girls looked at the doodles on Drew's body, showering her with praise. Eric had developed an interest in animation from a young age, honing his drawing skills through his school years and continuing through college, accumulating over a decade of practice. Because of his studies, his artistic foundation was nearly on par with that of a professional artist. While they were simple doodles, the aesthetic beauty he captured was far beyond what ordinary people could create casually. Drew proudly showed off her painted body, then pulled Eric and said, "Eric, take my photo. I need to compile a thick photo book today." Eric was pulled up by Drew and nodded at the other girls. "All right then, you all can express yourselves now, and I'll help you take photos later." As the girls eagerly rushed to the table to pick their paints, excitedly chatting away, it had already turned to evening. The light was a little dim, and beside the makeshift photography setup, Eric, with the help of the twins, finished adjusting the lights. He looked at them, who, despite wearing bikinis, seemed somewhat out of place among the other girls. "You guys should go and have some fun as well." The twins merely shook their heads and quietly stepped away. Eric didn't insist. In terms of looks and physique, the twins far surpassed the girls present and, thus, were hard to accept. After all, most girls would only choose peers whose appearance and physique were less than theirs as followers, just like Paris Hilton picking Kim Kardashian as her sidekick. Only Drew had the audacity to proudly bring the twins along, seemingly unafraid of being overshadowed. Drew struck a pose in front of the photography backdrop. Hearing Eric's words to the twins, she said cheerfully, "Eric, you can draw some doodles on them too. I always brought Natasha along when I did my skincare routine. Their skin might be even better than mine." As Eric adjusted the lights, he sensed the twins glance at him simultaneously, only to quickly look away again. He smiled and said, "Natasha's best without any drawings." Drew wrinkled her nose and retorted, "Humph, you compliment other women right in front of me. I'll get jealous, you know." Eric walked to the camera and checked the angle. "All right, no teasing. Let's start shooting, and lift your chin a bit. Good, hold that pose." With the constant sound of the shutter and several rolls of film quickly used up, just as Eric was about to change the film, two girls came running over from the long table, playfully pushing each other. Gwyneth Paltrow burst out laughing as she reached Eric, using him as a shield against Kate Hudson, who was chasing her with a soda bottle in her hand. "Gwyneth, stop right there. You painted this ugly. You must be doing it on purpose." Gwyneth shot back, "I did not. I drew it seriously." Eric propped himself against the camera tripod, glancing at Kate Hudson. Most of the doodles on her body were dark, clashing with her light pink bikini. Although it wasn't horrendous, it could hardly be considered attractive. Watching the two girls chase each other around him with no sign of stopping, Eric interjected, "All right, don't break the camera now." Kate Hudson stopped, pointing at her body's doodles, looking offended. "Eric, look. Gwyneth did this all messy. It's so ugly." Gwyneth stood beside Eric, deliberately linking her arm with his. "That's just because your figure wasn't good to begin with." Kate Hudson immediately raised the soda bottle again. "I'll hit you." Gwyneth glanced over at Drew, who was approaching, and then looked at her own work on Kate Hudson. In comparison, her own doodles were truly appallingly bad. She shook Eric's arm, feeling unsatisfied. "Eric, it looks so easy when you draw, but why does my drawing look so bad? Have you practiced any English lettering? Like cursive?" Gwyneth and Kate shook their heads. Eric explained, "It's simple. People who have specifically practiced letters have a fundamental skill, so even when they doodle, it looks great. But if you haven't practiced, no matter how carefully you write, It just lacks beauty. Drawing is much the same. Hearing their side chatter, the other girls gathered around, listening as Eric spoke. They started comparing Drew's doodles to their own, realizing that whether individually or as a whole, Eric's doodles looked much more comfortable and visually appealing. Despite putting thought into their own drawings, something about them seemed to lack aesthetic charm. This wasn't just due to drawing skill. It also involved a personal sense of aesthetics. As a director, Eric's pursuit of visual beauty was practically instinctual. For instance, Drew's tattoos were well done because she wore a light blue bikini, and Eric mostly used warm colors, keeping the overall doodles cartoonish and neatly arranged. Even though other girls had studied drawing, they couldn't easily achieve that level. Huh, Kate Hudson said after listening to Eric's explanation. Realizing something, she glanced at Gwyneth and said, "Speaking of, you really are a little slow." Gwyneth retorted, "If you're able to produce a result like Eric, then go ahead." Kate Hudson replied, "Of course. It's my turn to draw on you." "No way. I won't let you touch me. It'll definitely look worse," Gwyneth protested, shaking her head. She then turned to Eric. "Eric, come help me draw. I still need to help Drew with her photos. You girls, go play. I see you've taken several rolls of film already. Isn't that enough?" Gwyneth said, turning to Drew. "Drew, can Eric help me draw something, please?" Drew, wishing to rest for a while, knew that if any of her friends got a chance to steal her man, they wouldn't hesitate. However, she had enough confidence in Eric. Besides, even if he did show interest in any girl, she honestly wouldn't mind much. Who knows who would be the lucky one? Smiling, Drew said, "Sure, go ahead, and I'll get something to eat." Gwyneth immediately dragged Eric toward the long table. Kate Hudson followed suit, wrapping her other arm around Eric's, saying, "Eric, can you draw on me too?" Eric nodded as he watched Drew head toward the buffet. "Okay, if time allows. Then I'll go take a shower," Kate Hudson said excitedly, letting go of Eric and walking into the villa. The other girls crowded around Eric, pleading for his attention. Eric waved his hand dismissively. "Don't be silly. If I drew you all, we wouldn't finish by tomorrow morning." The girls looked disappointed, yet some were still unwilling to yield, gathering around to watch Gwyneth Paltrow standing proudly before Eric. Eric glanced at Gwyneth in her black bikini, opting not to ask for her approval. He picked a brown brush and began painting a small box-like pattern near her navel. "Eric, what is this?" Gwyneth looked down and noticed the curious gazes of the other girls around her. Eric smiled and said, "Take a guess." Of course, there's no prize for guessing right. Even though he said that, the girls immediately began speculating. Pandora's box, apple crate, pet house. Amidst the buzzing chatter, Eric simply smiled and shook his head. Moments later, most of the girls furrowed their brows in disappointment. A hesitant voice floated from the outskirts of the crowd. Watch Say 7 and last week. This looks like the box that contained Tracy's head, same color and style." The girls turned to look and discovered it was a girl named Kim Kardashian, who earlier seemed to catch Eric's eye but had quickly been overlooked by everyone else. However, it wasn't like no one had seen Say 7 on. After Kim Kardashian's comment, when they looked back at the small box on Gwyneth's abdomen, it did resemble it somewhat. A moment of silence ensued before some girls muttered, "A box for a severed head? No way, that's too creepy." Although they recognized Kim Kardashian's deduction somewhat, they clearly didn't want to accept that a mere flunky had cracked the riddle. Eric glanced at Kim Kardashian and nodded, smiling. "That's right. It's the box containing Tracy's head." The girls erupted into a collective gasp. Gwyneth also felt a shiver run down her spine and lifted her hand, tempted to wipe away the design, but glanced at Eric, curiously asking, "Eric, why draw this?" "I was planning to sketch a horror-themed tattoo. If you're scared, just let someone else take your place," Eric replied, laughing earnestly without any hint of macabre pleasure. "I will. Eric, I will. Let me do it. I love horror films." Gwyneth initially felt uncomfortable. However, when several girls clamored to take her spot, she said, "Of course not. I love horror films too. All right then, for the next movie, everyone throw your ideas out." Scream. The ghost face. Eric laughed and nodded, picking a brush and standing up. "This would be better drawn on a shoulder." Gwyneth Paltrow willingly turned sideways, and from time to time, she squeezed in a chat with Eric. This time, the process was quicker. Within half an hour, Gwyneth was already decorated with various symbols from classic Hollywood horror movies. After a show-off turn in the style of Drew, Gwyneth suddenly remembered something. "Eric, can I get an Eric Williams handprint?" Eric looked her over and chuckled. "There's no space left. Adding more would look bad." Gwyneth slyly glanced back towards the villa, where Drew had just led the twins inside. Every time she thought of Drew's obedient twins and the grand Throisdale manor, as well as the substantial fortune that Drew had thanks to her position as a major shareholder at MGM, Gwyneth felt a pang of jealousy like being scratched by a wildcat. Why could that little flunky enjoy what she couldn't? Taking a deep breath discreetly, Gwyneth quickly made up her mind, her lips curling into a playful smile as she said, "How can there be none? There's still room." As she spoke, with the astonished gazes of the surrounding girls, Gwyneth reached back and unfastened her bikini strings, confidently lifting herself. "Eric, there's definitely room for 2 more prints." Eric raised an eyebrow at her, while the surrounding girls laughed and teased. "Are you sure?" "Of course, Eric. Are you afraid?" "All right." Eric laughed and nodded. "But I think printing on one side would look better. Asymmetrical doodles actually have more feel. Then you have to draw something on the other side." "Sure," Eric replied, selecting a die and applying some paint to his palm. He casually printed it on Gwyneth's chest without hesitation. Then he added a large white shark, its mouth open, on the other side. Seemingly unfulfilled, Eric raised his hands and laughed. "So, who else wants it?" "Ah, haha. Eric, you naughty. You're not taking advantage of me." "Not a chance." As the girls played around, ultimately, each of them ended up with an Eric Williams handprint somewhere on their bodies, though few were as bold as Gwyneth Paltrow. They continued having fun until after 2 a.m., not only exhausting all the pigments, but also using up all the film for photos. They even called for 100 more rolls in the middle of the night, which were quickly depleted as well. The European-style villa had 8 guest rooms, sufficient for everyone to stay the night. By the end of the night, no girl left. They all rested in the villa. Eric, who woke before 7 a.m., wasn't sure if it was due to sleeping in a strange bed. In his arms, Drew was sound asleep. He gently got up, dressed, and washed up before stepping out of the guest room. Perhaps it was too early, but the twins who usually woke early were still asleep, leaving the villa in peaceful silence. He made his way down the spiral staircase to the living room, where the girls had danced until the end of the party. The place still looked somewhat chaotic, with beverage bottles scattered everywhere, and the sound system in the corner still buzzing strangely. Eric approached the speakers, but couldn't quite figure out what the issue was, so he simply unplugged it, ending the noise. Stepping outside, the sun had already risen, and the fresh, cool morning air invigorated him. Not knowing if the Hudsons had subscribed to a newspaper, Eric walked to the front door and noted a thin film-wrapped newspaper stuffed into the mailbox. He retrieved it and returned to the yard, poured himself a cup of milk in the kitchen, and sat down at the long table where the pigments had been arranged the night before. Like the living room, the yard was a bit of a mess. Some dye had spilled on the ground, which would likely be quite a task to clean up. The photography area still stood proudly on the lawn. Only the expensive Leica camera had been packed away. Eric paid little attention to his surroundings and calmly sipped his milk while flipping through today's newspaper when a figure darted out from the villa. It was Kim Kardashian. "Morning." Eric turned and casually greeted her. He didn't have much interest in this girl, but felt the situation was rather coincidental. Chapter 874, 875, Strong Opening Weekend. Kim Kardashian struggled to sleep all night, preoccupied with Eric's question about her name from the day before. Instinctively, Kim felt that Eric must be interested in her. At first, she was excited about the prospect of being close to someone so significant. She imagined that if she could associate with a big shot like him, no one would ever ignore her again. However, as the day unfolded, Eric's attitude toward her remained nonchalant, which left her feeling both anxious and disappointed. After the party ended, she tossed and turned for hours. As the first light of dawn crept through her window, she finally got out of bed, not expecting to see Eric already awake, sitting in the yard reading the newspaper. When Eric greeted her, Kim quickly replied, "Good morning, Mr. Williams." She stood there for a moment, waiting. When she noticed Eric had shifted his focus back to the paper, she hesitantly walked over to the opposite side of the long table and sat down. Leaning in, she tried to strike up a conversation. "Mr. Williams, are you reading the Los Angeles Times?" "Yep," Eric replied casually, taking a sip of milk. He glanced at Kim Kardashian sitting across from him, leaning slightly toward him. Dressed only in a form-fitting white tank top, her chest seemed almost prominently displayed on the table, causing Eric to choke slightly, spraying milk out. Kim noticed Eric's gaze and felt a bit proud until he coughed. She quickly got up and moved closer, asking, "Mr. Williams, are you okay?" Eric waved her back, seeing her extend a box of tissues towards him. He took it and pointed to the table. "Stay there, sit opposite me." Kim hesitated, feeling a bit rejected, but still tried to maintain the previous posture. After Eric cleaned up the milk stains on his shirt, Kim found the courage to say, "Mr. Williams, I'm serious about this." Eric unfolded the newspaper and casually remarked, "It looks fake." "No, it's real." Kim shook her head, surveyed the empty surroundings, and boldly continued, "If you don't believe me, you can touch and see for yourself." "Forget it. Even if I touch it, I won't give you a certificate." Eric laughed and shook his head. "Are you from New York?" When Kim heard Eric ask her a question, she quickly responded, "Yeah. How did you know?" Eric shrugged. "I just figured. The Hiltons must live in New York." Kim didn't want Eric to think of her as just Paris Hilton's sidekick. She stammered in her explanation, I'm just classmates with her. We came to Los Angeles for the summer together. And, I live with my dad. He's a businessman and used to run a record label. Now he's in the juice business." Something felt off to Eric, so he looked up and asked, "Is your dad named Robert Kardashian?" Kim's eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. "Yes." "Mr. Williams, do you know him?" "That was right. Robert Kardashian, the renowned defense attorney from the Simpson murder trial." However, it felt odd because this was clearly information from Eric's past life. According to his memories, the Simpson case occurred in 1994, and due to deep-rooted racial issues and the backdrop of the recent Los Angeles riots, it had dominated people's attention across America. It was a sensational case in its time. However, it was now 1997 in this timeline, and Eric hadn't heard anything about the Simpson case, indicating that some events had changed course. "I think I heard someone mention it," Eric replied vaguely to Kim. But then another thought crossed his mind. "From what you said, your parents must be divorced?" "Yeah, my stepdad is Bruce Jenner. He used to be an Olympic champion, but now he focuses on television." "Oh, and what about your mom?" "Her name is Chris," Kim said, then added, "My mom loves the Victoria's Secret fashion show. She often says that one day she wants to be part of a reality show." Eric didn't expect Kim to bring that up suddenly, reminding him of the idea he had about a reality show focused on Hollywood girls. It was clear that a producer was needed. He and the girls couldn't do everything themselves. Bruce Jenner and Kris Jenner, who in the original timeline had created Keeping Up with the Kardashians, stood out as the perfect candidates. They might lack some production experience, but Hollywood, with its millions of industry professionals, was never short of talented creators. What they lacked was not technical skill, but rather the kind of bold ideas that could become successful and the execution to make those ideas come to life. The Jenner couple had experience in generating buzz. Organizing his thoughts, Eric smiled and asked, "Is your mom really interested in reality shows?" Kim looked a bit puzzled but nodded. "Yeah. How about this?" Eric wandered his gaze around and pulled a piece of paper from the newspaper he had, grabbed a pen, and wrote down a phone number. He handed it to Kim and said, "This is my assistant's office number. Pass this on to your mom. Of course, you mentioned your stepdad is focused on television, so he can get involved as well." Kim took the piece of paper with the number, momentarily bewildered. Although she was still in high school, her upbringing had given her ample life experience. She instinctively felt that her family's life might change dramatically because of this phone number. Gripping it tightly, she stammered, "Mr. Williams, what?" "Then what? Do you remember the reality show idea I mentioned yesterday about Hollywood girls? Tell them that within a week, I need to see a reality show proposal. If I'm satisfied with it, I can let your stepdad and mom be the producers." Kim found it hard to believe. Being a producer in Hollywood was one of the most powerful positions one could have. Also, TV producers often had even more authority than film producers. Looking again at the number, Kim hesitated and asked, "Mr. Williams, you can't be joking with me, right?" Eric shook his head and joked, "With those assets you have, I doubt you'd get my humor." Kim merely flushed at that comment and said, "But my stepdad and mom are in New York, and my mom takes care of my two younger sisters, Kendall and Kylie, who aren't even 3 years old yet." Eric shrugged. "That's not my problem. If I don't see a proposal in a week, it's off the table." Kim didn't dare negotiate with Eric and nodded obediently. "Okay." Since it was a summer weekend, the girls didn't wake up until close to noon. After the twins woke up, Eric had them drive him back to the estate where the girls lived in Truesdale. He spent the morning handling some work emails and had planned to start outlining the Fast and Furious script in the afternoon. However, once all the girls gathered around him, they dragged him into another day of fun. After 3 days of the weekend, The Lion King 2 debuted at the box office with a $38.9 million, while Con Air, the runner-up, only managed to bring in $24.1 million, a difference of over $14 million. Comparing this to May's release of The Fifth Element, which Sony had mismanaged, resulting in just over $22 million during its opening weekend, the performance of Con Air wasn't too shabby. However, even without mentioning that Firefly Group's Titanic had just crossed the $600 million mark before finally leaving theaters, Con Air's numbers paled in comparison to The Lion King. Simultaneously, due to several key international markets opening at the same time, their revenue also fell short of expectations. Added to that, Con Air's reviews only managed to scrape by at a passing grade, which led the projections firms and Firefly's distribution department to cut their original $300 million global box office expectations significantly. Seeing that major blockbuster hits like Godzilla and Batman and Robin were set to release in quick succession, The Hollywood Reporter even lowered Con Air's North American box office prediction to $80 million, while the global projection sat at $180 million. Firefly Group internally adjusted Con Air's global forecast down to $200 million. According to those estimates, it was unlikely that Con Air would bring in profit for Firefly. The company had to bank on the future home video and merchandise sales for revenue. While anyone with knowledge of the industry knew that The Lion King 2 and Con Air weren't serious box office competitors, it was undoubtedly a fact that The Lion King 2 had vastly outperformed Con Air. The earlier promotional efforts had heavily suppressed Paramount Pictures, who now exaggerated The Lion King 2's hard-fought victory. After the opening weekend revealed the numbers, they were eager to announce a celebratory party. Meanwhile, Paramount's consecutive animation hits, Pocahontas and The Lion King 2, contrasted sharply with Firefly's failure to release even one animated film the prior year. This led to rising doubts about Eric's decision to sell Disney's animation studio, with a San Francisco newspaper calling it Hollywood's dumbest business decision. With these critiques surfacing, the soon-to-be-released Finding Nemo garnered more attention than ever. The higher-ups at Firefly had already viewed the finished product of Finding Nemo. While they acknowledged its excellence, most lacked confidence that it could surpass The Lion King 2. After all, the release date was squished between Godzilla and Batman and Robin. Despite recognizing this, there was no way to adjust the schedule anymore. Everyone could only hope that Godzilla and Batman and Robin wouldn't rake in too high of a box office to allow Finding Nemo more breathing room. Although the core actors had yet to be confirmed, the creative teams for both Spider-Man and Iron Man had been assembled. Cameron and his longtime collaborator John Landau were handling Spider-Man, while Eric personally took on the role of producer for Iron Man. Marvel had also officially signed Joss Whedon to direct. After the weekend, Eric began frequent meetings with Marvel's executives and the main creatives from both teams to discuss the scripts, casting, budgets, and other issues for Iron Man and Spider-Man. Preliminary estimates suggested that special effects technology development and testing would require another 6 months. Moreover, due to the large scale of production, if anything went awry during filming, it could cost the company over $1 million a day. Thus, the preparatory work had to be meticulously reviewed, prolonging this period to exceed 6 months. Delays of a few years weren't uncommon either. In the previous timeline, Iron Man had been in development since the 1990s, with its official shoot not happening until 2007. Cameron's Avatar sequel ended up taking more than a decade to complete. Eric certainly didn't want either project to drag on for that long. The schedule for Iron Man had tentatively set the shooting to commence in March of the following year, with filming expected to last 4 months. The special effects production could take up to 8 months. If everything went smoothly, the film was set to complete in March 1999, ready for a summer release that year. As for Spider-Man, Cameron had practically scrapped the previous script and was in the process of crafting a brand new storyline. Additionally, Cameron recently had a bold idea to enhance the realism of Peter Parker swinging between skyscrapers. In New York, he wanted the digital team to develop an entire suite of special effects software for that purpose. These innovations would undoubtedly take additional time, so Eric just hoped this project could commence shooting by the end of next year. As long as it made it in time for the summer of 2000, they would be golden. While overseeing these 2 projects at Marvel, Eric managed to draft an outline for Fast and Furious, which he handed over to the girl to find a screenwriter to flesh it out. Historically, the series had a rocky development. The first installment was a success, seen as a fluke, followed by subsequent films that didn't perform well until the 4th entry finally entered Hollywood's mainstream big-budget territory. This time, though Eric wouldn't have to navigate as many obstacles, he also knew it wouldn't happen overnight. The first script still closely followed the narrative of the original first film because, after all, the 4th installment's success could also be attributed to the gradual rise in popularity from its predecessors. Workdays flew by, and on June 6th, while The Lion King 2 and Con Air's opening weekend numbers were coming in, Sony's highly anticipated Godzilla was set to powerfully debut across over 3,300 screens in North America. Chapter 876, Cold Water on the Head. Since its birth in 1954, Godzilla had undoubtedly become one of the most famous monsters in the world. As the first major film featuring Godzilla in Hollywood, equipped with the most popular CG effects in recent years, it was enough to draw moviegoers into theaters simply because of the monster's fame. Sony Pictures had high hopes for Godzilla, not only offering Roland Emmerich an unprecedented $20 million salary plus a 15% share of the North American box office, but also ambitiously planning a trilogy from the start. The production budget for the first film rose from an initial $120 million all the way to $150 million. Inspired by the unprecedented global box office success of Titanic, Sony decided to increase the movie's marketing budget to $70 million, aiming confidently for a $1 billion global box office gross. With a barrage of television trailers and pervasive poster campaigns, Godzilla quickly became the most anticipated blockbuster of the summer. Viewer anticipation surpassed that of other summer hits like Batman and Robin and Casino Royale. Under Sony's extravagant marketing campaign, few in Hollywood doubted that Godzilla would be the season's most box office-dominating film. To avoid overshadowing Godzilla, the schedule for the week following its June 6th release was practically entirely blocked off by its presence. Even the smaller film companies, known for releasing indie films in the summer, hesitated to compete with it. The film opened on over 3,300 screens, setting a record for the largest opening since The Mummy 2 the previous year. In the aftermath of Titanic's record-breaking box office, the entire film industry held its breath, uncertain if Hollywood would soon see another box office giant. As a result, besides Sony Pictures, most Hollywood studios watched Godzilla's box office data with bated breath. Even if Godzilla showed only half the box office potential of Titanic, it would still impact the performance of other films that followed. Godzilla seemed to live up to expectations, raking in $6.25 million on its opening night. It's worth noting that a few years prior, Jurassic Park had also set a midnight screening record with only $4.59 million. However, as the saying goes, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. Following the strong opening on midnight, North American newspapers wasted no time pouring cold water on the blockbuster fame of Godzilla. It's spectacular, truly spectacular, but it seems that not all effect-driven blockbusters can hit the mark, Elizabeth sighed after scanning the faxes from the Fox distribution department early that morning, with a hint of excitement tinged by a sour tone. Despite its connections with Firefly and having stakes in the digital branch office in Australia, allowing them to use top-tier special effects resources. Fox had no CG effect films planned for that year. Aside from the nearly hands-off Phantom Menace, their other projects were still in the early planning stages. Eric, starting breakfast, joked as he opened his laptop, glancing at Elizabeth. "What year is it? Using faxes like it's still the Stone Age? Let me introduce you to Yahoo's enterprise email system." Elizabeth rolled her eyes at Eric, scoffing. "Oh, come on. It was so pricey. I nearly got it shot down by the board when I submitted the budget. I should have just used AOL," she grumbled, suddenly remembering that America Online was also part of the Firefly investment, then added defensively, "Maybe Microsoft's enterprise email could work too." Julia brought breakfast back from the kitchen as she sat at the table, asking, "Liz, what were you saying about spectaculars? Was it the review for Godzilla?" Elizabeth perked up. "Yes, listen to this part. This is just some of the reviews collated from The Office this morning. Entertainment Weekly, despite a few thrilling visuals, this $150 million sci-fi junk leaves more awkwardness than awe. Variety, ignoring the dull grand scenes, this monster film gives an overall disjointed vibe. The director clearly missed the essence of the story." And Roger Ebert also weighed in on the Chicago Sun-Times. "You'd have to be entirely brain-dead to enjoy a film like this, but my logic keeps insisting on showing up in its unwelcome places." Haha, Roger's probably on PR duty, but while the review sounds mild, it's still quite embarrassing. This Arizona Daily Star didn't hold back at all, unbearably drab and tedious. It's hard to imagine who would enjoy this turd of a film. TSK, I wonder if Sony offended that critic to get such a harsh review. After Elizabeth rattled off more than 10 newspaper reviews, Eric had only heard 2 that could loosely be considered positive. Most major film companies in Hollywood were concerned about Godzilla's box office, and Eric opened his email to find that Firefly had sent over some analysis and data about Godzilla. According to Friday's reviews from dozens of mainstream American newspapers, Godzilla had already pulled an overall score of 3, a level that signaled it was utterly unwatchable. Even though Godzilla's midnight earnings reached $6.25 million, Firefly's distribution department predicted that under the impact of such a poor reputation, Godzilla's first-week gross could barely exceed $80 million, while below Sony's hopes for a $100 million opening. Julia, incredulous, remarked after Elizabeth finished reading, "With a production cost of $150 million, it can't be that bad, right? Waterworld cost $175 million and got slammed. But Godzilla seems to be faring worse. Waterworld had a score of 4. Elizabeth replied while flipping through the fax papers in her hand. "Godzilla's score is down to 3 already and will probably plummet to 1 or 2 soon. This is absurdly bad. Eric, are you messing with the numbers?" Eric closed the Godzilla analysis file and opened an email with last week's box office statistics, laughing as he responded, "Did you forget your last name? Can't you still tell if I'm messing around? Who knows what tricks you have up your sleeve? But I'm kind of curious. Why don't we go see the movie tonight?" "Not tonight. Robert Iger is in New York, and I'm meeting him and Jeffrey for dinner. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll reserve a small theater in advance. It's rare for you to want to join us on a weekend." Elizabeth's eyes lit up with joy, quickly shifting the topic. "By the way, how did last week's box office do?" The Lion King 2 took first place with $55.7 million, and Con Air scored $34.2 million in second, Eric informed, just touching on those 2 films without elaborating further. He smiled. Both of these films' box office numbers weren't that impressive. The total weekend gross was just $130 million, far below the usual $200 million for summer blocks. So, if you had listened to me and released Ice Age the week before The Lion King 2, they would have benefited immensely from each other's box office. I won't be your cannon fodder. Ice Age is Blue Sky Studios' first film. If it flops, that would really hit hard. Why didn't you just put Finding Nemo before The Lion King 2? I was trying to give Paramount a fighting chance. We can't just bully everyone. Ice Age is different. It cost only $59 million, so the pressure is not too big for recovery, making it still suitable to coexist with big titles. Please. Due to its dismal ratings, although Godzilla managed an impressive midnight box office of $6.25 million, On the following Friday, it only earned $17.5 million, and on Saturday, its takings only slightly increased to $19.3 million. By Sunday, Godzilla's daily earnings plummeted to a mere $16.7 million. Despite its total weekend earnings hitting $59.75 million, comfortably securing it the summer weekend record, continuous bad reviews from the media caused Godzilla's appeal to seemingly evaporate by the weekdays, with daily earnings collapsing to just over $4.3 million. The trend persisted throughout the following workdays as Godzilla's daily grosses continued to dwindle. Ultimately, Godzilla's first-week box office totaled just over $73.66 million. While this figure might seem strong compared to The Lion King 2's $55.7 million debut, given Sony's massive marketing blitz budgeting $70 million and the industry's general expectation of Godzilla crossing the $100 million mark in the first week, this number still couldn't be viewed as a success. Moreover, the film's rock-bottom reviews assured that it would face a significant drop in box office in the following week. In contrast, The Lion King 2 had only seen a minor 24% drop after its $55.7 million opening, taking in $42.33 million the following week. Within 2 weeks, The Lion King 2 had amassed $98.03 million, just shy of the $100 million mark, which put additional pressure on the upcoming Finding Nemo. However, due to Godzilla's less impressive market performance, Con Air also saw a significant drop of 32.3%, rebounding from its $34.2 million initial figure to bank $23.15 million in its second week. Its 2-week earnings amounted to $57.35 million, highlighting its potential to cross the $100 million threshold. Eric had taken Elizabeth and Julia to see Godzilla the Saturday it premiered. Although he noted many differences from his memories, after watching the film, Eric couldn't help but agree that even without commenting on the weak, dinosaur-like portrayal of Godzilla, the overall quality of the film did not exceed what the media had criticized. Anyone familiar with Roland Emmerich's work knew he had a penchant for multi-thread narrative structures that contributed significantly to the box office triumph of films like Independence Day and 2012. However, this narrative technique had its limitations, and it clearly suited global disaster spectacles better, showcasing various societal reactions to catastrophic events. Unfortunately, this kind of narrative style didn't fit well with monster films like Godzilla. A monster rampaging through Manhattan, while the film juggled an unnecessary cast of characters, effectively lost focus and made the entire storyline feel fragmented and chaotic. In such a scenario, viewers would lose patience waiting through a long and tedious film. By the film's conclusion, Godzilla, who was supposed to be fearsome, was easily dispatched by human missiles, leaving an audience that had been tortured for 2 hours feeling no sense of release. No wonder they were frustrated. Outside North America, Japan, Godzilla's most crucial overseas market, reacted even more harshly with critical reviews. With the film vastly underperforming expectations, Japanese fans responded with a largely resistant attitude toward this film, hinging on the complete manipulation of Godzilla's image. Sony had originally anticipated Godzilla's box office in Japan would match its North American performance. However, in the week that Godzilla premiered in Japan, it could only manage an equivalent of less than $8 million, a mere seventh of its North American earnings. Toho, which held the copyright to Godzilla, stated post-release that they might consider reclaiming Sony's rights on Godzilla film production, possibly resorting to legal action if necessary. A first-week figure of over $73 million seemed, on the surface, in no way disastrous. Yet, everyone understood this sum resulted from preposterous marketing spending of $70 million amidst consistent abominable reviews. Under such overwhelmingly negative circumstances, Godzilla could break records when it came to box office drops. Its failure was now a foregone conclusion. The already shaky Sony Pictures was thrown into further turmoil once again. Chapter 876, 877, A Tight Grip. Morton's Restaurant, Beverly Hills. Roland Emmerich sat across from Bill Mechanic, the CEO of Columbia Pictures, awkwardly picking at the steak on his plate. He tried to ignore the occasional glances from surrounding diners and regretted his decision to eat at this Hollywood hotspot today. It was the second week since Godzilla hit theaters, and it had received a flurry of negative reviews throughout the week. With the morning box office numbers from the film's opening week released, Roland felt no relief whatsoever. He secretly drove to a few theaters in the San Fernando Valley that afternoon to check attendance. Compared to the crowded houses of the previous Friday, most auditoriums showing Godzilla now looked mostly empty. He couldn't even bear to think about how much the box office would drop this week, by 60%, 70%, or possibly worse. There was no doubt about it. Godzilla was shaping up to be a significant setback in his career. After years of hard work, Roland had accumulated a fortune of tens of millions of dollars. Even with his $20 million salary for Godzilla and future box office shares, he could comfortably retire now and live a worry-free life. However, in Hollywood, success was not solely defined by money. Most people put a greater emphasis on career achievements and their standing and influence in the industry. Everyone wanted to climb higher up the ladder. While many popular stars in Hollywood had sufficient wealth to support lavish lifestyles, they still struggled with various mental and physical issues due to the pressures of their fluctuating careers. For most Hollywood A-listers, being suddenly abandoned by the industry and losing the spotlight created a sense of loss that was far more daunting than losing all their money. Roland knew that just one failure wouldn't be a career-ending blow. Yet, it would certainly imply that in the coming years, unless he produced another film of the same caliber as Independence Day or Deep Impact, he could never expect to enjoy the kind of lavish treatment he had before Godzilla was released, control over his projects, and that top-tier $20 million directing salary, among others. Previously, before Godzilla, he wouldn't have even had to personally discuss contracts with Bill Mechanic tonight. It would have just been a matter for his agent. If only he could do it again. This thought crossed his mind, and Roland self-deprecatingly shook his head. Suddenly, he recalled that Firefly had recently announced the director for The Day After Tomorrow, a project he felt was rightfully his. Firefly might not have offered a $20 million directing fee, but given their previous collaborations on Deep Impact and Independence Day, they wouldn't be stingy. He believed that with a fixed salary and box office shares, securing a total income comparable to the $30 million from Independence Day should be easily achievable. At the moment, the earnings from Godzilla based on its $20 million salary and North American 15% box office cut might still allow him to reach $30 million. However, given Godzilla's disastrous reviews and box office failure, he was certain he could never command such a fee for his next film. The damage to his popularity due to Godzilla was even more incalculable. While Roland simmered in self-pity, Bill Mechanic felt increasingly restless. The Godzilla project was one that Sony Pictures had pushed from the top down. Logically, if the project failed, it shouldn't fall on his shoulders. However, in a Japanese conglomerate like Sony, such obvious rationalization rarely held up. If Godzilla had succeeded, there would be a group celebration. Now that it had failed, Chairman Nobuyuki Ide had no blame to shoulder. Likewise, his direct superior, Howard Stringer, CEO of Sony Pictures, wouldn't step up to accept responsibility either, leaving Bill Mechanic as the most immediate film business head left holding the bag. Fortunately, both at Sony and within the film industry, everyone understood the situation. Although he had to take the fall, there wouldn't be any substantial punishment, which was the only consolation in the matter. However, there was still a pressing issue on his hands, the contract with Roland Emmerich. Originally, the company's higher-ups, brimming with confidence, had signed a 3-picture deal with Roland. With Godzilla's box office plummeting within the first week, the prospects for the next 2 sequels were dim, but the contract with Roland wasn't automatically voided. During contract negotiations, the parties had discussed a contingency plan if the sequel could not be initiated. The conclusion was that if the Godzilla sequel couldn't move forward, Roland had the right to select 2 other projects from Sony to direct. Toho had produced 22 films in its Godzilla series over 40 years, so no one anticipated that bringing Godzilla to Hollywood would result in just 1 film before everything went awry. Thus, no one paid much attention to that clause at the time. Now, with a total investment of $220 million for Godzilla, it was likely the film would barely manage to recoup $150 million domestically, let alone the initial expectation of $300 million. The dismal box office performance in Japan suggested overseas markets would be just as grim, confirming this project would lead to substantial losses for Sony. As the producer and director directly responsible for its failure, Sony higher-ups were keen to terminate Roland's involvement and were unwilling to uphold that contingency clause. Issuing a resolution to this contractual dilemma naturally fell to Bill Mechanic. No director in Hollywood hadn't faced failure. Even James Cameron, fresh off one hit after another, had suffered a blow with The Abyss that left Fox reeling. However, no one knew when a director might make a comeback. Having been in the industry for decades, Bill Mechanic understood this all too well, so he didn't want to completely burn bridges with Roland. As dinner wound down, Bill gathered his thoughts and broached the topic. "Roland, I remember Firefly's disaster film series has at least 5 titles, and your directorial works, Deep Impact and Independence Day, did exceptionally well. I'm sure Eric would love for you to continue collaborating with Firefly." Upon hearing Bill's words, Roland still felt little comfort. Eric had indeed said he would welcome him back anytime. However, Roland held on to his pride. He had sacrificed a good working relationship with Firefly for the promise of a hefty paycheck. With his current project landing him in hot water, he couldn't just walk back to Firefly with his tail between his legs. Roland understood why Bill had invited him to dinner today. Bill wasn't trying to force the issue with the contingency clause. If both parties weren't genuinely willing to collaborate, forcing Warner's carried projects into management would never yield favorable results. Doing so would only compromise the quality of the films. If the projects failed again, Sony would simply lose some money. But if he botched 2 movies in quick succession, he would undoubtedly find himself forced into early retirement. Setting down his utensils, Roland wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, "Bill, thanks for dinner. So, let's hear what Sony has in mind." Relieved, Bill Mechanic replied, "Well, Roland, we're currently developing a project about the American Revolutionary War called The Patriot, and we haven't yet finalized the director. If you're interested, we'd like you to direct this film." "I've never tackled a war film before," Roland replied, before a thought struck him. He quickly asked, "Have you settled on the lead?" Surprised by Roland's quick reaction, Bill paused before admitting, "We're in talks with 2 suitable candidates, Mel Gibson and Kevin Costner." The atmosphere grew quiet again. Both Mel Gibson and Kevin Costner were not only A-list Hollywood stars, but they had also each earned an Oscar nomination or win for Best Director with their respective war films, Braveheart and Dances with Wolves. Should either serve as the lead in The Patriot, Roland's control over the project as director would be significantly diminished. Even if he weren't involved at all, the project would evidently proceed smoothly. Roland sensed that Sony inserting him into a genre he wasn't well-versed in was effectively assigning him a figurehead role, one that wouldn't substantially influence the overall film. This arrangement felt insulting given his standing in Hollywood. Taking a sip of the red wine at the table to steady his emotions, Roland asked, "So, what if we just terminate the contract?" $1 million, Bill Mechanic replied clearly, having clearly thought of this scenario beforehand. However, as he mentioned this somewhat dismissive sum, he felt a little embarrassed and added, "That's the highest amount I can approve. If that's your choice, I can have a word with Howard. Maybe we can raise it a bit. But how much could it possibly go up?" Roland contemplated this, feeling conflicted. Sony's solution was very clear. He would direct The Patriot, which would likely be a success with lead stars like Mel Gibson or Kevin Costner attached, ensuring the film's quality and box office was somewhat secured. Completing this film would smoothly allow them to bypass that contingency clause. But accepting this directing role meant his paycheck would not be impressive. Any talk of a $20 million salary or significant box office commissions was out of the question. Even maintaining his previous $8 million fixed salary from before Godzilla would be tough. Yet, if he chose to terminate, he'd only receive a symbolic compensation. Moreover, losing this contract at a time when Godzilla had already flopped meant for at least the next couple of years, other Hollywood companies would likely not approach him again. This wasn't simply due to his directing ability. The overwhelmingly negative reviews for Godzilla would severely impact the box office potential of his next film. Sony's first solution utilized the names of Mel Gibson and Kevin Costner to potentially mitigate the damage to his future marketability. It was clear Sony hoped he might choose to void the contract on his own, but wasn't willing to offer a substantial compensation package, hence the indecisive solution presented. Sony knew he wouldn't resort to litigation. After falling short with such a massive production, turning around to sue would ensure no one would want to work with him again. Ultimately, Roland Emmerich replied, "Bill, give me some time to think it over." When Roland didn't mention the termination again, Bill Mechanic realized he had decided to accept the director position for the Patriot. It was just that Roland needed to save dignity and not agree on the spot. Bill felt no need to press him. As long as they could finalize the agreement without any major contention, he was satisfied. The two men shared no further conversation, and Bill was preparing to signal the waiter for the bill when he noticed some commotion across the restaurant. A man and two women exited one of the booths nearby, drawing lively greetings from other patrons. As Roland heard the stir, he turned to see Eric with the group. With only 2 weeks until the release of Casino Royale, Eric could slack off a bit on the promotional work, but as the director, he knew he would need to take part in the film's marketing soon. Today, he had taken Drew and Amy Pascal out to discuss this very matter. Politely responding to the well-wishers around him, Eric, arm-linked with the girl and Amy Pascal, planned to make their way outside. Just then, they locked eyes with Roland Emmerich and halted momentarily. In recent days, Eric had certainly become one of the last people Roland wanted to encounter. It was due to the collaboration on Firefly's Deep Impact and Independence Day that Roland had leapfrogged into the ranks of super directors, prompting Sony to offer him an exorbitant contract to capture his talents. By forsaking his successful collaboration with Firefly for the lucrative Sony deal, Roland had already felt a twinge of guilt. Now, with Godzilla's dismal reception at the box office, seeing Eric only amplified his discomfort. "Good evening, Eric," Roland said, making an effort to be cordial despite his discomfort, hesitating slightly on whether to stand. "Good evening, Roland and Bill." Eric sensed the awkwardness in Roland's demeanor, noticing numerous Hollywood acquaintances around them. If he stopped to engage, they would surely have a new story to tell by morning. Not wanting to aggravate Roland further, Eric offered them a subdued nod and continued past them. Roland felt a mix of relief and frustration at Eric's response. After exchanging a glance with Bill Mechanic, they both realized they were not eager to settle the bill at that moment. Leaving right after, who knew what might happen in the parking lot, where conversations could become more complicated. In the restaurant's parking lot, the girl still clung to Eric, grinning as she remarked to Amy, "Haha, Amy, did you just notice Roland's expression? That was hilarious." Amy Pascal just chuckled, not joining in on her observation. "Okay, no need to gloat," Eric said as he lightly tapped her on the forehead. He then turned to Amy Pascal. "Regarding the acquisition proposal for Entertainment, please expedite the talks. We'd ideally like results by the end of the month." "Eric, it seems Warner Cable has noticed our renewed interest in this deal. They don't seem in a hurry to sell their shares anymore. They might have figured out your interest in Entertainment." The twins brought the girl's Land Rover around, and Eric leaned against the car door, stating, "I've been reviewing some documents, and it appears that the Cablevision's Rainbow Media might also have intentions to sell. You should reach out to them as well. Their Bravo network aligns closely with Entertainment." "I noticed that too," Amy Pascal nodded. "However, Cablevision likely won't sell too many shares, and GE has also shown interest in Rainbow Media. They've been expanding their cable TV holdings. Cablevision knows which collaborations have potential. If possible, we don't need to aim for too many shares. Acquiring operational rights would suffice. Plus, your main focus should still be on Entertainment as the primary objective, while Rainbow Media serves as a backup plan." After pausing, Eric added, "However, I suspect once Batman and Robin hits theaters next week, Warner will be eager to offload their burdensome stake in Entertainment. If Time Warner's losses keep mounting, they may very well reconsider Terry Semmel's role as CEO." Amy Pascal immediately grasped the implication behind Eric's words and pressed further. "Eric, are you doubtful about Batman and Robin? I haven't seen a final cut of Batman and Robin yet, so I can't be entirely certain. However, if you keep an eye on developments, Warner has kept such a tight lid on the movie that beyond the trailer, there has been scant information regarding its actual content. There haven't even been any official early reviews. As Amy sifted through her mental notes, she found Eric's observation to be spot on. Warner had meticulously guarded the film's details prior to its release, likely to maintain an air of intrigue. But another possibility existed. They lacked confidence in the film's quality and feared that advanced word of mouth could adversely affect its box office performance on opening weekend. Chapter 877. 878. What bad thing happened? Eric actually didn't care at all about Batman and Robin. Ever since Warner Brothers had released the official trailer 3 months ago, he knew the film was bound to take the same old path. The short 1.5-minute trailer, featuring the new Batman George Clooney and Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze, failed to impress Eric. Some of the dialogue felt completely out of sync with the scenes, and the movie's visuals made it seem like he was watching a poorly done, colorful stage play. What Eric was really focused on was Finding Nemo. It was the film he cared about most for this summer season, and he anticipated it even more than his own directorial effort, Casino Royale. Today marked the movie's release day. In the morning, various media outlets gave it rave reviews, saying it was on par with The Lion King 2. This reassured Eric that this version of Finding Nemo would surely perform well at the box office, though whether it could reach the once glorious heights of nearly $1 billion in global box office receipts would depend on its upcoming detailed performance. After saying goodbye to Amy Pascal, Eric returned to the Trousseau estate with Drew. As soon as they stepped inside, the girl dragged him to take a bath together. Snuggled up in the luxurious bathtub with her soft little body, things inevitably heated up. After their playful entanglement, it was already approaching 10 o'clock at night. Unlike 2 weeks ago, when the atmosphere was relaxed following the release of Con Air, Eric tonight still hoped to see the first-day box office numbers for Finding Nemo before he could sleep, so he wasn't rushing to rest. After changing into a casual t-shirt and pants, he grabbed a document and took a seat on the balcony outside the second-floor living room. His gaze could sweep unobstructedly through the transparent tempered glass railing towards the distant view, with the lights of Los Angeles twinkling like stars spread beneath him, magnificent and beautiful. In this atmosphere, it was hard to focus on the documents. Eric lazily leaned back in the lounge chair and squinted his eyes. After a while, the girl, freshly scented from her bath, floated over, dressed in a thin tank top and tiny shorts, playfully squeezing into Eric's arms. With a light thud, the blue folder he had casually placed on himself fell to the floor. "What's this?" Drew, her small frame, slipping past Eric, curiously picked up the fallen folder. Just glancing at the cover, she recognized it was the proposal for a reality show about Hollywood girls. Although she didn't understand why Eric would seek an unrelated stranger to produce this reality show, the girl didn't doubt Eric's judgment, having flipped through it just the other day. As she tossed the folder onto the nearby table, she was about to snuggle back into Eric's arms when she suddenly remembered, saying, "Oh right, Eric, that photo shoot we did is ready." She stood up to call someone, but then realized the twins had already been sent off to rest. So, she jumped up, her bare feet pattering across the balcony, and quickly returned with 2 thick photo books in her hands. "Here, this one is mine, and this one is Kate's and the others. It's so cool. Kate told me the other day that she wants to get those photos published in a magazine." Eric sat up slightly, flipped through her photo book, and asked, "You don't want to get yours published in a magazine too?" "Not at all. I'm only showing it to you," she replied, then laughingly suggested, "Tomorrow's the weekend, so how about I invite them to come over and hang out? You go enjoy yourself. I won't join you in that craziness." Eric shook his head and pointed to the folder recently tossed on the table. "This matter has been dragging for a week, and I just happen to have time to meet with them tomorrow." "Oh, I'll join too. Let's invite them over. Tomorrow, after all, it's a MGM thing," she chirped. Eric nodded, saying, "Sure. But we can also invite them for a party tomorrow night." Hearing her sweetly persuasive tone, Eric chuckled. "You just love piling them around me, huh?" She rubbed against Eric, saying, "Well, you like it, don't you? I know what happened in New York. That was purely coincidence. I don't have the energy to deal with a bunch of wild girls," Eric explained. However, saying that reminded him of another matter, and he fixed his gaze on her, asking, "I haven't asked you yet. At the premiere party for Con Air, Helena looked at you like a mouse saw a cat. What bad thing did you do?" "Nothing. I was just being good, the girl replied sweetly. Seeing the disbelief on Eric's face, she opened up slightly, explaining, I just happened to overhear a clueless young model bragging about you throwing a party in New York, and it almost made it onto the gossip magazines, so I sent her packing back to Puerto Rico. Eric instinctively thought about what Puerto Rico might be, some corner of the world, and obviously found no answer. He pressed on, That's it. The girl nuzzled against Eric and replied vaguely. She was sentenced to 4 weeks for illegal possession of restricted items and then deported. But she was already involved with that stuff, so it's not too unfair. Eric sighed and didn't push any further. With a criminal record like that, it was clear the girl who got sent back to Puerto Rico wouldn't easily apply for a foreign passport, meaning her career was effectively over. Eric pinched the girl's cheek lightly and softly said, Don't go overboard next time. You know those pointless rumors don't really affect me. Okay. She nodded sweetly, her eyes bright and sincere. Eric could only helplessly pinch her cheek again. Seeing Eric gloss over the issue, the girl relaxed, playfully exploring Eric's body with her little hands. Eric, I rented a Boeing private jet. It's bigger than the Bombardier and Gulfstream. It can fly all the way to London from the West Coast. We can fly there for the premiere of Casino Royale. A few days ago, Drew had taken a trip to London due to the release of Casino Royale. Since Firefly and MGM's private jets didn't have transatlantic flying capabilities, the girl had rarely saved this time by taking a commercial flight. However, according to her, she felt miserable after the round trip. Upon returning to Los Angeles, she was out of sorts for several days. I just happened to hear Larry Ellison mention it. So I remembered. Eric thought for a moment and said, Didn't you want to buy a Boeing 777? Let's contact Boeing and place an order soon. Having initially suggested it out of excitement and got turned down, the girl hadn't brought it up again, but now hearing Eric mention it, she became excited and asked, Can we buy one now? Yes, Eric nodded, then suddenly laughed. Not just a plane. You can buy anything you want. If you've earned so much money, why not spend it? What's the point of living otherwise? Haha, then I'll get someone to contact Boeing right away. She said this and jumped up to grab Eric's laptop, opening his email to send a message to his assistant's office. Chapter 878, 879, One day equals a week. Eric's assistant office was almost responsible for every aspect of his work and life, resembling a butler team. The girl at that moment sent the email with a seemingly familiar demeanor, clearly not the first time she had done this. Drew knew what Eric was waiting for. After sending the email, she patiently curled back into his arms and started talking softly. By midnight, the laptop that had been on all along chimed with a new email notification. Eric got up, opened the email to take a quick glance, and smiled as he scooped the already drowsy girl into his arms, heading towards the bedroom. In a lively party, the girl could stay up all night, but in such a tranquil atmosphere, she had already started to show signs of fatigue. Feeling Eric's gentle movements, she snuggled closer to him, curling up like a little cat, and mumbled, Eric, how much is the Boeing? Eric chuckled, his tone indulgent as he replied, Enough for you to buy a plane. The next morning, the major newspapers in North America buzzed with excitement because this week's North American Friday box office chart was full of headlines, as almost every mainstream publication prominently featured the single-day box office rankings. Finding Nemo, $20.21 million. Contact, $6.86 million. The Lion King 2, $6.22 million. Godzilla, $5.95 million. Con Air, $3.08 million. Even those who were completely indifferent to box office numbers could easily grasp what had happened just by glancing at the myriad of commentary headlines in the major newspapers. Finding Nemo outperformed The Lion King 2 on its opening day. Contact opened with $6.86 million. Paramount's targeting strategy failed. Godzilla plummeted 66% compared to last week. Amblin Entertainment is unhappy with Paramount's investment in the promotion of Contact, causing a rift in their partnership. Summer animated films shine bright, with all previously released live-action blockbusters struggling, Batman and Robin and Casino Royale likely following suit. In this string of news reports, the latest issue of The Hollywood Reporter provided a more detailed analytical article. First, The author must mention Titanic once again. As of last week, this legendary mega-project with a total investment of $265 million had garnered a global box office of $2.133 billion, wrapping up in North America with a final box office of $600.298 million. The astonishing box office figures directly brought Firefly Group $860 million from global box office shares, leading to net profits nearing $600 million after deducting costs. Furthermore, Titanic's merchandise sales also surpassed $850 million. The North American soundtrack album sold 5.6 million copies in just 10 weeks. Interestingly, this number only accounts for physical sales. Reports indicate that the North American Recording Association refused to acknowledge the 1.25 million digital album sales from the Titanic soundtrack at Yahoo Music Store. The overseas sales of the soundtrack also easily exceeded 7 million copies, and industry analysts estimate that Titanic's global album sales could eventually reach 30 million copies. This alone could bring the Firefly Group an additional $900 million in revenue. Collectively, Titanic is expected to generate no less than $2 billion in net profits for the Firefly Group over the coming years. So far, only Firefly has been able to achieve net profits exceeding $2 billion annually among major media conglomerates in Hollywood. Stimulated by the massive profits created by Titanic, I have heard more than once in the past 6 months about plans for new super blockbuster films being developed by the 7 major film companies in Hollywood. However, the box office performance of the recent live-action films will undoubtedly sober up the already overexcited Hollywood. Perhaps the most reflective film for Hollywood is Godzilla, a CGI blockbuster like Titanic. Sony Pictures' ambitious $220 million project had aimed for a $1 billion global box office before its release. However, after a disappointing start and a barrage of negative reviews, its second Friday box office dropped to 4th place on the chart, a staggering 66% decrease from the $17.5 million it made its opening day, bringing in only $5.95 million. Expectations for its second weekend box office were reduced to between $22 million to $25 million, with the North American total barely reaching $130 million. Additionally, Godzilla's overseas performance was equally disappointing, receiving strong pushback from Godzilla fans in Japan, its most crucial market. According to insiders, Sony's management has urgently suspended plans for a Godzilla sequel, and those responsible for the project may face job loss. As the director and producer, Roland Emmerich faces a tarnished reputation post-Independence Day. Moreover, before Godzilla's release, Firefly suddenly announced that Michael Bay would take over directing Firefly's renowned disaster film series, The Day After Tomorrow, likely influenced by the subpar quality of Godzilla. It was well known that Emmerich had once been considered as the director for The Day After Tomorrow, and Firefly was responsible for much of Godzilla's special effects production. Learning of Godzilla's quality before its release was hardly a challenge for Firefly. Apart from Godzilla, since May, the Gaumont's $90 million The Fifth Element, Firefly's $75 million Con Air, and Amblin's $90 million Contact, all suffered from lackluster box office performance. In its third week of release, The Fifth Element only managed a total of just over $47 million, making it unlikely to reach $70 million in North America. Con Air fared no better, raking in just $57.37 million over 2 weeks. Though its final gross might hit $100 million, it was still well below industry expectations. Similarly, Robert Zemeckis' sci-fi epic Contact, following Forrest Gump, although produced at a cost similar to Finding Nemo, clearly did not resonate with audiences. Its first-day earnings were less than a third of Finding Nemo's opening performance and lower than Con Air's $7.7 million 2 weeks prior. Perhaps Amblin and Paramount could only hope that Contact could follow a box office curve similar to Forrest Gump, but based on audience feedback, the chances of that seemed incredibly slim. With 4 consecutive live-action blockbusters failing at the box office, concern grew for the much-anticipated Batman and Robin and Casino Royale, set to be released in the next 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Hollywood perhaps should take a step back and refrain from overextending themselves in pursuit of massive investments in response to Titanic's success. However, aside from live-action films, the two animated blockbusters released during the summer period surpassed expectations in both box office and critical acclaim. Paramount's second 2D animated film since acquiring Disney's hand-drawn animation studio, The Lion King 2, faced stiff competition but still achieved a first-week gross of $55.70 million, with a mere 24% drop to $42.33 million in its second week, accumulating $98.03 million over 2 weeks. Despite a projected 37% drop in its third week due to the impact of Finding Nemo, its long-term potential suggested that North American total might approach $200 million, significantly exceeding other released live-action blockbusters. Finally, we arrive at the focal point of today's discussion, Finding Nemo. Prior to its release, many considered Eric Williams' decision to sell Disney's hand-drawn animation studio foolish, as The Lion King 2 achieved both box office and critical success. However, after Finding Nemo, many found themselves eating their words. With production costs only 1/4 of The Lion King 2 and comparable audience reviews, with significantly smoother promotional channels for Finding Nemo, its first-day earnings surpassed The Lion King 2's $7.41 million performance. One could only conclude that 3D animated films clearly appealed to audiences more than 2D animations. The film opened with $20.21 million, and with buzz surrounding its success, Finding Nemo was projected to potentially hit $90 million in its first week. Given its strong long-term potential, it was undoubtedly a candidate for becoming the first animated film of the summer season to reach $300 million in North America. More boldly, if its box office success and acclaim translated internationally, Finding Nemo might chase the record set by The Lion King, becoming another animated blockbuster surpassing the $1 billion mark globally. Furthermore, with animation films far exceeding live-action films in ancillary profitability, a series of new cartoon characters' success would bring continuous revenue to Firefly's related ventures, including merchandise stores and amusement parks. At this point, I even looked forward to the upcoming release of Ice Age on July 4th, produced by Blue Sky Studios with joint investment from Firefly and Fox. Though the production cost was only $59 million, judging by my impressions from the trailer, Ice Age was poised to deliver yet another surprise this summer. Perhaps other Hollywood studio executives should focus more on the animation sector rather than chase the unattainable heights set by Titanic. This article from The Hollywood Reporter inevitably triggered some reflection among Hollywood executives and prompted Firefly's competitors to accelerate their animation's deployment. However, Eric was well aware that Titanic was more of an anomaly. He had never allowed himself to get overexcited about it. Eric originally planned to discuss reality TV matters with Kris Jenner on his day off. Although the Kardashian family's relentless marketing strategies were off-putting, Eric, as the ruler of a colossal media empire, had a different perspective. At his level, he routinely interacted with 60 or more senior executives at Firefly, surpassing 1,000 at the managerial level, not to mention the total employee count at Firefly exceeding 120,000. In an environment like Hollywood, if one was ever plagued by obsessive moral standards, life would be uncomfortable. Following MGM's acquisition of E! Entertainment, harnessing the talents of someone like Kris Jenner, who excelled at stirring up discussions, was undoubtedly an effective strategy to quickly penetrate the television industry. However, early on Saturday morning, Eric received a phone call from Kris, who was in New York. The two spoke for over half an hour, forcing Eric to cancel his weekend off and urgently convene senior executives from Firefly's distribution and finance departments alongside Clover Holdings management for an emergency meeting. The matter was simple. After 3 months of build-up, the international financial oligarchs were about to unleash an attack on the Southeast Asian currency system. During their call, Kris informed Eric that he was flying from New York to Tokyo and would likely be personally overseeing things there for the next month. Since the meeting at the end of April, Firefly started accelerating its extraction of the Southeast Asian box office shares from Titanic, while also gradually selling off its upcoming summer slate and films destined for release later that year to Southeast Asian distributors. Firefly was very transparent with the Southeast Asian distributors, expressing concerns that the economic prospects for the second half of the year would lead to severe currency losses. Thus, they hoped to cash out ahead of time. The Thai baht had just endured an attack from international currency traders in March, and the Southeast Asian distributors understood Firefly's worries. However, most Southeast Asian distributors did not grasp the severity of the situation. Logically, even if local currencies depreciated by 10% or even 20%, the impact wouldn't be significant for companies operating locally. Stimulated by Titanic's box office success, they welcomed Firefly's move to sell off distribution rights and eagerly offered prices to obtain those rights. Starting in early May, through various financial maneuvers, Firefly routinely collected back the equivalent of $50 million in box office shares from Titanic in Southeast Asia, and settlements for Japan's box office shares began rolling in. Moreover, following the sale of Firefly's rights for its summer slate, including Con Air, Finding Nemo, and Jurassic Park 3, Firefly collected another $75 million in cash. Had the distributors not been so hesitant, Eric would have even considered selling the entire distribution rights for all films slated for next year. But of course, that was merely a thought. While $75 million might not be a fortune for Firefly, for the Southeast Asian box office, only half of Japan's, it marked the highest profit they could quickly extract. Even though the finance department's statistics suggested that this aggressive strategy could lead to losses of $10 to $20 million if Southeast Asia did not face an economic crisis, Eric knew that failing to act would result in far greater losses once such a crisis hit. Had currency values halved, what could have equated to $10 million in box office would drop to merely $5 million. The Southeast Asian economy would surely suffer crushing blows, similarly impacting the film industry. While some in the industry argued that entertainment often thrives during economic downturns, Eric did not believe the public would still have the inclination to watch films in the event of a full-blown economic collapse. Otherwise, Hong Kong films wouldn't have entirely declined following the Southeast Asian economic crisis. Throughout the weekend, Eric monitored the status of funds being reclaimed across Southeast Asian nations while preparing capital for Clover Holdings to absorb more technology stocks. The North American stock market was an exceptionally open, globalized financial hub. Thus, the tumultuous economic shifts across Southeast Asia would inevitably impact the rising Nasdaq index. In the coming months, once the crisis hit, the previously soaring Nasdaq index would likely experience a brief dip, representing an ideal time for Clover Holdings to invest. While Eric busied himself with these matters, on Saturday, the already notable box office performance of Finding Nemo surged an additional 38%, eventually hitting $28.01 million. Sunday saw a slight decline, but the single-day gross remained high at $22.03 million. Over its opening weekend, Finding Nemo amassed an astounding total of $70.25 million, leaving audiences and industry analysts alike in awe of its remarkable box office draw. A critic from the Los Angeles Times even quipped that Finding Nemo was earning what others would take a week to make in just one day. Reality was indeed reflective of that statement, as two other films produced this summer with similar production budgets of $90 million. The Fifth Element and Contact had seen dismal performance. The former only grossed around $47 million over 3 weeks, while the latter, despite premiering alongside Finding Nemo, managed merely $20.58 million over its opening weekend. Even if its first-week earnings approached $30 million, applying a conservative estimate of a 30% weekly drop meant Contact would only recoup $65 million over 3 weeks, still nowhere close to what Finding Nemo earned in just 3 days. Moreover, Finding Nemo was significantly more popular than past Pixar productions like Toy Story and A Bug's Life in various overseas box office markets. In the UK alone, Finding Nemo's first weekend box office tallied $13.50 million, while Toy Story 2, Pixar's previous overseas success, had only grossed $6.10 million its first weekend there. When these statistics were published, Hollywood and North American entertainment media realized they had completely misjudged who the real box office star of the summer was. This summer's unrivaled box office sensation was not The Lion King 2, nor Godzilla, and likely would not be the upcoming Batman and Robin or Casino Royale either, but rather the previously underwhelming and seemingly destined to be a sacrificial lamb positioned between Godzilla and Batman and Robin, Finding Nemo. Chapter 879, 880, Silence. On June 16th, with the workweek just beginning, the Wall Street Journal reported unusual activity in the Southeast Asian foreign exchange market. Major financial centers in Asia, such as Tokyo, Hong Kong, and Singapore, saw the exchange rates of currencies like the Thai baht and Indonesian rupiah experience notable fluctuations. Those in the know felt an undeniable sense of urgency, as if a dark cloud loomed over them. In recent months, international currency speculators had covertly been acquiring currencies from various Southeast Asian countries, leading to a brief surge in the value of currencies in Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines. For instance, the highest exchange rate for the baht against the dollar had reached 22:1, marking an appreciation of nearly 12%. After 2 days of build-up, on Wednesday, international currency investors led by George Soros's Quantum Fund and Tiger Fund suddenly pounced on the Southeast Asian currency system. From the moment the major exchanges opened for trading that day, a flood of sell orders for the Thai baht started appearing, catching the Thai government completely off guard, unable to mount an effective defense in time. The subsequent 3 days of relentless selling sent the temporarily inflated baht crashing back down, even falling below the average exchange rate of 25:1 over the past few years. By the close of trading on Friday, the exchange rate plummeted to 26.3:1, marking an astonishing decline of 19.5% in just 3 days. In 1997, Thailand's total currency issuance was approximately 9.2 trillion baht. Based on the recent average exchange rate of 25:1, this amounted to around $370 billion. Yet, in a mere 3 days, as the rate dropped to 26.3:1, Thailand's total currency value fell to $350 billion, wiping out $20 billion in wealth. Many were aware this was merely the beginning. While the Southeast Asian currency market was engulfed in turmoil, the competition for summer box office dollars in North America was equally fierce. After a record-breaking $70.25 million over its opening weekend, Finding Nemo continued to perform strongly during the workweek, generating $6 to $7 million daily. Ultimately, Finding Nemo's first-week box office totaled $97.45 million, surpassing the $31.29 million of its closest competitor, Contact, by over $66 million, and almost matching the combined performances of its rival, The Lion King 2, which had struggled. The second-ranked Contact underperformed, with its opening week earning just $31.29 million. Following that, The Lion King 2 stumbled as well, suffering a 36% drop by its third week, earning only $27.09 million for a total of $125 million. Of undeniable note was the abysmal performance of Godzilla, with reviews turning overwhelmingly negative and the formidable competition from Finding Nemo leading to a staggering drop of nearly 68% in its second week, grossing a meager $23.57 million. Its total box office after 2 weeks summed up to a disappointing $97.23 million, even less than Finding Nemo's opening week. Godzilla's dreadful box office performance not only turned Sony's hope for a billion-dollar worldwide hit into a joke, but also silenced media commentary on what would soon become a forgettable film. While Firefly's Con Air held the 5th position, its solid third-week drop of nearly 34% saw it rake in $15.28 million, totaling $72.65 million. Although it remained uncertain whether the film would break the $100 million mark, its performance was still commendable compared to the other recent live-action releases. With the box office numbers finally in, on June 20th, Friday, Warner Bros. Released Batman and Robin in over 2,900 theaters across North America. The quality of the film failed to meet the low expectations set by many media outlets and critics, with one review seemingly capturing the sentiment of critics. The characters played by George Clooney, Uma Thurman, and Arnold Schwarzenegger look almost the part of comic book icons. but I genuinely cannot comment on the plot, dialogue, or performances. As a superhero franchise that had enjoyed decades of success in North America, Batman boasted a significant fan base. However, with the series frequently changing directors and its films increasingly becoming subpar, the patience of Batman fans seemed to have worn thin. Although it opened strongly with a $16.11 million debut day, on its second day, Batman and Robin was promptly knocked off the top spot by Finding Nemo. In fact, Batman and Robin set the record for the first summer release to decline in box office on its opening Saturday. Typically, most films see Saturday earnings exceeding those from Friday. Even a few weeks prior, when Godzilla similarly faced negative reviews, it still managed to earn about $2 million more on Saturday than Friday. Yet, following its opening day of $16.11 million, Batman and Robin slipped down to $15.09 million the next day. After experiencing being momentarily surpassed by Batman and Robin with a $14.3 million Friday, Finding Nemo rebounded on Saturday, pulling in $17.5 million. The industry anticipated that Finding Nemo would continue to earn over $60 million in the following week, outperforming many major releases in their opening weekends. In comparison, Batman and Robin's projected opening week earnings were just $55 million. Given the film's $125 million production budget, Warner Brothers needed to recoup at least $80 million in the first week alone to break even. But this prospect now seemed increasingly bleak. The failure of Batman and Robin led many to lose faith in summer blockbuster films, with MGM's upcoming release of Casino Royale feeling the brunt of the skepticism. Some tabloids even eagerly awaited Eric's first commercial flop as a director with a sense of schadenfreude. However, Eric was too busy to pay attention to the media's reactions. The formal outset of the Southeast Asian economic crisis did not just affect Firefly Group's entertainment interests in the region. The entire Firefly system, along with Nokia, Qualcomm, and LTD, had substantial business operations in Southeast Asia. With Nokia and LTD's main manufacturing plants located in Thailand and the Philippines, and companies like Yahoo and Cisco investing heavily in the region, a complete collapse of Southeast Asian currencies would severely impact their operations. Eric had always preferred to delegate responsibilities, and usually, Chris would help him manage obligations. But this time, Chris was in Tokyo overseeing things, leaving many tasks on Eric's plate. Drawing from his extensive knowledge of the Southeast Asian crisis, Eric was eager to intervene and use his past experiences to strategize improvements for the companies involved. After a week of juggling documents and conference calls, Eric returned to Los Angeles from Qualcomm headquarters in San Diego on Saturday afternoon, finally finding a moment of respite and shifting his focus back to Hollywood. In the past month and a half, Kris Jenner's emotions had seen quite a roller coaster. At the beginning of the month, her daughter, who had gone to Los Angeles for summer, suddenly called their New York home, claiming she had received the opportunity to produce a reality show through Eric Williams. Kris's initial reaction was disbelief, thinking her daughter was joking about associating their family with someone as prominent as Eric Williams. After several detailed descriptions from her daughter about the day's events and providing Eric's contact number, Kris hesitantly called it. Though the confirmation came readily from Eric's assistant's office, Kris was dumbfounded for over 30 minutes before joyfully realizing the gravity of the situation. Kris had always dreamed of Hollywood's celebrity culture, and marrying Robert Kardashian first drew her in due to his music label, extensive reach in the entertainment and sports industries, and the connections he had. However, after Robert sold his record label to dive into juice business, Kris quickly separated from him and married television sports personality Bruce Jenner a month later. Bruce had been a celebrated sports figure in the 70s, yet since retiring, his influence had greatly diminished, and he could only sporadically appear on TV shows or commentate on sports channels, thereby barely skimming the edge of the entertainment realm. As a fan of Lifetime television, Kris recognized that this sudden opportunity to become a reality show producer could propel her to newfound heights, a realization solidified by witnessing the success of the producers and hosts of America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. Without a moment to lose, the same day she confirmed the opportunity, Kris rushed her husband and children to Los Angeles, staying with her ex-husband, Robert Kardashian. After clarifying the details with her daughter, Kris bought an array of reality show tapes and reference books, studying them while drafting her proposal, consciously ignoring her daughter's hints about involving Bruce in the process. A week later, Kris went to the Firefly Group's headquarters in Burbank to submit her completed proposal to one of Eric's assistants. Then began a long and torturous wait. To avoid any backlash from Eric's assistant, Kris only dared to call every 3 days to inquire about progress. Initially hopeful that her daughter's connections within Drew Barrymore's circle could provide intel, she soon learned that her daughter's companion, a Hilton family girl, accidentally offended someone, and both were subsequently expelled from their small circle. As for her husband and ex, the two men who barely skimmed the surface of the Los Angeles elite realized how distant they truly were from Hollywood's core circles. Both possessed social circles that failed to reach any influential individuals. Despite their home in the prominent Malibu area, Kris lacked the courage to take the initiative and approach them, leading to more agonizing waiting until the second weekend, when she heard from Firefly that Eric might be available to meet. Before she could feel hope, that meeting was abruptly canceled, leading to another week of silence. Chapter 880, 881. That works too. On Sunday morning, Eric called Kris in Tokyo to catch up on the situation in Southeast Asia. Later that morning, he headed to Century City to meet with Harvey Weinstein. After entrusting FFM to Weinstein for management, FFM's headquarters was conveniently established near the Fox Century City studios. Last weekend, on June 15th, The Sopranos completed its first season after 13 weeks of airing. Thanks to Harvey Weinstein's expert handling, the show's reputation spread like wildfire. Starting with a solid premiere that attracted 1.76 million viewers, the ratings soared, and by the time of the season finale, viewership had jumped to 3.25 million, almost doubling its debut numbers. The influence of The Sopranos further boosted FFM's visibility, leading to a significant increase in subscription numbers. By the time the first season wrapped up, FFM TV's subscriber count had approached 6 million. Before the show's launch, the network had only around 4.5 million subscribers. Given its low starting point and the strong backing from 3 major media giants, it was widely expected that FFM would rapidly grow like a seedling sprouting in fertile soil. However, in just a single quarter, the network added close to 1.5 million new subscribers, a growth rate that was still astonishing, especially compared to HBO, which added fewer than 500,000 subscribers in the same time frame. From the inception of FFM TV, Eric had intended to compete with HBO. Therefore, while providing substantial support for FFM, he remained keenly focused on the network's operations. Since the network launched last September, Eric had participated in 2 or 3 operational meetings a month. After a brief adjustment period, Harvey Weinstein quickly showcased his exceptional capabilities in managing the television business. The recent quarter saw a surge in FFM's subscriber count. Realistically speaking, The Sopranos could only be credited with about 30% of that growth, while the remaining 70% came from Weinstein's outstanding commercial acumen. Just like his PR operations for Oscar-contending films, once The Sopranos had established itself as a hit, Weinstein utilized every available channel, newspapers, television, and the internet, to deepen the show's reach. Over the 3-month airing period, each episode generated media buzz, and by the end of the first season, many viewers had firmly labeled The Sopranos as a cult classic. Accordingly, FFM's brand had become more ingrained in the public's mind, leading to a significant influx of new subscribers. Interestingly, Weinstein's operations with FFM bore a striking resemblance to the early days of Netflix. After 2013, the mere mention of Netflix led many to instantly think of House of Cards. While House of Cards undoubtedly stood out as a remarkable show, like The Sopranos, both series primarily acted as catalysts. The real success of Netflix hinged on the company's sharp business strategy. Naturally, just as some chemical reactions require a catalyst to proceed, Netflix wouldn't have experienced its surge from 26 million to 40 million subscribers within 2 years without House of Cards. Likewise, although The Sopranos didn't single-handedly initiate FFM's success, it certainly could not be overlooked. However, Behind the soaring subscriber count loomed rapidly increasing costs for FFM. Despite the backing of three media giants, FFM still functioned as a standalone company and had to cover its own expenses. Neither Firefly nor Fox could provide free movie rights for FFM. To compete with HBO, FFM not only bundled a package of content in its early days to fill airtime, but, in addition to producing The Sopranos, sought to introduce a new film weekly. By the end of the year, FFM's spending on content was projected to exceed $300 million, with its advertising budget nearing $200 million. When factoring in other operational costs, FFM's total operating expenses would reach $700 million for the year. To attract new subscribers, FFM also implemented numerous discount promotions, significantly lowering the average subscription cost. Although the subscriber base was growing rapidly, FFM projected its total revenue for the year would not surpass $500 million, around one-third of HBO's annual revenue. This also implied that FFM would incur losses of at least $200 million for the 1997 fiscal year. In fact, had Eric been less ambitious, in light of the overall boom in the cable TV industry, FFM could have focused on profitability by significantly slashing content and marketing budgets. Even just with the current subscriber base, the network could have turned a profit and thrived comfortably. However, doing so would have meant losing the chance to become a leading pay cable network. In the forthcoming streaming era, FFM could have risked becoming one of the first traditional cable platforms to get axed. Eric was determined not to let that happen. It was either all in or nothing. He would push for the best possible outcome. Even if the final result wasn't perfect, he wouldn't allow FFM to settle for mediocrity from the start. Moreover, with the averaged annual loss of $200 million, when divided according to each partner's share, it would only amount to several tens of millions of dollars. In recent years, everyone had been doing quite well. Spending a few tens of millions on a high-potential pay cable network wasn't unmanageable. Yet Eric also understood that once the internet bubble burst, cable operators who had benefited from the new tech boom would face tough times. At that point, even a loss of tens of millions of dollars each year would be much harder for them to swallow. Eric anticipated being able to buy back the 20% stake originally divvied up among those cable operators. When the time came, with FFM's current growth rate, by the end of 1997, the total subscriber count would surpass 8 million, and there was a strong possibility of breaking 10 million subscribers the following year. However, after exceeding that milestone, the rapid growth would likely slow down, and FFM would face stiffer competition from HBO. In the FFM headquarters conference room, after listening to Harvey Weinstein's report, Eric said, "Harvey, doesn't your contract last for 5 years? If you can grow FFM's subscriber count to 20 million by the end of that term, I can promise to increase your option share by 50%. Weinstein returned to his seat from the demonstration area, chuckling. "Eric, your offer is indeed tempting, but it's not an easy task. Neither Firefly, News Corp, nor MGM has a nationwide cable network like Time Warner. The operators in FFM are merely minority shareholders, so their support for the network won't be particularly vested. Time Warner's cable network would surely sideline FFM, while telecommunications is eager to build their pay cable network, Stars. Cablevision is very close to Viacom, and all these factors will limit FFM's further expansion. I believe if FFM reaches around 15 million subscribers, it will hit a bottleneck. To push past that, you three must acquire a substantial national cable operating system to support further development. Otherwise, I can only assure that I will develop FFM's subscriber base to 15 million during my